Chapter 1. The supplanting of achievements by a superior triggers the Indulgent Tycoon system. In the city of Haicheng, at the Juxiang Building restaurant, the clock struck 9:30 p.m. In the restroom on the first floor, Qin Zhao patted his flushed cheeks, the alcohol evident in his demeanor, and murmured to himself, "Qin Zhao, just let it go. Accept your misfortune." A recent university graduate, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to a significant project at Tianyi Trading Company for over 6 months, distinguished by his exceptional professional capabilities. His relentless dedication and countless late nights culminated in securing a multi-million-dollar project for the company. He had believed that this would herald a promotion and a raise, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The project, valued at millions, was ultimately credited to the department director, Li Jiankong, who enjoyed a 30 salary increase as a result. In contrast, Qin Zhao found himself sidelined, seemingly disconnected from the project's accolades. The subsequent follow-up work was assigned to his colleague Wang Xiaojie, who had influential connections, while Qin Zhao was relegated to a minor new project tasked with extracting whatever residual value remained. This inequitable treatment sparked thoughts of resignation within Qin Zhao. Perhaps sensing his discontent, Director Li Jiankong approached him privately at lunchtime, promising a 20 raise should he succeed in securing the new project. Qin Zhao was taken aback. Was the department director so blatant in his greed? Had he consumed the spoils of the major project only to covet the smaller one as well? Was he even human? Though his thoughts were laden with curses for Li Jiankong, Qin Zhao maintained a facade of politeness, offering a vague excuse to consider it. After much deliberation, he decided to stay for the time being, having just graduated. Losing this job would make finding another in the fiercely competitive Haicheng a daunting task. That he needed to pay rent and buy food, so he could only search for opportunities while working. Ugh, what a stroke of bad luck. Qin Zhao sighed deeply, washed his hands, and returned to the private room for the company gathering. At 10 p.m., outside the Juxiang Building restaurant, a brisk evening breeze sent chills through the air as over 20 colleagues exchanged farewells. "See you tomorrow. Let us know when you get home. Next time we drink, I still haven't had my fill tonight. All right, we'll make sure we don't leave until you're drunk." Qin Zhao, hop in my car, we're headed the same way. Sure. Inside a white Volkswagen Magotan, 2 female colleagues in the back seat were engaged in animated conversation, while Qin Zhao leaned back, eyes closed, attempting to empty his troubled mind of the day's frustrations. Wang Shui, sitting behind him, tapped his shoulder and inquired, "Qin Zhao, what's wrong? You seemed low energy all day. Did you break up with your girlfriend?" Taking a deep breath, he forced a self-deprecating smile. "Do I look like someone with a girlfriend?" Wang Shui giggled, covering her mouth. "Qin Zhao, you're actually quite impressive, capable at work, hardworking, and not bad-looking. Just a little overweight, lose some weight, and you'll find a girlfriend in no time." With a resigned gaze at his midsection, Qin Zhao replied, "I appreciate the encouragement. I'll do my best." "Go for it, I'm rooting for you." Wang Shui made a gesture of support, genuinely optimistic about his prospects. Yet, the hint of disdain in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Another colleague, Xiaoya, teased Shui, "With such a promising catch as Qin Zhao, why don't you consider him?" "Xiaoya, I suspect you might have your own designs. If I do, so what? If Qin Zhao is so exceptional, we should compete fairly." "Forget it. I concede, after all, you have the advantage in assets." The 2 slightly tipsy colleagues exchanged playful banter, their target being Qin Zhao, a slightly overweight but competent young man. Though he was amiable and diligent, his humble background in rural poverty made him feel unworthy of romantic aspirations in the city. They continued to jest at his expense. Qin Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "You impertinent fools. I could easily silence you." Despite his inner turmoil, he merely turned his gaze to the window, feigning ignorance of their conversation. "Hey, Qin Zhao, don't let them get to you." The driver offered him a reassuring glance. "Yeah, I know." Upon arriving at the Dongdu Garden community, Qin Zhao threw his phone onto the bed and collapsed onto it, overwhelmed by the evening's excesses. Fatigue, sorrow, and exhaustion consumed him. After a while, he regained some composure and opened WeChat, messaging the work group, "I'm home." Feeling adrift in life, he pondered his recent efforts, months of dedication culminating in someone else reaping the rewards. The sly visage of Director Li Jiankong lingered in his mind, stirring feelings of nausea. Ding. detected intense dissatisfaction from the host. The Indulgent Tycoon system has been activated. By indulging in a single act of self-indulgence, the host will receive a score from 1 to 10. Various rewards will be granted based on the score, including wealth, luxury vehicles, prestigious watches, real estate, businesses, skills, and elixirs. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice echo in his mind, Qin Zhao initially believed he was hallucinating due to the pressure of reality. He pinched his thigh. Ouch, that hurts. It was genuine. He had truly acquired a golden-fingered fan of online literature. Qin Zhao had read numerous narratives about such fantastical abilities during his university years. Could it be that fortune had finally smiled upon him? However, what exactly did Indulgent Tycoon system entail? Due to the host's profound dissatisfaction with the world, this system has manifested. As long as the host indulges in material or spiritual desires, reflecting the innermost thoughts or subconscious desires, it will be regarded as indulgence. Deep-seated thoughts, subconscious desires, manifesting them into reality constitutes indulgence? Qin Zhao scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. If clarity was elusive, perhaps direct action would yield answers that a wise man once remarked. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. What were his current innermost thoughts? Li Jiankong, the contemptible superior who robbed him of his achievements and continued to exploit him? Damn it, I can no longer tolerate him. Qin Zhao took out his phone and sent a message in the company group. Li Jiankong, you worthless scum, stealing the merits of your subordinates, are you even human? After dispatching the message, he hastily tagged Li Jiankong. Soon, colleagues flooded the chat with inquiries. Wang Shui, what's happening? Why is Qin Zhao cursing manager Li? Xiuya, I'm not sure what's going on, Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, Li Jun. Sounds like a juicy scandal. Anyone to know? Please enlighten us. Zhou Shi, I have a bit of insight, it seems. Qin Ge. Li Jun, this is at the same time. Li Jiankong, the project manager of Tianyi Trading, noticed a message posted by Qin Zhao in the group chat. His expression hardened, his eyes filled with rage. How dare this newcomer insult him so brazenly in the group? It was utterly preposterous. He resolved to find a reason to dismiss him the very next day. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao wore a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just moments ago, after sending his message, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host confronts his deep-seated dissatisfaction with department manager Li Jiankong and chooses to insult him via message, marking a successful act of indulgence. This act of indulgence scores 6 points. Reward: 1 BMW 330M Sport Night Edition. What? It's real. Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback by this sudden stroke of fortune. However, he quickly regained his composure. A BMW 330M? What series is that? Though he possessed a driving license obtained during his freshman year, he remained utterly ignorant about cars, as his parents had never owned one. The only vehicle in his rural home in Jiangxi province was a second-hand electric bike worth a mere 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, ignorance could be remedied with a quick search. Qin Zhao took out his phone and searched for BMW 330M Sport Night Edition. Soon, relevant information about the vehicle appeared. BMW 330M Sport Night Edition. 2.0T, 245 horsepower, 8 at transmission, 0-100 km/h in 6.3 seconds. It incorporates M Sport Package and Night Edition features, providing a more exhilarating driving experience. Official guide price: 381,900 yuan. Calculating the costs, including insurance, purchase tax, and registration, the total would exceed 400,000 yuan. 400,000. For someone like Qin Zhao, a humble young man from the rural outskirts of Jiangxi, this was undoubtedly a luxury vehicle. Hailing from Qinjia village in Xinxiu City, Jiangxi province, Qin Zhao's parents had worked away from home during their youth. He returned to his rural hometown only during high school, where they ran a small convenience store, earning a modest income of around 4,000 yuan a month. Affording a car, let alone a BMW, was a distant dream for his family. Joy surged within him, and the bitterness he felt from Li Jiankang's earlier insults vanished, replaced by exhilaration. With this indulgence system, it seems I am on the brink of an entirely different life. Qin Zhao murmured to himself. Never mind, he'll go to bed now and pick up the car in the morning. Chapter 2. Breakfast encounter with the company's beauty, Tianjing. The next morning, at 7 a.m., Qin Zhao jolted awake from his dreams. It was no surprise he struggled to sleep. His heart raced with excitement. A young man from rural Jiangxi, fresh out of university and just over 6 months into his job in Haicheng, was about to acquire a BMW worth 400,000 yuan. It was a thrilling prospect that would keep anyone awake at night. After a quick wash, Qin Zhao donned a loose-fitting athletic outfit and stepped out of his home. It was still early, and he figured that the dealership might not yet be open for business. With his thought in mind, he decided to indulge in a hearty breakfast first. During his 6 months at Tianyi Trading, Qin Zhao had never truly taken the time to enjoy a proper breakfast. Every morning he rushed to catch the subway, often grabbing a couple of buns or a fried dough stick on the way. This routine had persisted for half a year. Before long, he arrived at a nearby eatery. Old Wong breakfast, a name that resonated with familiarity, but he couldn't help but wonder if this Old Wong was the infamous next-door Wong. If so, he would surely become a regular customer, seeking culinary wisdom along the way. Upon entering the breakfast shop, he was greeted by a bald, middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s. "Good morning, handsome. What would you like to eat?" Given the early hour, there were few patrons. Only a long-haired girl sat in the corner, delicately savoring her noodles. Qin Zhao glanced at her, but quickly turned his attention back to the owner, asking, "What's your best-selling dish?" "That would be the stir-fried pig liver noodles. It's our specialty. Besides that, our soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and eggs are also quite popular." The bald owner replied with a cheerful smile. "All right then, let's have everything you mentioned," Qin Zhao declared grandly, waving his hand. "Got it. Please take a seat and wait a moment." The owner beamed at the prospect of this generous customer, who certainly ranked as a big spender in his establishment. The total came to over 30 yuan. Typically, patrons would only order a couple of buns or a bowl of fried rice, hardly exceeding 10 yuan. Qin Zhao alone accounted for 3 of his usual customers, and how could the owner not be pleased? "Great." Qin Zhao smiled back, giving a nod to the owner. Just then, the girl in the corner finished her meal and stood up, slowly walking towards Qin Zhao. Sitting by the entrance, he caught a clear glimpse of her face beneath her cascading hair. It was Tianjing. Tianjing, his colleague from Tianyi Trading, had joined the company alongside him. Coincidentally, they were in the same department. Qin Zhao and Tianjing had developed a good rapport, given his superior skills and work ethic. She often sought his advice when faced with challenges. This camaraderie had fostered a sense of familiarity between them, occasionally leading to light-hearted banter. Notably, Tianjing was renowned for her beauty, well known throughout the company and the entire Rongtai building. Qin Zhao's eyes briefly roamed over Tianjing's attire, igniting a spark of admiration within him. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, she wore a light black office suit complemented by slender black heels. Her figure was striking: a full bosom, an alluring waist, and a curvaceous silhouette accentuating her form-fitting skirt, paired with long, slender legs. Truly, she embodied the essence of an enchanting beauty. "Xiao Jing," Qin Zhao called out with a radiant smile. Upon hearing her name, Tianjing lifted her head, her gaze falling upon Qin Zhao's slightly plump face. "Qinge, what a coincidence!" Her expression lit up with surprise. This delight, however, stemmed purely from the serendipity of encountering a colleague rather than any romantic undertones. Moreover, since Qin Zhao had often assisted her at work, she felt a tinge of gratitude towards him. "It is quite a coincidence." "Xiao Jing, do you live around here?" "Sort of," she replied, nodding. "This place serves delicious food. I specifically came here for breakfast." Just then, the bald owner approached with Qin Zhao's order, exclaiming, "This beauty is a regular here, often coming by herself for breakfast." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Zhao chuckled. "That means your breakfast must be quite delectable to have such loyal customers." The owner beamed at the compliment, humbly responding, "It's just okay. Handsome, it's mainly the locals who come here to show their support." "Indeed, your noodles are truly delicious." Tianjing added her praise, making the owner smile even more radiant. "All right, I won't interrupt your conversation any longer. We'll get back to work." With that, the owner took his empty plates back to the kitchen. As Tianjing and Qin Zhao exchanged glances, an awkward silence enveloped them. "Well, Qinge, I need to head to work now. Enjoy your breakfast." Tianjing's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. With that, she gracefully walked away, her long black legs striding towards the exit. As she approached the door, She suddenly turned to glance at Qin Zhao and hesitantly inquired, "Brother Qin, are you returning to the company? Last night in the group, that I won't be going back." Qin Zhao replied with a smile, "I scolded that old dog Li Jiankong in the group. Why would I return? Am I supposed to wait for him to sabotage me?" At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tianjing's eyes. Qin Zhao had been a valuable mentor to her in her professional journey. Without his guidance, she felt as though something vital was missing in the company, rendering her experience somewhat mundane. However, this fleeting disappointment quickly dissipated, and she soon regained her composure. With a smile, she encouraged Qin Zhao, saying, "Brother Qin, good luck in finding a great job. I believe with your abilities, you will succeed at anything you pursue." "Thank you," Tianjing said, raising her right fist in a gesture of support before turning to leave the breakfast shop. Tap, tap, tap as she walked away. Qin Zhao watched her silhouette until it vanished from sight, before returning to his breakfast. To be honest, it would be disingenuous for him to claim he wasn't attracted to a beauty like Tianjing that in the past. He would have hesitated to entertain any feelings for her. But now, with the indulgent system at his disposal, he felt compelled to take a chance. How could he know if he could succeed without trying? Chapter 3. The enchanting saleswoman Zhou Jiejia. Due to the abundance of dishes ordered, Qin Zhao spent over an hour relishing his meal. As he settled the bill with the proprietor, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host indulges in a lavish breakfast, a pleasure previously unexperienced. Deemed a successful indulgence. The indulgent score is 5 points, rewarding a cash prize of 300,000 yuan. Just as the system's announcement concluded, Qin Zhao's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a deposit of 300,000 yuan from an unidentified overseas company. Incredible! The system is truly remarkable. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. 300,000 yuan. That equates to 6 years of his meager salary without a single expense. During his tenure at Tianyi Trading, after deductions for social security and housing funds, he only took home 800 yuan a month. Exhaling deeply, Qin Zhao tried to calm his racing heart. He knew that, regardless of the circumstances, his future was irrevocably altered. He would soon encounter the kind of vistas he had never dared to dream of: luxury cars, exquisite beauty, and thriving enterprises, all of which now seemed tantalizingly within reach. After hailing a ride, Qin Zhao arrived at the BMW dealership in Tianyi District within 15 minutes. As he entered, a stunning saleswoman clad in a uniform approached him. Her striking features and impeccable makeup complemented her black blazer, which accentuated her fair complexion. The form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings highlighted her alluring legs. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, she possessed a slender, well-proportioned figure, full bosom, narrow waist, and a pert dairy, making her an absolute delight to behold. As she drew nearer, a subtle fragrance wafted from her, with a smile gracing her lips. She courteously addressed him. "Hello, sir. I'm Zhou Jiejia from the BMW dealership. How may I assist you today?" "I'm here to pick up my car," Qin Zhao responded after a brief pause. "Which model are you referring to? What is the name of the sales representative responsible for this transaction? I can call them over." "I ordered the BMW 330M Sport Night Edition online. Here is my identification." Unsure of the system's car ordering method, Qin Zhao fabricated a casual excuse. The host need not worry. All ordering methods of the system are entirely legal and legitimate. As if anticipating Qin Zhao's thoughts, the system provided timely clarification. "The system is exceptional. It truly understands me. Please hold on. I will check that for you," Zhou Jiejia responded before heading to the computer station. 2 minutes later, she returned. "Mr. Qin, you did indeed order a BMW 330M Sport Night Edition, with a black exterior and red interior, correct?" "That's right." Qin Zhao nodded. The black exterior exuded a sense of sophistication, while the red interior conveyed a fiery passion, a combination he had thoughtfully considered the previous night. "Excellent. Please wait a moment while I process the necessary paperwork. We have a vehicle in stock, so you can drive it away today." I haven't driven in several years. May I take it for a test drive first?" Qin Zhao's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he possessed a Driver S license, it had been obtained during his freshman summer, and he had only practiced for a month. 4 years had passed since then. and he was unsure if he remembered the driving procedures. Of course, sir. We have a test drive vehicle available. Would you like me to accompany you? Zhou Jijia seemed oblivious to Qin Zhao's embarrassment and remained enthusiastically attentive. At around 23 or 24 years of age, he had the means to afford a BMW worth over 400,000 yuan, indicating a well-off background, though he appeared somewhat overweight and dressed rather plainly. Who could discern whether that was merely a wealthy person's peculiar preference? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Miss Zhou. Qin Zhao expressed his gratitude. Indeed, this saleswoman was not only stunning, but also exceptionally accommodating. All right, please follow me, Mr. Qin. As he trailed behind Zhou Jijia, his gaze inadvertently lingered on her swaying figure clad in the black skirt, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. Although Zhou Jijia's long legs and shapely form were undeniably captivating, he did not wish to leave a lascivious impression on their first encounter. Soon, they arrived at the BMW 330. Gazing at the sleek, all-black vehicle before him, Qin Zhao felt a surge of excitement. From this day forward, this car would officially belong to him. Zhou Jijia opened the driver's side door and politely gestured, "Please, Mr. Qin." "Great." Qin Zhao nodded and settled into the car. Zhou Jijia took her place in the passenger seat. The door closed with a firm thud. To start the engine, shift gears, and gently press the accelerator. "It's that simple," Zhou Jijia instructed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and speaking softly. As he admired Zhou Jijia's stunning visage and the tautness of her stockings, Qin Zhao felt a flutter of intrigue. In terms of beauty and physique, only the gorgeous Tianjing from his company could rival her. "All right, let me give it a try." Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao followed Zhou Jijia's instructions. Astonishingly, he grasped the process after just one demonstration. The engine roared to life, and the car smoothly glided out of the dealership. "Excellent, Mr. Qin. You handled that remarkably well." Zhou Jijia praised as she observed him drive steadily. "Thank you, Miss Zhou. I haven't driven since obtaining my license, so I had nearly forgotten the steps. It was your guidance that made all the difference. You're not only beautiful, but also incredibly helpful. A truly wonderful person." Qin Zhao's candor caught Zhou Jijia off guard. She chuckled softly, "Mr. Qin, you certainly know how to flatter. Whether male or female, everyone enjoys receiving compliments. It is a fundamental aspect of human vanity." Seeing the smile on Zhou Jijia's lips brought a grin to Qin Zhao's face as well. "I merely speak the truth," he replied. "Has no one ever told you similar things? Many have called me beautiful, but this is the first time someone has remarked on my kindness. Am I receiving a good person card now?" Zhou Jijia joked playfully. "Huh, I didn't realize Miss Zhou possessed such a sense of humor." For a moment, laughter filled the cabin of the BMW 330, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 4. The beautiful woman invites to dinner 20 minutes later. Amidst the sound of screeching brakes, Qin Zhao returned to the dealership. "Once we complete the paperwork, you will be able to drive the car away," said Zhou Jijia as she stepped out of the vehicle. "Miss Zhou, may I add you on WeChat?" Qin Zhao hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I might have further questions later and would appreciate your guidance." After contemplating, he realized he was enchanted by her, experiencing a sudden infatuation at first sight. Qin Zhao stood at a height of 180 centimeters, epitomizing the ideal male figure, while Zhou Jijia was approximately 165 centimeters tall, and with her 6 centimeters heels, she reached around 171 centimeters. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhou Jijia lifted her chin slightly, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. Her enchanting eyes cast a knowing glance at him as she replied, "Of course, Mr. Qin, let me scan your code. Actually, I perceive you as quite youthful. There's no need for the formalities. Just call me Qin Zhao." "All right, Mr. Qin." With a beep, the scanning concluded, and they became friends. "Shall we proceed with the paperwork?" "Right this way." 10 minutes later, seated in his brand-new BMW 330M, admiring the vibrant and luxurious red interior, Qin Zhao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. There was a time when he hesitated to purchase even an electric bike. Yet now he possessed a car worth 400,000 yuan. His life seemed to soar like a rocket, exhilarating in every sense. The once unattainable luxuries may now be within his grasp. as the BMW slowly rolled out of the dealership, coming to a halt at the entrance. Qin Zhao lowered the driver's side window. He turned to the stunning saleswoman, Zhou Jiejia, and expressed, "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Zhou. I am thoroughly satisfied today. I hope we can share a meal next time. Let us keep in touch on WeChat." With a wave, he closed the window and drove onto the road. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw Zhou Jiejia still waving goodbye. After bidding farewell to Qin Zhao, Zhou Jiejia returned to the BMW dealership. She poured herself a glass of water and, while sipping, reflected on Qin Zhao's parting suggestion of dining together. She could tell he was somewhat interested in her. It was their first meeting, yet at just 24 years old, his ability to purchase a car worth over 400,000 yuan indicated his family's affluence. However, during initial encounters, it was prudent for a young woman to remain reserved and not agree too hastily. Though he was tall and had decent features, he was slightly overweight, not quite her ideal type. After some contemplation, Zhou Jiejia decided to take her time and not rush into anything. Driving along the expansive main road of Haicheng in his BMW 330, Qin Zhao hummed a tune while pondering his next steps. Work? Absolutely not. He vowed never to return to a traditional job. With the system in place, even a casual trigger of a reward equated to years of salary. Faced with such a stark contrast, who would willingly return to earning a meager salary? As for Tianyi trading, he had no intention of going back. There was nothing of significance left there, nor did he wish to see Li Jiankong's unpleasant demeanor again. What should I do then? He mused, pondering deeply. His gaze fell upon the rolls of flab on his belly. A glance in the mirror revealed a round face, hinting at the beginnings of a double chin. Now that he had the system, his future was destined for greatness. Thus, his primary goal became achieving a healthy physique and finding engaging pursuits. If he wasn't going to work, he could become an entrepreneur and start his own company. With that realization, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled, clarity blossoming in his mind about his upcoming endeavors. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He promptly pulled over and checked his WeChat. Tianjing, Qingge. After much deliberation, since you don't plan on returning to the company, let us have a meal together as a farewell gathering. Tianjing. As he read her message, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. He held a genuine admiration for Tianjing, the radiant flower of Tianyi trading. After all, she was beautiful, well-proportioned, and had a pleasant demeanor. No man could resist her charm. After some consideration, he typed a reply. "All right, Xiaojing, allow me to treat you. How about tonight? Are you free?" Before long, Tianjing responded. Tianjing. "Yes, Qingge. I'll come find you after work." Qin Zhao. "No need. I'll pick you up downstairs at the office." Tianjing. "Sounds good." Having concluded his conversation with the stunning woman, Qin Zhao felt elated. He reveled in the joy of acquiring the Indulgent system and the prospect of dining with the office beauty. He sensed that fortune was finally smiling upon him. Fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, after finishing her conversation with Qin Zhao, Tianjing's heart raced incessantly. She couldn't fathom why she felt this way. There was no romantic inclination toward Qin Zhao, yet since learning he would no longer be at the company, an inexplicable unease lingered. Reflecting on the support and guidance he provided her at work, she internally admonished herself. Tianjing, don't overthink. Qin Ji's appearance and physique are not to your taste. You're merely grateful for his assistance, hence the dinner invitation. Stop letting your thoughts spiral. After a few affirmations, she noticed her heartbeat gradually steadying. Taking a deep breath, she redirected her focus to the computer screen, immersing herself in her work. Chapter 5. The Eagle Protects the Chick as evening descended. The shrill sound of an alarm clock pierced the air. Qin Zhao opened his eyes, feeling invigorated after nearly 2 hours of afternoon slumber. He glanced at his phone and noted the time, precisely 5 o'clock. The employees of Tianyi Trading finished their workday at 5:30, leaving him with half an hour to spare. With a nimble leap, Qin Zhao sprang from a single bed and hastened into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. This was his first occasion dining alone with a woman, particularly with the stunningly beautiful Tianjing, whose fair complexion and alluring figure stirred a sense of excitement within him. Throughout his 4 years at university, Qin Zhao had been the epitome of diligence, dedicating his time to classes, the cafeteria, and the library, maintaining a relentless routine. Upon graduating and joining Tianyi Trading, he had focused solely on his career, striving for promotions and salary increases, often burning the midnight oil, leaving him little time to contemplate romantic pursuits. His insecurities loomed large. Hailing from a rural background and possessing a slightly plump figure, he hesitated to express any romantic inclinations, fearing ridicule from his colleagues, who might mock him for aspiring beyond his reach. However, times had changed. With the newfound advantages provided by the system, financial stability accompanied by a luxurious BMW worth over $400,000, and an array of rewards on the horizon, he felt emboldened. After his shower, he dressed in clean, suitable attire and meticulously styled his hair in front of the mirror. Regardless of his slightly fuller face, his handsome features were still discernible. "You can do this, Qin Zhao," he encouraged himself, clenching his fists. He then grabbed the BMW keys from the shoe cabinet and stepped out his home. As it was not yet rush hour, he arrived at the Rongtai building in a mere 15 minutes. After parking in the nearby lot, he made his way to the entrance, choosing a conspicuous spot to await Tianjing's departure. Soon, the workday concluded, and the revolving glass doors of the building swung open continuously. A stream of sharply dressed urban professionals emerged, their confident demeanor and elegant attire starkly contrasting with Qin Zhao's casual outfit, eliciting disdainful glances that labeled him as an underachiever. Qin Zhao was acutely aware of their judgment, but chose to ignore it. The previous night, while browsing Douyin, he had come across a saying that resonated with him. In life, do not place too much importance on the opinions of others, as long as you are not embarrassed. It is they who should feel awkward. He found wisdom in this sentiment, realizing that one should prioritize self-acceptance over external validation. As he stood there, he couldn't help but smile at the irony. While they judged his ordinary appearance, he was the one driving a BMW. His gaze searched the crowd until it landed on Tianjing, strikingly tall and gracefully curvaceous. With her beauty and poise, she was undeniably the center of attention wherever she went. Dressed in her black professional outfit from the morning, her legs clad in enticing black stockings and heels, she walked with confidence, her cool demeanor conveying an air of aloofness. Accompanying her were several well-dressed young men, seemingly vying for her attention, though her impatient expression suggested it was merely unwelcome harassment. As they approached, Tianjing's eyes lit up upon spotting Qin Zhao, a flicker of joy evident in her gaze. She quickened her pace, her heels tapping rhythmically on the ground as she reached his side. "Qinge," she exclaimed cheerfully. "Xiao Jing," Qin Zhao replied, a bright smile gracing his face, exuding warmth. However, when he turned his gaze to the young men surrounding her, a glint of protectiveness flashed in his eyes. "Who are these gentlemen?" he inquired cautiously. "Strangers, I don't know them," Tianjing replied coolly. Relieved, Qin Zhao's demeanor shifted. He addressed the young men with a frosty tone. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" Standing at 180 centimeters with a sturdy build, he exuded an imposing presence, rendering the younger men momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. In their minds, they had already perceived him as Tianjing's boyfriend, despite his ordinary attire. It's nothing. We were just heading home," one of them stammered, hastily retreating with his companions. Observing Qin Zhao's protective stance, a sense of safety enveloped Tianjing. "I didn't realize, Qinge, you could be quite formidable," she remarked gratefully. "Just a small matter, Xiao Jing." Qin Zhao waved dismissively. "If they bother you again, let me know. I won't let them off easily." Since acquiring the system, he felt a transformation in his character. He would never have dared to speak so boldly before. "Understood, Qinge. Let's go eat," Tianjing chimed, her voice playful. For reasons unknown, she found comfort in his tone, enjoying their interaction, and chose not to dwell on the implications. "Certainly. Follow me. I drove here." "Really? I never knew you had a car," she replied, puzzled since she had never seen him drive to work before. "I just picked it up today." Qin Zhao smiled. "We should hurry. Rush hour traffic is approaching." With that, he turned and strode ahead, and Tianjing nodded, keeping pace beside him. Chapter 6. A subtle plan of the Qin dynasty. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Tianjing gazed in astonishment at the sleek, pitch-black BMW 330 before her. "Is this what you meant by picking up a car?" "Brother Qin, You drive a BMW? She inquired softly, if her memory served her right. Qin Zhao had mentioned being from a humble rural family in Jiangxi province. Yet, how could someone from such modest beginnings afford a BMW? Indeed, Qin Zhao chuckled, opening the passenger door for her. Hop in, we can chat more inside. Tianjing nodded, lowering her head as she settled into the pristine passenger seat. She was only the second female to occupy it, the first being the saleswoman, Zhou Jiajia. As she surveyed the lavish yet warmly inviting interior, her heart fluttered with an unexpected sensation. The once unremarkable charm of Qin Zhao now appeared significantly more alluring. What would you like to eat, Xiao Jing? Qin Zhao asked, smiling as he took his place in the driver's seat. I'm open to anything. I'm not picky. Well then, that is splendid. You're easy to please. Qin Zhao laughed, making a light-hearted jest. Tianjing hesitated at his somewhat flirtatious remark, feeling that their relationship was not yet suited for such banter. Noticing her silence, Qin Zhao's heart sank slightly, realizing he might have misspoken. He cleared his throat, suggesting, how about Japanese cuisine? I found a highly rated restaurant on a review site. All right, I'll defer to your choice, Brother Qin. Soon, they arrived at a high-end Japanese restaurant named Shuizai. With an impressive rating online, it had one notable drawback: its exorbitant prices, averaging over 1,000 per person. For a second-tier city like Haicheng, where the average salary hovered around 4,000, that was quite extravagant. Under the guidance of the staff, Qin Zhao led Tianjing into a serene and upscale private room. As she took in the exquisite decor and expansive panoramic windows, a wave of emotion washed over her. A quick search revealed the staggering cost of dining here, and she realized that she could hardly afford such luxury. Who would have thought Brother Qin was so unassuming? I never noticed before. She mused inwardly. Although not materialistic, the shock of Qin Zhao's affluence stirred something within her. Moments later, an array of Japanese delicacies began to arrive. Fresh sea urchin, New Zealand lobster sashimi, meltingly tender foie gras, crisp tempura, savory seafood clay pot rice, and refreshing miso soup. As she beheld the beautifully arranged dishes, tears of joy welled up in Tianjing's eyes. She had no defenses against such exquisite cuisine. Enjoy, Xiao Jing. Qin Zhao urged gently. I want to hold back. She replied playfully, eagerly sampling a piece of foie gras. Wow, this is delicious. Her eyes narrowed in delight as the flavors enveloped her senses. Eat your fill. Qin Zhao chuckled, joining her in the culinary delight. After the meal, Tianjing patted her round belly and asked, Brother Qin, what are your plans for the future? I plan to start a business. Qin Zhao replied, wiping his hands with a smile. At least I won't have to endure the whims of a boss anymore. Go for it. I believe you will succeed. Tianjing cheered, making a fist gesture that appeared rather endearing. Having frequently consulted Qin Zhao at work, where he consistently provided perfect solutions, she had developed a blind trust in him. Feeling the weight of her faith, Qin Zhao resolved not to disappoint her. With the system now in place, he aimed to enrich his life with diverse experiences. While the system was beneficial, he viewed its unpredictable rewards merely as auxiliary tools. He alone would steer his destiny. In essence, he decided that his life should be defined by his own choices, not merely by the system's offerings. Hence, he devised several modest plans. 1. Health and grooming. To reach his ideal weight within a month, enhance his physique through exercise, and improve his skincare routine to elevate his appearance. 2. Entrepreneurship. To create a comprehensive business plan detailing the direction, project type, risk factors, and location before diving into entrepreneurship. 3. Reading. To cultivate a love for reading as a means to enhance his cognitive abilities, broaden his perspectives, and deepen his understanding. These aspirations became the driving goals for Qin Zhao's endeavors. When you improve, the world will gravitate towards you. He anticipated this moment with eagerness. Beep. Since acquiring the system, the host has fundamentally altered their mindset, achieving a preliminary awakening of awareness and a significant shift in attitude, recognized as a success in Indulgence. This Indulgence received a score of 7, with rewards including a 1 million entrepreneurial fund and a 238 square meter office on the 19th floor of Rongtai building. Note 1. These funds may only be utilized for entrepreneurial ventures and cannot be spent elsewhere. Note 2. To claim the office ownership, Please visit Rongtai Property Management Company. Property fees have been paid for 5 years. Upon hearing the cold electronic voice echo in his mind, Qin Zhao paused, momentarily stunned. The system truly exceeded expectations. To have an office on the 19th floor of the prestigious Rongtai building, where his previous company, Tianyi Trading, occupied the 20th floor, was a remarkable stroke of fortune. As one of the finest 5A-grade office buildings in Haicheng, situated in the heart of the city's 5-star commercial district, owning an office in such a prime location was akin to possessing a golden goose. He decided to use this office as the headquarters for his new venture. Starting small, he felt that 238 square meters would be more than sufficient. Nice. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smile as he relished the reward. Turning his gaze to the stunning Tian Jing across from him, he said, "I'll take your good wishes to heart, Xiao Jing." "Absolutely. My predictions are always spot on." She giggled, her voice sweet and clear. "I'll hold you to that." They both laughed, filling the private room with cheerful sounds, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere. Chapter 7. Homesickness at the entrance of the Mizuki Japanese restaurant. Qin Zhao and Tian Jing walked side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Brother Qin, it's getting late, so I'll head off first," Tian Jing remarked after glancing at the time on her phone. "I'll see you off, Xiao Jing," Qin Zhao offered. "No, there's no need," Tian Jing replied, her gaze lowered, feeling a bit shy. After spending the evening dining and chatting with Qin Zhao, she felt that allowing him to escort her home would make it seem as though they were on a date. "It's too late. I'm worried," Qin Zhao insisted earnestly. "For your safety, it's best that I accompany you home." Upon hearing his words, Tian Jing looked up at him, her voice softening. "All right then, I appreciate it, Brother Qin. Just a small matter." Qin Zhao smiled. "Let us go. We'll take the elevator over there." As the night enveloped Haicheng, the city sparkled with vibrant lights. The dazzling neon signs flickered throughout the urban landscape. The black BMW 330 raced along the wide roads of Haicheng like a majestic steed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Tian Jing's residence, the Galaxy Community, a rather unremarkable name that perfectly matched the aging surroundings. This was an old neighborhood built over a decade ago, showing signs of wear and obsolescence. "I've arrived, Brother Qin. You can park here," Tian Jing said softly, glancing at him. Qin Zhao, with his familiar round face, slightly plump yet not conventionally handsome, parked the car and unlocked the doors. With a gentle thud, the passenger door swung open, and Tian Jing gracefully stepped out, her long, slender legs accentuated by black stockings. She turned back with a smile, waving at Qin Zhao. "Brother Qin, I'm off now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Qin Zhao waved back, feeling a twinge of reluctance and inexplicable thoughts stirring within him. Yet he decided not to voice them just yet. It felt too soon. After bidding farewell to Qin Zhao, Tian Jing walked through the community, her thoughts in disarray, pondering her current feelings. "Am I being too dramatic?" she murmured softly. However, she paused, contemplating for a moment before turning around and striding towards the entrance of the community in her high heels. Upon spotting the black BMW still parked steadily, her eyes brightened, and her lips curved into a slight smile. "That's enough. Let us leave it at that," she whispered to herself before retracing her steps back into the community. Unbeknownst to Qin Zhao, who was completely unaware of Tian Jing's inner turmoil, he would have surely celebrated with a couple of bottles of Maotai if he had known. In the Dongdu Garden community, Qin Zhao parked his car and returned home. Just as he settled down, his phone rang incessantly. Upon checking, he saw it was his mother, Wang Yan. "Hello," he answered. "Son, why haven't you called home for so long? Your mother has been so worried." Her familiar voice echoed through the line, filled with concern. Hearing her complaints brought a sting to Qin Zhao's eyes. He had been preoccupied with company projects and late-night work, neglecting to call home, which had caused his mother distress, something he felt he should not have allowed. "I'm sorry, Mom. I've been really busy with work and completely forgot," he explained, followed by inquiries about his parents' health. "By the way, how is the business going at home?" he asked after a moment's thought. His mother lowered her voice. "Your father and I calculated it. The business is doing quite well lately. After costs and rent, we can earn over 5,000 a month." "Really?" Qin Zhao was taken aback. Given the average salary in Haicheng, a second-tier city, was around 5,000. This was indeed a considerable profit. Of course, things are different now for me. Most of our clientele are regulars, and our reputation keeps the business steady, his mother replied with a hint of pride in her tone. How are you doing, son? How's work? Still pulling late nights? Are you tired? Listening to his mother's concern warmed Qin Zhao's heart. Truly, the only people who selflessly care for you are your parents. I'm doing well. I have some free time now and plan to start exercising and lose weight. That's good. Health is the most important thing, she responded. Thinking of the 1 million yuan startup fund he had just received, along with the office property rights, Qin Zhao decided to give his parents a heads up. Mom, I'm planning to experiment with entrepreneurship while work is slow. I have some ideas. When I strike it rich, you and Dad can close the convenience store and just enjoy life. I'll make sure to restore your honor in front of my third aunt. All right, son, I believe in you. But remember to take care of your health. It's the foundation of all endeavors. Earning money is important, but don't neglect your health. I know, Mom. As he listened to his mother's continuous chatter on the other end, Qin Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, missing home. I'll visit soon. So take good care of yourselves. Oh, you're such a child. Your parents are old enough to know how to take care of themselves. Don't worry. I've got this. That's good. Well, I have to go. Aunt Zhang is here, so I'll hang up. As the call ended with a series of beeps, Qin Zhao shook his head, a smile gracing his face. His mother remained as efficient and decisive as ever, her unwavering execution so impressive that if applied to entrepreneurship, success would be inevitable. With that thought, he decided to take a shower and begin his fitness journey the next day. Let's go, Qin Zhao. Your future is in your hands. With a heart full of motivation, Qin Zhao hummed a little tune as he stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 8, Jinli Jim. Lu Rian, after finishing a shower, Qin Zhao stepped out to find his phone buzzing incessantly on the table. Curiosity piqued. He opened it to discover an overwhelming 99 unread messages in his university WeChat group. Class monitor Li Yuhan. It's been over 6 months since graduation. Let us all gather for a meal in Haiqing tomorrow, since it's the weekend. Zhongmuyao. Sounds good. It's been ages since we last met. I miss everyone. Qiu Zaijuan. I agree. I suggest everyone in Haiqing come along. It'll be lively, and we can support each other. As Qin Zhao observed his classmates engaged in lively conversation, he couldn't help but reminisce about his university days. Due to an unsatisfactory performance in the college entrance examination, he only managed to enroll in an ordinary second-tier university in Haiqing. Throughout his university years, he was not exactly a prominent figure in the class. However, he was diligent in his studies, consistently earning scholarships due to his commendable academic performance. Outside of academics, his presence in the class was rather minimal. Graduating from a second-tier institution, excelling in academics didn't guarantee a good job. Snapping back to reality, he noticed that his classmates were still chatting away. In the past, Qin Zhao would typically remain silent in the group, merely lurking in the shadows. But now, things were different. Armed with his system, his future was destined to diverge from theirs. While most of them were discussing jobs and salaries, he was preparing to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Contemplating, he decided to respond. Qin Zhao. Sure, I'll join tomorrow. What time and where? As soon as he expressed himself, several classmates who were close to him in university inquired about his recent situation. Qin Zhao. Is this your first time speaking in the group since graduation? How is life treating you? Have you found a good job? Qin Zhao, the scholar. How have you been? It's been a while. When can we meet for a drink? Qin Zhao chuckled and replied. Things have been tough. I've had some issues with a ridiculous boss and decided to quit. Li Jin. No worries. You're fresh out of college. There are plenty of opportunities ahead. Stay positive. Li Yong. Only after entering the workforce do we realize that some leaders truly are incompetent. We do the work while they take the credit. And if anything goes wrong, we bear the blame. As he read the messages from his supportive classmates, Qin Zhao felt a warmth in his heart. Wang He. Qin Zhao. And you're quitting after just half a year? The real world is nothing like school. No one will pamper you. Wang He, a local from Haicheng, was known for his family's sizable hot pot restaurant. He had always been somewhat of a show-off in school, often seeking attention from girls. Qin Zhao had never thought highly of him, and Wang He had never missed an opportunity to look down on him. Now, seeing Qin Zhao's difficulties, He quickly jumped at the chance to mock him. Qin Zhao chose to ignore Wang He's comment and instead asked the class monitor Li Yuhan, "Have you confirmed the time and location? All members, tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. at Hongyan Grand Hotel. Let's not miss it." Lying in bed, Qin Zhao closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to wander. The pressing matter was to lose weight, enhancing his external appearance. As for skincare, with that thought, he opened Zai Hongshu and searched for men as skincare. Watching various tutorial videos from attractive ladies, he promptly ordered recommended skincare products on Taobao. After all, men too should strive for a touch of refinement. Makeup was unnecessary, but maintaining healthy skin was essential. As for his entrepreneurial aspirations, Qin Zhao had yet to formulate a clear plan, so he decided to set it aside for the moment. Tomorrow, he needed to visit Rongtai Building to secure the ownership of his 238 square meter office. He also wanted to enrich his knowledge and improve his cognitive abilities through reading. He opened Douyin and searched for essential books every man should read. The Moon and Sixpence, 100 Years of Solitude, To Live, The Weakness of Human Nature, To Kill a Mockingbird, Life is a Sea of Suffering, and two classic novels, Jean Ping Mei and Water Margin. After placing his orders, he glanced at the time. 10 o'clock p.m., time for sleep. Early to bed and early to rise is the first step to losing weight. The next morning, at 7 a.m., the incessant ringing of his phone alarm jolted Qin Zhao from his slumber. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, recalling a vivid dream featuring the enchanting and sultry saleswoman, Zhou Jiajia, which left him quite exhilarated. Rousing from his reverie, he got out of bed and glanced down at his pudgy belly, a wave of shame washing over him. Losing weight was imperative. He opened Dazhong Dianping and searched for the gym with the most attractive female clientele. Numerous Haicheng netizens unanimously recommended Jinli Gym. A smirk crept on a Qin Zhao's face. Motivation was essential for fitness, and the allure of beautiful women provided the necessary impetus. He rummaged through his wardrobe, changing into a sports outfit that made him feel good, and set off for Jinli Gym. As an upscale fitness center located in the bustling heart of Haicheng, Jinli Gym occupied a prime location in an affluent area. The surroundings were pristine, and the commercial activity was vibrant. Dressed exquisitely, urban beauties and sharply dressed business elites were a common sight. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Jinli Gym, "Hello, sir. Are you here to work out?" The receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, greeted Qin Zhao with a smile. Casting a quick glance at his inexpensive sportswear, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Yes, Qin Zhao nodded. He noticed her expression but chose to disregard it. In the past, such judgment would have unsettled him, but now, with the confidence bestowed by his system, he felt unaffected by her gaze. "How much do you charge?" he inquired. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "Qin." "Mr. Qin, our gym offers 3 membership tiers. The Golden Annual Card for $18.88, the Platinum Annual Card for $38.88, and the Black Gold Annual Card for $58.88. Qin Zhao pondered for a moment. He had seen reviews mentioning a particularly attractive and fit trainer at the gym named Lu. He hesitated, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. "We also have a VIP gym, but access is reserved for Diamond members who recharge 20,000 or more." Li Jiaojiao added, maintaining her professionalism despite inwardly doubting Qin Zhao's ability to afford the VIP membership. "In that case, I'll recharge 50,000, Qin Zhao replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of nonchalance about money. "What? 50,000? I must have misheard." Li Jiaojiao stared at him in disbelief, finding it hard to accept what she had just heard. After all, this was 50,000, not 5,000. Seeing the shock on the receptionist's face, a wave of satisfaction surged through Qin Zhao. It was no wonder protagonists in novels often relished moments of flaunting their affluence. It truly felt exhilarating. "Sir, are you certain about the 50,000? Li Jiaojiao questioned him again, her skepticism evident as she glanced at his attire, which could hardly exceed 500 in total. "Yes," Qin Zhao affirmed, his expression remaining impassive. Anyone who is repeatedly looked down upon by others is bound to feel a flicker of indignation within. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Qin Zhao's tone, Li Jiaojiao swiftly altered her demeanor. With a smile adorning her face, she inquired, "Sir, how would you like to proceed with the payment? Our establishment accepts Alipay, WeChat, and credit cards." "WeChat, please," Chen Fan responded, presenting his phone's QR code to the camera. Moments later, a notification confirmed the successful transaction. Upon witnessing the 50,000 yuan credited to the account, Li Jiao realized her grave misjudgment. Mr. King, may I assist you with?" she asked, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she lowered her gaze. "I'd like to purchase the Black Gold annual membership, and the remaining funds will be used for private lessons with Coach Liu," Chen Fan revealed, directly naming the highly recommended Coach Liu, as suggested by numerous online advocates. The journey of fitness and weight loss is fraught with challenges. Having a beautiful coach by one side is undoubtedly a boon. "Certainly, I shall arrange that for you," Li Jiao replied, her tone respectful yet imbued with a hint of humility. Indeed, money wields immense power. Without it, one is utterly powerless. Under Li Jiao's guidance, Chen Fan ascended to the third floor, entering the tranquil VIP room. The ambience was markedly superior to the bustling public gym area on the first floor. It was exceedingly comfortable, with comprehensive facilities, including private sauna and shower rooms. It was evident that luxury comes at a price. Quite satisfactory. Chen Fan nodded appreciatively, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Jiao, who then smiled and said, "Please wait here a moment. I will summon Coach Liu." Very well. After Li Jiao exited the VIP fitness room, her excitement propelled her to make a phone call. "Hello, Ruyan. Today we have a wealthy patron who specifically requested your private lessons. You must come to the VIP room. I'm currently occupied with a class." A melodious yet somewhat indifferent voice responded from the other end of the line. Lu Ruyan, renowned as the most attractive and voluptuous coach at Jinli Gym, frequently attracted numerous suitors who approached her in various manners. Some purchased private lessons, but typically only 1 or 2 sessions. Moreover, these men often gazed at her with lascivious intent during their lessons, which she found exceedingly distasteful, yet unavoidable in her profession. Upon hearing Li Jiao's words, Lu Ruyan's initial reaction was to assume it was yet another lecherous man seeking her out by name, leading to her naturally dismissive tone. "Are you truly not coming? This gentleman has just deposited 50,000 yuan in one go." 50,000. Is that true? Lu Ruyan's beautiful, glistening eyes widened in surprise. Previously, the men who sought her services typically spent only a few hundred or, at most, 1,000 yuan. Could it be that a genuinely affluent individual had arrived today? Her curiosity was piqued. She genuinely wished to take a glance at this wealthy patron. "I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Lu Ruyan quickly found a female colleague to cover her remaining class hours and hurriedly made her way to the VIP room on the third floor. Chapter 9. An additional 100 personal training sessions on the third floor of the Jinli Gym in a tranquil VIP room. Lu Ruyan pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before her stood a young man seated on a single sofa. After a brief glance, Lu Ruyan felt a tinge of disappointment. At around 24 or 25 years of age, he bore a slightly plump physique, clad in what appeared to be low-quality sportswear from an online marketplace. Although his facial features were decent and his countenance somewhat attractive, his overall demeanor was far too ordinary, lacking the air of affluence. Despite her internal reservations, he had undeniably paid a substantial sum of 50,000 yuan. Out of professional courtesy, she maintained a polite smile and addressed him. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Lu Ruyan. You may call me Ruyan. I am delighted that you have chosen me as your personal trainer." Upon hearing her melodious voice, Chen Fan lifted his gaze from his phone. Instantly, he was captivated by the alluring figure before him. With exquisite features and a statuesque frame, she wore a black sports bra that accentuated her full bosom, while her clearly defined abdominal muscles showcased her fitness. Her slender waist was enchanting, and as he glanced downward, he noted the dramatic curves of her body, with white yoga pants clinging to her voluptuous posterior and long, elegant legs. She was indeed a strikingly attractive woman. This was the first time Chen Fan had encountered such an extraordinary physique in reality, reminiscent of characters from Korean comic. It was almost surreal. Suddenly, He understood why the online comments had resonated so strongly with him. Her reputation was well-deserved. Mr. Chen? Lu Ruoyan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Coming back to his senses, he sheepishly nodded in her direction. Hello, Coach Lu. I feel a bit overweight and would like to lose weight as soon as possible. Initially uncomfortable under Chen Zhao's gaze, Lu Ruoyan thought, oh no, not another lecture. However, upon hearing his earnest words, she was taken aback. Perhaps she had misjudged him. He seemed genuinely serious about losing weight at the gym. Resolving to assist him wholeheartedly, she smiled gently and said, Mr. Chen, you can enroll in my personal training sessions, where I will create a tailored weight loss plan for you, ensuring you shed 10 pounds in half a month. Each session costs 300 yuan, lasting 2 hours. As Lu Ruoyan elaborated on the details, Chen Zhao waved his hand decisively. Let's start with 15 sessions and see how it goes in 2 weeks. If the results are satisfactory, I will consider more. Absolutely. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with joy, her beautiful face radiating excitement. After all, she was a dedicated trainer, and selling personal training sessions was not an easy endeavor. Unlike some female trainers who relied on their looks to attract clients, she held such behavior in contempt. The realization that Chen Zhao was not a lecher, but rather a serious client eager to transform his fitness thrilled her. She was acutely aware of her own appearance, and given the frequent encounters with insincere clients seeking to exploit her, she found Chen Zhao's modest attire less off-putting. Perhaps he was simply a low-key rich heir, she mused. Coach Lu, can we start now? I want to begin training today. Chen Zhao's voice broke through her thoughts. She quickly nodded, then let us commence. Weight loss primarily involves maintaining a caloric deficit. In simpler terms, it entails a combination of diet and exercise to keep your metabolism in optimal condition. First, I will guide you through a warm-up to prevent injuries. With that, Lu Ruoyan retrieved 2 yoga mats and laid them on the floor, stepping onto one while gesturing for Chen Zhao to take the other. Once he complied, she began to gently stretch her body, preparing for the warm-up. Follow my lead for a few sets of basic exercises. All right, Coach Lu. As he observed Lu Ruoyan's enticing form and alluring curves, Chen Zhao inhaled deeply, adjusting his state of mind to mimic her movements. 20 minutes later, the warm-up concluded. Lu Ruoyan, utilizing her professional knowledge, instructed Chen Zhao to embark on a systematic training regimen. Let's start with some fat-burning exercises to activate your entire body. Hip claps, jumping jacks, same side knee raises, and opposite side knee raises. Although these were fundamental movements, Lu Ruoyan approached them with utmost seriousness, occasionally correcting Chen Zhao's improper form. Mr. Chen, when performing hip claps, ensure your chest is upright and your gaze is forward. This primarily targets stubborn fat around your waist and abdomen. Maintain your posture and avoid twisting unnecessarily. After over an hour, Chen Zhao collapsed onto the yoga mat, drenched in sweat. His clothes were completely soaked, and he felt as though he had just emerged from a pool. His legs trembled slightly, muscles twitching with fatigue. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, exhausted to the core. Indeed, weight loss was no easy feat, especially for someone like him who had never engaged in physical exercise. Mr. Chen, are you all right? Seeing him in such a state, Lu Ruoyan quickly fetched electrolyte water and a towel, showing genuine concern. Do you need help getting up? At that moment, Chen Zhao was too fatigued to respond verbally, merely raising his right hand. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruoyan extended her hand and firmly assisted him to his feet. As their hands touched, Chen Zhao felt a rush of excitement at the softness of Lu Ruoyan's delicate hand. Indeed, she is a beauty. Even her touch is delightful. To avoid leaving a negative impression on her, he quickly released her hand as he stood, smiling warmly at her. Coach Lu, I truly appreciate your teaching style. You are a dedicated and responsible trainer. I have decided to purchase an additional 100 personal training sessions. Notification: the host generously indulges at the gym, successfully indulging. This indulgence scores 4 points, earning a cash reward of 150,000 yuan. Upon hearing the system's delightful announcement, Chen Zhao's smile widened. Just moments ago, he had reluctantly recharged 50,000 yuan, and now he had received 150,000 yuan in return. The ease with which this money arrived was almost akin to robbing a bank. Really? Lu Ruoyan was utterly stunned upon hearing Qin Zhao's intention to purchase 100 additional sessions. This was the first time someone had committed to such a large number of sessions with her. Typically, she struggled to sell even 100 sessions in a month. Her income at the gym comprised a base salary of 500 yuan plus a 20 commission on her sales. The 100 sessions alone would net her 30,000 yuan, translating to a commission of 6,000 yuan. Considering she abstained from dubious practices, her monthly earnings often barely exceeded 6,000 yuan. This was nearly equivalent to her entire monthly salary. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin. I will do my utmost to assist you in your weight loss journey. Lu Ruoyan expressed her gratitude earnestly. Seizing the opportunity, she concealed her other thoughts while Qin Zhao maintained a serious demeanor, looking at her intently. Coach Lu, let us connect on WeChat. It would be convenient for me to ask you questions if I have any uncertainties. Of course, Mr. Qin. I will scan your code. Lu Ruoyan replied without suspicion, quickly retrieving her phone. After adding each other on WeChat, Qin Zhao waved goodbye. I will take my leave now. All right, see you tomorrow morning. After bidding farewell to the Qin dynasty, Lu Ruoyan sat quietly on a single sofa in the VIP room, still in disbelief over the surprise of receiving 100 lessons. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her mobile phone pierced the silence. Upon glancing at the caller ID displaying Dad, a shiver ran through her, and after a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? Hello, Ruoyan, how have you been lately? After the customary pleasantries, her father swiftly delved into the crux of the matter. Do you have any money on hand? I do, but Lu Ruoyan was about to explain her predicament when her father's voice escalated abruptly. Transfer 10,000 yuan to Dad. I'm out of funds. But I don't have much left either. I need to pay rent next month. We'll deal with next month when it arrives. Just send the money now, or I might starve. The impatience in his tone was palpable. After all these years of raising you, you still hesitate when I ask for a little financial help. I understand. With a sense of grievance, Lu Ruoyan ended the call and glanced at her bank balance, her expression transforming into one of dismay. Fortunately, Mr. Qin had assigned her 100 lessons today. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Faced with a father like this, Lu Ruoyan felt utterly powerless. Chapter 10 Acceptance of the 238 square meter office on the 19th floor. Stepping out of the gym, he glanced at the time. 9:30. In his haste that morning, Qin Zhao had neglected to prepare a change of clothes, and his attire remained damp. Initially intending to visit the property management of Rongtai building to collect the ownership of his office, he reconsidered and decided to drive home to change into something more presentable. His current outfit was decidedly unrefined. Upon reaching the parking lot, he entered his BMW and headed towards the Dongdu Garden Community. Rongtai building, towering at 190 meters, stands as one of the tallest structures in Haicheng. During his previous employment at Tianyi Trading, he had relied primarily on the subway and bus Route 11 to commute. This was Qin Zhao's first experience of arriving in his own vehicle. After changing into fresh attire, he navigated the car into the underground paid parking lot, selecting a shaded space and carefully reversing into it. Once parked and locking the doors, he made his way toward the building's front entrance. Crossing the threshold through the transparent glass doors, he approached the reception desk. Politely, he inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me which floor the property service department is located on?" The receptionist, clad in a black uniform, greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. Our property office is situated on the 4th floor. How may I assist you?" Qin Zhao carefully phrased his response. "I have purchased an office here, and I entrusted your company with the relevant paperwork. I am here for the acceptance inspection." The receptionist appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and asked politely, "Could you kindly provide your name, sir? I will need to contact my supervisor for confirmation." As employees of the property management, they were well acquainted with the building's details. Having been completed for over 8 years, Rongtai building primarily leased its floors, with very few available for sale, typically acquired by large corporations rather than individual buyers. "Qin Zhao," he replied. "Certainly, please hold on." The receptionist picked up the phone, succinctly relaying the situation. Moments later, she nodded. "All right, Manager Zhang, I understand. After hanging up, her face lit up with enthusiasm as she said, "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Our manager will be down shortly to meet you. There are seats available if you wish to rest." "No, thank you," Chen Zhao responded quickly, waving his hand. "All right. Should you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Thank you." A few minutes later, a group of 4 or 5 individuals approached from the direction of the elevator. They arrived at the reception, where Manager Zhang scrutinized Chen Zhao, seemingly astonished by his youth. He then extended his hand with a solemn demeanor. "Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Zhang Ji, the manager of the Rongtai Building Property Management Company." This marked the first time Chen Zhao encountered such a formal introduction, being addressed as Mr. Chen stirred a sense of excitement within him. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he shook Zhang's hand firmly and replied, "Hello, Manager Zhang." With a radiant smile, Zhang Ji warmly stated, "Mr. Chen, I will now escort you for the acceptance inspection. The individuals accompanying me are heads of various departments within our property management. Li Chong from maintenance, Jiang He from security, and Wang Hu from the recruitment department. Should you have any inquiries in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We guarantee to assist you." "Thank you." Chen Zhao nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. Ding! The elevator came to a steady halt on the 19th floor. As the doors opened, Zhang Ji stepped out first, gesturing, "This way, Mr. Chen." Chen Zhao nodded, following him into the spacious and well-lit corridor. Impressed by the exceptional decor and grand design, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was indeed a remarkable office, a testament to the system's quality. Zhang Ji continued his introduction. "The office you purchase consists of 2 large workspaces, rooms 19001 and 19002, encompassing a total area of 238 square meters. We have adhered strictly to your renovation specifications. Please take a look and let us know if there are any concerns for us to address promptly." "Thank you, Manager Zhang," Chen Zhao replied, blinking in surprise at the evident respect Zhang showed him, coupled with an overly courteous demeanor. Could this be another aspect of the system? How peculiar. "Of course. It's my pleasure," Zhang Ji chuckled. "Here we are, this is the office." One of the department heads promptly produced a key card and opened the light-hued glass door. Chen Zhao stepped inside. The office exuded modernity and elegance, with exquisite renovations, meticulous decor, and a unique design that conveyed a sense of grandeur. Observing the work environment, Chen Zhao realized this 19th floor space was notably superior to his previous office on the 20th floor at Tianyi Trading. "Mr. Chen, do you have any areas of dissatisfaction?" Zhang Ji inquired softly. Chen Zhao surveyed the office, then addressed Zhang Ji. "It's impressive. I am very satisfied." "That is wonderful to hear," Zhang Ji said, taking a thick file folder from one of the supervisors standing nearby. "The purchase contract, property certificate, and property management contract are all included here. Please check if everything is in order." "Thank you," Chen Zhao replied, accepting the folder. He opened it and meticulously reviewed each document. "Additionally, we have reserved 6 parking spaces for you on B2. Please provide us with the license plate numbers you wish to register, and we will handle the arrangements." "Thank you." After confirming there were no issues with the contracts, Chen Zhao took a pen offered by a staff member and signed the acceptance form. "We shall take our leave now. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." "All right," he responded, watching as Zhang Ji and the property management staff departed. Chen Zhao touched the property certificate in his hand, contemplating the prime location in the heart of Haicheng CBD, a true nexus of financial and technological advancement. This upscale office in Rongtai Building now belonged to him. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't thrilled, particularly after spending over 6 months working on the 20th floor. Transitioning from an employee to a business owner filled him with unbounded ambition. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the distant skyscrapers and the bustling streets below. In his heart, he silently vowed, "I shall strive with determination. I will attain wealth, beauty, and social status. I shall not squander the gifts bestowed upon me by the system." Chapter 11. The first hand-holding with Tianjing as Chen Zhao stood in his office. Brimming with ambition and gazing into the future, a chilling electronic voice echoed in his mind. The life mindset of the host has achieved a breakthrough, expanding vision, reflecting inner thoughts into reality. Indulgence successful. This indulgence scores 6 points, reward of 500,000 yuan. upon hearing that familiar voice. A subtle smile crept onto Qin Zhao's lips, transforming into an almost maniacal grin. 500,000. What a windfall. His bank balance instantly surged to over 900,000. This money arrived with such ease. At the elevator entrance on the 19th floor of Rongtai Building, Qin Zhao closed the door to his office and awaited the elevator. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the doors slowly opened. He looked up to see a familiar, beautiful face materialize before him. Tianjing, the stunning beauty with whom he had dined just the previous evening. Qin Zhao took in her attire, a light purple floral chiffon blouse paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt, and her legs adorned in eye-catching black stockings, a quintessential office lady look. Xiao Jing, what a coincidence! Qin Zhao greeted as he stepped into the elevator. Qingge, what are you doing on the 19th floor? Tianjing's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of him, as she realized she was alone in the elevator with him. I purchased an office on this floor and came to inspect it today, Qin Zhao replied candidly. Ah, Qingge, how much did that cost? Tianjing's disbelief was evident. After all, this was not just any neighborhood. This was Rongtai Building, situated in the CBD of Haicheng, where office prices were likely unimaginable. Not too much, really. I made a decent some trading stocks and futures and thought of buying an office space for my entrepreneurial endeavors. Qin Zhao shrugged, flashing a smile at her. In truth, he had no idea of the actual cost, as the system had directly rewarded him with the property. Xiao Jing, where are you headed? Qin Zhao inquired, curiosity piqued. I was thinking of going out for lunch, Tianjing replied, a hint of redness creeping onto her cheeks, feeling a bit flustered. She intended to grab a quick meal at a fast food restaurant about 1,000 meters away, a popular choice among office workers for its affordability and decent taste, a place she frequented almost daily. Which fast food place? Qin Zhao asked, familiar with the establishment, having dined there a few times. He found the food average and not quite to his liking. Yes, Tianjing mumbled, her face turning crimson as she looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed about admitting she was going for cheap fast food in front of him. Observing her discomfort, Qin Zhao began to understand her feelings. After a moment's thought, he reached out and gently touched her long, dark hair, offering comfort. Xiao Jing, there is no need to feel awkward in front of me. We don't need to be so formal. To his surprise, he acted with such boldness. In the past, he would have lacked the courage, but now, empowered by the system, he felt emboldened. Feeling his warm hand in her hair, Tianjing's eyes widened in shock. Qingge, why did he suddenly touch me? Her heart raced with excitement. Since their dinner, Qin Zhao had continually reshaped her perception of him. Fine dining, driving a BMW 330M, purchasing an office in Rongtai Building, all of which left her emotions in a whirlwind. I understand now, Qingge. Her heart raced, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Let us go out to eat. I'll treat you to something delicious. As the elevator reached the first floor, Qin Zhao took her delicate hand in his, saying, Ding. The host has taken the first step in initiating a romantic relationship by holding a woman's hand. Indulgence successful. This indulgence scores 7 points. Reward, a 388 square meter flat in Haisheng Tiancheng. Note, all procedures have been completed, and it is legal and valid. The host may proceed to the Haisheng Tiancheng property management to collect it. What? Haisheng Tiancheng? A flat? Qin Zhao was taken aback. Nestled in the heart of Haicheng, surrounded by 3 major commercial districts, Haisheng Tiancheng was renowned, with property prices soaring to 30,000 yuan per square meter, making it a prestigious residential area inhabited by the affluent. This is too exhilarating. I love you, system. As he glanced at their joined hands, Tianjing felt not a shred of repulsion, but rather a flicker of joy. With a bashful smile, she looked up at Qin Zhao and quietly followed his lead. They arrived at the parking lot, with Qin Zhao still holding on to Tianjing's smooth, fair hand, never letting go. Internally, he was anything but calm. As a 24-year-old single man, this was his first time holding a beautiful woman's hand, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, as a man, he had to maintain his composure. After all, he couldn't blush like a girl, right? Throughout the walk from the elevator to the parking lot, Tianjing's heart raced with a mix of happiness and shyness. It was her first time holding a man's hand. In Qin Zhao's presence, she felt inexplicably secure. Qin Ji's hand is so warm, just like him. During work, even when I felt foolish asking him the same questions repeatedly, he was always patient and kind. Such a thoughtful person. Xiao Jing, let us get in the car, Qin Zhao said, releasing her soft hand to open the car door for her. Okay, she replied softly, sliding into the car. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Don't hold back with Qin Ge, he asked with a smile as they settled into the vehicle. I'm fine with anything, you decide, Qin Ge. All right, let me see what delicious options are nearby. Qin Zhao pulled out his phone and opened a review app, searching for restaurants near Rongtai Building. Moments later, several options appeared, with the top choice being Hongdu Yaoyuan, boasting an average cost of 850 yuan per person. After reading several glowing reviews, Qin Zhao decided this would be the place. He activated the GPS and drove towards Hongdu Yaoyuan. 10 minutes later, having parked in the restaurant's complimentary parking lot, Qin Zhao took Tianjing's hand once more and led her into the establishment. Welcome to Hongdu Yaoyuan. How many are you? A middle-aged woman in a black suit greeted them as they entered. 2, Qin Zhao replied, enjoying the sensation of Tianjing's soft hand in his. The restaurant's modern decor and clean environment impressed him, explaining its status as a popular dining spot. This way, please, the waitress gestured, leading them to a window-side table. Here is the menu. Please take a look. Thank you, Qin Zhao said, taking the menu and handing it to Tianjing. Xiao Jing, you order whatever you like. Don't worry about the cost. Understood. Tianjing seems to have become much more cheerful. The shy expression she displayed moments ago in the elevator of the Rongtai building have completely vanished. She has returned to her previous vibrant state. The dishes she ordered, braised beef with radish, abalone with flower mushrooms, steamed grouper, and sauteed seasonal vegetables, are all quite modestly priced. Qin Zhao realizes that this young woman is being considerate of his finances. Indeed, she is a thrifty and admirable woman, he muses. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhao orders 2 additional dishes and hands the menu to the waiter. Gazing intently at Tianjing across the table, Qin Zhao studies her earnestly. Her round, oval face is adorned with sparkling large eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly upturned lips that exude an irresistible charm, igniting a warm glow in his eyes. Under Qin Zhao's unabashed scrutiny, a delicate blush creeps onto Tianjing's cheeks. Qin Ge, why do you keep looking at me like that? It makes me feel shy. She pouts playfully. Perhaps Qin Zhao's gentle gestures and hand-holding have made her aware of his affections, allowing her to feel completely at ease and revert to her true self in his presence. You are truly beautiful, Xiao Jing, Qin Zhao sincerely compliments, his gaze unwavering from her face. He notices the subtle shifts in her demeanor and tone, which fills him with a sense of joy. It appears that Indulgence is not far off. If someone had told him 2 days prior that he would be holding hands with Tianjing in a flirtatious manner, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yet, here he is, living the reality. One can only marvel at how money emboldens a man. In this world, a man may lack many things, but 2 essentials are paramount: sufficient wealth and enduring persistence. Chapter 12. The Campus Bell, Shun Modong after lunch. At the entrance of the Rongtai building. Xiao Jing, you should head back to work. I must be on my way too. Qin Zhao halted the car, jumped out, and opened the passenger door for Tianjing. Thank you, Qin Ge. I truly had a wonderful time today, Tianjing smiled sweetly, brushing aside a few stray locks of hair. Goodbye. Qin Zhao waved and got back into the car, starting the engine. Goodbye. Inside the BMW 330. Qin Zhao swayed to the energetic music playing from the car, his heart brimming with excitement. After 24 years of being single, he never anticipated that so many of his first experiences would be shared with the stunning Tianjing. His first meal alone with a girl, their first hand-holding, and the gentle affection of a head pat. His emotions were still in a tumultuous whirl. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 1:50 p.m., still early. Last night, he and his university classmates had agreed to meet at 6 p.m. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zhao resolved to return home for a short nap, feeling utterly exhausted after rising at 7 a.m. to hit the gym. 20 minutes later, the BMW pulled into the parking lot of Dongdu Garden Community. As he opened the door to his home, Qin Chao quickly made his way to the bed, collapsing onto the covers. He set an alarm for 5 p.m., tossed his phone aside, and closed his eyes. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the room. At 5 p.m., Qin Chao awoke to the ringing of his alarm. After a few hours of sleep, he felt revitalized, his spirit markedly lifted. The fatigue from earlier had vanished without a trace. Just as he prepared to open Douyin to watch videos of beautiful women in yoga pants, a message pinged in his WeChat group for university classmates. His phone vibrated incessantly with notifications, piquing his curiosity. Class monitor Li Yuhan, all members. Today's dinner will be at Hongyan Hotel, Roman Holiday Hall. Everyone pays their own way. Liang, Shen Fan, will the campus beauty be joining us today? It's been ages since we've all seen each other. Wang He, yes. Madong, you must come. We've missed you dearly. Shen Madong, I happen to be free today. I will be there. Upon seeing the name Shen Madong, an exquisite and charming face surfaced in Qin Chao's mind. Although he had devoted himself to his studies during university, he was nonetheless well aware of her. After all, her reputation was far too prominent. Shen Madong was the belle of their class and one of the university's most celebrated beauties. Standing at approximately 160 centimeters, she possessed an enchanting appearance and a vivacious personality. She also served as the vice president of the cosplay club, frequently participating in various anime conventions. Adorned in black stockings and a JK uniform, embodying the goddess in the hearts of her peers, including Qin Chao himself. How could any man resist such a captivating beauty? He pondered what she might be doing now that they had graduated. Initially, he thought a casual meal with classmates would suffice. But the knowledge that Shen Madong would be attending suddenly filled him with anticipation. Perhaps the hand-holding with Tianjing that morning had bolstered his confidence. Perhaps it was the existence of the system. Regardless, Qin Chao now felt an extraordinary sense of strength. At 5:45 p.m., outside the Hongyan Hotel, Shen Madong stepped out of a taxi, wearing a snug round-neck t-shirt paired with white wide-leg pants, complemented by her long, straight black hair. She appeared refreshingly clean and alluringly innocent. As the campus belle during their university years, Shen Madong had always exuded confidence in her looks and figure. Even a casual outfit made her an insurmountable peak of beauty. "Where's Muyao? She's always the last to arrive," she remarked, stretching her neck to scan the surroundings for her best friend, unable to suppress a sigh. Zhou Muyao had been her classmate and roommate, their bond akin to that of sisters. After graduation, both had remained in Haicheng for work, albeit in different fields. Shen Madong, blessed with good looks and a passion for cosplay, opted for modeling anime, clothing on platforms like Taobao and JD, dealing with an unstable income but managing to cover her expenses in the city without any desire for change, content to drift through life. Zhou Miao, on the other hand, worked as an accountant in a small firm, earning a modest salary but enjoying the stability of a consistent routine. Madong, just as Shen Madong grew bored waiting, a bright voice called out from afar. She looked up to see Zhou Muyao rushing toward her. "Madong, let us go inside. The class monitor and the others should be here by now." After catching her breath from the sprint, Zhou Muyao linked arms with her best friend, preparing to enter the Hongyan Hotel. At that moment, a sleek black BMW pulled into a parking spot beside them. The glossy paint and the new car's distinctive sheen made it look exceptionally striking. With a click, the car door swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping out. Clad in a clean, loose white t-shirt, with a pleasantly plump yet handsome face and a commanding presence, he stood out vividly against the backdrop of the BMW. "Hello, beautiful ladies. Long time no see," Qin Chao greeted warmly, in preparation to leave a good impression on the long-absent campus belle Shen Madong. He had taken extra time at home to groom himself. While he might not be conventionally handsome, he ensured that his appearance was presentable. After all, looking disheveled could easily dissuade a beauty. Noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, Qin Chao felt a twinge of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. "Who are you?" Qin Chao, the scholar? Shen Madong and Zhou Muyao were momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until they recognized a familiar face that they realized it was indeed the once awkward academic from their university days. They found it hard to reconcile the image of a bookish nerd with the poised BMW driving individual before them, leaving them momentarily dazed. "Zhou Miao, whose looks were only average, about a 65 on a scale of attractiveness, couldn't he help but be overshadowed by the campus belle. Chen Fan's sweet and charming features, coupled with her exceptionally fair skin, made her a sight to behold. Though only standing at 160 centimeters, her figure was impeccably proportioned, with a slender waist and graceful curves, living up to her reputation as the campus beauty. "It's me," Qin Chao replied nonchalantly. The two exchanged glances, struggling to grasp the transformation of their former classmate. Just a year after graduation, he was driving a BMW, and his demeanor had completely shifted. "Scholar, did you strike gold? Driving a BMW now?" Zhou Miao teased, shaking off her surprise. "What gold? Just lucky, that's all," Qin Chao humbly responded, acknowledging the role of luck. Without the system, he would still be a nobody, unable to hold his head high in front of such a radiant campus belle. "Shall we head inside? To the Roman holiday hall?" he suggested, keen to dispel the awkward atmosphere. "All right, Madong, let us go. Ladies first," he added, trailing behind the two as he admired the campus belle's figure. Her wide-leg pants doing little to conceal her alluring curves, a spark of desire flickering in his gaze. For reasons unknown, he now harbors a peculiar interest in this former goddess, the campus belle. Perhaps it is the mindset of an underdog, or perhaps it is simply the essence of manhood. Regardless, he has already deemed Shen Madong as his quarry. "Madong, can you believe this nerd? Back in college, all he did was study. He was quite ordinary in every other aspect," murmured Zhou Miao to her friend. "Indeed, he has undergone a significant transformation. He now exudes a distinct aura of confidence. Could it be that he is a rich second-generation heir?" Shen Madong inquired with curiosity. In her recollection, this academic prodigy spent his university years engrossed in his studies, often appearing as a diligent bookworm in the classroom, dressed rather plainly and indifferent to his hairstyle. In truth, had it not been for his familiar face, Shen Madong would hardly have any impression of him. Good grades were one thing, but attending a second-tier university certainly had its limitations. However, during their university days, his attire bore no resemblance to that of the affluent. Who knows? Perhaps his remarkable abilities allowed him to ascend directly to a managerial position in his company, she speculated. "What do you think? He now undoubtedly ranks as one of the finest individuals in our class. I just caught a glimpse of the way he looked at you. He must be interested." "Ah, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Madong's cheeks flushed crimson at her friend's comment. She had indeed noticed Qin Zhao's gaze. For women possess an innate sixth sense regarding the attentions of men, almost like a conditioned reflex. Just like now, Shen Madong could feel Qin Zhao's eyes lingering on her figure. Casting a fierce glare back at him, she hurriedly tugged her friend along as they moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the Roman holiday hall. Upon entering, the lively chatter within ceased abruptly. The spacious hall transformed into an eerie silence as Qin Zhao's university classmates stared wide-eyed at the campus beauty, Zhou Miao, and, behind them, the composed Qin Zhao. "What is this?" The campus belle entered alongside Qin Zhao. "She remains as beautiful as ever, my goddess." The crowd began to murmur. Only one individual wore a displeased expression. Wang He, the former arrogant peer who had disdained Qin Zhao. "Oh, isn't this the academic ace? I heard you lost your job. Can I hazard a guess? You must have been expelled, right?" Wang He remarked with a sarcastic tone, directing his comments at the trio, particularly at the composed Qin Zhao. "Mind your own business," Qin Zhao retorted, unwilling to tolerate such foolishness. It was simply meant to be a pleasant meal, yet this imbecile had to stir trouble, leaving Qin Zhao rather irritated. "Not my concern, but your predicament brings me amusement, ha." Wang He sneered. "Wang He, it's a rare gathering for our class after graduation. Let us not dampen the mood, all right?" Class monitor Li Yuhan interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Wang He. "Forget it, Qin Zhao, just ignore him. He is always like this," came the response from friends who had been close to Qin Zhao during university. "All right, no worries." Qin Zhao, not wanting to spoil the atmosphere, chose to disregard him and turned to engage in conversation with old classmates. Wang He shot an irritated glance at Qin Zhao, but fell silent. Soon enough, the dishes were served, and the classmates engaged in lively toasts and conversations, reveling in the merriment. The male classmates discussed work, society, women, and cars. While the female classmates chatted about handsome men, celebrities, fashion, cosmetics, and skincare, the entire Roman holiday hall buzzed with excitement. Class monitor Li Yuhan stood up. It has been over half a year since graduation, and this is our first gathering. I am grateful to all who could make it to Haicheng. Our reunion is a blessing. I wish everyone success in their future endeavors. One could only commend the class monitor. Her words stirred nostalgia among everyone, prompting reflections on their university days. Finally, she raised her glass solemnly. Let us drink to this moment. Who knows when our next gathering will be? Everyone stood, including Wang He, and together they raised their voices in unison. Cheers. Chapter 13. Escorting the campus belle home at the entrance of the Hongyan Grand Hotel. The gathering had concluded, and everyone was preparing to depart. Shen Modong and Zhou Muyao were exchanging farewells with a few female classmates. Modong, allow me to drive you home. I brought my car. Wang He interjected, approaching the campus belle with an air of familiarity. Look, this is my brand new Volkswagen Magotan, costing me over 200,000. He gazed proudly at Shen Modong's delicate features. After all, these classmates had just graduated, earning mere thousands a month, and many were from out of town, lacking the means to afford a vehicle. Unlike him, a local from Haicheng with a small family business and a property, he felt a sense of superiority over these peers. The car was a gift from his parents after much persuasion. Are we that familiar? Please address me by my full name. Thank you, Shen Modong retorted, recalling Wang He's irritating demeanor and the condescending tone he had used earlier. She found him utterly insufferable. Qin Chao drives a BMW 330 worth over 400,000 without boasting about it. What makes you think your mediocre vehicle impresses anyone? Wang He awkwardly chuckled, yet shamelessly persisted. Then can I at least give you a ride home? No, I will take her home. A steady and authoritative voice interjected as Qin Chao appeared before them. Modong, where do you live? Let me drive you back. He smiled gently at the campus belle. For reasons unknown, Shen Modong's heart raced at the sight of Qin Chao's smile, despite him not being conventionally handsome and possessing a slightly plump visage. She felt a sense of warmth at his calling her Modong, in stark contrast to Wang He's utterance of her name, which sent chills down her spine. People truly are different, she mused. Just as she was about to respond, Zhou Muyao teased her. Oh, scholar, what about me? May I ride with you? Of course. Qin Chao replied decisively. Wang He, feeling slighted, thought to himself, what are these three doing, completely ignoring my presence? Oh, isn't this the recently unemployed fellow? How will you drive him back? Taking the 11 bus? Wang He scoffed. To him, Qin Chao was merely a bookworm who focused solely on studies during university. His attire unrefined, clearly from a less affluent background. Now, freshly graduated and already jobless, how could he possibly afford such a luxury? However, when Qin Chao addressed the campus belle as Modong, Wang He noted her lack of distaste, contrasting sharply with the aversion she had shown him. This thought left him feeling increasingly irked. You might not be aware, but Qin Chao drives a BMW 330, vastly superior to your modest Volkswagen. Zhou Muyao interjected before Qin Chao could respond. Wang He found this hard to believe. Him? Driving a BMW? I barely scraped together a Volkswagen after a week of hard work. He suspected it might be a rental, an attempt to impress, dismissing the girls as naive. Upon hearing Wang He's insinuations, both Shen Modong and Zhou Muyao exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt crossing their minds. Observing Qin Chao's attire and demeanor during university, they indeed found it difficult to envision him as wealthy. Just 6 months post-graduation, and having just resigned, how could he afford such an extravagant vehicle? As they exchanged incredulous looks, a realization dawned upon them. Could Wang He's speculation be true? Was Qin Chao merely renting the car to flaunt during their reunion? Qin Chao remained composed, internally bemused by their assumptions. Do I need to rent a car to impress? Does the system not hold any merit? He chose not to clarify, feeling no obligation to defend himself. Confidence was paramount when engaging with women. Men must possess distinctive traits and unwavering self-assurance to captivate their interest. Naturally, wealth was paramount. Do you expect someone as stunning as Shen Modong to endure hardships in a cramped rental? He dismissed the notion. Approaching his BMW, he unlocked the car and settled into the driver's seat. As the engine roared to life, He drove toward the two girls. Under the streetlights, the gleaming BMW 330 dazzled, momentarily blinding Wang He, who hesitated to open his eyes. "Get in. I'll take you both home," Qin Chao said, casting a glance at the campus bells while disregarding Wang He entirely, viewing him as nothing more than a foolish jester. Wang He, flushed with indignation, sulked towards his Volkswagen Magoten. Inside the BMW, Qin Chao inquired, "Where do you both reside? I'll figure out the best route to drop you off." "I live near Qinghe Middle Road at the Qinghe Garden Community, and Modong resides at the Greenview Garden on Ren Road. Our routes don't align. I could take a cab home, so you can drop Modong off," Zhou Muyao suggested. "Absolutely not." Both Qin Chao and Shun Modong simultaneously rejected the idea, their surprise evident as they exchanged glances. "Have you both suddenly become so in sync?" Zhou Muyao teased. Shin Modong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze in silence. "How about this? I'll drop you off first, Miao, then take Modong home," Qin Chao proposed after a moment's thought. He wanted to spend some time alone with the campus belle to deepen their connection. "Sound good. You're so kind." Qin Chao, Zhou Muyao giggled. "I want to accept a Good Samaritan card," Qin Chao joked, starting the car. The sleek black BMW surged into the flow of traffic like an arrow. Throughout the journey, Qin Chao focused intently on driving while the two girls engaged in quiet conversation. "Modong, it's clear that the scholar has feelings for you. He seems to be doing well. Have you given any thought?" Zhou Muyao whispered, stealing glances at the serious Qin Chao. I'm not sure, but I don't dislike him." Shen Modong's melodious voice reached Zhou Muyao's ears. "However, his situation is quite peculiar. How does he afford such a nice car while being unemployed? I just don't understand him," Zhou Muyao mused, scratching her head in confusion. "Actually, I made a considerable profit from trading foreign stocks and futures and plan to start my own business soon." Qin Chao's calm voice suddenly echoed in the car, startling the two. Given the confines of the vehicle, he had overheard their hushed conversation. Upon hearing that Shun, the campus belle, did not harbor any disdain towards him, a smile threatened to break free from the corners of Qin Zhao's mouth. Reflecting on the duo's curiosity regarding his circumstances, he opted for the explanation he had previously concocted. After all, the nature of the system was not something to be divulged to outsiders, not even to his parents. "Wow, the academic prodigy truly excels. Who says studying is of no value? Incredible, he is on the path to becoming his own boss," Zhou Muyao remarked, giving Qin Zhao an approving thumbs up. Shen Modong, upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, felt a surge of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Qin Zhao had earned his wealth and was even contemplating starting a company. The profits from stock trading must be substantial, perhaps in the millions. To accumulate such wealth right after graduation was indeed a testament to his remarkable capabilities. "I heard that you're a clothing model on platforms like Taobao and JD. My upcoming entrepreneurial venture is aimed at the online apparel industry. Might there be an opportunity for us to collaborate?" Qin Zhao had eavesdropped on a conversation among female classmates during a previous gathering, which had enlightened him about Shun Modong's current situation. She received only a few orders a month with inconsistent income. Given the relevance to his own business aspirations, he saw this as an opportune moment to broach the subject. "That sounds fantastic, Modong. You mentioned your income isn't high. Isn't this a chance to earn more?" Zhou Muyao exclaimed excitedly to her friend. "Sure, please reach out to me later. I would be delighted to have an additional source of income." "Thank you, Qin Zhao," Shen Modong replied, her sweet and delicate voice resonating gently, a delight to the ears. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Qin Zhao's smile became even harder to suppress. Shen Modong, an attractive university classmate with an enviable figure, seemed like a little lamb stepping into the jaws of a great wolf. A few minutes later, they arrived at Qinghe Garden Community. Zhou Muyao bid farewell to the two and exited the vehicle. Qin Zhao restarted the car, heading towards lush view garden. It was just past 9 in the evening, and the streets were relatively quiet. The silvery moonlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the interior with a pristine glow, reminiscent of white jade. Inside the car, silence enveloped them. One was focused on driving while the other gazed out at the scenery. For a moment, neither spoke. What should I say?" The atmosphere feels somewhat awkward, but truly, the academic prodigy has changed so much. Shen Madong's mind was swirling with thoughts. Qin Zhao felt a bit uneasy as well. With only the two of them together, he was eager to initiate a conversation, but found himself at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he decided to take the initiative. Madong, is it too abrupt for me to call you that? I spoke up back then because I saw Wang He pestering you, and now I realize it may not have been appropriate, Qin Zhao said, his tone laced with mild regret. After all, during their university days, they had hardly known each other, and his insecurities had prevented him from approaching the campus beauty. Shen Madong, not at all, Qin Zhao. Thank you for coming to my aid. I like it. It feels quite warm and friendly, she responded. By the way, we haven't added each other on WeChat, have we? I'll add you to the group later, and you can accept it. All right, I'll add you first, Shen Madong said, pulling out her phone to open the university group chat. She located Qin Zhao's name and clicked to add him. Shortly, a notification chimed on Qin Zhao's phone. Great, once you get out of the car, I'll approve your request, she said, and with that, the conversation began to flow effortlessly. The two engaged in lively dialogue, punctuated by Shen Madong's delightful laughter, and their bond grew increasingly harmonious. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of Lush View Garden, Qin Zhao parked the car and stepped out. Approaching the back seat, he gently opened the door, advising Madong, "Be careful not to bump your head." Hearing Qin Zhao's tender tone and witnessing his considerate gesture made Shen Madong's heart race, as if it were echoing within her ears. I never expected the academic prodigy to be so attentive and thoughtful. Once they exited the car, they stood face to face. And as Qin Zhao's luminous gaze locked onto her in the darkness, Shen Madong felt her cheeks flush crimson. After bidding him farewell and reminding him to drive safely, she hurriedly turned and dashed towards the community, her charming figure swaying in her wide-leg pants, exuding undeniable cuteness. Watching the campus belle's silhouette fade into the night, Qin Zhao shook his head with a smile, climbed back into the car, and soon enough, the black BMW roared to life, speeding into the vast darkness. Time to return home and rest. Chapter 14, Trouble Like Smoke. 20 minutes later, Qin Zhao returned home and hastily picked up his phone, opening WeChat to accept Shen Madong's friend request. Shen's WeChat ID was Tongjiang, a fitting choice for someone who enjoyed cosplay during her university days. Qin Zhao chuckled to himself. Just as he approved the request, his phone buzzed. He opened the chat with Tongjiang. "Qin, I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." "Tongjiang, I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." "Goodness," Qin Zhao exclaimed. Realizing that the school beauty seemed to be playing a trick on him, he smiled, astonished that the school beauty was quite mischievous online, unlike her demeanor in reality. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send a message. "Qin, I've arrived home. How about you? You must be exhausted today." Since Qin Zhao had little experience chatting with girls on WeChat, he chose to proceed cautiously. No sooner had he sent the message than he received an immediate reply. "Tongjiang, I'm so tired, exhausted." JPG, seeing the school beauty's response, complete with an adorable cat emoji, Qin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that her online persona was far more playful. Were all cosplayers this youthful? After some contemplation, he replied with an emoji of his own. "Qin, slacking off." JPG, Tongjiang, here you go. JPG, Qin, taking a break. JPG, Tongjiang, collapsed. JPG, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange of images. Glancing at the time displayed on his phone, 22:25, he realized it was getting late and remembered he would need to rise early for a workout. Thus, he resolved to end the conversation for now. The school beauty wasn't going anywhere, and he wanted to focus on self-improvement first, enhancing his own charm. "Qin, Madong, I need to sign off for now. I have an early morning gym session." "Tongjiang, all right, Qin Zhao, take care of your business." "Qin, good night, sleep early." "Tongjiang, cat sleeping." JPG, as he gazed at the final message adorned with the charming emoji, Qin Zhao recalled the enchanting Shen Madong he had seen during dinner that evening. For reasons unknown, his heart felt as sweet as honey. The unattainable school beauty from university, radiant and statuesque, was now within his reach. Despite having a system at his disposal, Qin Zhao was determined to better himself and elevate his own standing. there would always be beautiful women around. With the entrepreneurial process requiring submission, an office address secured, and initial funding in place, the next step was to recruit talent and assemble a complete team for his company. After pondering alone for a while, as he prepared for a shower, Qin Zhao felt an inkling that he had forgotten something. Scanning the bathroom, he suddenly remembered. The system had rewarded him with a luxurious apartment. With a sprawling area of 388 square meters, he couldn't help but smile, excitement bubbling within him. May 28th, 2024, Sunday, sunny, 12 to 22 C. At 7 o'clock a.m., the sound of his phone alarm rang. Qin Zhao opened his eyes and sprang out of bed. After a quick wash, he changed into sportswear and packed a bag with a change of clothes before heading out. Having been drenched from his workout the previous day, he decided to be proactive and bring an extra set today. Driving his beloved BMW, he headed towards Jinli Gym. "Good morning, Mr. Qin. You're here," greeted the front desk attendant, Li Jiaojiao, as she spotted him, her face lighting up with a welcoming smile. After all, he was a high-value client who had deposited 50,000 yuan on his first visit. "Good morning, Miss." Qin Zhao nodded in response. "Is Coach Lu here?" "She has been waiting for you," came the reply. "Great." With that, Qin Zhao strode towards the VIP room on the third floor. As he passed through the bustling first-floor hall, other patrons observed the special treatment he received from the front desk with faces of disdain. "Hey, we also have memberships. Why didn't you greet us like that?" One voice protested. "Yeah, are you treating us differently?" Another chimed in. "Mr. Qin is our top member. He deposited 50,000 yuan on his first visit. If you all do the same, I can welcome you like this too," Li Jiaojiao retorted coolly. As Qin Zhao pushed open the door to the VIP room, a stunningly attractive figure caught his eye. With a high ponytail and clad in a pink sports tank top that accentuated her graceful back, her skin was as flawless as pristine jade. She wore matching pink yoga pants that hugged her curves, her alluring physique swaying rhythmically on the stepper. It was Lu Ruyan, his personal trainer, who was currently jogging on the treadmill. Upon hearing the door creak open, Lu Ruyan turned her head curiously, and upon recognizing Qin Zhao, she quickly hopped off the treadmill. "Good morning, Mr. Qin. You're up quite early." She greeted him with a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Good morning, Coach Lu. If you keep addressing me formally, I might just get upset." Qin Zhao feigned a serious expression. "All right then, how should I address you?" "Just call me by my name, Qin Zhao. Directly using your name feels inappropriate. What if the boss finds out and deducts my salary? How about I call you Qin Gu instead?" Lu Ruyan winked playfully. "As long as you're happy," he replied, unable to resist the charm of her endearing demeanor and captivating physique. "Let us get started with our workout. We have 2 hours today. Let us give it our all." Listening to Lu Ruyan's energetic voice, Qin Zhao felt invigorated. 2 hours? A piece of cake, he thought as he dove into an intense cardio session, with clapping hands, jumping jacks, high knees, and more. "Qin Gu, keep it up. Just one more set. You're doing amazing. Almost there." "Yes, Qin Gu, you're incredible." The VIP room echoed with sounds of encouragement and applause. "Great job, Qin Gu." He took the water bottle Lu Ruyan handed him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Though today's workout intensity was similar to yesterday's, he felt he still had energy left, unlike the previous day when he had collapsed on the ground after finishing. Despite Lu Ruyan's somewhat mechanical praises, Qin Zhao appreciated them nonetheless. After all, men often maintain a childlike mentality. Flattery tends to be more effective than any other method. "According to the weight loss plan I tailored for you, we can switch to different workouts tomorrow," Lu Ruyan said, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Sounds good." Qin Zhao casually wiped his face with a towel, his gaze seemingly drifting towards Lu Ruyan. Her sports bra clung tightly to her skin due to perspiration, and the straps on either side glistened with moisture. The outline of her flawless bosom became evident, a glimpse of spring's allure. Qin Zhao couldn't help but swallow nervously. My goodness, how vast is this sea of temptation? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan not only possesses long legs and a curvaceous figure, but also boasts a remarkably ample bosom. Truly a celestial beauty. Just as Qin Zhao's heart raced with a tempest of emotions, Lu Ruyan suddenly presented him with a meal box. Inside were a purple sweet potato, a boiled egg, several shrimp, and an assortment of vegetables. "Coach Lou, what is this?" he inquired. "I guess that you must have skipped breakfast arriving so early." "So I prepared this for you," she replied. Perhaps it was the first time she had prepared breakfast for someone of the opposite sex. As a delicate blush adorned Lu Ruyan's cheeks. "I am grateful, Qin Zhao, for your generous support in purchasing 100 lessons, and maintaining a balanced diet is essential for weight loss. Henceforth, I shall prepare your breakfast." "I feel quite embarrassed, Coach Lu," he replied. "You still call me Coach Lu? That feels rather distant." Lu Ruyan pouted, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "Then I shall trouble you, Ruyan." Qin Zhao was not one to be coy. He accepted the meal box, retrieved chopsticks, and began to feast with great enthusiasm. Observing Qin Zhao devouring his meal with the fervor of one starved, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. It was indeed delightful to be appreciated by others. Chapter 15. The spacious apartment of dreams. After a refreshing shower in the VIP room of the gym and changing into a new outfit, Qin Zhao bid farewell to Lu Ruyan and departed the fitness center. His mind drifted to his expansive 388 square meter apartment, prompting him to decide to inspect the property first. Haicheng Tiancheng, located within the first ring of High City, is situated in a prime area where every inch is valuable. Surrounded by 3 major commercial districts, it boasts convenient access to education, healthcare, and transportation, with property prices soaring to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Truly a wealthy enclave of High City. As he drove towards Haicheng Tiancheng, Qin Zhao's imagination ran wild with visions of what this grand apartment would be like. Frankly, he had never envisioned himself owning such an exquisite dwelling. His parents were still diligently saving for a down payment to buy him a modest 100 square meter apartment in their small hometown in Jiangxi province, where property prices barely surpass 5,000 yuan per square meter. Yet today, he was on the brink of acquiring a nearly 400 square meter apartment valued at around 12 million yuan. At this moment, Qin Zhao felt as if a beggar had suddenly burst into a buffet, filled with a mix of nervous anticipation and excitement. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the property management office of Haicheng Tiancheng. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted him with a polite smile. "Hello. I've purchased a property here and am here for the handover," Qin Zhao replied. "Could you please verify my identity with my ID?" "Certainly," she responded. With a smile, Qin Zhao handed over his identification. "Mr. Qin, your apartment is located in Building 2, Unit 2001, and it is a fully furnished suite. Please hold on while we arrange for someone to escort you for the inspection." "Thank you," he said. 10 minutes later, a property staff member arrived. Following the staff, Qin Zhao ascended to the 20th floor via the elevator. The corridor was brilliantly lit, with the floors and walls adorned in creamy white tiles. As he turned the corner, a striking black armored double door caught his eye. A glimmer of awe flickered in Qin Zhao's gaze. He had never encountered such an impressive entrance before. "That's stunning," he exclaimed. The property staff guided him to input his fingerprint and set a password. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Zhao took a deep breath to quell his excitement and stepped through the grand entrance. The moment he crossed the threshold, the lights within the apartment illuminated, casting a warm glow that highlighted the rich textures and layers of the space. The decor featured a warm white base, harmoniously complemented by shades of gray and white, creating an inviting atmosphere. The floor was adorned with marble tiles that bore intricate patterns, gleaming just enough to enhance the overall elegance. The lavish, spacious apartment exuded an air of sophistication that lifted Qin Zhao's spirits. "No wonder it's a product of the system. It's truly exceptional," he mused. As he ventured further inside, he noted the south-facing living room to his left, impressively expansive at 50 to 60 square meters. To his right lay an independent hallway with a cloakroom, offering ample storage space. Adjacent to it was an intelligent control panel on the wall, allowing adjustments to lighting and central air conditioning. After a brief exploration of the hallway, Qin Zhao turned left into the living room. The combined area of the living and dining rooms exceeded 100 square meters, showcasing an exquisite Italian minimalist style that beautifully blended modernity with classic elegance, radiating a sense of luxury. As he observed the surrounding black electric curtains, an idea struck him. He located the switch and gently drew the curtains open. The bright sunlight of 10 a.m. streamed in, enveloping him in a golden glow, as if the sunlight itself were gilding him. This is what 12 million yuan can do, he thought, shielding his eyes from the glare as he stepped closer to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky was a vibrant mix of blue and white, with clouds that seemed almost within reach. Through the 270-degree glass curtain wall, he could see the bustling cityscape outside, a constant flow of pedestrians and vehicles below, where people appeared as tiny ants in motion. It was a breathtaking perspective, akin to standing atop a peak and surveying the vastness below. Is this the view from a 20th floor apartment? It's truly a different realm, he thought, exhilarated by the experience. High above, he felt as if he were gazing down upon the vast majority of ordinary people. With a gentle closing of his eyes, Qin Chao opened his arms to embrace this previously unseen beauty. His heart swelled with indescribable joy. From this day forward, the label of loser was a distant notion. His future promised vistas he had never dared to imagine, much like the apartment itself. Before seeing it, he had never conceived that a home could be so stunning and noble. Standing at the center of his living room, he spun around in awe, wandering through his grand abode. The dual kitchens, creatively designed island, wraparound sofas, complete kitchen appliances, and luxurious bathrooms. All of it contributed to the allure of this 388 square meter residence, boasting 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, with panoramic views and expansive layouts. It was a haven of comfort and beauty, exuding an undeniable sense of grandeur. Finally, Qin Chao pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, connecting to a breezy balcony, solid wooden flooring, and exquisite bedding were all breathtaking. He paused to savor the moment before stepping into the master bedroom's walk-in closet, a U-shaped design featuring open space. As he switched on the lights, the brown glass cabinet doors revealed a world of Italian luxury. With dual hanging sections and warm LED strip lighting, the ambience was enchanting. Having never encountered such a closet before, he regarded it as a realm reserved for the affluent, now undeniably his. It felt like a dream. For a moment, Qin Chao found it difficult to distinguish between reality and fantasy, enveloped in a blissful haze. "Ouch, that hurts," he muttered, pinching his thigh to rouse himself from his reverie. "I have a system backing me. This is just the beginning. I must quickly adjust my mindset and adapt to this new life," he reassured himself. After completing the inspection of the apartment, Qin Chao signed the acceptance form presented by the property staff. With that, the matter was settled, and he officially became the owner of this remarkable 388 square meter apartment. Glancing down at his attire, still in the inexpensive clothes he had purchased from an online store, he compared it to the opulent furnishings and lavish decor surrounding him. It dawned on him that it was time to treat himself better and elevate his sartorial choices. Not to mention, with his entrepreneurial aspirations ahead, he needed to present himself well in public. It was time to shop for a few elegant outfits, perhaps from brands like LV, Gucci, and Chanel, and to acquire a couple of tailored suits. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he realized he lacked a refined sense of style and would need the guidance of a stylish woman. Who could he turn to? Tianjing? Lu Ruyan? No, they might not be available. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Shen Tong, the campus beauty. She would certainly have the time, and given her background in cosplay, she would possess insight into fashion. Quickly, Qin Chao grabbed his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the chat with Tong Jiang from the previous night. "Qin, is the campus beauty available? I need your help with something." Just as he set down his phone, a notification chimed. "Tong Jiang, I'm here." "Tong Jiang, what can I do for you?" Seeing Shen Tong's prompt reply, Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle. Are all these anime enthusiasts this adorable? He quickly typed back, "Qin, I want to go shopping for a few outfits and a suit, but my fashion sense is lacking. I do appreciate your guidance. Green landscape, elegant garden." As Shen Tong read Qin Chao's message, a flutter of excitement surged within her. They had just connected on WeChat last night, and she was thoroughly enjoying their conversation, when someone suddenly announced their intention to retire for the night. She felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her, leaving her utterly dejected. Deep down, she yearned to continue the conversation, yet hesitated to disturb Qin Zhao. However, upon receiving a message from him that morning, Shen Modong's spirits brightened considerably. Could it be that he sought a reason to invite me out? No, it must be that he genuinely requires my assistance. For I am blessed with beauty and a commendable figure. Fashion is indeed my forte. Shen Modong furrowed her elegantly shaped brow, contemplating for a moment before typing a response on her phone. Tong Chan, sound good. When? Qin, right now. I will pick you up from Lujia Yuan. Please wait for me. Tong Chan, little cat, got it. JPG. After concluding the conversation, Shen Modong let out a silly giggle. The thought of Qin Zhao coming to collect her made her leap out of bed with excitement. As a seasoned night owl, rising at 10 o'clock was a common occurrence for her. She had stayed up late the previous night and had only just awakened, scrolling through her phone while still in bed. After freshening up, applying her makeup, and selecting her outfit for the day, she aimed to dazzle Qin Zhao, ensuring he understood the essence of fair skin and beauty embodied by Shen Modong. Chapter 16. Shun Xiaohua assists in outfit coordination. 20 minutes later, Qin Zhao arrived at the entrance of the Greenview Elegant community. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Shen Modong. Qin, I've arrived. Waiting at the entrance of your community. A notification sound chimed from WeChat. Shen Modong was startled. She had just chosen her outfit for the day and hadn't even had time to apply her makeup. Determined not to keep Qin Zhao waiting for too long on their first meeting, she quickly replied, Tong Chan, give me 10 minutes, I'll be right there. After sending the message, she hurried to her vanity and began to apply her makeup. There was no time for a full look, so she opted for a simplified 5-step routine. She started with 3 sprays of facial mist for basic hydration and applied a lip mask. After applying sunscreen, she used a combination of primer and foundation to create an even skin tone. Given Shen Modong's naturally flawless complexion, she only needed a light layer. She used concealer to lightly touch up any blemishes. When the 10 minutes were up, Shen Modong had completed her natural makeup look. With her already fair and dewy skin, she appeared exquisitely beautiful. After changing into her outfit, she grabbed her bag and dashed out of the house. At the entrance of the community, Qin Zhao sat in his BMW, idly waiting. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the gate, capturing his attention. She wore a light apricot-based shirt, a pink sun protection jacket, and a denim skirt, complemented by white calf socks. Her slender waist and ample bosom formed a perfect silhouette. The sight of her fair thighs, slightly trembling as she walked, was undeniably captivating. It was none other than the campus beauty, Shen Modong. To his surprise, despite her petite stature, she possessed an alluring figure that left Qin Zhao utterly mesmerized, unable to tear his gaze away, wishing he could measure her beauty firsthand. Tap, tap. The sound of a knock on the car window jolted Qin Zhao back to reality as he unlocked the door. Shen Modong opened the passenger door, adjusted her denim skirt, and took a seat in the car. Observing Qin Zhao's astonished expression, she maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally she was gleeful. Umph. All my careful outfit selection is not in vain. Let us see if I can enchant you. After fastening her seatbelt, just as Shen Modong was secretly daydreaming, a gentle voice reached her ears. All right then, let us set off. The destination was the Vientiane Center, the most renowned upscale commercial complex in Haicheng. It housed hotels, office buildings, and shopping streets, located in the heart of the city with convenient transportation. A myriad of fashionable luxury brands had established their presence there, including LV, Chanel, Hermes, and Gucci. Qin Zhao planned to explore and indulge himself. During his previous job at Tianyi Trading, he had overheard female colleagues discussing Vientiane Center, describing it as a treasure trove of high-end products with exorbitant prices. However, this was his first visit to such an upscale commercial hub. After parking in the underground garage, the two took the B2 elevator directly to the shopping area. As they ascended, Shen Modong felt a flutter of nerves. After all, Vientiane Center was primarily home to international first-tier brands. Although she was familiar with the place, it was her first time visiting. During her university days, she had enjoyed cosplay and owned various expensive costumes, yet most were rentals, as she could not afford them. Her usual purchases consisted of clothes costing only a few hundred yuan, with anything over 1,000 being rare. In contrast, at Vientiane Center, even garments costing several thousand yuan were considered reasonably priced. Noticing Shen Modong's anxious expression, Qin Zhao could not help but chuckle. He reached over and gently stroked her silky black hair, speaking softly, "Modong, relax. There's no need to be nervous. It's my first time here, too." His somewhat flirtatious gesture made Shen Modong's cheeks flush crimson. She stammered, wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat, and she turned away, embarrassed to face him. Just then, the elevator doors opened. "Let us go. Today's outfit coordination is in your capable hands, and I trust your judgment, Modong." With that, Qin Zhao stepped out of the elevator first. Shen Modong playfully made a face at his back before following him. Upon entering the LV store, a sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you?" Despite Qin Zhao's ordinary attire, the elegantly dressed sales associate, clad in a fitted black skirt and uniform, displayed no signs of impatience. Instead, her demeanor was courteous and professional, dispelling the stereotype of dismissive sales staff often portrayed on television. Where's the men's section? We'll browse ourselves," Qin Zhao replied with a smile. "Certainly, right this way," the associate responded, guiding them to the men's area. Once there, she noticed Shen Modong's beautiful visage and stepped aside. "Modong, please help me choose an outfit. Don't worry about the price. My only requirement is that it looks good," Qin Zhao said with a grin. "Leave it to me. I'm quite the expert in fashion," Shen Modong replied confidently, her cheeks glowing with assurance. She assessed Qin Zhao's physique before moving to select garments. "Try this one, Qin Zhao," she called, holding up a cotton white graphic t-shirt. "Great." Qin Zhao beamed as he took the shirt from her hands and headed to the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged, checking himself in the full-length mirror. The fit was indeed flattering, enhancing his appearance considerably. Though he had a bit of extra weight, he had managed to lose a few pounds over the past couple of days, and his overall figure was quite acceptable. "Impressive. Your taste is truly remarkable," Qin Zhao complimented Shen Modong. "Hee, just average, third best in the world." She giggled modestly. With Shen Modong's careful selections, Qin Zhao quickly assembled several outfits. As he was satisfied with his choices, he turned to the diligent Shen Modong. "Modong, pick something for yourself. Consider it a gift to thank you for your help today." "No, Qin Zhao, I merely assisted you," she protested, waving her hands. She was well aware of the prices of the clothes. The outfit she had chosen totaled over 50,000 yuan. Accepting such an extravagant gift felt inappropriate. "Your eye for fashion is exceptional. I could never have chosen such stylish pieces on my own. In my eyes, you've been a tremendous help, and if you refuse, I'll be upset." Qin Zhao feigned annoyance, his expression serious. "Well, fine then," Shen Modong reluctantly acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. "Go on, choose something you like, and don't worry about the cost." "Okay." Shen Modong nodded eagerly and dashed off to find a gift, perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude of attractive items. It took her a while to return, proudly holding a charming bag. "This will do. All right." As Qin Zhao cast a glance at the charming bag, a smile of undeniable delight graced his lips. He waved his hand, summoning the nearby sales assistant. The saleswoman, clad in a sleek black skirt, hurried over to Qin Zhao's side. "Sir, may I assist you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Zhao interjected, "I would like to settle the bill." At these words, a radiant smile illuminated the saleswoman's face, for she had observed Qin Zhao purchasing a myriad of items. Estimating her commission, she surmised it would surely exceed 2,000 a day, a substantial sum for her. "Very well, sir. I shall wrap your purchases immediately." The saleswoman beamed, bowing respectfully to Qin Zhao. Soon, she returned with several yellow LV bags and announced, "Sir, your total comes to 69,800 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? We also accept Alipay and WeChat Pay." "By card, please," Qin Zhao replied, retrieving his bank card from his wallet. Given WeChat's limit of 50,000 yuan, a card was the only viable option. "Understood." The saleswoman took the card and reached for the POS machine. With a beep, the transaction was successful. Ding! The host acknowledges his appearance, initiating a preliminary transformation in his attire, successfully indulging. Indulgence rating for this event is 4. Reward: 200,000 yuan. Spending 70,000 yuan resulted in a reward of 200,000. The more he spent, the more rewards he received, leaving Qin Zhao somewhat exasperated. He checked his phone for bank notifications. His card balance had officially surpassed 1 million yuan. After exiting LV, the two ventured into other luxury boutiques. A mere 30 minutes later, Qin Zhao found himself laden with numerous shopping bags from brands such as LV, Gucci, and Givenchy. Under Shen Fan's guidance, he acquired 2 outfits and 2 suits, totaling over 80,000 yuan. Regrettably, this time the system offered no rewards. Having just crossed the million mark, his balance dipped back to over 900,000. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11:30. Convinced he had enough clothing for the moment, Qin Zhao decided to conclude his shopping. "Madong, shall we have a meal? After such an extensive outing, you must be weary. I truly appreciate your efforts today." Observing the hint of fatigue on Shen Fan's exquisite face, Qin Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No need for thanks, Qin Zhao. It was merely a small favor. Besides, you gifted me a lovely bag," Shen Fan replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a radiant smile. "But I am indeed a bit hungry now. Let us hurry to dine." "All right, what would you like to eat?" "Order anything. I must treat you well." "Let me think. How about hot pot? It's my absolute favorite." "Very well, your wish is my command." As they chatted, they strolled toward the 3rd floor of the Wanxiang Center. As a high-end commercial complex, the 1st and 2nd floors were predominantly occupied by luxury boutiques, while the 3rd floor served as a culinary hub, housing an array of restaurants. After a lengthy search, the two ultimately found themselves at the pinnacle of hot pot dining, Heideleo. Surprisingly, given the lunch hour, the restaurant was not as crowded as expected. "Good day, how many for dining?" Upon their arrival at the entrance, a nearby server promptly approached them. "Just the 2 of us." "Very well, please follow me." As they followed the server to their seats, harmonious and courteous greetings resonated throughout. "Welcome to Heideleo." Renowned for its exceptional service, Heideleo indeed lived up to its reputation, evoking a sense of homecoming for Qin Zhao. Once seated, they placed their orders, and the server presented them with 2 warm towels for hand cleansing. Before long, their meal arrived in full. Politely declining the server's offer to assist with the food, they indulged in the feast. Beef tripe, yellow throat, quail eggs, beef lamb, they savored every bite. Noticing the sheen of perspiration on Shen Fan's forehead as she enjoyed her meal, Qin Zhao gently offered her a tissue, tenderly wiping her brow. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Shen Fan, who was focused on nibbling a quail egg, was taken aback. Upon realizing his intent, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. "Thank you, Qin Zhao," she said shyly. "I should be the one thanking you, for you have been such a tremendous help today." Witnessing the bashful expression on the campus beauty's face brought a smile to Qin Zhao's heart. "Do continue eating. It will get cold soon. It's delicious. If you enjoy it, eat more. You seem rather slender." Gazing at Shen Fan's curvaceous figure, Qin Zhao mused that perhaps she was not as thin as she perceived. She certainly had her fair share of curves. It was said that such a figure felt wonderful to the touch. He couldn't help but wonder. Girls should be a bit slender to look good in clothes. "I'm not exceedingly thin. I'm 160 centimeters and weigh 98 gene. I still need to lose some weight. Another 8 gene would be ideal," Shen Fan replied earnestly. "Please don't. Your slightly curvy figure is absolutely perfect. Losing any more would detract from your beauty." Hearing her mention dieting, Qin Zhao hastily interjected. "Imagine if you lost weight and diminished your best features. That would be a tragedy." Shen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Qin Zhao's enthusiasm. "You're so animated about my dieting. It almost feels like you're the one concerned." Her exquisite eyes twinkled mischievously as she added, "All right then. Since you said so, I won't diet for now. I'll maintain my current figure." Strangely, even after only 2 days together, Shen Fan felt an unusual familiarity with Qin Zhao. Warm, comfortable, devoid of any sense of strangeness. Never before had she been so close to a boy. Learning that Qin Zhao appreciated her curvy figure and wished for her to remain as she was brought her a sense of happiness. sparking a secret thrill within her. Could it be that I'm truly developing feelings for him? No. It's merely because he gifted me an expensive LV bag. Nothing more. Yes, that's it. Shen Modong firmly convinced herself. She stole a glance at Qin Zhao. Despite his slightly round face, she found it inexplicably attractive. After finishing their meal, Qin Zhao approached the front desk to settle the bill, which totaled 488 yuan. Frankly speaking, he felt the price was considerably higher than that of traditional hot pot establishments. However, Haidaleo prided itself on its service. Having enjoyed such service, one should not be overly concerned with the cost. For the former Qin Zhao, earning around 4,800 yuan a month, a 500 yuan meal might have felt burdensome, but for the present Qin Zhao, such an expense was a mere trifle. Chapter 17. Packing and Moving. Having emerged from the depths of the sea, it was already 1 o'clock. Considering the school beauty had accompanied him for a morning of shopping, Qin Zhao furrowed his brows slightly. Mo Tong, you've been out all morning and must be exhausted. Let's call it a day, and I shall escort you home to rest. Sure, I didn't feel tired while we were shopping, but now I suddenly feel drained. Shen Mo Tong lamented, her head bowed. It was evident she was lacking energy, her petite figure in a denim skirt moving sluggishly. Then let us proceed. Thank you for today. You worked hard. Qin Zhao, could you refrain from constantly thanking me? I find it rather unappealing, Shen Mo Tong replied, her expression shifting to one of discontent, her voice rising in volume. All right, I apologize. It was my error. I admit my fault. Forgive me, Lady Mo Tong. Observing Shen Mo Tong's vexed demeanor, Qin Zhao seemed to grasp something significant. How adorable is the school beauty, even when she is angry. Her personality, her figure. It's a delightful contrast. I'm utterly enchanted. Very well, little Qin. Seeing your earnestness, I shall reluctantly grant you my forgiveness. The moment she heard him refer to her as Lady Mo Tong, a wave of joy enveloped Shen Mo Tong, as if she were about to take flight. As a fervent fan of the two-dimensional world and an avid cosplayer during her university years, Shen Mo Tong quickly immersed herself in the role. Thank you, Lady Mo Tong. I would brave any peril for you. Seeing the school beauty so swiftly engage in the playful banter, Qin Zhao eagerly joined in. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. To be honest, Qin Zhao's initial infatuation with the school beauty had merely been a fleeting attraction based on her beauty and figure. However, after spending time together and getting to know her personality, he found himself genuinely fond of Shen Mo Tong. Who could resist such a captivating girl, with her stunning looks, charming figure, and endearing demeanor? Little Qin, let us return to the palace. Shen Mo Tong playfully waved her hand, mimicking a gesture from a historical drama. Qin Zhao promptly understood, crouching down with his palms facing upward, extending his hands. At the moment their palms touched, both shivered slightly, a ripple of energy coursing through them. Just then, their gazes met, one looking up, the other looking down, and the air seemed to shimmer between their eyes. On the way back to Greenview Garden from Wanxiang Center, Qin Zhao drove with a focused demeanor, while Shen Mo Tong lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with crimson. How utterly embarrassing. The memory of their gaze locking flooded her with a mix of shyness and surprise. In that moment, she sensed Qin Zhao's affection for her, an indescribable yet palpable feeling that she could not ignore. Qin Zhao began, wanting to express something, but after a long pause, he found himself at a loss for words regarding matters of the heart, still a novice in such affairs. He had merely dabbled in more superficial experiences, as men often do. What is it? Shen Mo Tong asked, her curiosity piqued, turning to face him. Nothing. I merely meant to say that you are almost home, he replied. After contemplating for a brief moment, he decided against confessing his feelings just yet. While they were classmates, they had hardly interacted before yesterday's gathering, where they had only exchanged WeChat contacts. It felt premature to rush into a declaration of affection. Okay, she replied, a mix of nerves and anticipation swirling within her. She too felt that their time together had been brief and was unprepared for any sudden confessions. However, hearing that Qin Zhao had refrained from expressing his feelings left her with a slight tinge of disappointment, subtle yet undeniably present. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Greenview Garden. Goodbye. Take care. and thank you for your hard work this morning. Qin Zhao gazed at Shun Mo Tong with genuine concern as she sat in the passenger seat. Goodbye. Drive safely, she replied, waving as she turned to head into the complex, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She cherished the time spent with Qin Zhao, appreciating his gentleness and amiable nature, which made her feel at ease without any pressure. Looking down at the large orange shopping bag emblazoned with the LV logo in her hand, her eyes brightened, and a smile graced her lips. This was her first time receiving such an extravagant gift, worth nearly 20,000 yuan, and it was from him. Determined not to accept his generosity without reciprocation, she opened her mobile app and began browsing, contemplating a suitable gift to return the favor. It had to be of a certain value, not too low, as that would seem insincere, yet not exorbitantly high, for she could not afford such extravagance. After seeing the school beauty home, Qin Zhao felt exhausted himself. He had risen at 7 in the morning, spent 2 hours at the gym, driven around, and shopped without pause. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was precisely 2 o'clock. He decided to return to his residence at East Capitol Garden for a well-deserved nap. Moreover, with his luxurious new apartment, it was time for him to change his living arrangements. Quickly, he drove back to East Capitol Garden, opened the door, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. When Qin Zhao finally opened his eyes again, it was past 5 in the evening. After a refreshing 3-hour nap, he felt invigorated, capable of completing 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat. With newfound energy and vitality, he began to pack his belongings, primarily clothes, pants, and shoes. As for other personal items like toothpaste, towels, and facial cleansers, he had no intention of taking them along, since he would be residing in a spacious apartment. It was essential to elevate his standard of living. He resolved to abandon his previous frugal habits and only acquire items of quality and distinction moving forward. Having decided to discard most of his possessions, Qin Zhao made several trips back and forth, filling the trunk of his car before heading to return his rental to the landlord. After having arranged everything through WeChat in advance, he completed the rental termination process in mere minutes. With a light heart, he made his way to the parking lot, climbed into his beloved BMW, and set off toward Haisheng Tiancheng, carrying all his belongings. Chapter 18. Tianjing invites for fried skewers in Building 2, Unit 2001 of Haisheng Tiancheng. The elevator doors chimed open, revealing Qin Zhao, who emerged carrying 2 large cardboard boxes. As a renowned upscale community in Haicheng, the spacious apartments in Haisheng Tiancheng are designed with a single unit per floor, ensuring ample privacy and convenience for the residents. Upon reaching the armored door, Qin Zhao successfully unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. Stepping inside, he marveled at the lavish decor surrounding him, the high-quality solid wood furniture exuding an air of sophistication. The thought of residing here every day filled him with excitement. How luxurious! This is what life should be. Only with wealth can one truly experience life. Without it, one merely exists. How true that is. After exploring his expansive apartment, Qin Zhao casually placed his belongings in the wardrobe. With only a few items, the wardrobe appeared rather empty, giving it a somewhat shabby look. He resolved to gradually fill the wardrobe, ensuring it lived up to its purpose. Once he finished organizing, he was about to sit down and relax when a WeChat notification chimed. He picked up his phone to read the message. Tianjing. Sorry, Qin, are you free tonight? Curiosity piqued. Qin Zhao wondered what this stunning beauty wanted. Eager to respond, he quickly typed back, Qin Zhao, I'm available, Xiaojing. What is up? After all, he had only held her delicate hand yesterday. The sensation soft and smooth, an experience beyond delightful. Tianjing, it's nothing much, really. Since you've treated me to 2 meals already, I'd like to invite you out for dinner. Tianjing, sly smile. Qin Zhao, sure. The beautiful Xiaojing is treating me. I must go. Tianjing, is there anything you'd like to eat? But I should warn you, I can't afford anything too expensive. Qin Zhao, let us go to a place you enjoy. I'm sure it'll be delicious. Upon reading Qin Zhao's direct message, Tianjing felt a blush creep on her cheeks, a flicker of joy passing through her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she decided where to dine. Tianjing, I know a fantastic fried skewer place. Shall we go? Qin Zhao, sounds good. Where are you? Should I pick you up? Tianjing, no need. I just got off work and the restaurant is nearby. I can walk there. I'll send you the address. You can navigate. Tianjing, Chunji fried skewers. Map, Qinshao. Okay, see you soon. With their conversation concluded, Qinshao changed into a new outfit he had purchased that morning from LV. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, he admired his appearance, feeling invigorated and quite dapper. With a hint of self-admiration, he grabbed the key to his BMW and stepped through the sleek armored door. Following Tianjing's map, he drove for about 10 minutes before arriving at Chunji fried skewers. After parking, he opened the car door, and as he stepped out, he spotted a tall, alluring figure waving at him from the sidewalk. "Chinga, I'm over here," Tianjing called out excitedly, eager to catch his attention. Passers-by turned their heads, intrigued by the enchanting voice, only to be captivated by the sight of a stunning beauty, smiling and waving. Dressed in a simple white cotton t-shirt that accentuated her curves. Her slim waist seemed delicate enough to be grasped with one hand. Her light blue jeans hugged her shapely hips, and her long, slender legs were enough to make any admirer swoon. "Xiao Jing, have you been waiting long?" Qin Xiao locked the car door and approached her, smiling. As he took in her exquisite features and alluring figure, a spark ignited within him. The thought of her figure, those legs, if only he could carry her and indulge in playful fantasies. Shaking his head, he dispelled those thoughts, regaining clarity. "No, I just arrived. Let's go inside." Hearing her melodious voice reminded him of their previous hand-holding, stirring something within him. He boldly reached out, grasping Tianjing's soft, fair hand, acting as if nothing had happened, guiding her toward the skewer shop. "Ah, Qinggu." He has hold of my hand again. Tianjing gasped inwardly, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding her heart. Glancing up at Qin Xiao, she let him lead her into the restaurant, her eyes downcast. Onlookers who had paused to admire the scene were left in disbelief, their expressions a mix of envy and frustration. How could such a pure and alluring beauty not be theirs? Why was she with such an ordinary-looking guy? Was it merely because he drove a BMW? Why, oh why, must my goddess lower herself? Chunji Fried Skewers appeared to be a modest, traditional establishment, bustling with patrons. Upon entering, Tianjing immediately grabbed a wooden basket and headed toward the refrigerated display filled with various ingredients, vegetables, meats, legumes, even seafood. She navigated the selection with ease, her excitement palpable as she filled her basket. Turning to Qin Xiao, she beamed, "Qinggu, I haven't been here in half a month, and I intend to indulge tonight. You should eat plenty too. All right, you've got quite a bit there. I fear we might struggle to finish it all," he pointed out, observing her overflowing basket. With a playful lick of her lips, Tianjing replied, "Let us start with this. If it's not enough, we can order more later." Qin Xiao found joy in her vivacious demeanor, realizing this was the essence of Tianjing, adorable, genuine, and utterly endearing, deepening his affection for her. Moments later, the skewers arrived, steaming and fragrant. Tianjing eagerly handed him a quail egg skewer, exclaiming, "Qinggu, try this. The ingredients are fresh, and the sauce is incredibly flavorful." "Thank you, Xiao Jing," Qin Xiao said, taking a hearty bite. As the dinner rush continued, the lively atmosphere of the small eatery was palpable. The striking Tianjing attracted numerous male gazes, and the two of them enjoyed their skewers amidst cheerful conversation, creating a harmonious ambience. Stepping out of the skewer shop, a gentle summer breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing comfort. Tianjing playfully waved the plastic bag of leftovers. Glancing shyly at Qin Xiao, "Qinggu, I'm sorry. I invited you out, yet it seems I did most of the eating." Ruffling her hair affectionately, Qin Xiao chuckled. "I've been trying to lose weight and avoid fried foods. Once I shed a few pounds, I'll join you for a proper feast." "Exactly. I hope you achieve your weight loss goals soon," she replied eagerly, her nods adorably enthusiastic. Coupled with her long legs and slender waist, she exuded a delightful contrast. "It's still early. How about we catch a movie?" After finishing dinner, it was only around 7 o'clock, making the prospect of returning home feel premature. Qin Xiao, wishing to spend more time with Tianjing to deepen their bond, proposed an idea. "How wonderful. It has been ages since I last watched a movie. A radiant smile graced Tianjing's face, and she even clapped her hands in delight. "Qingge, you're truly amazing. Let's go. I noticed a cinema not far from here while driving earlier." With enthusiasm, they made their way to the parked BMW, heading straight for the cinema. Chapter 19. The first kiss with Tianjing at the Xinghe Cinema. Qin Zhao parked the car and took Tianjing's delicate hand as they walked inside. They engaged in a lengthy discussion and ultimately decided to watch the newly released film, Venom 3. While not particularly a fan of science fiction, Qin Zhao had seen several Marvel movies and found that experiencing such commercial films in a theater was undeniably thrilling and captivating. Upon arriving at the cinema's front desk, Qin Zhao presented the electronic tickets he had purchased online, verifying the QR code with the staff. Anticipating a runtime of over 2 hours, he casually purchased 2 cups of cola and a bucket of popcorn. He handed the popcorn to Tianjing and instinctively grasped her other fair hand as they made their way to the IMAX hall. Tianjing glanced down at their intertwined fingers, her face blooming with a bashful smile as she kept pace with Qin Zhao. Upon entering the IMAX theater, they discovered that the film had already commenced. Perhaps due to the buzz surrounding the Marvel release, the auditorium was crowded, with nearly all the front and middle seats occupied. Qin Zhao led Tianjing to the last row, deliberately choosing this spot to foster a more intimate atmosphere for their conversation. Setting the cola in the drink holder, they settled into their seats. In the dimness of the theater, illuminated only by the large screen, Tianjing focused intently on the film, while Qin Zhao's thoughts wandered elsewhere. With their proximity, he could feel the softness of her long, slender legs, clad in tight jeans, pressing against him. Through the layers of fabric, he could faintly detect her delicate fragrance, a scent that was both enchanting and intoxicating. As a single man for 24 years, Qin Zhao found himself overwhelmed. "Tianjing, could you lean a bit closer?" he murmured, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "Oh." Tianjing seemed oblivious to his intent, her gaze still fixed on the screen, though her body inched closer to him. Qin Zhao, emboldened, wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Qingge. You." Tianjing was startled, her face flushing crimson, unable to articulate her thoughts in her excitement. "I'm sorry, I was just being impulsive." Realizing her shock, Qin Zhao quickly apologized, wondering what had come over him. "Qingge, I'm not upset, it was just so sudden. I didn't react in time." Tianjing reassured him, gently prying his arm away. In truth, she felt no aversion to the contact. Rather, she found joy in it. Though she had been engrossed in the film moments before, having spent this time together, I feel very happy. I really like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" Qin Zhao hesitated, but finally spoke, sensing her affection in the way she had responded to their hand-holding. Upon hearing his earnest confession, Tianjing's beautiful eyes widened, her mind momentarily blank as a flush spread across her cheeks. "Qingge, I can." After a brief pause, she lowered her head, stammering her reply. "Really? Am I dreaming? Have you truly agreed?" Qin Zhao's excitement surged as he pulled her into a warm embrace, scarcely able to believe his fortune. After 24 years of being single, he was on the brink of having a girlfriend, and it sent him into a euphoric spiral. "Yes, it's real," Tianjing whispered. Feeling the warmth of Qin Zhao's embrace as she closed her eyes, her delicate hands gradually encircling him. In the enveloping darkness, unable to see her face clearly, Qin Zhao leaned down, guided by instinct, and gently pressed his lips against her soft, full ones. Beep. The host officially bids farewell to singlehood, embarking on their first romantic relationship, and indulges in a beautiful life, successfully relishing the moment. This indulgence has been rated 8, rewarding Bokai Ing Rue Management Consulting Company, limited with 50 equity. Note 1. For equity claims, please contact lawyer Wang Tian at Haicheng Jinning Law Firm. Wang Tian S. Phone, 158. Note 2. All procedures related to this equity are lawful and legitimate. The host need not worry. Despite receiving the system's reward, Qin Zhao's focus remained solely on the stunning and alluring woman before him. Tianjing's lips were soft, supple, and sweet, leaving him enchanted. As they became lost in their kiss, the world around them faded away. Qin Zhao's hand, unbeknownst to him, began to wander, gently cupping Tianjing's smooth waist. In the darkened IMAX theater, the loud sounds of the film masked their presence in the last row. Feeling an unexpected sensation at her waist. Tianjing suddenly pushed Qin Zhao away, her eyes wide with surprise. I'm sorry, it was an involuntary action. Qin Zhao stammered, scratching his head, feeling a surge of embarrassment. You were such a lecher. Tianjing pouted, her expression one of playful discontent. Such is the nature of man, the ancients were not mistaken. Qin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable anger. Really? You still dare to say that? All right, I'll stop. Let us focus on the movie. It's your fault. I missed so much of it, and now I'm lost in the plot. True. It's all my fault. I'll take you to see it again next time. You better not be lying to me. In the shadows, the sounds of their playful banter resumed, igniting a blush in the darkness of the last row. Chapter 20. Tianjing's shock as they exited the cinema. The clock approached 10 o'clock. Having just confirmed their relationship, the two were akin to lovers in the throes of passion, yearning to be close to one another, wishing to remain intertwined at all times. Xiao Jing, would you like to spend the night at my place? I find it hard to part with you right now, Qin Zhao suggested tentatively, tightly embracing Tianjing's slender waist, savoring her soft fragrance. What are you up to? Tianjing scrutinized him, her expression revealing that she saw through his intentions. Are you harboring ulterior motives, wanting to? I assure you, that is not my intention. I simply find it difficult to let you go. Qin Zhao replied earnestly, his eyes wide with sincerity. Once you lay on my bed, who knows what might happen? Between a beast and a lesser creature, I would still choose the former, Qin Zhao mused internally. Really? Tianjing felt a flicker of hesitation. She too was reluctant to part ways, as this was her first love, and she was captivated by the beauty of love. Yet, having just embarked on their relationship, she did not wish for Qin Zhao to perceive her as a frivolous girl. I swear I will do nothing but hold you as we sleep, Qin Zhao declared, intertwining his thumb and pinky finger, raising 3 fingers in a vow. Well, okay then. Ultimately, Tianjing reluctantly acquiesced, though a sense of unease lingered within her. Yet, considering Qin Zhao's character, she felt it was right to trust him. Yay! I'll drive. Let us head home, Qin Zhao exclaimed exuberantly, racing towards the parking spot. Observing his childlike exuberance, Tianjing shook her head in resignation, a smile breaking across her face as she followed him. The BMW glided into the underground parking lot of Haisheng Tiancheng residential complex. However, Tianjing, seated in the passenger seat, felt a tumult of emotions within her. This neighborhood seemed quite upscale. Just moments ago, as they drove, she had glimpsed the exquisite architecture through the window. It was centrally located and exuded an air of affluence. With a soft thud, the vehicle perfectly reversed into its designated parking space. Xiao Jing, we've arrived. Let us get out, Qin Zhao said, pushing open the car door. Okay, Tianjing replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness as she exited the vehicle. Sensing her anxiety, Qin Zhao approached her gently, wrapping his arms around her and tenderly caressing her delicate face. Don't be nervous. You will often come here. This is your home. Come, let us go home. Thank you. Qin Gu, Tianjing nodded vigorously, her affection for him deepening. Still calling me Qin Gu makes me feel so forlorn. Qin Zhao feigned sadness, dramatically covering his face. Then, how should I address you? Tianjing's cheeks flushed as she hesitated. Call me husband. Qin Zhao grinned mischievously, gazing intently at her. Husband, she stammered, gradually raising her voice. Husband, I'm here, wife. Qin Zhao turned, planting a kiss on her cheek, responding with a cheerful tone. You, shameless. Tianjing's beautiful face deepened in color. As they ascended from the parking garage to the ground level of the complex, they strolled leisurely. The tranquility of Haisheng Tiancheng at 10 o'clock in the evening enveloped them in silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. I just moved in today. I'm so happy to spend the first night in my new home with you, Qin Zhao remarked, inhaling the fresh air of the neighborhood. Haisheng Tiancheng was indeed a high-end residential area, adorned with lush trees and fragrant flowers, boasting a high greenery ratio, resulting in excellent air quality. Wow! Tianjing exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this neighborhood incredibly expensive? In Haicheng, it's the pinnacle, around 30,000 per square meter. That is so costly. Back home, it's only about 5 or 6,000 per square meter. Haicheng is merely a second-tier city. The first-tier cities have even pricier options. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at Building 2. Ding! The elevator arrived, and they stepped inside. Qin Xiao pressed the button for the 20th floor, then turned to grasp Tianjing's soft hand. Xiao Jing's hands are so delicate. They feel as if they could melt in my grasp, Qin Xiao thought to himself, reminiscing about how slender her waist felt when he had held her earlier. Ding! They reached the 20th floor. Qin Xiao led Tianjing out of the elevator towards room 2001. Standing before the armored door, facial recognition was completed, and with a click, the door swung open. Tianjing was taken aback by the impressive sight of the sleek double doors, which appeared quite costly. Come in and see our home, my wife. Qin Xiao smiled proudly at Tianjing. As she stepped inside, Qin Xiao flicked on the nearby lights, illuminating the breathtaking interior of the apartment. With expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious decor, spacious layout, and high-end furnishings, the 388-square-meter flat left her speechless. Your home. Tianjing's eyes widened as she struggled to find the right words to describe the place. In short, it was exceptionally spacious and beautiful. Is our home indeed? Qin Xiao glanced at her, leading her further inside. With dual kitchens, a creatively designed island, and a wraparound sofa, they wandered through the residence until they reached the master bedroom. Pushing the door open, they were greeted by panoramic windows, an integrated balcony, and hardwood flooring. All of this was a sight Tianjing had never encountered before. She had never imagined a house could be so stunning and vast. For the first time, she grasped the true meaning of wealth. This 388-square-meter flat was undoubtedly a grand residence. Seeing the astonishment on Tianjing's face filled Qin Xiao with satisfaction. It's enormous. 388 square meters. I've never seen such a large and beautiful house, she exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. In her mind, she calculated the price, 30,000 per square meter, totaling nearly 64 million. Just thinking about it felt astronomical. Is Qin Gu truly wealthy enough to afford a house worth over 10 million? She pondered. If only Qin Xiao could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. He could never afford such a property. It was all thanks to the system. My dear, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head to bed? Qin Xiao said seriously, remembering their situation. He needed to maintain the fa ade of a gentleman, ensuring Tianjing remained unaware of his true intentions, luring her into his trap before transforming their dynamic. You don't have any sinister plans, do you? Tianjing observed his serious demeanor, sensing something was amiss, akin to a naive sheep led into a wolf's den, ready to be consumed. Absolutely not. I promise to hold you as we sleep. I'm very obedient, Qin Xiao assured her, wearing an expression of innocence. Then I'll go take a shower. I feel sticky from sweating. Wait, I have no clothes to change into. You can wear mine. I'll get them for you. There was no need to change the lingerie, was there? With that, Qin Xiao hurried to the wardrobe and retrieved a loose-fitting shirt, which he handed to Tianjing. Receiving the shirt, Tianjing stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 21. Significant moments in life in the bathroom, standing under the warm cascade of the shower. Tianjing felt a surreal sense of existence. The spacious area, adorned with high-end bathroom fixtures and luxurious decor, was a testament to a residence valued at nearly 12 million. 12 million. How had Qin become so affluent so suddenly? It is said that wealth can corrupt a man. Would Qin be any different? As she washed away the grime, Tianjing found herself harboring unspoken doubts. Would he attempt something tonight? Surely not. He had promised merely to hold her as they slept. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the warm water, cascading over her porcelain skin, suddenly ignited a blush upon her cheeks. She lowered her gaze to her figure, long legs, a slender waist, and alluring curves. She was undeniably captivating. A blend of trepidation and anticipation stirred within her. Meanwhile, in the living room, Qin Zhao was not at ease either. He He recognized that Tianjing's agreement to spend the night implied her tacit acceptance of what might transpire. Women often exhibit such contradictory sentiments, expressing one thing while feeling another. As a man who had been single for 24 years, this night marked a pivotal moment in his life. A whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, excitement, and concern swirled within him, quickening his adrenaline. After a brief interval, Tianjing emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair framing her delicate features, her skin radiant and smooth, and her eyes sparkling with allure. Dressed in a shirt that fell to mid-thigh, she exuded an enchanting charm, while her long, flawless legs stood poised like a vision. "Qingge, you should wash up too," she urged, towel in hand. "What did you call me?" Qin Zhao's expression shifted, a hint of displeasure evident as he stared at her. "Oh, husband," Tianjing pouted with an adorably innocent expression, evoking a smile from him. "There's the right attitude. My dear wife," he replied, his mood instantly lightened as he turned to head toward the bathroom. "Ah, wait." Tianjing suddenly remembered her clothes left behind in the bathroom and hurriedly dashed after him. "What is the matter?" Qin Zhao questioned, following her in confusion. As she quickly grabbed a few garments and concealed them behind her, her face flushed crimson. Qin Zhao chuckled knowingly. "Wife, are you shy in front of your husband? Just hurry and wash. You smell terrible," she retorted, casting him a fierce glare as she exited the bathroom. With unyielding efficiency, Qin Zhao emerged from the shower 5 minutes later, wrapped in a pristine white towel. "I'm done, my dear wife. The hour is late. Let us retire to bed," he said, having dried his hair in a mere minute. "You must not be hands-on. We will simply sleep," Tianjing admonished, her voice trembling slightly, a telltale sign of her nerves. "Come here, I promise," he coaxed, settling onto the plush mattress, propping himself up on one elbow while patting the pillow beside him. Tianjing approached hesitantly, climbing under the covers and turning off the light. Lying on her side, her back to him, she trembled, unsure if it was from anxiety or something else. "Let us sleep," he murmured, inhaling her fragrant scent as he reached out to embrace her waist. Her delicate form felt exquisite against him, and she shivered in response. "Qin Zhao, you said we would only sleep," her melodic voice quivered in his ear. "Xiaojing, I love you," he whispered, drawing her closer. "Will you entrust yourself to me? I promise to cherish you for a lifetime." After a moment of hesitation, she silently nodded. "I will be gentle tonight," enveloped them in a symphony of soft sighs, a beautiful melody echoing in the darkness. Ding! The host has completed the transformation from boyhood to manhood, releasing long-suppressed desires and achieving indulgence. The indulgence score is 8, rewarding mastery of a perfect special skill. Note, this special skill functions akin to a passive ability, indicating the host has naturally absorbed its essence. Ding! The sound of an alarm clock pierced the tranquility of the morning. Groggy, Qin Zhao fumbled for his phone, squinting at the time. 7:01. Motivated by thoughts of discipline and self-improvement, he resolved to rise. A sleepy murmur broke the silence. Tianjing stirred in his embrace, her voice soft. "Husband, you're awake so early." After a night of transformation from girlhood to womanhood, a subtle change radiated from her, exuding the unique charm of maturity. "I must head to the gym to work out. It's still early." "You should sleep a little longer," he said gently, admiring her beauty beneath the covers. With her long, smooth legs and delicate skin, he was acutely aware of the potential energy contained within her. Despite being new to this experience, he felt an innate prowess coursing through him. I'm so tired," she murmured, fatigue evident in her voice. "Then rest well. I'll fetch breakfast and return for you to enjoy when you wake," he promised, caressing her lovely face tenderly. "Husband, you're so kind. I love you." "I love you too." After purchasing breakfast nearby and changing into workout attire, Qin Zhao grabbed his car keys and stepped out, heading to the gym. Chapter 22. Heartfelt Comfort from the Qin Dynasty. On the 3rd floor of the Jinli Fitness Center, in the VIP room, Lu Ruoyan gracefully jogged on the treadmill, her long, curvaceous legs moving rhythmically. The snug white sports top embraced her upper body, accentuating her statuesque figure and slender waist. Her thighs were rounded and supple, and her pert rear swayed to a captivating rhythm. Suddenly, the notification sound of WeChat echoed. Lu Ruoyan picked up her phone and opened the message. Dad, voice message. MP4. She clicked to play. Ruoyan, please send me another 20,000 yuan. I have urgent needs. Hearing her father's voice asking for money again. A wave of despair washed over Lu Ruoyan. Her upbringing had not been easy. She hailed from a small county in a wealthy province, where both her parents were laborers earning a mere 3,000 to 4,000 yuan monthly. During her childhood, life was manageable since she was their only daughter, and their combined income sufficed for her education. However, tragedy struck in her senior year of high school when her mother passed away due to illness, plunging the family into debt. Her father succumbed to alcoholism and ceased working, forcing Lu Ruoyan to take on part-time jobs during weekends, which adversely affected her studies. Consequently, she did not perform well on the college entrance examination and could only enroll in a second-tier university in Haicheng. Desperate to escape her toxic home and her father's drunkenness, she worked tirelessly through university, financing her own tuition. After graduation, her father, seeing her employed, would occasionally ask her for money, causing her considerable distress. Ruoyan, I gave you 10,000 a few days ago. You want another 20,000? I don't have any money, she replied angrily, yet a twinge of sorrow, helplessness, and loneliness flickered within her. With such a father, did she still have hope for her life? The phone rang again. This time, her father initiated a voice call. Despite her reluctance, he was her only family left, so she eventually answered. The moment she did, a booming voice erupted from the other end. You ingrate. I raised you all these years, provided for you, and now you can't even spare some money? Hearing those familiar words of reproach, tears streamed down Lu Ruoyan's face. Why was she born into such a family? Why was her life so fraught with suffering? What do you need the money for? You lost at gambling? If you don't pay them, they'll kill me. And you'll be happy, you ungrateful wretch. Upon realizing her father's gambling addiction, Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Was he gambling a bottomless pit? Enraged, she retorted, I have no money. Figure out yourself. Her father, sensing her refusal, panicked. If his daughter didn't help him, he would truly face dire consequences. His tone shifted to one of desperation. Yinner, please help your father. Your mother left us too soon. It's just us two. If you don't help me, I really might get killed. Those people are ruthless. Recalling her father's past kindness and the times he borrowed money after her mother's death, Lu Ruoyan's heart softened. Fine, but I don't have enough money right now. Let me gather some. This is the last time. After this, I won't care what happens to you. Okay, I promise it's the last time, her father assured, visibly relieved. Outside the VIP room, Qin Zhao had been standing for a few minutes. He could clearly hear the conversation between Lu Ruoyan and her father. He hadn't expected such a beautiful and alluring trainer to be burdened with a gambling-addicted father. It seemed that every family had its own struggles. With a creak, he opened the door and stepped inside. Lu Ruoyan, who had just finished her call, stood there in a daze. Upon noticing Qin Zhao's presence, she quickly turned to wipe her tears, took a deep breath, and adjusted herself before offering a faint smile. Brother Qin, you're here. Good morning. Despite Lu Ruoyan's stunning figure, Qin Zhao felt no Lu desire. Instead, he felt a pang of pity for her troubled background. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, I overheard your conversation with your father. Gambling is indeed a treacherous path, but he is still your father. I understand your feelings. If you need money, I can lend it to you. I have no ulterior motives, just a friend wanting to help. Gazing into Qin Zhao's earnest eyes and listening to his sincere words, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of emotion, gratitude. This man, whom she had known for only a few days, genuinely wanted to assist her without any hidden agenda, warming her heart. Qin Zhao's face, not conventionally handsome but slightly plump, seemed to rival even that of a celebrity in her eyes. For reasons unknown, a peculiar feeling blossomed within her. Noticing the tears streaming down Lu Ruoyan's beautiful face once again, Qin Zhao opened his arms, offering her a gentle smile. If you don't mind, you can lean on my shoulder and cry. Don't hold back. His words acted as a catalyst, and Lu Ruoyan, overwhelmed with emotion, threw herself into Qin Zhao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably as if releasing years of pent-up grievances since her mother's passing. He comforted her, gently patting her back. Though Qin Zhao harbored no lascivious thoughts, Lu Ruoyan's alluring figure and the faint scent of her perfume stirred something within him. As Lu Ruoyan gradually calmed down, a sudden strange sensation coursed through her body, leaving her puzzled. Looking down, she gasped, her face flushing crimson as she quickly extricated herself from Qin Zhao's embrace. Qin Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How mortifying. I didn't mean to, it's just a natural reaction. I swear. He scratched his head, earnestly explaining. He truly had no wicked intentions. However, the allure of Lu Ruoyan's physique was simply too overwhelming, triggering an involuntary response. A chuckle escaped Lu Ruoyan. Had it been any other man, such an action would have incited her fury, but seeing Qin Zhao's earnest and slightly foolish expression, she felt no resentment, only a fleeting sense of delight. So, Brother Qin. As Lu Ruoyan smiled, Qin Zhao sighed with relief. He had feared she would perceive him as a lecher, leaving her with a poor impression. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, I've transferred 20,000 to you. Use it for your father. Don't rush to repay me. Just return it when you can. Notification. The host has helped Lu Ruoyan resolve her troubles, benefiting both others and himself, successfully indulging in pleasure. This indulgence scored 5 points, with a reward of 200,000 yuan. As he glanced at the notification of 200,000 yuan credited to his account, Qin Zhao felt a surge of joy. Lend 20,000 yuan and earn back 200,000 while strengthening his bond with Lu Ruoyan. Truly a double victory. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will repay you as soon as possible. Lu Ruoyan accepted the transfer and, gazing into Qin Zhao's eyes, earnestly remarked, I truly am not in a hurry. This money holds little significance for me. You may repay it at your convenience. Do you not consider me a friend? Qin Zhao smiled, feeling no urgency for her to return such a trivial sum. This way, even if he chose not to visit the gym later, their bond would remain strong. Of course, we are friends. Lu Ruoyan nodded. In that case, I shall not be overly formal with you. Qin Ge. I have been rather tight on funds lately. Very well. Address your matters first, and then we shall continue. Qin Zhao felt immense joy upon hearing her words. Now, let's commence our workout. Qin Ge. All right, let us go. First, let us engage in some cardio on the treadmill. Chapter 23. What kind of girl do you like? An hour and a half later, Qin Zhao, exhausted from intense exercise, sat wearily on the single sofa in the VIP room, panting heavily. Here you go. Qin Ge, Lu Ruoyan said, handing him a bottle of water and a towel. Thank you, Qin Zhao replied, twisting open the cap of the mineral water and drinking deeply. Qin Ge, I see that your weight loss efforts are yielding impressive results. If you continue to persevere and manage your diet, you will slim down in no time. Noticing that Qin Zhao's face had slightly less flesh than on the first day, and his jawline was becoming more defined, Lu Ruoyan's charming eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Ruoyan. I owe it all to you. Listening to the alluring praise from his attractive personal trainer filled Qin Zhao with joy. It seemed he had made the right choice in selecting Lu Ruoyan as his trainer. Exercising with such a stunning beauty made the effort feel effortless. Even aerobic exercises felt less taxing. If he had a male trainer, the results would certainly not be as effective. A combination of genders was indeed the way to go. This is the breakfast I prepared for you today. Lu Ruoyan walked over and retrieved a cute pink lunchbox adorned with Doraemon from an insulated bag on the table. Let me see what deliciousness awaits. Qin Zhao exclaimed, taking the lunchbox with a beaming smile and opening it. Inside were a boiled egg, chilled zucchini salad, and a small bowl of whole grain rice. Finally, something other than broccoli. He had grown weary of broccoli. Grabbing his chopsticks, he quickly picked up a piece of zucchini and placed it in his mouth. Wow, this is delicious, far better than broccoli. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon a culinary delight, exaggerating his enjoyment. Is it really that good? You're not just saying that to make me happy, are you? Lu Ruoyan cast a skeptical glance at Qin Zhao. Opening his mouth wide, he exclaimed, ah, and then fed a piece of zucchini to Lu Ruoyan. Watching her full, rosy lips move gracefully as she chewed, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile brightly. How is it? Tasty, right? I can't believe you doubt your own cooking skills. In the rush of the morning, Lu Ruyan had not tasted her creation, but to her surprise, it was indeed flavorful. She had woken up at 5:30 a.m., gone through her morning routine, and managed to whip up breakfast for Qin Zhao in a mere 20 minutes before hurrying to the gym. The fact that her hasty zucchini salad had garnered praise from Qin Zhao filled her with immense happiness and a sense of fulfillment from being recognized. At that moment, she felt a strong fondness for Qin Zhao, a blend of platonic affection and romantic interest. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Qin Zhao teased with a playful smirk, his demeanor making it hard for him to resist complimenting Lu Ruyan's every move. In contrast, Tianjing and Lu Ruyan represented two distinct styles of beauty. Tianjing was sweet and adorable, tall and slender, with long legs that defined her beauty, suited for wearing jeans and short skirts that accentuated her form. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, possessed a vibrant and striking face, a robust frame, a slim waist, and a full figure, epitomizing the hourglass shape, making her appearance voluptuous and incredibly alluring, perfect for outfits that showcased her curves and captivated men. Qingge, I didn't expect you to engage in such childish antics. This isn't the Qin Zhao I know, Lu Ruyan remarked, her expression suggesting she had misjudged him, which left Qin Zhao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Forcing a sheepish smile as he returned to his food, Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks. It was her first time eating food offered by a man, and the chopsticks had just been used by Qin Zhao, still carrying traces of his saliva. Instinctively opening her mouth without hesitation, she felt no aversion, as if it were a natural reaction. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for Qingge? Lu Ruyan pondered internally. Qin Zhao was genuinely a good person, with a pleasant disposition. He was also wealthy and generous. Though slightly overweight, his features were quite handsome, and if he slimmed down, he would undoubtedly be an attractive man, certainly a high-quality male. Counting Qin Zhao's virtues in her mind, Lu Ruyan was astonished to realize he might indeed be the ideal boyfriend. But did he have a girlfriend? With a composed expression on her beautiful face, Lu Ruyan's heart raced. By the way, Qingge, why haven't I met your girlfriend? She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, seemingly innocently inquiring. What does she mean by that? Is she subtly probing about my relationship status? Could it be that she has feelings for me? Although puzzled, Qin Zhao was no fool. Despite just having confirmed his relationship with Tianjing, he could not overlook a captivating figure like Lu Ruyan. To claim he had a girlfriend? That would be self-defeating. I don't have a girlfriend. I'm a single dog, Qin Zhao replied decisively. Whoever claimed he had a girlfriend would face dire consequences. He had a girlfriend yesterday, but today he did not. Ah, Qingge, someone as outstanding as you doesn't have a girlfriend? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise. His lack of a girlfriend was splendid news for her. A mischievous smile flickered across Lu Ruyan's face, though she maintained her composure. Perhaps it simply wasn't meant to be. Qin Zhao appeared nonchalant, as if he had come to terms with the situation. What type of girl do you like? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhao pondered for a moment before responding seriously. I like girls who are beautiful and have good figures. Lu Ruyan burst into laughter, her expression one of disbelief. She had been listening intently, expecting a profound discussion, only to be met with such a straightforward answer. How utterly predictable. Yet, upon reflection, she realized he had described her perfectly. Delighted by this thought, she chuckled. Ha, I was just teasing you. I'm indifferent to such details as long as there is a spark. Qin Zhao chuckled lightly, adding, however, I do tend to prefer women with fuller figures. If you can meet that criterion, even better. Lu Ruyan found Qin Zhao as preferences somewhat cliché, but upon further consideration, it was quite normal. Men typically favored ample bosoms and curves. Having gleaned Qin Zhao's type and confirming he was single, Lu Ruyan was ready to conclude the conversation. Just as she prepared to speak, Qin Zhao's voice interrupted again. Ruyan, do you have a boyfriend? No. What type of guy do you like? I'm not sure. How old are you? 23. Are you checking my family records? Lu Ruyan finally caught on, shooting a glare at Qin Zhao, annoyed. Qin Zhao grinned mischievously. I was merely asking, nothing more. I think we get along quite well. Why not consider me?" With a mix of humor and sincerity, he probed. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lu Rian's face flushed crimson. Qin Gu, please don't joke around, I must be going." With that, Lu Rian quickly exited the gym, leaving Qin Zhao behind. Chapter 24. The frantic dog-biting people. Lu Rian left with a face flushed with embarrassment. Behind her, Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed intently on her retreating figure. He watched as the female coach, clad in form-fitting yoga pants, showcased her curvaceous, rounded posterior, swaying rhythmically with an enchanting allure. Qin Zhao unconsciously swallowed hard. Lu Rian's physique was indeed impressive, her curves surpassing even those of ethereal beings. To be frank, Lu Rian, with her tantalizing charm, far eclipsed the fitness influencers he had encountered on Douyin. After all, the enhancements provided by technology, beautifying filters, leg elongation, waist slimming, skin smoothing, left much to be questioned in terms of authenticity. Yet, Lu Rian stood before him, undeniably genuine. After a refreshing shower in the VIP room and a change of attire, he glanced at the time. It was just past 9. Suddenly, Qin Zhao recalled the 50 equity stake in Bo Kai Ing Rue Company, Limited that the system had rewarded him with yesterday. At the time, he had been engrossed in a kiss, neglecting the details. He had little knowledge of this company and was unaware of its true value. Contemplating, he opened Baidu, clicked on the search bar, and promptly a multitude of results appeared, leading him to the first link. Bokai Ing Rue Management Consulting Company, Limited, established in 2020, is a professional human resources service agency offering corporate talent strategy consulting, organizational structure design, personalized recruitment, employee training, and more. Located in High City, the company boasts a registered capital of 5 million, with a current market value of approximately 50 million renminbi. 50 million. That means half the equity is worth 25 million. The system truly delivers. A wave of elation surged within Qin Zhao. His company was in dire need of personnel, and he was currently at a loss. Acquiring a 50 stake in this human resources firm would be fortuitous, providing a tremendous boost. Noticing the contact details for lawyer Wang Tian provided by the system, Qin Zhao retrieved his phone, entered the number, and dialed. The call connected immediately, and a calm, mature voice answered. "Hello, this is Wang Tian from Jinning Law Firm. How may I assist you?" "Hello, I am Qin Zhao." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Tian's voice, filled with eagerness and respect. "Are you the esteemed Qin who has just acquired a 50 stake in Bokai Ing Rue? I was just about to call you." "Yes. Could we arrange a meeting? I would like to present the specific documents to you." Hearing Wang Tian's respectful tone, addressing him as you with such care, Qin Zhao felt a strange sensation arise within him. Contentment, ease, and exhilaration. Was this the confidence of the affluent? Was this the kind of treatment reserved for the wealthy? It was indeed a different experience, intoxicating in its own right. "I happen to be free now. I will be waiting for you on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building, in offices 19001 and 19002. Qin Zhao spoke with composure, deliberately choosing his own office for convenience. The Jinli Gym was less than 3 kilometers from the Rongtai building, just a few minutes' drive away. "All right, please hold on for a moment. I will be there shortly. Goodbye." With the call concluded, Qin Zhao tidied himself and exited the gym. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Rongtai building in his BMW. After parking, he walked towards the main entrance. As he pushed open the revolving glass door and approached the reception area, a sarcastic voice rang out beside him. "Oh, isn't this our handsome Qin? What brings you to Rongtai today?" It was Wang Xiaojia, an employee of Tianyi Trading and a privileged second-generation heir. Qin Zhao recalled that the project he had negotiated had been handed to Wang by Li Jiankong, who had subsequently sidelined him. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang, Qin Zhao chose to ignore him and continued toward the elevator. Seeing the slighted expression of this country bumpkin from a small town, Wang Xiaojia felt a surge of anger. How dare this unconnected outsider act so arrogantly? "Hey, still so cocky? You, the one who got fired, have the nerve to show up at Rongtai?" As Qin Zhao continued to walk away, clearly uninterested in engaging, Wang Xiaojia's fury boiled over. He glanced at the security guard stationed by the entrance and shouted, "Security! There, SA fired employee trying to sneak into the building. Stop him. The two security guards, who had been leisurely chatting, approached with curious expressions. What's going on? The lead guard, an older man in his 50s with a stern demeanor, inquired. This man was fired from our company and is no longer permitted in Rongtai. I suspect he has ulterior motives, Wang Xiaojie replied, smirking with a devious expression. Sir, please show us your employee ID. We need to verify your status, the lead guard said, half convinced by Wang Xiaojie's claims. At that moment, Qin Zhao felt a wave of annoyance. He had no intention of engaging with such foolishness. Just as he was about to speak, a surprised voice interrupted him. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence. Good morning. The property manager, Zhang Ji, approached with a broad smile. Upon reaching them, he sensed something was amiss. The two guards were questioning Qin Zhao, and a bewildered Wang Xiaojie stood nearby. Ignoring the latter, Zhang Ji raised his voice. What are you doing? What is going on with Mr. Qin? The two guards were taken aback by Zhang's authoritative tone. Upon hearing him address Qin Zhao as Mr. Qin, they realized they were in deep trouble. They stammered an explanation of the situation, but as Zhang Ji listened, his expression darkened. Have you lost your minds? Mr. Qin is the owner of offices 19001 and 19002 in our building. Who gave you the audacity to believe mere hearsay? The guards exchanged glances, their heads bowed in silence as they absorbed the reprimand. After Zhang Ji finished scolding them, he turned to Qin Zhao and apologized. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for this incident. It was entirely our fault. I hope it did not startle you. Wang Xiaojie stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Wasn't Qin Zhao just a freshly graduated nobody? How did he suddenly become Mr. Qin? What on earth is happening? Realizing this was not a dream, he pinched his arm to confirm his consciousness. Watching the guards grovel and Zhang Ji's sincere apology, Qin Zhao felt a rush of satisfaction. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Zhang Ji had done the heavy lifting for him. However, reflecting on the situation, he deemed Wang Xiaojie beneath his notice. Their paths would no longer cross, as they belonged to entirely different worlds. Moreover, the guards were merely doing their duty. With a smile, he remarked, It's nothing. It's not the guard's fault, just a mad dog barking at the wind. Zhang Ji shot a sideways glance at Wang Xiaojie, grinning obsequiously. Indeed, Mr. Qin, we cannot retaliate against a mad dog for barking. Very well, I shall head upstairs, Qin Zhao concluded. Certainly. Goodbye, General Qin. The two security guards beside him hurriedly lifted their heads, obsequiously waving their hands. Take care, General Qin. After speaking, the guards cast a fierce glare at Wang Xiaojie. If it weren't for this fool's instigation, they would not have been so ignorant as to offend a figure of such importance. Indeed, it was all this fool's fault. The guards inwardly cursed Wang Xiaojie's ancestors for 18 generations. As for Wang Xiaojie, listening to Qin's mocking tirade, his heart seethed with anger. Yet he dare not show it on his face. This manager Zhang was no ordinary person. He was the property manager of the Rongtai building, typically dealing with the owner of Tianyi Trading. Even if he had backing within the company, he could not afford to offend someone like this. With manager Zhang now departed, Wang Xiaojie finally exhaled deeply, his expression filled with resentment as he made his way toward the elevator. Chapter 25. Shen Mo Tong takes the initiative on the 19th floor of the Rongtai building. Wang Tian, the lawyer, arrived after Qin Xiao had spent 10 minutes in his office. Qin Xiao cast a cursory glance at him. Wang Tian, in his early 40s, was clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with gray spectacles. His meticulously styled hair framed a strong, chiseled face, exuding an air of competence typical of an elite professional. Qin Xiao stood and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Qin Xiao. Wang Tian from Jinding Law Firm. At your service, he replied, bowing slightly as they shook hands, his demeanor remarkably respectful. Let us discuss the procedures for the transfer of equity. Qin Xiao gestured for him to take a seat. After bidding farewell to Wang Tian, Qin Xiao returned to his office. His fingers glided over the thick stack of documents on his desk, which included the equity transfer agreement, company bylaws, shareholder meeting resolutions, and proof of equity ownership. Possessing these documents signified his official acquisition of 50 equity in Bokaiying Rue, thus becoming one of the proprietors of this human resources company. His first order of business was to recruit a talented team for his new company, shaping its overall structure. Settling into his comfortable executive chair, he flipped through the equity transfer agreement. Ding! His WeChat notification chimed. Mo Tong. Qin Xiao, are you free tonight? Ah, the campus bell. The thought of Shun Mo Tong's lively and charming personality, coupled with her exquisite beauty, brought a subtle smile to Qin Xiao's lips. I must certainly be free. He quickly typed a response. When the campus bell seeks my company, I shall always be available. He added a playful emoji for good measure. Shun Mo Tong, still lounging in bed, chuckled upon reading Qin Xiao's endearing reply. As a modern young woman and a certified night owl, she typically awoke late. This morning, after just rising, she found herself idly scrolling through her phone, her gaze landing on the luxurious LV bag worth $20,000 that Qin Xiao had gifted her. The fact that he hadn't reached out in the past couple of days caused her to pout slightly, feeling a tad neglected. If he isn't going to find me, I can take the initiative, Shen Mo Tong mused. Despite lacking experience in asking boys out, she had the guidance of social media. After a brief search on Zaihongshu, she devised a plan. First, invite Qin Xiao to dinner, then take a leisurely stroll after the meal, followed by catching a movie, and finally, have him escort her home. I'm quite the genius. Shen Mo Tong's eyes sparkled with delight. Mo Tong, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I know a fantastic restaurant with delectable cuisine that I often visit with friends. Upon receiving the invitation for the campus bell, a smile crept across Qin Xiao's face. What does this mean? Is she taking the initiative to ask me out? Who is the hunter and who is the prey? After a flurry of self-congratulatory thoughts, Qin Xiao suddenly realized how fortunate he was to have such romantic prospects. Having just established a relationship with Tian Jing the previous night, now the campus belle was expressing interest. Ah, this infernal sense of male pride. How exhilarating. Such is the life of a man. Since acquiring the system, his charm with women had evidently transformed. Had he remained the humble office worker he once was, such goddesses would have never crossed paths with him. It was indeed fate. Regaining his focus, Qin Xiao swiftly replied. Qin Xiao, sure, the restaurant you recommend must be splendid. I've decided to skip lunch to save room for dinner. Reading his response, a radiant smile illuminated Shun Mo Tong's face. She was unaware of why Qin Xiao's words could so effortlessly elevate her spirits. Regardless of the activity, be it conversing, dining, or shopping, being with Qin Xiao always brought her joy and satisfaction. Perhaps they truly were a match, as she sensed his fondness for her. They existed in a realm between friendship and romance, requiring further interaction to explore their compatibility. Though classmates, their interactions during university had been minimal, akin to strangers. It was only after a class reunion that they began to connect. Shun Mo Tong believed that even if there was mutual affection, it was essential to spend more time together to understand each other's character and values before determining if a relationship was viable, as anything less would be irresponsible. Mo Tong, I'll send you the address shortly. See you at the restaurant tonight. Mo Tong, waiting for you. Qin Xiao. Certainly, Lady Mo Tong. After sending the message, Shun Mo Tong was about to conclude the conversation when the title Lady Mo Tong reminded her of the spark between them at the mall. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she got up, dressed, and hummed a tune while heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao concluded his chat with the campus belle. With the equity transfer finalized, he now possessed the relevant documents. Reflecting on his newly established relationship with Tian Jing, he anticipated her increased affection today. He organized the files and, clutching the folder, left his office, ready to return home to his wife. Locking the office door, he glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. Given his exuberant escapades the previous night, Tian Jing would likely prefer to stay in. After considering his options, Qin Xiao resolved to pick up lunch before heading home. What to eat? He pondered aloud. Fried rice? Pork trotter rice? Noodles? Wait, what am I thinking? Qin Xiao snapped back to reality. Here he was, driving a BMW and residing in Haisheng Tiancheng, yet still contemplating the same meals as before. He felt a twinge of disdain for himself. Ding! The elevator arrived. As he stepped inside, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. Perhaps a comforting bowl of porridge would be perfect for Xiao Jing today. I shall purchase some seafood congee for her, Nutritious and gentle on the stomach. Indeed, a splendid choice. I'm truly a genius. A smile gradually spread across Chen Chao's face. Chapter 26. Heartfelt seafood kanji driving to a seafood kanji restaurant around Haisheng Tiancheng. Chen Chao swiftly procured an extravagant seafood kanji worth 688 yuan and soon arrived at his doorstep. He pushed open the sleek black armored door and stepped inside. Placing the kanji on the opulent dining table, he made his way to the master bedroom to rouse Tianjing. "Darling, are you awake? Your husband is back." At that moment, Tianjing had already risen, leaning against the bedside table, still appearing somewhat fatigued. The pain throughout her body had lessened considerably, yet she felt a lingering weakness. Memories of the intense basketball match from the previous night flooded her mind, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. With her youthful innocence slightly diminished, she now radiated the charm of a young woman. Lost in her thoughts, she was drawn back to reality by a gentle and familiar voice from outside the door. "I'm up, darling, I'm hungry." Upon seeing Chen Chao's face at the doorway, she playfully cooed. "Didn't you eat the breakfast I bought this morning?" "I didn't tea. I was still in bed and in pain." Chen Chao approached, sitting at the head of the bed, wrapping his arms around his long-legged girlfriend. One hand encircled her delicate waist, its softness delightful to the touch. "Hey, what are your hands doing?" Tianjing pouted in mock discontent. "You men just want to be hands-on all day, such naughty boys." Yet, despite her teasing, seeing Chen Chao's adoring gaze filled her heart with joy. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. After a tender moment, Chen Chao paused, recognizing that Tianjing was still recovering and needed rest. Gently kissing her forehead, he cradled her lovely face and said softly, "Let us eat first, my dear. You're still feeling weak. I brought seafood kanji for us to share." Feeling touched by his consideration for her well-being, Tianjing sensed a wave of affection. The warmth of his voice made her feel cherished, and she thought to herself that she was the happiest woman in the world. Being in love felt so sweet, akin to having honey in her heart, and being cared for by her husband was a blissful experience. The sense of embarrassment she once felt about calling him husband had vanished. "Okay, darling, I want you to carry me." With her lips slightly pursed and her enchanting eyes gazing at him, she opened her arms and playfully demanded. This was her first time being so coy with a man, and it felt delightful. "At your service, my lady." Chen Chao scooped her up in a princess carry. His expression serious, as if he were a knight devoted to his princess, exuding a sense of duty. Tianjing couldn't help but giggle at his comical demeanor. Clinging tightly to his neck, her eyes sparkled with adoration. Chen Chao was her first love, and she felt an intense affection for him, wishing to give him her all. Carrying Tianjing to the dining table, he gently set her down on a chair. The solid wood table and chairs were exquisitely designed, crafted from materials that exuded a sense of luxury, clearly worth a fortune. After all, this was a 12 million yuan apartment, a pinnacle of elegance in Haicheng, and none of the furnishings were inexpensive. Untying the plastic bag, Chen Chao unveiled a large round white container. A delightful aroma wafted up, a harmonious blend of kanji and seafood. Tianjing's stomach grumbled in protest. Chen Chao retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks and porcelain spoons from the kitchen, serving her a bowl of kanji and placing it before her. "Eat up. You must be starving after last night." "Thank you, darling. I was about to starve." Tianjing chuckled, lowering her head to savor the meal. The 688 yuan seafood kanji was indeed abundant with ingredients: abalone, crab, shrimp, squid, and more, fresh and delectable. After her first taste, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she indulged wholeheartedly. She swore she had never tasted such exquisite seafood kanji in her life. It was 1,000 times better than any she had eaten before, and she felt incredibly fortunate. Once satiated, Chen Chao held his slender-waisted wife and settled onto the luxurious leather sofa in the living room, turning on the television. At that moment, Tianjing clung to him, unwilling to part for even a moment, nestling comfortably in his embrace. "Did you take the day off from work?" Chen Chao suddenly inquired. "Yes. I informed my boss in the group chat this morning. Otherwise, I would have faced a salary deduction. I can't afford that. I was worried you might forget. But I'm impressed by your memory. Qin Chao said with a smile, though his hands were a bit restless. Naughty man. Bad husband. Tianjing playfully shot him a sideways glance, teasingly scolding him. Well, a little mischief is part of the charm. Isn't it? How mischievous are you? Very, very mischievous, beyond your imagination. I love you, husband, and I love you, my wife. Chapter 27. The school bell invites me to dinner. After playfully teasing one another throughout the afternoon, as evening approached, Qin Chao contemplated his rendezvous with the school bell, while Tianjing had yet to fully recuperate and was unable to return home alone. Formulating a plan, he concocted an excuse to slip away. Xiaojing, I have a business dinner with some friends tonight, so I want to be home for dinner, Qin Chao casually remarked, gently toying with Tianjing's soft, delicate hand. A competent Casanova must exhibit exceptional time management skills, or he risks catastrophe. Such talents were innate for Qin Chao. He had mastered them without formal instruction. That's fine. You go ahead and handle your business. I can manage on my own with takeout, Tianjing replied with an innocent smile. Be good. If you're tired, rest early. I likely won't return too soon, he advised. Understood. Drive safely, she responded. All right, it's about time. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, darling. Goodbye. As he opened the door to his room and changed his attire, Qin Chao stepped outside. Upon reaching the underground parking of the community, his phone chimed. He opened the message to find the school bell had sent him the restaurant address. It was located at Haihe Commercial Plaza, approximately 8 kilometers from Haisheng Tiancheng. Not too far, yet not too close either. He entered his BMW, ignited the engine, and slowly navigated out of the parking lot toward his destination. At that moment, Shinemo Tong was at home, preparing to adorn herself with exquisite makeup and an appealing outfit, determined to captivate Qin Chao's attention. Despite her confidence in her beauty and figure, every woman, especially the beautiful ones, yearns to enhance their allure. All right, all set. Just wait and see how I mesmerize him, Shinemo Tong declared, admiring her reflection in the full-length mirror, satisfied with her flawless makeup and outfit, which was sure to attract attention. She then grabbed her phone and bag before stepping out. 15 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at Haihe Commercial Plaza. This was a long-established shopping center in the old district of the city, bustling with patrons due to its popularity. After parking in the underground garage, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the restaurant entrance, uncertain if she had arrived, he sent her a message. I'm at the entrance of Guantong. Have you arrived? Moments later, his phone chimed again. Mo Tong, I'll be there shortly. In about 5 minutes. Please wait for me. Okay, he replied. As he waited, Qin Chao leaned against the glass railing on the 3rd floor, taking in the surroundings of a shopping center. The decor appeared somewhat outdated, and the overall ambience felt stale, yet the crowd was lively, indicating a substantial number of visitors. A few minutes passed. Hey, Qin Chao, I'm here. A delightful voice exclaimed nearby. He turned to see Shinemo Tong, his eyes widening in surprise. The school belle wore a pink JK uniform that exuded a youthful and charming aura. Her legs were clad in alluring black stockings, complemented by petite leather shoes, embodying a flirtatious yet innocent vibe. Her slightly round face framed by long, lustrous black hair, sparkling eyes glistening with radiance, a petite yet pronounced nose, and subtly moist red lips combined to create an image of delicate beauty that sparked the imagination. Unlike the typical slender beauties, she possessed a hint of softness that rendered her even more endearing, her shapely legs cloaked in black, radiating both purity and allure. Qin Chao inhaled deeply. His heart had been somewhat unstable lately, easily stirred. Hello, Mo Tong, he greeted politely, raising a hand in acknowledgement. Did I keep you waiting? I'm so sorry, she said, her eyes sparkling. Not all, I just arrived as well. Besides, waiting for the school bell is a pleasure, he replied with a playful grin. Shinemo Tong's beautiful eyes lit up, and her lips curled into a smile, clearly flattered. Flattery will get you everywhere, she thought to herself, feeling pleased. Shall we go in? She suggested. They entered the restaurant, guided by a waiter to a table by the window. Here is the menu, sir. You may mark the dishes you wish to order, the courteous waiter offered. Thank you, we can manage, Shinemo Tong replied, taking the menu and beginning to select items. The red rice sausage, black bean spare ribs, money bags, and crystal shrimp dumplings are all exquisite. Don't forget the steamed sponge cake and char siu buns. You must try them all. She effortlessly recommended a variety of delectable dishes, clearly a regular patron. Everything you choose, I will love, Qin Chao said, gazing tenderly at Shen Mo Tong, a smile gracing his face. Mo Tong is truly adorable. I can't help but want to tease her. Are you trying to kill me? Shen Mo Tong exclaimed, slightly taken aback by his flirtatious remark, her cheeks flushing. How bold! Is this a confession? I'm not sure whether to accept, she mused inwardly, her heart racing. After finalizing their orders, the attentive waiter promptly collected the menu. Please hold on. Your dishes will be served shortly. Our establishment prides itself on swift service, he assured them before departing. I'm eager to see if this restaurant, as recommended by the illustrious Mo Tong, lives up to its reputation, Qin Chao teased, sharing a playful glance. Just wait and see, Xiao Qin, Shen Mo Tong replied, striking a sassy pose. Before long, their dishes arrived, just as the waiter had promised. An impressive array of plates presented in mere minutes, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Try the red rice sausage first. It's my absolute favorite, Shen Mo Tong said naturally, placing a piece in a Qin Chao's bowl with a smile. Her smile was enchanting, akin to a gentle breeze, refreshing and delightful. Qin Chao took a bite, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. The flavor was indeed delightful, crispy on the outside and tender within. A perfect balance. This establishment specializes in Cantonese cuisine, focusing on dim sum, which is particularly favored by women, Shen Mo Tong noted. Then I shall indulge. With so many dishes, we must finish them all, she added, serving him several different items, embodying the role of a caring girlfriend. Thank you for your generous offerings. Mo Tong, I shall not disappoint, and will savor every morsel. Qin Chao exclaimed, his playful spirit ignited as he dug into the feast. He had been quite hungry, having only consumed seafood porridge with his long-legged wife at noon. As is well known, porridge can leave one feeling ravenous. Thus, he eagerly devoured the food before him, relishing each bite with gusto, hardly able to restrain himself. Watching Qin Chao enjoy the meal with such enthusiasm, Shen Mo Tong's elegant brows arched in delight, her heart swelling with happiness and satisfaction. Silly boy, eat slowly. There's no one here to snatch your food, she teased, unable to resist poking fun as she too began to savor her meal in smaller bites. Chapter 28. Teasing and confession. The two of them finished every morsel of their meal, and Qin Zhao barely felt satisfied. The Cantonese dim sum was delightful, yet the portions were scant, each serving only a mere taste, unlike the hearty northeastern cuisine, where a single dish could satisfy several people. The contrast between the northern and southern culinary styles was evident. Let us go, I'll take care of the bill, Qin Zhao said, rising first. No way. Today I'm treating. I must pay. Shen Modong pouted slightly, her expression adorably demanding, as if to say she would be upset if he refused. Unable to resist her charming demeanor, Qin Zhao reached out to pinch her soft, smooth cheek, which felt rather pleasant to the touch. Shen Modong immediately expressed her displeasure. You scoundrel, why are you pinching my face? You made it all red. The two playfully bickered as they made their way to the front desk to settle the bill before exiting the restaurant. Standing by the elevator in the shopping mall, Shen Modong hesitated before suggesting, it's still early. How about we go watch a movie? Feeling a bit shy, as it was a bold move for her to initiate such an invitation. Qin Zhao interpreted her bashful expression and confidently replied, as you wish, Lady Modong. He then winked mischievously at her. In response, Shen Modong playfully swatted at him, inadvertently landing a hit in an unexpected area. Instantly, Qin Zhao's expression morphed into one of exaggerated discomfort. Seemingly aware of her blunder, Shen Modong's face flushed crimson. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I hope I didn't hurt you. Recalling her lessons from middle school about anatomy, she worried that the area was quite sensitive and prone to injury. Qin Zhao, seizing the moment, bent over dramatically, exclaiming, ouch, that hurts. What if you've really damaged something? His over-the-top reaction elicited genuine concern from Shen Modong, who softly inquired, is it really painful? Should we go to the hospital? Just then, the elevator arrived. Qin Zhao entered while still hunched over, and Shun Modong quickly followed. The quiet elevator now contained only the two of them. Leaning closer to her ear, Qin Zhao whispered, "Forget the hospital. Why don't we check in the car? It really hurts, and I'm worried it's serious." Shun Modong looked skeptically into his eyes, her mind racing. Could it be that just a light hit could cause significant pain? She recalled hearing that area was indeed delicate and pondered, should I really check for him? With her thoughts swirling, she turned her head from side to side, visibly conflicted. Ding! The elevator doors opened at the B2 parking level. Noticing Shin Modong's Navi demeanor, Qin Zhao decided to intensify his act. It still hurts. What should I do? As he continued his feigned agony, a seasoned veteran might have recognized his ruse, but Shin Modong, fresh out of university and lacking worldly experience, remained oblivious. "Well, I'll help you. I'll check in a car," she stammered, her cheeks flushed with a mix of concern and shyness. Despite her fondness for Qin Zhao, this was her first encounter of such nature, stirring both anxiety and curiosity within her. The two slowly approached the sleek black BMW 330. Qin Zhao pressed the key fob to unlock the vehicle, and Shin Modong helped him into the driver's seat before hastily taking her place in the passenger seat. Her heart raced, feeling the tension in the air. You might want to lower your pants a bit," she suggested, her voice barely above a whisper, her words seemingly draining her of all confidence. After speaking, she took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Though Qin Zhao felt a pang of guilt for deceiving the delightful Shin Modong, he rationalized that he would win her heart eventually, and this was simply a benevolent fib. Resolutely, he undid his pants. Shin Modong turned her head away, gradually extending her hand. Qin Zhao's gaze fixated on her delicate, pale fingers. Truthfully, he felt a rush of excitement. Thankfully, the underground parking lot was empty at this hour. Sensing something amiss, Shin Modong turned her head back to investigate. She gasped, tightening her small fist and beginning to hit Qin Zhao playfully, chastising him. "You scoundrel! How dare you trick me, you shameless rogue!" Having quickly adjusted his pants, Qin Zhao deflected her playful blows and spun toward her, pulling her into an embrace. "Modong, you're simply adorable, and I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Feeling herself enveloped in his warm embrace and hearing his tender confession, Shin Modong's anger dissipated, replaced by a sweet shyness. She raised her gaze and met his earnest eyes. Brimming with affection, her heart swelled with sweetness, dispelling any remnants of her earlier embarrassment. You were so wicked to deceive me. It's only because I like you so much. Please, agree to be my girlfriend," Qin Zhao continued, his voice filled with earnestness. Shin Modong's heart had already consented 1,000 times over. Her invitation for dinner and a movie had been a subtle date. She yearned for him, which drove her to take the initiative. Yet, women often maintain a facade of reserve in matters of the heart, hesitant to appear too easily won. Her expressions fluctuated between furrowed brows and soft smiles, ultimately leading her to lower her head and quietly murmur, "Okay, I will." Qin Zhao's heart soared with joy, reflected in his actions as he cradled her lovely, slightly chubby cheeks in his hands and leaned in for a kiss. From her cheek to her soft lips, it felt as if he were savoring the world's most exquisite treasure. Shin Modong tilted her head slightly, allowing him to kiss her, feeling no inclination to resist. She reveled in his affection. "He truly cares for me," she thought, closing her eyes and responding to his kiss with a gentle, melodious sweetness. Chapter 29. The awkward encounter with the mother-in-law. After concluding a passionate French kiss with Shin Modong, Qin Zhao was met with the school flower's disdainful gaze. The reason for her disapproval was that in the heat of the moment, Qin Zhao's hand had wandered, unable to resist finding its way onto her curvaceous rear. "You lecherous man, Qin Zhao. I never realized you were such a pervert," Shin Modong exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You're simply too beautiful, Tong. In your presence, I am utterly unable to restrain myself," Qin Zhao responded with unabashed flattery. Shin Modong, flattered to the point of losing her composure, beamed with pride. "Of course, as a school's flower, my beauty is innate." Noticing the time, Qin Zhao decided it was best to escort his beloved school flower home. "Darling, please fasten your seatbelt. It's time to head home." "Wah, who is your darling?" Shenmadong's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she muttered softly. You, of course. You have already promised me. There's no escaping from my grasp. With a playful glare directed at Qin Zhao, the school flower urged, Hurry up and drive us home. As you command, my dear, Qin Zhao replied as he started the engine, and their sleek black BMW began to glide forward. He dropped Shenmadong off at Greenview Garden before making his way back to Haixing Tianqing. At the entrance of the neighborhood, he stopped by Abing's fruit supermarket to purchase several pounds of oranges. After all, having just shared a passionate kiss, embraced, and caressed the school flower, he was now enveloped in her scent. There was no way he could return home smelling like her. Tiansheng would undoubtedly detect it. Women, after all, possess an uncanny ability akin to that of the world's greatest detectives. As a master of time management and a high-end Casanova, Qin Zhao was not one to overlook such details. He peeled a few oranges, rubbing the peels across his body to ensure he carried no trace of her scent, only that of oranges, before returning home. Upon entering, he found Tiansheng lounging on the leather sofa, engrossed in a comedic variety show, Keep Running. Her eyes lit up immediately upon seeing him. Ah, darling, you're back, she exclaimed, springing toward him and leaping into his arms. I missed you so much. Suddenly, she began sniffing the air. What is that smell? Oranges? Why do you smell so strongly of oranges? Tiansheng looked at Qin Zhao with a hint of disdain. I bought a few pounds of oranges downstairs. They're delicious, and I had a couple, he replied, maintaining a calm facade while secretly wiping sweat from his brow. Thank goodness I was prepared. Otherwise, Tiansheng would definitely have caught on to the school flower's scent. You should go take a shower, dear. That smell is quite off-putting. I want to hug you, but I've already showered. Tiansheng pouted, stamping her feet playfully. All right, I'll go right away, Qin Zhao declared resolutely, showing no signs of hesitation. After all, one must tread carefully when walking on the edge. After showering, Qin Zhao settled onto the sofa with his long-legged wife, watching the variety show together. Of course, his hands were not idle. They wandered occasionally to caress her soft curves, earning soft moans of delight from Tiansheng. Just then, his phone rang, a WeChat video call. He glanced at the screen. Mom. He quickly accepted the call. Son, how have you been? Are you in need of money? Came his mother's warm, nagging voice. On the screen, she sat at the edge of her bed, knitting while wearing her reading glasses, embodying the image of a loving mother. I'm doing well, Mom. I'm with my girlfriend, Qin Zhao said proudly, pulling Tiansheng into the frame beside him. What? His mother's expression shifted to one of surprise as she leaned closer to examine the screen. A beautiful, heart-shaped face appeared next to Qin Zhao, adorned with willow-like eyebrows and peach blossom eyes, a striking beauty. Seeing Tiansheng so close to her son, Qin Zhao's mother beamed with joy. This girl is truly beautiful, as radiant as a celestial being. Tiansheng's face flushed with shyness as she greeted, Hello, Annie. I'm Tiansheng, Qin Zhao's girlfriend. Ah, hello, dear. You're so lovely. How did you end up with my son? Qin Zhao's mother asked, her curiosity piqued. Knowing her son's modest circumstances, she found it hard to believe he could attract such beauty. Perhaps it was his character that won her over. He was diligent and earnest. Listening to his mother's teasing, Qin Zhao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you really my mother? Is that how you talk about your own son? Am I really that inadequate? He fired off a rapid series of questions. Tiansheng, observing their banter, couldn't he help but giggle. Auntie, you're quite humorous, she chimed in, then added, Qin Zhao is really wonderful. He has helped me a lot at work and treats me well. I really like him. Qin Zhao nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking Tiansheng's silky hair, while his mother felt a warmth in her heart, more delightful than honey, at the sight of her son with such a lovely girlfriend. Suddenly, his mother's attention was drawn to the spaciousness of the room behind them. Son, where are you living? This place looks quite different from your previous one. It seems very large and beautiful, she inquired. Qin Zhao rose, turning the camera to show the room. Mom, this is my new house. As she took in the upscale furnishings and ample space, his mother's eyes widened in astonishment. You just graduated. How could you afford to buy a house? You're not getting involved in anything illegal, are you? A mother's worry is boundless. Seeing such luxury, her first instinct was to fear for her son's choices. Mom, I earn the money through stock trading. There's nothing illegal about it. You don't need to worry, Qin Zhao reassured her. You can ask Tianxing. Auntie, you needn't worry. This is all from Qin Zhao's own hard work. There's nothing unlawful about it, Tianxing chimed in reassuringly. With Tianxing's confirmation, Qin Zhao's mother slowly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. That's good to hear, son. I'm relieved. Her curiosity piqued again. She asked, This house looks quite large. It must be over 100 square meters? Qin Zhao smiled proudly, explaining, This is a flat with 388 square meters. Wow, that's enormous. How could you possibly afford such a grand home? Qin's mother was taken aback, genuinely astonished to hear of a residence approaching 400 square meters, which certainly exceeded her expectations. In their small county in Jiangxi province, most houses were over 100 square meters, with prices exceeding 5,000 per square meter, totaling merely over 500,000 for a unit. Surely, a 400 square meter home would not be less than 2 million, she pondered. How much is your house? She inquired. Almost 12 million, Qin Zhao replied earnestly. Although she suspected it would be more than 2 million, the figure of 12 million sent tumultuous waves through Qin's mother's heart. How do you possess such wealth? She was truly astounded. Is this really my son? Living in a 12 million house? Mom, I told you it's all from stock trading. The market can be quite lucrative, Qin Zhao reassured her once more. Finally, after hearing her son's repeated affirmation, Qin's mother accepted this reality. My son is truly remarkable. I must tell your father, he is out chatting with others. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll hang up. Just as Qin Zhao was about to say goodbye, his mother abruptly ended the call. Ah, indeed, she was my mother, decisive and unyielding, never one to dilly-dally. Tianjing, witnessing Qin's mother's swift disconnection, was momentarily stunned before breaking into a suppressed smile. Honey, your mother is quite amusing. She truly is delightful. Qin Zhao feigned a fierce expression, pinching Tianjing's small face. Whose mother? What should you call her? Our mom. Good, so obedient. Now, come here for a kiss. Moi. Chapter 30. A small favor for Lu Ruyan. A quiet night passed. The following morning, Qin Zhao drove Tianjing to the Rongtai building. After a night of rest, Tianjing had nearly recovered and was ready to return to work. Qin Zhao then made his way to the Jinli gym. The journey of weight loss and self-discipline is one that requires time and perseverance. It cannot be achieved through sporadic efforts. Upon arriving at Jinli Gym, the clock struck 7:30. Good morning, Qin Ge. The front desk attendant, Li Jiao, greeted him cheerfully as soon as he stepped through the door. Her bright smile was like a breath of fresh spring air. Indeed, wealth brings with it a different level of service and treatment. Morning, Jiao. Qin Zhao replied with a smile, heading towards the VIP room on the 3rd floor. As he approached the door, he could hear loud voices coming from within. Lu Ruyan, I paid for these lessons. Why won't you give me my personal training session? Of course, an unpleasant voice pierced through the air. Pushing the door open, Qin Zhao stepped inside to find a middle-aged man, approximately 40, with a corpulent build and a lecherous expression standing beside the sofa. Lu Ruyan, the beautiful and alluring trainer, stood defiantly next to him, her expression one of determination. The remaining sessions have been reassigned to another trainer. You can find someone else to conduct your lessons, Lu Ruyan replied calmly, her demeanor unyielding. The man, known as Wang Jun, was a sleazy older man who had booked 5 personal training sessions with her before Qin Zhao began his training. Each time he attended, his eyes roamed inappropriately, and he often attempted to touch her, but she always managed to evade him. Although she found him repulsive, she felt obliged to fulfill the sessions since he had already paid. However, after Qin Zhao's arrival, he had directly booked 100 sessions with Lu Ruyan, leading the management to assign her exclusively to him. Wang Jun, having learned of this, stormed into the gym today, creating a scene. As Wang Jun shouted and leered at Lu Ruyan, Qin Zhao's anger flared. How dare you? That's my woman. You, a middle-aged pig, have no right to look at her. He stepped in front of Lu Ruyan, blocking Wang Jun's lewd gaze. How many sessions do you have left, you filthy pig? He demanded, his imposing figure and the LV logo on his clothing instilling a sense of trepidation in Wang Jun. He was just an ordinary man who had scrimped and saved to afford these 5 sessions, and now he felt intimidated by Qin Zhao's presence. 3 sessions, Wang Jun stammered, his bravado dissipating in the face of Qin Zhao's intimidation. Observing the man's cowardice, Qin Zhao found it amusing. He had expected more defiance, but was instead met with this pitiful sight. Qin Zhao's gaze hardened as he addressed Wang Jun. "I will refund you double your training fees. Take your money and leave." Wang Jun's eyes lit up at the prospect of a refund. After all, he had no desire to confront someone like Qin Zhao. "Okay, there are 3 sessions left, each one costing 300, he replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Lu Rian watched Qin Zhao's powerful silhouette, filled with warmth and a profound sense of security. However, upon hearing him offer a refund, she felt a surge of indignation. "Qin Ge, that's not right. Why should he receive double? He doesn't deserve it." Qin Zhao turned to glare at her, signaling her to be silent. Lu Rian, sensing the tension in his gaze, bit her lip and fell silent, her eyes expressing her reluctance. After completing the transaction of 1,800 yuan, Qin Zhao felt a rush of exhilaration. Spending 1,800 and earning 1,000,000. What a business. This system's rules are becoming clearer to me. Material indulgence yields modest rewards, while addressing non-material issues seems to bring greater returns. His bank balance now exceeded 2 million, a substantial sum that would accrue significant interest over time. As Wang Jun left with a spring in his step, Qin Zhao closed the door and approached Lu Rian. "Although we may not be in the right here, it's best to resolve such matters with money to avoid further complications," he explained calmly. Understanding his perspective, Lu Rian nodded and softly offered, "Then I should transfer this money to you. I can't let you bear the cost." "Forget it." Qin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "We're friends. This amount is insignificant. Just add it to your lessons. As long as you dedicate yourself to helping me with my weight loss, that's all the repayment I need." He was subtly calculating, intending to accumulate small debts over time until they became substantial. He had already begun to treat Lu Rian as his own, gradually lowering her defenses. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled at his words. After all, she still owed him 20,000 yuan, so this was not a concern. "All right, Qin Ge, let us start our workout. We'll begin with some fasted cardio. Follow me for some HIIT training." She retrieved a yoga mat and laid it out carefully. Returning to her professional demeanor, Lu Rian appeared serious and focused. "Okay." Qin Zhao mimicked her and unfurled his own mat beside hers. "Let us begin with the first exercise, the underleg clap." Lu Rian moved gracefully, initiating the workout. However, Qin Zhao's gaze became entranced as he beheld Lu Rian's outfit. Clad in a sleek black bodysuit, her figure was striking, curvaceous, and alluring. She embodied the essence of a character who had transcended from a graphic novel into reality, captivating him entirely. In the quiet of the gym, the sound of Qin Zhao swallowing was notably audible. Lu Rian, unaware of his gaze, turned to see him, and upon making eye contact, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Qin Ge, you," she stuttered, struggling to form coherent words. Qin Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment. His admiration for Lu Rian was involuntary, yet as a man, he mustered the courage to address the tension. Lu Rian, my apologies. I was lost in thought," he admitted, attempting to ease the awkwardness. "Nothing. It's fine. Qin Ge, just continue following my lead." Lu Rian's delicate face still bore a rosy hue as she hurriedly turned away, speaking in fragmented sentences. After a while, her emotions began to settle, and Lu Rian immersed herself once more in her work, teaching with earnest dedication. "Stand tall, chest out, tighten your core. Yes, just like that, follow my movements." Upon completing the 40-minute aerobic fat-burning session, Lu Rian guided Qin Zhao to various fitness equipment for strength training. "Let's start with kettlebell deadlifts. We'll do 2 sets of 8 repetitions each. Give it a try," she continued. "Now onto the leg press, also 2 sets of 8. The expansive VIP gym resonated with such sounds intermittently. Chapter 31, Bokaiying Rue Human Resources Company, Limited. The exercise concluded. After finishing the fat-reducing breakfast prepared by Lu Rian, Qin Zhao bid farewell to his personal trainer, who possessed a voluptuous figure reminiscent of a Korean comic. Settling into his sleek black BMW, Qin Zhao earnestly contemplated his forthcoming life plans. Undoubtedly, weight loss was essential, a commitment he must uphold every morning. Yet, he recognized that he had recently been rather distracted, seemingly immersed in the company of women. Tianjing, the campus belle. Lu Ruyan. He felt as though his existence revolved solely around these women. This simply would not do. He resolved to expedite the establishment of his company and return to a more disciplined path. First, he needed to recruit talent and lay the foundational framework of the business. With that thought in mind, he activated the navigation on his Gouda map, directing him to Bokai Ingrue, and began his drive toward the destination. Bokai Ingrue Human Resources Consulting Company Limited was situated on the 12th floor of the Fujin building in the Heiqian district of Hai City. This edifice was quite renowned in Hai City, second only to the Rongtai building, where Qin Zhao's office was located, and it was classified as a Grade A office building. Given the short distance, Qin Zhao arrived at the Fujin building in just 15 minutes. Parking in the lot surrounding the building, he walked toward the entrance, but as it was his first visit, he found himself unable to enter without an employee badge. Suddenly, he recalled the phone number he had saved on his mobile during the equity transfer process. The general manager of Bokai Ingrue, Hu Zhongyi. He promptly dialed the number. After a few seconds, the call connected. "Hello, this is Qin Zhao. I'm currently on the first floor of the Fujin building." Without waiting for a response, he confidently revealed his identity, his tone calm and composed. At that moment, Hu Zhongyi was leisurely sipping tea in his office, puzzled by the unfamiliar number on his phone. However, upon hearing the clear introduction of "I am Qin Zhao," his mind became instantly alert. He was aware that the company had recently been partially acquired by a significant investor for a staggering sum of 25 million. While the investor had not reached out to him nor visited the company, he remembered the name of the investor clearly. It was Qin Zhao. He swiftly rose from his chair and hurried out of the office. This was his superior, his new boss, and he understood the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor. As a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience in the workforce, he knew that making a good first impression was crucial. Thus, he needed to be accommodating to his new boss. Flattery and a strong initial presence were essential strategies that had facilitated his rise to the position of general manager. He dashed to the elevator, pressing the button with urgency, eager for it to arrive so he could be in front of his new boss. In his mind, he envisioned the new owner as a middle-aged man of similar age, someone with substantial life experience, often challenging to engage with. Ding! The elevator arrived. Hu Zhongyi rushed inside, pressing the button for the first floor with fervor. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and he scanned the area, unable to spot a middle-aged man. Instead, a tall, youthful figure stood before him, which left him feeling uncertain. At that moment, he noticed a man raising his hand, prompting him to hasten over. Is this Mr. Qin?" Hu Zhongyi inquired slowly, choosing his words carefully. "It is," came the calm and unflustered response. Observing the strikingly youthful face before him, Hu Zhongyi realized he had prematurely judged. This new boss was exceedingly young. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Hu Zhongyi, the general manager of Bokai Ingrue Human Resources Company, Limited. It is a pleasure to meet you," he greeted, a smile plastered on his face. "Hello," was the flat reply, devoid of emotion. "Mr. Qin, please follow me. We shall head to the company now." Qin Zhao, despite being a novice in the realm of leadership, felt a tinge of anxiety as he stepped into the role of owner of a company valued at 50 million. Yet, he recalled a piece of wisdom he had encountered in a book. When unsure of what to say, it is often best to remain silent. Speaking too much can lead to error. Adopting a serious demeanor and articulating his words with care, he decided that less was more, believing that maintaining an air of mystery and authority would greatly benefit his management of the company. Before long, they reached the 12th floor. The company's facade featured an expansive glass framework, adorned with metallic lettering proclaiming Bokai Ingrue Human Resources Company, Limited. The receptionist, Zhu Yu, a sweet and charming young woman, was momentarily engrossed in a mobile game, oblivious to her surroundings. Upon noticing the general manager, Hu Zhongyi, accompanied by a tall young man, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, sensing the subservient demeanor of her superior. In a flurry, she flipped her phone face down on the desk and stood up, respectfully exclaiming, "Hello, General Manager Hu." Hu Zhong shot her a disapproving glance, then turned to Qin Zhao with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Qin, this is our receptionist, Zhu Yu." After the introduction, he quickly turned to Zhu Yu, commanding, "Zhu Yu, this is the new owner of the company, Mr. Qin. Hurry and welcome him." Zhu Yu's face turned blank as she processed the scene. The evident deference displayed by Hu Zhong hinted at Qin Zhao's significant stature. In recent days, she had heard whispers of a major acquisition involving 50 of the company's shares, yet she did not anticipate the new owner would be so young, appearing no older than 24 or 25. Regaining her composure, she approached with a slight bow, nervously stating, "Mr. Qin, welcome," seeing the adorable receptionist trembling in apprehension. Qin Zhao couldn't help but find the situation amusing. However, he maintained a stoic expression, acknowledging her with a simple hello. He then followed Hu Zhong into the company, embodying the persona of an aloof CEO. At that moment, Qin Zhao grasped the advantages of his newfound power. He was their boss, wielding authority over their livelihoods. They were compelled to flatter him, yet there lingered an undercurrent of fear. The sensation was undeniably exquisite, a stark contrast to his previous existence as a mere cog in the corporate machine. As he stepped into the company's interior, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The office was modest in size, approximately 300 to 400 square meters, with a design that was simple yet modern, exuding an air of sophistication. Overall, it was satisfactory, though it paled in comparison to Tian E-Trading, which boasted a market value exceeding 1 billion. Upon entering, Hu Zhong hurried to the center of the office area, calling out loudly, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and assemble here, quickly." Chapter 32. The Sweet Receptionist. "Zhu Yu, what is it? I still have unfinished work. Honestly, what could be so urgent?" Listening to the hushed murmurs of the employees around her, coincidentally in front of her new boss, Qin Zhao, Hu Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt he had lost face in front of this new employer. Immediately, he spoke with evident irritation. "Silence. Come here quickly, or you'll be dismissed on the spot." Upon hearing the general manager's furious tone, accompanied by the threat of dismissal, the employees dared not utter another word, hastily gathering around. Once the crowd was assembled, Hu Zhong's expression softened slightly. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and with a warm smile, gestured respectfully towards Qin Zhao. "This is our company's new owner, Mr. Qin. Please welcome him." The surrounding employees stood in stunned silence. Most of them were young, under 30, comprising both men and women. They had initially noticed Qin Zhao's entrance, but, given his youthful appearance, assumed he was merely a new employee and thought little of it. To their astonishment, he turned out to be their new boss, leaving them dumbfounded. They were aware that a substantial sum of 25 million had been spent to acquire half of the company's shares. Yet they never expected someone so young to be at the helm. What kind of family does he come from? A mere 20-something investing 25 million in a company? He must be a billionaire. The notion of their new boss being from a wealthy family was now undeniable. As they snapped back to reality, the employees respectfully greeted Qin Zhao. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Welcome." Their expressions were a mixture of surprise and delight. Having such a young boss might mean he would be approachable. Several attractive female colleagues, adjusting their hair and outfits, hoped to leave a favorable impression on their new employer. After all, if he took a liking to any of them, it could lead to a significant change in their fortunes. With this thought, the glances of a few self-assured young women towards Qin Zhao grew increasingly fervent. Qin Zhao slightly raised his head, surveying the surroundings. As his gaze swept across the employees, they instinctively averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. Qin Zhao was pleased with this scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can work together to create a better future." Hearing Qin Zhao's ambitious words, the employees exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Qin Zhao paused before adding, "Starting next month, salaries will be uniformly increased by 10. As the owner of the company, he possessed this authority. Having previously been an employee himself, he understood that for the staff, everything else was secondary. Only the prospect of higher pay was tangible. Wow. Oh, Mr. Qin is generous. Long live the boss. The employees erupted in cheers. In the general manager's office, Qin Chao sat comfortably in the manager's chair, rocking it slightly. Hu Zongyi stood respectfully to the side. "Mr. Hu, I have a matter I would like your assistance with," Qin Chao stated directly. "Arrangements are no trouble, Mr. Qin. Please just give your instructions." Hu Zongyi responded with utmost respect, fully aware that Qin Chao held the ultimate authority regarding his employment. If Qin Chao took a disliking to him, he would undoubtedly be dismissed, as he was the largest shareholder, holding half the company's shares. "I wish to establish a new company focused on internet apparel. Please assist me in finding a competent professional manager, either male or female, and recruit several employees with relevant experience. Once they are hired, I will conduct the interviews myself," Qin Chao instructed. "Understood. I will attend to it immediately," Hu Zongyi replied dutifully. "Please expedite this. Once completed, call me. I will come personally to interview them." "Yes, Mr. Qin." After reiterating his request, Qin Chao stood and walked toward the door, with Hu Zongyi following closely behind. Upon reaching the company entrance, they found the receptionist, Zhu Yu, still lost in the world of her game. Observing this, Hu Zongyi prepared to reprimand her, but Qin Chao raised a hand to stop him. Quietly approaching her, he remarked, "You play Bali show you quite well. Of course, I'm among the top 3 in the country." Zhu Yu eagerly responded, suddenly realizing the identity of her interlocutor. Her sweet, youthful face flushed crimson as she hurriedly stood to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I didn't realize it was you. Oh no, I'm doomed. The new boss caught me slacking off at work. Surely I'm finished. I might as well prepare for my funeral." Zhu Yu's heart sank in despair. The new boss seemed so stern. Surely she would be fired. Just as she braced herself for the impending dismissal, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Just be mindful next time. You mustn't slack off during work hours. Also, you truly do play quite well." The sound of retreating footsteps echoed away. Slowly, Zhu Yu opened her bright, expressive eyes, realizing that the new boss and the general manager had already departed. A ripple of relief washed over her. "He didn't fire me," and his voice is incredibly gentle and pleasant. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. The girl was smitten. At the entrance of the rich gold building, Qin Chao addressed the respectfully standing Hu Zongyi. "Mr. Hu, you may return now. This is far enough." "Ah, yes, Mr. Qin. I shall take my leave," Hu Zongyi replied. "Wait." At the last moment, Qin Chao called out to him, "Do not punish that young lady. I'm looking forward to her helping me in the game." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Hu Zongyi turned and walked toward the elevator. On the 12th floor of the rich gold building, at the entrance of Bokai Ing Rue Human Resources Company, Zhu Yu sat at the receptionist's desk, lost in thought. Tap, tap, tap. General Manager Hu Zongyi returned. Expecting a barrage of reprimands, Zhu Yu mentally prepared herself to let the words go in one ear and out the other. To her surprise, Hu Zongyi stared at her for a moment without saying a word. "Yes, not scolding me? How peculiar." Zhu Yu mused internally. "Mr. Qin said you should help him in the game. You did well. I will send you his phone number shortly, and be sure to add him on WeChat," Hu Zongyi said with a smile. He then added, "You must assist him in the game. It's a task." With that, he stepped into the company, leaving Zhu Yu in a state of bewilderment. "What? I'm to help the boss play games? Am I dreaming?" Zhu Yu pinched her smooth, shapely thigh. "Ouch. That hurts. It's real. What incredible fortune I have encountered. What a divine boss. I'm in love." With that thought, a joyful Zhu Yu quickly unlocked her phone, opened WeChat, and dialed her best friend's video call. Chapter 33. The neighbors from the countryside. After a brief moment, the phone call was connected. "Hello, yeah. What is up?" A charming and melodious voice resonated, accompanied by the appearance of a stunningly beautiful face on the screen. She possessed a delicate, fair, oval face, elongated willow-like eyebrows, enchanting peach blossom eyes, a straight, refined nose, and full, upturned crimson lips, exuding an irresistible allure. This was Zhu Yu's close friend, Zhou Jiejia, a saleswoman at a BMW dealership in Tiana District. "Jiejia, let me tell you, our company has a new boss today." Zhu Yu excitedly recounted the entire story to her friend. "How old is your boss?" Zhou Jiejia inquired, somewhat puzzled. Typically, one would expect the owners of large companies to be middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. "Does he even play Honor of Kings?" "Guess what?" Zhu Yu teased. sporting a mischievous grin as she gazed at her friend on the screen. Given your expression, he certainly isn't an old man. Let me think. Is he in his 30s? Zhou Jieja deduced after careful consideration, as she knew her friend well enough to conclude he couldn't be a man in his 50s or 60s. Or else Zhu Yu wouldn't be this jubilant. 20-something would be too young, making 30-something the most reasonable guess. Having spent over a decade working hard to become a company owner. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. He looks only about 24 or 25, quite young indeed. Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, relishing the moment as she finally witnessed her mature and glamorous friend falter. 24 or 25. The alluring saleswoman's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The revelation of such a young new boss was indeed unexpected, especially considering that Boatsai Ingrue was valued at 50 million, with him owning half the shares, equating to 25 million. This undoubtedly marked him as a wealthy second-generation heir, likely hailing from a family with assets nearing $1 billion. If their wealth were only a couple of billion, how could they afford to squander 25 million on their son? Who would have thought? I was also stunned when I first found out. Zhu Yu chuckled. Does your new boss have a crush on you? After all, you are so sweet and adorable. He might just fancy your type. Zhou Jieja teased, a playful smirk on her face. You, stop joking. I won't talk to you anymore. Zhu Yu decisively hung up the phone, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She understood her friend's intention to tease her in retaliation for her earlier provocation. Yet, recalling the gentle tone of Qin Xiao's voice lingering in her ears sent her heart racing uncontrollably, pounding like thunder, refusing to calm down. Emerging from a Fujin building, Qin Xiao had just settled into his car, preparing to head home when his phone rang. Dingling, dingling. The ringtone echoed suddenly. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his mother. He answered the call. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Son, it's like this. Our former neighbors just returned from Haicheng to visit family. You know how they are. When they visited us, they couldn't help but make snide remarks about our family's financial situation. Your father, having a fiery temper, let slip about your purchase of that large apartment in Haicheng. They returned to Haicheng last night and said they would like to invite you for lunch today to tour your new house. What do you think? Listening to his mother's lengthy explanation, Qin Xiao understood the situation clearly. Their village was called Qin Family Village, and most of the residents shared the surname Qin. The neighbors were Qin Yuandao, his wife Wang Guilan, and their son Qin Han. He was well aware of the family's character, and to be frank, he harbored a strong dislike for them, particularly for Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, who epitomized the essence of snobbishness. Their son, Qin Han, had previously been striving in Haicheng, engaged to a local girl, and they were preparing for marriage. The girl insisted that he own a house in Haicheng, prompting the couple to exhaust their savings to buy a modest 120 square meter apartment for him, subsequently relocating to Haicheng themselves. Having lived in Haicheng for several years, the family had begun to consider themselves locals, often belittling their rural roots during their visits home, constantly boasting about Haicheng's superiority. Qin Xiao deep down despised them. Upon their visit home, while dining at his family's table, they once again derided his father. With his father's recent good fortune, having just learned of his son's success, he stood up to confront them, seizing the opportunity to defend his family's honor. Mom, don't worry, it's a trivial matter. I've long harbored ill feelings towards the Qin family. This time, I will undoubtedly give them a taste of their own medicine and elevate my father's dignity. Just have a plan in mind, all right? Take care of yourself and your father. After hanging up, he glanced at the clock. It was 10:30 a.m., still some time before lunch. Furrowing his brow, he strategized on how to deliver a decisive blow to them. Qin Xiao had awaited this day for a long time. Every year during the holidays, when he encountered them, he felt utterly repulsed, even losing his appetite. Dingling, the phone rang again. It was undoubtedly Qin Yuandao. Not rushing to answer, he let it ring for 2 minutes before leisurely picking it up, intending to diminish their confidence. Hello, is this Qin Xiao? The unmistakable voice of Qin Yuandao, akin to a duck's quack, came through, grating on Qin Xiao's nerves. Yes, who is this? It's your neighbor, Uncle Yuandao. Do you remember me? The tone was laced with arrogance. Oh, Uncle Yuandao, I was caught up with work and was delayed, Qin Xiao replied in a calm, indifferent manner. Sensing the slight disdain in Qin Chao's tone, Qin Yuandao quickly shifted topics, chuckling awkwardly. So, I heard from your father that you purchased a house in Haicheng. Today, our family would like to invite you for a meal to celebrate and tour your new home. It's good to get acquainted after all. On the surface, the invitation seemed innocuous enough. Former neighbors now living in Haicheng, celebrating the new home while getting to know each other. However, Qin Chao was acutely aware that they merely sought to verify his father's claims about his new residence. Fearing rejection, they cloaked their intentions in grandiose language to make it difficult for him to refuse. Well aware of their true motives, Qin Chao was more than ready to give them a reality check. After a minute of silence, the other party, growing somewhat impatient, finally asked, "All right, where shall we dine? I will come by shortly." Upon hearing Qin Chao's agreement, the other party immediately broke into a smile, stating, "At the Hongyan Grand Hotel. I will meet you at the entrance." In truth, he harbored ulterior motives, eager to glimpse the vehicle Qin Chao drove. Surely, if he had indeed purchased a luxurious flat, his car must also be extravagant. Thus, he took the initiative to propose meeting at the entrance to greet Qin Chao. However, Qin Chao was well-versed in such trivial tactics and was rather looking forward to witnessing the expressions of this family upon seeing his opulent flat. Just imagining that scene filled him with immense satisfaction. He decisively replied, "Very well," and added, "You carry on. I shan't disturb you any longer." With that, Qin Chao promptly hung up the phone. Chapter 34. The charming Li Fong displaying an air of impatience. Qin Yuandao seemed unfazed, instead wearing a broad smile. Qin Zhao found this somewhat peculiar. Yet, he soon realized that such utterly pragmatic and opportunistic individuals often harbor a deep-seated fear of the wealthy. They can only exert their authority over the less fortunate to bolster their self-esteem. In the presence of true affluence, they are consumed by insecurity, both despicable and pitiable. The Hongyan Grand Hotel was familiar territory for Qin Zhao, having hosted gatherings for his university classmates. The ambience was pleasant, and the costs were substantial. It was a rare occasion where the Qin Yuandao family was willing to splurge, and he planned to select the most expensive items on the menu to make him part with some money. The Fujin building was a mere 5 kilometers from the Hongyan Grand Hotel, a 10-minute drive at most. Qin Zhao decided to pass the time, intending to arrive a bit later. He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, scrolling through content with keen interest, occasionally offering critiques. This figure is quite appealing. The posterior is quite ample, though I wonder about its authenticity. This face is attractive, but the build is lacking, disappointing. This one is exquisite, perfectly shaped and knows how to move, just uncertain if it's genuine. An hour slipped by swiftly. Judging that the time was right, Qin Zhao started his car and headed toward the Hongyan Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, Qin Yuandao stood prominently, scanning the passing vehicles. He was a short, unremarkable man in his 50s, occasionally revealing a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, suggesting he was not the easiest person to deal with. Deep down, he harbored skepticism regarding Qin Zhao's supposed purchase of a spacious apartment in Haicheng. Fully aware that Qin Zhao had just graduated from university, how could he possibly afford such a property? It seemed like a mere fantasy. Yet, he knew his neighbor, Qin Jihua, well enough to recognize his integrity and honesty, which piqued his curiosity further. When Qin Zhao had taken a call earlier, his calm demeanor had suggested a disinterest in engaging with him. This mature and composed facade stood in stark contrast to the Qin Zhao he had known, making him somewhat inclined to accept Qin Jihua's words as truth. If Qin Zhao had truly prospered, it would be wise to foster their relationship. Given their decades-long neighborly bond, who knows, he might even benefit from it. After waiting for about 10 minutes without sight of Qin Zhao, impatience began to creep in. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to nudge Qin Zhao, he hesitated, realizing that if Qin Zhao had indeed become successful, maintaining his previous attitude might provoke resentment, jeopardizing any potential advantage. Having come to this conclusion, Qin Yuandao relaxed, standing still as he awaited Qin Zhao's arrival. Soon, a sleek black BMW approached, coming to a halt at the hotel entrance. A tall, composed young man stepped out, and Qin Yuandao squinted, confirming that this was indeed the Qin Zhao he had not seen in several years. He recognized the BMW 330. It was valued at over 400,000, a respectable vehicle. He had a friend who drove a similar model, though his was gray. The realization that Qin Zhao was driving a BMW worth over 400,000 struck Qin Yuandao like a thunderclap. If he had only partially believed Qin Jihua's claims before, he was now inclined to accept them fully. Straightening his collar, he adopted a friendly demeanor and approached, saying, "Qin Zhao, you've arrived. It's been ages. Uncle Yuandao has missed you." Qin Zhao strolled over slowly, observing Qin Yuandao's overly familiar demeanor with a quiet disdain, though he kept his expression neutral. He was well aware of Qin Yuandao's opportunistic nature. Just the day before, he had mocked Qin Zhao's father at the dinner table, and now, upon seeing him in a BMW, he feigned closeness, truly a master of the art of duplicity, akin to a performer in a Sichuan opera. However, today was about confronting him, regardless of the facade he presented. Resolute, Qin Zhao approached, gave a brief nod, and uttered a simple, "Uncle Yuandao," before lapsing into silence. Qin Yuandao's overt friendliness was met with indifference, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Nevertheless, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Let's head inside. Aunt Guilin and the others are waiting for us." He led Qin Zhao into the hotel, guiding him toward the Roman holiday hall. As fate would have it, this was the same restaurant where Qin Zhao had last gathered with his university friends. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Roman holiday hall. Qin Yuandao pushed the door open, and Qin Zhao followed him inside. Within sat three individuals: Qin Yuandao's wife, Wang Guilin, their son Qin Han, and Qin Han's wife, Li Fang. As the two entered, all six eyes turned toward Qin Zhao, scrutinizing him. Wang Guilin cast a dismissive glance at Qin Zhao before averting her gaze. To her, it was inconceivable that Qin Jihua could be telling the truth. A recent graduate could hardly afford a grand residence in Haicheng. Pure pretense. Qin Han, however, bore no ill will toward Qin Zhao and greeted him warmly. "Qin Zhao, you've arrived. You look quite dashing." Qin Zhao nodded and returned the smile. As for Aunt Wang Guilin, he chose to ignore her entirely. He shared a good rapport with Qin Han, having played together as children, though distance had grown during their teenage years, leading to infrequent exchanges, limited to brief conversations during family gatherings. Li Fang, a fashionable woman in her 30s with a curvaceous figure and refined features, stood up and warmly greeted Qin Zhao. "Qin Zhao, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Feel free to treat this place as your own home. There is no need for formality." Qin Zhao was taken aback by her cordiality. He remembered her from Qin Han's wedding, where he had been a shy teenager, too bashful to speak. The memory of her beauty had left a lasting impression on him. He could barely muster the courage to glance at her, his cheeks burning when introduced. Now, seeing her so familiar and welcoming left him somewhat flustered. Not to mention, she often appeared in his youthful dreams, a beautiful and alluring figure. While Qin Yuandao and his wife were certainly distasteful, Qin Han and Li Fang had not wronged him or his father. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao managed a slight smile and replied, "Thank you, Sister Fang. I appreciate it." Li Fang's heart raced as she recognized Qin Zhao. She recalled meeting him years ago when he was just a shy boy of 17 or 18. Seeing him now, transformed into a tall and poised young man adorned in luxurious attire, left her pleasantly surprised. Chapter 35. Adding Li Fang on WeChat. Qin Yuandao observed Qin Chao, who wore a smile as he interacted with his son and daughter-in-law. It was evident that Qin Chao was aware of the unpleasantness that had transpired with his father yesterday, which accounted for his cold demeanor towards Qin Yuandao. He was all too aware of the nature of his wife. It would be a challenge for the two of them to ingratiate themselves with Qin Chao for any personal gain. Fortunately, his son and daughter-in-law maintained a cordial relationship with him, and perhaps he could leverage that connection to foster a closer bond with Qin Chao, yielding unexpected benefits. With that thought in mind, a more fervent smile spread across Qin Yuandao's face. He gestured to the waiter to serve the dishes, then lifted his glass of beer and proclaimed, "I propose we raise our glasses in a toast to welcome Qin Chao. After all, we are all from Qin family village and are developing our lives here in Haicheng. We must support one another moving forward." He cast a seemingly casual glance at Qin Chao and added, "Don't you agree, Qin Chao?" Wang Guilan remained expressionless, her hands firmly planted on the table, unmoving. The notion of welcoming this young man as a senior was preposterous to her. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yuandao's expression soured immediately. How foolish could this woman be? How'd he end up marrying someone so dim-witted? He discreetly tugged at Wang Guilan's clothing beneath the table, signaling her with his eyes to respond. Wang Guilan appeared to grasp his intent and, albeit reluctantly, raised her beer in a half-hearted welcome. Meanwhile, Qin Han and Li Feng remained enthusiastic, standing up to clink their glasses with Qin Chao, exclaiming, "Welcome, Qin Chao. Let us keep in touch and gather more often." Qin Chao cast a blank stare at the two older individuals, choosing to ignore them. The idea of mutual support was laughable. He wished for them to keep their distance. His feelings towards them were laced with disdain, and he had no desire to grant them any semblance of respect. However, he held a certain fondness for Qin Han and Li Feng, particularly the latter, whose striking beauty frequently appeared in his youthful dreams. He did not mind increasing their interactions. Rising from his seat, he raised his glass in acknowledgement, offering a sincere smile as he said, "Thank you, Hange and Fong Fong Saw. Let us toast to future gatherings." Upon hearing Qin Chao mention future gatherings, Qin Yuandao's lips curled into a sly smile, his shrewd expression reminiscent of a villain in a film reveling in the success of a devious plot. "Ah, so you, Qin Chao, have achieved wealth and status. And now you dare to show me disdain. But I possess plenty of means to extract benefits from you," he mused. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone began to feast heartily. The hotel's cuisine was indeed delectable, and Qin Chao savored every bite. Throughout the meal, snippets of conversation floated around, predominantly between Li Feng and Qin Chao. Qin Han was rather reserved, focusing on his meal, while Qin Yuandao attempted to engage Qin Chao, but received little more than a dismissive in reply. Noticing Qin Chao's disinterest, Qin Yuandao gradually fell silent, choosing to enjoy his meal instead. Most of the dialogue initiated by Li Feng revolved around her curiosity about Qin Chao. She casually asked, "Qin Chao, how is your work going?" "I resigned." Fong Fong saw. Qin Chao replied directly. "Oh, what do you plan to do next?" she inquired. "I intend to start my own company," Qin Chao stated calmly. "Haha, you're starting a company? That's quite amusing." Wang Guilan interjected with derision. "You're not thinking of selling goods on the street, are you?" She was well aware that Qin Chao had just graduated. Where would he find the funds to start a company? In her eyes, he was just another country bumpkin, much like his father. Qin Chao shot her a glance, but chose to ignore her. He found Wang Guilan's ignorance tiresome. Meanwhile, Qin Yuandao glared at Wang Guilan, prompting her to lower her head in silence. Li Feng harbored her own grievances towards her mother-in-law, who frequently created friction in their lives and often criticized Li Feng for her inability to conceive. In truth, the issue lay with her husband, Qin Han, whose sperm viability was exceedingly low, rendering her chances of pregnancy nearly impossible. Out of respect for her husband, she had never disclosed this information in front of his parents. Yet, Wang Guilan constantly used this as a means to belittle her, likening her to a hen that could not lay eggs. Li Feng had repeatedly urged her husband to take his mother back to their hometown, but the dutiful Qin Han always refused, citing their financial contributions to their home. This evening, Wang Guilan's mockery of Qin Chao left Li Feng utterly speechless. She felt she had drawn the short straw in having such a mother-in-law. Nevertheless, Li Feng was somewhat skeptical about Qin Chao's plans to start a company. While he was dressed well and may have earned some money, Haicheng was a second-tier city, significantly more demanding than their small county back in Gong province. The capital and connections required to establish a business were no trivial matter for a recent graduate. Despite her reservations, Li Feng opted not to expose Qin Chao's ambitions. With a radiant smile, her full and alluring lips spoke. "Qin Chao, what field are you planning to venture into?" "The internet apparel and e-commerce sector," he replied. "Really? I'm also involved in the internet women's clothing sector. When your company is up and running, don't forget about me." Li Feng chimed in, her laughter bright and charming. Although she remained skeptical, she felt it harmless to compliment him, especially since he was her husband's childhood neighbor. Making him happy was a priority. Absolutely. When the company launches, I'll ensure you're well taken care of. Fong Fong saw. Qin Chao asserted earnestly. He had arranged for Hu Zhongyi to assist him in recruiting personnel, including professional managers, and anticipated having the company operational within a week. Li Fong's expertise in internet women's fashion would be a significant asset, and he genuinely appreciated her as a person. He had no intention of undermining Qin Han. In truth, he merely valued her company, and while he found her attractive, his intentions remained innocent. Great. I'll be waiting for your good news. Oh, we don't have each other on WeChat. Let us add each other for better communication, she suggested, pulling out her QR code for Qin Chao. Sure. Qin Chao scanned the code and added her WeChat. Her ID was unique, titled Silence. It was rare for a married woman to choose such a name, while Qin Chao's ID was simply Qin, both succinct yet fitting. Before long, they finished their meal, and Qin Yuandao went to settle the bill, which amounted to over 2,000 yuan, causing him a pang of regret. Chapter 36. The Perils of Comparison. A group of individuals stood at the entrance of the Hongyan Grand Hotel, poised to bid farewell. Just as they were about to part ways, Qin Yuandao unexpectedly spoke up. By the way, Qin Zhao, didn't your father mention yesterday that you purchased a large house in Haicheng? We've never seen it. Would you be so kind as to take us for a tour? Notably, he referred to it as a large house rather than a luxury flat. To be honest, he was unaware of the term luxury flat, and in his eyes, anything over 160 square meters qualified as a large house. Ah, Qin Zhao, you bought a house in Haicheng? The two expressed their astonishment as they turned to Qin Zhao. Qin Yuandao had returned from their hometown without mentioning Qin Zhao's situation, as he himself was uncertain of its veracity. Qin Han and Li Fong assumed that today was merely a casual dinner among friends, given that they all worked in Haicheng. However, upon hearing Qin Yuandao's words, they were taken aback, considering that Haicheng is a second-tier city with relatively high property prices, far from the small counties of Gong Province. Oh, the fox's tail has been revealed, Qin Zhao thought to himself with a smirk. He understood that this dinner was, in essence, an attempt by Qin Yuandao to ascertain whether he had indeed purchased a large house in Haicheng and whether he had achieved success. Had it not been for this matter, these two would never have invited him to dinner. That would truly be a rarity. Yes, I just bought it recently. Qin Zhao smiled, observing the expressions on Qin Han and Li Fong's faces, which indicated their ignorance of the matter. Wow, Qin Zhao, you're impressive, Li Fong exclaimed sincerely, fully aware of the challenges one faces when acquiring property in Haicheng. For instance, Qin Han's family had pooled their entire life savings to purchase a modest 120 square meter apartment in the city. Which community did you buy in? Would it be possible for us to visit? I'm genuinely curious about the type of house you chose. Li Fong gazed into Qin Zhao's eyes, her curiosity palpable. Not only Li Fong, but also Qin Yuandao and Qin Han were fixedly watching Qin Zhao, intrigued, while Wang Guilan, standing nearby, discreetly scrutinized him, wondering if he was merely boasting and would soon be proven wrong. Haisheng Tiansheng, let us go together. I'll take you there, Qin Zhao replied calmly, though internally he was quite exhilarated. He had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Soon, he would have the opportunity to shock Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan, delivering a blow to their preconceived notions. Aren't you the one who looked down on my father? Just wait. I will undoubtedly mock you for your ignorance, you country bumpkin. You've probably never encountered a luxury flat, let alone a 388 square meter one. The thought alone made Qin Zhao relish the impending satisfaction. What? Haisheng Tiansheng? Li Fong and Qin Han were momentarily stunned. Surely they hadn't misheard? Is it Haisheng Tianjing? Qin Yuandao and Wang Guilan exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was unfolding. What's this Haisheng Tiansheng? What's going on? Qin Yuandao asked directly. Dad, you don't know? Haisheng Tiansheng is a well-known upscale community in Haicheng, inhabited predominantly by the affluent, Qin Han explained to his father. Qin Zhao. Li Fong attempted to inquire further, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Qin Zhao walking towards a sleek black BMW parked nearby. That can't be his car, can it? She thought, as she watched Qin Zhao deftly unlock the car and start the engine. A sense of relief washed over her. Living in Haisheng Tiansheng, driving a BMW was hardly surprising. Today, Qin Zhao had truly opened her eyes. She was fully aware of his family situation, having visited his home with her husband, and it was evident that he had earned all of this himself, having graduated from university less than a year ago. What an extraordinary talent for making money. As everyone was lost in thought, a voice broke the silence. "Get in," he called only to Li Fang. Knowing that Qin Han had driven himself and wishing to avoid the superficiality of Qin Yuandao and Wang Guolan. With a sense of urgency, Li Fang hurriedly opened the passenger door and took her seat. It had been a while since she had been in a BMW, and she relished the feeling of sitting in such luxury. As Qin Zhao prepared to drive off, Qin Han approached his own Volkswagen Magotan and called out Mom and Dad. "Get in." Qin Yuandao paused, gazing enviously at the sleek black BMW before pulling Wang Guolan along to join their son in the car. Even as they settled in, Wang Guolan remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the reality that the once ordinary Qin Zhao was now behind the wheel of a BMW. Could it be that his claims about owning a luxurious house were also true? Her mind was in turmoil. "Hanga, keep close behind," Qin Zhao called out to Qin Han as he leaned out the window. With that, he slowly revved the engine, and the car surged into the flow of traffic, with the white Volkswagen Magotan quickly following suit. Inside the BMW, Li Fang's expression still bore a hint of disbelief as she processed the revelation she had just witnessed. Hai Sheng Tian Cheng, a BMW 330. Could it be that he was indeed serious about starting an online clothing company? The thought struck her suddenly. Cleared her throat, she ventured to ask, "So, Qin Zhao, you've truly astonished me. How did you achieve all this? Didn't you just graduate from university?" "Actually, I made a significant profit in the stock market. I started trading while I was still in college," Qin Zhao replied with a faint smile. It was the familiar answer he had long prepared, knowing that the existence of the system could not be disclosed. Thus, he maintained that his wealth stemmed from stock trading, a detail that was indisputable. "You are truly remarkable. I can't help but suspect you might be the legendary genius, born with innate wisdom." Li Fang continued to shower him with compliments. After all, he had earned everything himself, a self-made success. Suddenly recalling something, Li Fang added, "By the way, Qin Zhao, when you mentioned your plans to start an online clothing company during dinner, was that serious?" "Certainly," Qin Zhao affirmed decisively. "Then what about me? Do you think I could join you? I work in online women's fashion, and I would love to be part of your company." Li Fang's voice trailed off. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed. Earlier, during dinner, she had assumed Qin Zhao was merely boasting. Now, realizing he was genuinely serious about starting a company, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, she truly desired to work for Qin Zhao's company. Her current job was unsatisfactory, with a boss who often harassed her under the guise of work. She had been contemplating a change for some time, but had hesitated due to the difficulty of finding new employment. Now that Qin Zhao was indeed starting an online clothing company, it solidified her resolve. Moreover, they were neighbors, which would make communication easier, and she wouldn't have to worry about harassment at work. Additionally, she harbored a subtle fondness for the tall, imposing, yet composed Qin Zhao. At just over 30 years old, she was in a prime age for women, and her husband's frail health left her feeling somewhat deprived of affection. The Qin dynasty possessed not only charm, but also remarkable capabilities and wealth. Working alongside him would undoubtedly be a joyous experience, she mused. As Li Fang's thoughts spiraled, her heart raced, and her complexion flushed increasingly. Of course, there's no problem. What's the matter? Qin Zhao, focused on driving, glanced over at Li Fang and noticed her face aflame, even her neck bearing the same crimson hue. Concerned, he inquired about her health, suspecting she might be unwell. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped her lips. Regaining her senses, she realized her behavior, her face instantly turning as red as if it might bleed. She hurriedly shielded her visage with her hands, feeling both embarrassed and irate. "It's nothing, just drive carefully." Li Fang felt she had utterly humiliated herself in front of Qin Zhao, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. What was she thinking? How could she be so shameless? Internally, she scorned herself. Little did she know, she was at the most enchanting age of womanhood. With her husband's declining health, Qin Zhao's presence felt like a potent poison, imbued with irresistible allure. In every aspect, appearance, character, wealth, and charisma, he far surpassed her husband, Qin Han. The human psyche is often fraught with comparisons. Once one is drawn into contrast, disparities become glaring, igniting a desire to bridge the gaps. The method of bridging such divides often leads one to claim him as their own. Thus, it is not entirely blameworthy to consider Li Fang's predicament. She merely stumbled into a common folly that many women encounter, albeit this particular misstep was somewhat more pronounced. Chapter 37. Portia Panamera gazing at Li Fang's exquisite and beautiful visage, which was suffused with a blend of embarrassment and anger. Qin Chao's mind was flooded with a myriad of questions. What on earth? Why did I provoke her? Why is her face so flushed? Forget it, he thought, shaking his head dismissively. It was of no consequence to him, after all. As he regained his focus, he resumed driving. Before long, they arrived at Haisheng Tiansheng. Upon entering the community, Qin Chao took the liberty of informing the security guard that the white Volkswagen following him was being driven by a relative who wished to tour the premises briefly. The guard readily acquiesced, for the residents of this community were all affluent individuals, and he could hardly afford to offend them. Thus, Qin Han drove his Volkswagen Magotan into the Haisheng Tiansheng community alongside Qin Chao. After parking, the group alighted from the vehicles. The community was indeed strikingly beautiful. The architecture resembled that of a palace, complete with a swimming pool. As they strolled along the main thoroughfare, Qin Yuandao exclaimed, surveying the surroundings with awe. In his estimation, this community far surpassed his own residence at Daijing Garden in every conceivable way. It was undeniably splendid, luxurious, and upscale. Even the usually reticent Qin Han could not help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, Li Fang's eyes sparkled with wonder. If only I could reside here, she mused. This place is so enchanting, and I could swim during the summer. It is truly my dream home. Alas, why is there such a disparity among men? At that moment, she found herself envying Qin Chao's future girlfriend or wife. What immense fortune it must be to encounter such an exceptional man. How unfortunate that she, Li Fang, lacked such luck. She glanced at Qin Chao, whose tall and imposing figure exuded an air of majesty, before shifting her gaze to her husband, Qin Han, who appeared out of place, akin to a country bumpkin in a grand estate, his disheveled demeanor inducing a sense of discomfort within her. Soon, the group arrived at building number 2. While awaiting the elevator, Qin Chao provided a brief overview of the community and mentioned the floor on which he resided, though he refrained from disclosing the size of his apartment, choosing to leave that as a suspenseful revelation to later astonish Qin Yuandao and Wang Guolan, thus avenging himself against his father. Ding! The elevator came to a halt on the 20th floor. The group stepped out promptly. In no time, Qin Chao stood before his door, employing his fingerprint to unlock the sleek black armored entrance. Upon beholding the imposing black door, their eyes widened in astonishment. Truth be told, none had ever encountered such an armored door before. It was black, deep, steady, and exuded an aura of grandeur, suggesting a price tag far beyond their means. Qin Chao's calm and articulate voice shattered their reverie. Please come in. No need to remove your shoes. I arrange for cleaning services periodically. Qin Yuandao was the first to step inside, his eagerness to behold the interior palpable. The others followed suit, and once Qin Chao had changed his shoes at the entrance, he guided them into the living room. The expressions of everyone mirrored one another. Utter astonishment, mouths agape. Their immediate reaction was a chorus of exclamations. It's enormous. How vast could this space be? The living room alone must measure 70 to 80 square meters. Qin Yuandao felt his mind reeling. Just yesterday, he had dismissed Qin Jihua's claim that his son had purchased a large flat, thinking it was merely a spacious apartment of around 100 square meters. Now, standing in this expansive abode, he felt as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. A sense of resentment brewed within him towards Qin Jihua. Why on earth didn't you mention your son's wealth sooner? Now I feel utterly humiliated. He wished to find a corner to hide in, his face oscillating between crimson and pale. As for Wang Guolan, she remained oblivious, lost in her own thoughts. Li Fang, on the other hand, was in a state of awe, surveying her surroundings. Although she had been aware of Qin Chao's affluence, the magnitude of it was beyond her comprehension. This house must span 300 to 400 square meters, and given the community's price per square meter of 30,000, this residence must be worth over 10 million, she calculated silently. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to an enormous floor-to-ceiling window. She hurried over, standing by the window to gaze outside. The view from the 20th floor was breathtaking, showcasing the sprawling cityscape below, distant skyscrapers, bustling streets, and busy pedestrians. This truly was her dream home. She could hardly fathom the sensation of awakening in this residence each morning. Qin Chao observed the expressions of Qin Yuandao's family. Noting their astonishment and embarrassment, a smile creeping onto his face. He felt triumphant, exceedingly so. Ding! The host has decisively struck Qin Yuandao's face, restoring face for his family. A commendable act of filial piety and indulgence has succeeded. This indulgence scores a 7, rewarding the host with a Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T. Note 1. The vehicle is assumed to be fully equipped with insurance and documentation complete. The host may collect it from the Haicheng Porsche Marketing Center. Note 2. The host may specify the interior and exterior colors. Wow, the system has manifested. Qin Chao was utterly enamored. Just as he was riding the wave of success, the system had taken action. The Porsche Panamera. He had heard of it, yet was oblivious to the various models and specifications. No matter. He quickly retrieved his phone to search for Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T. In no time, the results appeared. The starting price was 8,888 million. The system had automatically assumed the top configuration. Qin Chao estimated the final cost would be at least 4 million. Impressive system. After driving a BMW 330 for over 40,000, he was somewhat fatigued by its appearance. This time, the system had truly come through for him. The corners of Qin Chao's mouth began to rise, barely able to contain his delight. Qin Chao, is your house extraordinarily large? How many square meters is it? How much did it cost? Li Fang was the first to shake off her stupor, launching a barrage of inquiries. Her curiosity was insatiable. She yearned to know more about this remarkable residence. 388 square meters, costing nearly 12 million. Qin Chao replied with a faint smile, addressing Li Fang. He held a favorable impression of her and was more than willing to engage in conversation. Li Fang's delicate features radiated a mixture of surprise and intrigue as she intently focused on Qin Chao's lips, her expression revealing that she had anticipated such a figure. Over 10 million. The value of her current residence was merely a fraction of Qin Chao's expansive flat, and it fell short by a significant margin. The disparity was infuriating. How could someone fresh out of university achieve such success? As her mind wandered, she deliberately took a few steps closer, surreptitiously assessing Qin Chao from head to toe. His features were well-defined, his physique commendable, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a shapely posterior, exuding an air of confidence. If she were to assign a score, he would undoubtedly receive no less than an 80. As for his capabilities, having ventured into stock trading during his university years and amassed such considerable wealth, it showcased his foresight and exceptional skills. A composite score of 90 would be appropriate. Economically speaking, he merited a perfect 120. As Qin Chao pondered over the situation, he noticed a gradual flush creeping onto Li Fang's face. Her alluring peach blossom eyes shimmering with a flirtatious glimmer, as if reflecting a subtle sheen. Under her discreet scrutiny, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Since he had uttered that previous statement, Li Fang had been fixated on him with those enchanting, ambiguous glances. What did she mean by this? Such blatant advances, especially with her husband, Qin Han, nearby. Turning to glance back, Qin Zhao observed that Qin Han had moved to the other side, on the verge of entering the bedroom. Then there was no harm in it. Yet, would this not be inappropriate? Internally, two voices began to clash within him. One advocated for passivity, suggesting they let her take the initiative as long as they neither acted nor refused. The other concurred with this notion. Well, consensus had been reached. Thus, it would be so. If one were to inquire whether Qin Zhao harbored other sentiments towards this captivating and voluptuous woman, he would not deny it. After all, during his high school years, he had first encountered her at her wedding with Qin Han, adorned in a pristine white gown, her alluring curves accentuated, her stunning visage and statuesque form leaving an indelible mark on the impressionable mind of an 18-year-old boy. That was his inaugural exposure to the epitome of beauty and sensuality. Since then, countless midnight reveries had brought her back to his thoughts. The dreams of yesteryear might now be within reach. However, recalling Qin Han, who had once been a dear companion in his youth, Qin Zhao felt it prudent to refrain from pursuing such thoughts. Out of respect for Qin Han, he resolved never to take the initiative. The mantra remained, neither to act, nor to refuse, nor to take responsibility. He would observe Li Feng's intentions. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. With Tian Sheng, Ma Dong, and the ambiguous relationship with Coach Lu in his life, it was not imperative for him to engage with her in any way. Chapter 38, while they were lost in thought before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Yuandao, his wife Wang Guilan, and their son Qin Han were exploring the main bedroom of the house. The room, spanning a generous 50 to 60 square meters, boasted an extraordinary space, luxurious decor, and high-end furnishings, all of which left them in awe. This little brat must have some secret to amass such wealth. This house is worth over 10 million. Surely, he hasn't resorted to robbing banks? Wang Guilan scolded, her displeasure evident. Close your mouth, with that pig's brain of yours. Refrain from speaking out of turn in front of Qin Zhao. He is no longer someone we can afford to offend. Qin Yuandao shot a fierce glare at Wang Guilan, resembling a frustrated teammate. He understood that Qin Zhao's current economic standing and social status were no longer subject for jest. Understood, Wang Guilan mumbled, feeling that Qin Zhao was merely lucky and lamenting that if only she possessed a fraction of that luck, she too could have accumulated wealth. Son, Qin Zhao looks down upon your mother and me a great deal now, but he is quite cordial towards you and Fang Fang. You must seize the opportunity to foster a good relationship with him. Make an effort to engage with him, perhaps invite him out for meals when time permits. Qin Yuandao advised his son earnestly. He continued, he has risen to great heights, starting his own company. If we tighten our bonds with him, even a small favor could drastically alter our family's fortunes. Got it, Qin Han replied with his head bowed. The taciturn young man harbored genuine admiration for Qin Zhao, who had once trailed behind him as a child, now purchasing a house worth over 10 million at the tender age of 24. Observing his son's calm demeanor, Qin Yuandao felt a wave of exasperation. Yet, he recognized his son's nature, reserved and reticent, making it unrealistic to expect him to engage more with Qin Zhao. I should remind Fang Fang to interact more with Qin Zhao. Her lively personality would complement such efforts, Qin Yuandao mused quietly. Soon, the four of them completed their tour of the house. Noticing the time, they decided to head home. Qin Zhao initially intended to drive Li Feng back, but reconsidered. After all, her husband was present. It would be inappropriate. After bidding them farewell at the door, Qin Zhao returned home. As he sank into the sofa, a notification chimed from WeChat. Opening it, he saw a message from Li Feng. Gee, when your company opens, remember to let me know. Don't forget about me. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao replied, Qin, rest assured, you are always on my mind. I could never forget you. Moments later, another message came through. Gee, do you truly think of me? Are there no other women in your heart? Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback by the implication behind her words. The conversation had taken a subtly flirtatious turn, deviating from their usual exchanges. A smirk crept onto his lips as he began to type. Qin, no one else, just you. After sending the message, his heart raced with excitement. Despite being only text, a thrilling tension coursed through him. It was no wonder they said a wife was not as good as a concubine, and a concubine not as good as a secret affair. The ancients were not wrong. Qin Zhao pondered to himself. Meanwhile, in the car, Qin Yuandao and the others were seated in a Volkswagen Magotan, the vehicle gliding smoothly down the road. Li Feng's heart fluttered upon reading Qin Zhao's message. Stealing a glance at her husband, she noted his focus on driving. Seeing her in-laws resting with their eyes closed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one noticed. Her heart raced like thunder pounding with anticipation. What did Qin Zhao mean by his words? Was he implying what she hoped? After some contemplation, she decided to probe a little further. She typed out a message. Gee, seriously? With your talents, youth, wealth, and charm, how could no woman be interested in you? I refuse to believe it. Following it, she sent a playful pouting emoji, aiming for a contrast in her demeanor. When Qin Zhao opened the message while sipping water, he burst out laughing, nearly choking. He had not anticipated this playful side of Li Fang. Her striking beauty, alluring eyes, and curvaceous figure painted her as a quintessential seductive woman. Yet here she was, displaying an unexpected charm online. Understanding dawned upon him. He replied, Qin, more genuine than sincerity itself. There are women pursuing me, but none catch my eye. He accompanied the message with a nonchalant emoji. Instantly, her response came back. Gee, what type of girl do you like? Gee, innocent and cute. JPG, Qin Zhao chuckled, but hesitated before responding, typing and deleting. Typing and deleting. He thought to play the long game, aiming for a bigger catch. In the passenger seat, Li Fang, with her delicate, fair hand tightly gripping her phone, grew anxious as no reply came. What was Qin Zhao contemplating? Why the delay? She opened the chat, prepared to inquire, only to see the typing indicator appear. She paused, yet after a minute, still received no message. As the indicator reappeared, her curiosity intensified. What was Qin Zhao wrestling with in his mind? Finally, a message arrived. She eagerly opened it. Qin, I'm not really good at expressing myself. Her heart leaped, tinged with excitement. Could it be exactly what she had been thinking? She urged him, just say it, don't be afraid. Qin, well, I will say it. Anticipation coursed through Li Fang as she replied, go ahead. After a prolonged silence, no message came. Her heart raced, suspended in uncertainty. Suddenly, she noticed a line next to Qin Zhao's avatar in the chat. You were like this. Boom. Li Fang's heart skipped a beat, momentarily freezing. Then it raced uncontrollably once more, unable to calm down. She marveled at how just a few words could wield such power. Chapter 39 in Dreams. She had appeared countless times. After sending that message, 10 minutes had passed without a single reply. Qin Zhao felt a twinge of impatience. Could it be that Li Fang was trying to lure him in with his own tactics? He pondered this as he opened the chat box, only to find no indication that she was typing. How peculiar. Qin Zhao was perplexed. Meanwhile, in the car, Li Fang wore a peculiar expression. Akin to someone recovering from a vigorous exercise, her face flushed. Her husband, noticing her odd demeanor, quickly inquired, what is wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing her husband's concerned voice brought a wave of embarrassment to Li Fang. How could she feel this way? Simply from few words. She scolded herself internally. Turning to her husband, who looked at her with concern, she replied, it's nothing. Perhaps the weather is too hot, and I've broken into a sweat. Let us hurry home so I can take a shower. That's good. Qin Han nodded lightly before returning his focus to driving. Seeing her husband like this, the guilt in Li Fang's heart dissipated. A simple inquiry and then silence. She felt a loss. Her husband, Qin Han, was a man of few words, lacking in romance and devoid of any excitement. Their monotonous daily life was devoid of any ripples, bland and tasteless. Reflecting on this, she involuntarily compared Qin Zhao with Qin Han. Qin Zhao was tall and imposing, with a unique charm, youthful wealth, remarkable abilities, and eloquence. Qin Zhao was a perfect 10, while Qin Han was a mere 0. There was simply no comparison. They were not on the same level. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily picked up her phone to check the chat history. There were numerous unread messages. Qin, what is wrong? Why haven't you replied? Qin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize for bothering you. Qin, just delete me. I must have lost my mind to say such things. Qin, I'm sorry. Gazing at the unread messages, Li Fang could easily envision Qin Zhao's anxious expression while waiting. How foolish she was. She scolded herself again, feeling a profound guilt towards Qin Zhao, far exceeding any remorse she felt for her husband. She quickly composed a response. Li, I'm sorry. I was preoccupied with something else and didn't see your messages. As soon as she sent it, a reply came almost instantly. Qin, I'm just glad you're not angry. You scared me. The guilt within Li Fong intensified. She quickly reassured him. I'm not angry at all. In fact, I'm quite pleased. At my age, it's flattering to have a young, handsome man like you take an interest in me. At that moment, Qin Zhao was reclining leisurely on an upscale sofa, watching a massive 110-inch LCD television. Although there had been a few minor setbacks, everything was still under control. A smirk tugged at his lips as he typed. You're only in your early 30s, the prime of a woman's beauty. How can you say you're old? He followed up with, I am drawn to mature women like you, exuding elegance and charm, with an intoxicating fragrance. This statement was quite a blatant flirtation. But Qin Zhao, confident in his appeal, believed she would surely take the bait. Moments later, a notification chimed. He opened the message. Li, you're so straightforward. It's making me blush. You're shy? Qin Zhao found that hard to believe. It was he who should feel bashful, given the age difference. With a charming grin, he chose not to reveal her pretense and typed, What do you mean by that? I've waited many years for this. Ever since I first saw you in high school, you've occupied my thoughts, and you've appeared in my dreams countless times. At that moment, Qin Han had driven back to the community and parked the car. As soon as he stopped, Li Fong hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. She quickened her pace, turning back to tell her husband, I'm all sweaty and feeling uncomfortable. I need a shower first. Once home, Li Fong swiftly went to her room to grab a change of clothes and rush to the bathroom. She closed the door and locked it in one swift motion. Sitting on the toilet, Li Fong pulled out her phone and opened the chat with Qin Zhao. His message, word for word, flashed before her eyes. Since the first time I saw you in high school, I've held you in my heart, and you've appeared in my dreams countless times. These words struck her deeply. Had Qin Zhao harbored feelings for her since their first encounter? And he dreamed of her often. Li Fong murmured to herself, her eyes growing misty, filled with a sense of desire. After a prolonged silence, Qin Zhao felt exasperated, as if 1,000 frustrations were coursing through him. What was she doing? Perhaps something had delayed her. He consoled himself with this thought. Suddenly, the WeChat notification chimed. Finally, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up with curiosity about how Li Fong would respond. He opened the message. Li, you're quite charming. I like you too. Li, but I have to go for now. I've worked up quite a sweat and need a shower. Reading those two messages, Qin Zhao stroked his chin thoughtfully. As expected, the bait had been taken effortlessly. However, it wasn't tea particularly hot today. Why was she sweating so much? Perhaps it was a personal issue. After all, physiological responses differ between genders. Qin Zhao mused privately. He licked his lips, resting his forehead on one hand, deep in thought. For now, he decided to refrain from overthinking. He would focus on establishing his company first. Once Li Fong came to work there, they would have more time together to understand each other better. After all, he couldn't take the initiative too easily. He would have to accept things passively for everyone's sake. Li Fong was the daughter-in-law of Qin Yuandao and the wife of his childhood friend, Qin Han. If anything went awry, it would certainly return to the village, and his parents would be subjected to gossip and ridicule. As a dutiful son, Qin Zhao wished to avoid such a scenario. Thus, he resolved to remain cautious and wait until she joined his company. Chapter 40. Portia saleswoman Chia. As he glanced at the time, it was 4 p.m. Qin Zhao had initially intended to wait for Li Fong to finish her shower so they could engage in further conversation and deepen their emotional connection. However, after a moment's reflection, he reconsidered, understanding the wisdom in moderation. Impatience yields no fruitful results. After all, she was not going anywhere, and there was no need to rush. His thoughts drifted to the recently awarded Porsche Panamera from the system, a desire that had long been ignited within him. While the BMW 330 was certainly respectable, it did not quite fit the criteria of a luxury vehicle. As the prominent owner of Bokai Rue and on the verge of launching a new company, a distinguished car had become essential. To Qin Zhao, a car was a reflection of a man's stature, and given his current position, it was indeed time for an upgrade. The BMW 330, while decent, fell short of the prestige offered by a more luxurious model. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zhao took out his phone and searched for the Porsche Marketing Center 4S dealership in Haicheng using Gouda Maps. The distance was neither too far nor too near, 15 kilometers. Grabbing his car keys, He shut the heavy, dark armored door behind him and made his way to the community parking lot. 20 minutes later, Qin Zhao arrived at the Porsche Marketing Center. After parking in a designated temporary space, he stepped out and headed inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by an alluring saleswoman named Chia, who approached him with a radiant smile. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Haicheng Porsche 4S dealership. I am Chia, your sales representative. How may I assist you today?" Qin Zhao casually appraised Chia, responding with a warm smile. "I purchased a vehicle from your dealership and have come to collect it today." Internally, he began to assess Chia's appearance. She wore a fitted black OL uniform top paired with a sleek black knee-length skirt, complemented by sheer black stockings and heels, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. Her hourglass silhouette radiated both sensuality and sophistication. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Chia inquired, her expression slightly surprised but quickly replaced by her professional demeanor, which now bore an even more enthusiastic smile. This young man had placed an order for a car at their dealership, and although the model was unclear, it was evident he belonged to the affluent class, perhaps a second-generation rich kid, she mused. "My surname is Qin," Qin Zhao replied gently. "Mr. Qin, may I please see your ID for verification?" Chia asked respectfully, slightly bowing her head. "Sure." Qin Zhao nodded and handed over his identification. After receiving the ID, Chia walked to the computer station. Soon, her eyes brightened as she approached Qin Zhao with a smile. "Mr. Qin, I see that you placed your order directly through our Porsche Greater China headquarters and have paid in full. May I ask what colors you prefer for the exterior and interior?" To be honest, Chia was quite astonished. Based on her initial assumptions, she thought Qin Zhao was purchasing a vehicle in the Mekong range, priced below $1 million. While that was still impressive, she had encountered many similar wealthy youngsters before. Yet, when the order details appeared on her screen, she found it hard to believe. A Panamera GTS 4.0T, top configuration, nearly $2.5 million upon delivery. In Haicheng, that was considered an exceptionally high-end luxury vehicle. The price alone did not fully astonish her. What truly shocked her was that the order was made directly through Porsche's China headquarters. She understood the implications of this, recognizing the status of a young man standing before her. Goodness, the system's reach is impressive, directly ordering through headquarters. How remarkable, Qin Zhao thought, though he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I would like a black exterior with a volcano red interior." This combination appealed to him, as his current BMW 330 featured a similar scheme, an understated exterior with a vibrant interior that resonated with his personality. "I imagine it will take some time before the car is ready for pickup?" he inquired, assuming the process would not be as swift as with his previous BMW. "Since the headquarters has arranged everything for you, I will send your color choices to them, and they should have the car dispatched within about a week," Chia explained, her demeanor remaining courteous, even slightly flattering. "Mr. Qin, why don't you add me on WeChat? I will contact you the moment the car arrives, ensuring you are not delayed by even a second." "All right," Qin Zhao replied promptly, presenting his QR code for Chia to scan. Ding! WeChat friend added successfully. With the car not being ready for immediate collection, Qin Zhao decided to take his leave from the 4S store. "I will come back to collect the car once it arrives," he said, smiling and waving goodbye to the enchanting saleswoman. Chia's impression of him was quite favorable. She found him attractive, tall, and robust, fitting her ideal type. Though he might not be someone she would pursue as a boyfriend, she entertained the notion of enjoying a flirtation. "Mr. Qin, allow me to escort you out." Chia quickly stepped in front of him, gesturing politely for him to proceed. As they walked towards the exit, Qin Zhao observed her every movement, captivated by her graceful figure and the rhythmic sway of her hips. He couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. "Mr. Qin, please take care. Should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Even at night, Chia said, leaning slightly forward in a respectful manner at the entrance. "Really? Any assistance at all?" Qin Zhao mused playfully, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, whatever you may need, I am here for you, 24 hours a day," Chia affirmed, her understanding of his playful tone evident. Recognizing his potential and youth, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Qin Zhao's smile widened at her response. "Very well, I may just take you up on that offer when the night feels particularly empty, he contemplated with a sense of intrigue. Chapter 41. The virtuous long-legged wife having departed from the Porsche dealership, Qin Zhao drove his BMW 330 towards home. There was no point in picking up the new car today. He had spent the entire day outside and felt thoroughly exhausted. A hot shower and a comfortable lounge on the sofa while watching television sounded utterly delightful. As he activated the car's music system, Qin Zhao played An Ordinary Road and began to hum along. The lyrics resonated with him. Wandering on the road. Do you wish to leave? Fragile, proud. That was once my reflection at that moment. In the Tianhu Garden community, on the 5th floor of Building 5, Li Feng stood naked beneath the silvery shower, the warm, slender streams of water caressing her face. Her emotions were complex as Qin Zhao's messages replayed in her mind. It's someone like you, and I have liked you since senior year, for so many years. She felt both drawn to him and apprehensive, akin to a child yearning for a candy offered by a stranger, yet held back by her rationality. On one hand was her youthful, affluent, and robust neighbor, Qin Zhao. On the other was her husband and the emotional bond they had cultivated over the years. Her grip tightened as her thoughts waged war within her, making it difficult to choose. The reason she abruptly ceased conversing with Qin Zhao was her instinct to escape. After all, it had been years since she last saw him, and today marked their first encounter in Haiqing. The last time they met was at her wedding, where he was merely a senior in high school. As her thoughts wandered, Li Feng ultimately resolved to take things slowly. After all, Qin Zhao was about to launch a new company. She would consider working there when the time came, allowing time to reveal the answer she sought. 15 minutes later, Qin Zhao returned to Haixing Tianqing. Settling into the spacious and comfortable high-end sofa, he glanced at his phone, noting that over an hour had passed without a message from Li Feng. Perhaps her mind was in turmoil as well. With a sigh, he opened the Meituan food delivery app, preparing to order a meal to tide him over. He had spent the entire day running about, leaving him physically and mentally drained. After browsing for a while, he finally settled on a dish from Old Chengdu that included roasted duck, quail eggs, yellow throat, tripe, and duck blood. Everything he had previously denied himself at work, totaling 158 yuan. Just a week ago, this would have seemed extravagant, but now it felt like a mere drop in the bucket. While waiting for his meal, he instinctively opened Douyin, intending to indulge in some entertainment and perhaps catch a glimpse of fitness streamers. Just as he was about to scroll, the buzzing of a WeChat message interrupted him. Expecting it to be Li Feng, he felt a rush of excitement and quickly opened the message. Tianjing. Honey, have you had dinner yet? It was my long-legged wife. Qin Zhao promptly replied. Not yet. I just ordered takeout and am waiting at home. The response arrived almost instantly. Tianjing. Takeout is so unhygienic. Wait for me. I'm on my way. Qin. All right, dear. Do you want me to pick you up? Tianjing. No need. I can take a taxi quickly. After their exchange, the news that Tianjing was coming over filled Qin Zhao's weary body with warmth. She must be coming to cook for him. Truly, his long-legged wife was a blessing. With this thought, he hurriedly canceled his takeout order, relieved that he had acted in time. After all, who would choose takeout when one's wife was cooking? Tianjing had previously boasted about her culinary skills, and Qin Zhao believed her words to be genuine. With his appetite now heightened, he remembered that he hadn't eaten much during lunch with Qin Yuan and the others. Most of it had been consumed in drinking. He ambled to the refrigerator, which was disappointingly empty. He resolved to make a trip to the supermarket to stock up, ensuring that his fridge was filled with snacks, beverages, and alcohol. The plan was to enjoy dinner and then go out for a stroll with his long-legged wife. What a wonderful prospect. Before long, he heard the sound of the fingerprint lock being unlocked at the front door. The previous evening, Qin Zhao had registered Tianjing's fingerprint in the system, allowing her to enter the community and their home freely. Although he had several other acquaintances, he felt secure. He understood Tianjing well enough to know that she would never intrude without prior notice. Darling, I'm here, Tianjing announced as she stepped through the door, changing into her home slippers at the entrance and greeting Qin Zhao with ease. She appeared composed and confident, as if they were an old married couple. Carrying bags filled with vegetables and meat, she embodied the essence of a devoted wife. Indeed, since her recent transformation from girlhood to womanhood, Tianjing had acquired a mature charm that heightened her allure. "Wife, you bought so many ingredients. I'm in for a treat tonight," Qin Zhao exclaimed, rushing to help her with the bags and planting a kiss on her alluring red lips. Delightful. His wife's entire being radiated fragrance. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Zhao made his way to the kitchen, eager for the meal to come. Tianjing's face glowed with confidence, her inner thoughts echoing. "My cooking skills far surpass my mother's. I will certainly astonish my husband tonight after placing the groceries down." Qin Zhao was promptly ushered out of the kitchen by Tianjing, who declared, "The kitchen is where women belong. Men should simply wait to eat. That is how my mother treated my father." Chuckling at her words, Qin Zhao felt fortunate to have such a wife. Marrying someone like Tianjing was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Obedient, understanding, virtuous, kind-hearted, and gentle. She bore no resemblance to the stereotypical fiery women of Sichuan. Rather, she resembled the gentle and nurturing women of Jiangnan. Though her tall and alluring physique, standing at 1.72 meters, was somewhat atypical for southern women, who often tended to be shorter, Tianjing stood out with her exceptional height. In summation, Tianjing seemed like a gift from the heavens, embodying the essence of beauty and grace without any apparent flaws. At least, that was how Qin Zhao perceived her. Chapter 42. Of course, we wash together. As the old adage goes, when marrying, one should choose a virtuous partner. Tianjing is undeniably a most suitable candidate for a wife. However, Qin Zhao has temporarily set this thought aside. He is still enamored with his charming and lovely school belle girlfriend, Shen Fan, as well as the voluptuous and fiery Lu Ruyan and the mature and alluringly Fang. His life is still brimming with enjoyment. How could he possibly entertain the notion of marriage? Ridiculous. Qin Zhao hastily banished this thought from his mind and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. What on earth is this? The platform is inundating me with videos of beauties in yoga pants, seductive stepmothers in skirts, and alluring office ladies in black stockings. Qin Zhao found himself both scornful and captivated by the content. He couldn't help but critique these beguiling figures. This one has a nice chest, though her backside is slightly lacking. This physique is perfect, although her face could use some work. And this one, wow, I can't even fathom how much technology went into that. An hour later, a lavish meal was laid out on the exquisite Wang Wali wooden dining table, featuring Kung Pao chicken, spicy hot pot, boiled beef, and stir-fried vegetables. The dishes were tantalizingly colorful and exuded a rich aroma, making Qin Zhao swallow hard in anticipation. These dishes looked and smelled absolutely delectable. "Let's dig in. 4 dishes should suffice for us today," Tianjing said, serving bowls of rice for both herself and Qin Zhao, handing him a pair of chopsticks from the cabinet. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear. These dishes are truly exquisite," Qin Zhao exclaimed, eagerly shoving a piece of beef into his mouth. "Delicious. Wow, this is incredibly good. You really excel in the kitchen," he praised wholeheartedly, genuinely astonished. The beef was mildly spicy, tender, and had the perfect chew, rivaling even that of a fine dining restaurant. After just one bite, Qin Zhao found himself unable to stop, as if he were consuming a piece of chewing gum. Given his already empty stomach and the spicy allure of Sichuan cuisine, it would be an injustice not to finish at least 4 bowls. "Go ahead and eat more. I'm on a diet and usually don't eat much in the evening," Tianjing said, her face beaming with joy as she watched Qin Zhao devour his food. "My husband is so adorable. His eating habits are so childlike," she chuckled inwardly. This was the first time Qin Zhao revealed such a youthful side of himself in her presence, contrasting sharply with his usual composed demeanor. It stirred a maternal instinct within Tianjing. Indeed, the saying "a man remains a boy until his death" holds some truth. "Oh, you're already so slim. Why the diet?" Qin Zhao asked, perplexed. "Wow, my long-legged wife is 172 centimeters tall and weighs only 102 pounds. Why would she want to lose weight?" he thought, somewhat baffled by a girl's perception of body image. "I still feel a bit overweight. I do like to lose a few more pounds," Tianjing replied with a sweet smile. "Please don't," Qin Zhao protested with a pained expression. "Your figure is just perfect as it is. If you lose weight and your curves diminish, how will I manage?" he strongly objected. Tianjing's current physique was just to his liking. Losing any more weight would render her somewhat bony, making it uncomfortable to embrace her, which would be a detriment to the experience. My dear, I adore you just the way you are, with a hint of softness, Qin Zhao said, feigning a pitiful expression. All right, my husband, I'll heed your wishes. I'll be however you like, Tianjing consoled, gently ruffling his hair. After saying this, she went to serve herself another half bowl of rice, demonstrating her determination. I love you, my wife. Qin Zhao's fervent kiss conveyed his feelings. After the meal and tidying up, they nestled together on a luxurious, plush sofa. Qin Zhao held his long-legged wife closely, relishing the softness and smoothness of her body. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? He mused. For now, a girlfriend will suffice. Having a partner who is perfect both in and out of bed is truly a blessing. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice broke the tranquility. Husband. I'm ready. Upon uttering these words, Tianjing's cheeks flushed crimson. She was the epitome of gentleness, shyness, and innocence. For someone like her to utter such suggestive words was indeed a cause for embarrassment. Qin Zhao responded, quickly comprehending. My dear knows me well. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. And at this moment, with his appetite satisfied, he was indeed feeling somewhat intoxicated. Change into that black office lady outfit later, and remember to wear black stockings. Qin Zhao whispered conspiratorially in Tianjing's ear. He didn't particularly have a fetish for uniforms, but with her long legs, it would be a shame not to showcase her figure in such attire. She needed to fully leverage her long legs to gain an advantage in the upcoming playful contest, ensuring it would be anything but mundane. The heights of pleasure can be lonely. Little Jing, you have much to learn. Qin Zhao silently encouraged her. I understand. Tianjing replied bashfully, her face growing even redder. She was acutely aware of her physique. The black stockings and uniform indeed accentuated her allure, giving her an air of a cool, sophisticated woman. However, having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, she still felt a tinge of shyness regarding such intimate topics, unlike some women who were unabashedly forward in their conversations. Tianjing recalled a college roommate named Lin Shui, who was quite the opposite. Lin Shui was equally stunning, but beneath her polished exterior lay a rather colorful imagination and a materialistic soul. The thought of her brought a smile to Tianjing's face as she looked at her tall and robust boyfriend. Unlike when they first met at the company, Qin Zhao had noticeably lost weight over the past few days. His jawline now had a distinct definition, and his facial features appeared significantly more chiseled than before. Tianjing reached out to touch his prominent nose and delicate lips, gazing at him with adoration. Husband, you've lost so much weight these past few days. You look so much more handsome now. Were you saying I wasn't handsome before? Qin Zhao retorted playfully, puffing up his chest. Tianjing chuckled, watching him with amusement. Well, you did have a bit of extra weight on your face back then. Qin Zhao scratched his head sheepishly. Although he had thick skin, he hadn't yet mastered the art of indifference, and her words struck a chord. I'm working out every morning now, just wait. Soon you'll see a handsome mannequin to Wu Yinzu standing before you. Qin Zhao declared confidently. My dear husband, you have always been the epitome of handsomeness in my heart. I love you. In the gentle curve of Tianjing's slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, the reflection of the Qin dynasty dances, her soft voice imbued with sincerity. I love you too, Xiao Jing. Come, let us bathe together. You go first. Of course, we shall bathe together. With a swift motion, Qin Zhao effortlessly cradled Tianjing in one arm while supporting her legs with the other, guiding her towards the bright and spacious bathroom. Chapter 43. Strengthening exercise the following day. At 7:10 a.m., Qin Zhao was driving towards Jinli Gym, his mind still replaying the events of the previous night. After their shower, he had embraced his long-legged wife, returning to their spacious master bedroom. The couple engaged in a friendly and harmonious exchange of playful competition. They exchanged blows back and forth, and ultimately, taking advantage of Tianjing's momentary distraction, Qin Zhao launched a surprise attack, securing victory in the contest. 10 minutes later, at Jinli Gym, Qin Zhao entered through the front door. Good morning, Brother Qin, greeted the receptionist Li Jiaojiao with her usual sweet smile. Li Jiaojiao had a close relationship with Lu Ruoyan and often chatted with her. Through Lu Ruoyan's descriptions, she had come to understand that Qin Zhao was a very mild-mannered, wealthy individual, devoid of any airs, making him quite easy to get along with. Initially, she had been uncertain of his temperament, treating him with respect and a hint of trepidation, as the thoughts of a wealthy person were beyond her comprehension. Now, she felt more at ease conversing with him, akin to a friendly older brother, cordial and polite. "Good morning, Jiao Jiao," Qin Zhao replied with a gentle smile, making his way to the VIP room on the third floor. In no time, he reached the third floor. As he pushed open the door to the VIP room, a voluptuous figure came into view, Lu Ruoyan, who was jogging steadily on the treadmill. She wore a pink sport bra on top and brown yoga pants below, her rounded, ample physique reminiscent of a character from a Korean comic. The sound of the door opening caught her attention. Upon realizing it was Qin Zhao, she quickly paused the treadmill and jumped down, approaching him with a beaming smile. "Good morning, Brother Qin." "Good morning," Qin Zhao responded tenderly, his voice possessing a subtle charm. Lu Ruoyan scrutinized him from head to toe, a smile playing on her lips. "You seem to be in great spirits today, Brother Qin." Qin Zhao's face flushed as memories of the previous night's playful contest with Tianjing flooded his mind. "Ha, not bad," he replied. Lu Ruoyan examined his face closely and felt her own cheeks warm. She had never really observed him before, but today she found him quite handsome. When she had first arrived, Qin Zhao's face had exhibited some roundness, making him appear less appealing. However, after days of consistent cardio and Lu Ruoyan's careful attention to his diet, the excess weight had diminished significantly. His facial contours became well-defined, showcasing a typical heart-shaped face with strong lines and a clear jawline. Indeed, he had transformed into quite the handsome man. No wonder it was said that heavier individuals often possess latent potential. Just a few days of aerobic exercise had markedly elevated his attractiveness. Of course, his features were inherently appealing, which was crucial. An unattractive person would likely still appear unappealing even after losing weight. Attractiveness transcends mere body size. "Ruoyan," Qin Zhao called, pulling her from her reverie. "Oh my, what was I thinking?" Lu Ruoyan felt heat rush to her face, her ears flushing crimson. How embarrassing to be lost in thought while gazing at someone else's face. Shall we commence our workout for today?" Qin Zhao suggested, alleviating her embarrassment. Simultaneously, he felt eager to begin. The previous night's playful contest had made him acutely aware of his novice status. He was far from being a skilled competitor. Thus, he approached his fitness regimen with utmost enthusiasm, aspiring to sculpt himself into a figure boasting defined abs, a well-developed chest, broad shoulders, and a tapered waist. He aimed for a physique that was not overly muscular, yet sufficiently toned to be both aesthetically pleasing and powerful. Most importantly, he sought to enhance his endurance and core strength, which would be invaluable in competition. "All right, Brother Qin," Lu Ruoyan nodded with a slight smile, feeling grateful. Brother Qin was always so understanding and gentle, never putting her in awkward situations. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Zhao was not only perceptive to her feelings, but also quite adept at understanding her needs. "By the way, Ruoyan, I would like to ask you how to improve endurance and core strength," Qin Zhao inquired straightforwardly. His demeanor was serious and earnest, resembling a diligent student seeking knowledge from a teacher. Of course, the question had an underlying implication that was somewhat playful. "Ah," Lu Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, well, it primarily involves strength training to build endurance in the core muscles." Although slightly flushed, she accurately conveyed her answer. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Was Brother Qin's inquiry perhaps leading to something more? She hesitated to voice her thoughts, as their relationship had not yet reached that level. However, recalling Qin Zhao's previous mention of being single, she couldn't help but wonder why he would want to enhance his core strength. "Can I start training today?" Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Ruoyan, making her feel a bit uneasy. Why was he looking at her like that? Was he doing this for her? Lu Ruoyan glanced down at her own attractive figure and secretly nodded to herself. She believed she might not be mistaken. Brother Qin must have taken a liking to her, and perhaps he wanted to improve himself to match her. This thought brought her both joy and worry. She was pleased that Qin Zhao admired her physique, yet concerned that his interest might solely be based on her appearance. After all, if a romantic relationship was founded solely on physical attraction, it surely would not endure. Forget it, I shouldn't dwell on this. Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes. All right, based on our plan, we can reduce today as cardio and focus primarily on strength training. Since you want to work on your core, let us concentrate on that area for today. Sound good? Let us get started. Qin Zhao exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Follow me, Lu Ruoyan said, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity as she led Qin Zhao towards the equipment designed for core training. Was he really that eager? What was he planning? Lu Ruoyan pondered silently. Chapter 44, Brother Qin. I like you two in the fitness center on the 3rd floor, VIP room. The rigorous training commenced. 2 minutes of plank to activate the entire body's fat-burning switch, followed by 20 weighted squats for 4 sets and 10 sit-ups for 4 sets. The commanding voice of Lu Ruoyan pierced through the air. Qin Zhao, drenched in sweat and shaking, felt utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse. This workout was overwhelmingly taxing. He inwardly lamented, "This training is exhausting. It might just kill me." The arduousness of these exercises eclipsed any aerobic workout. After managing to hold a plank for 30 seconds, he struggled but gritted his teeth to persevere. Completing just 2 sets of sit-ups made his back feel as though it would snap. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to fitness. Every achievement must stem from one's own effort. Discipline and perseverance are indispensable. Glancing at Lu Ruoyan's voluptuous figure, Qin Zhao steeled himself. Damn it, if I can't endure this much training, how can I enhance my muscular endurance or strengthen my core? How can I improve myself? Given Lu Ruoyan's alluring physique, he doubted he could even hold his own in a friendly match against her, let alone in the future. He understood that a strong body is the foundation of success. With that thought, he resumed his squats, his expression fierce and determined. Over an hour later, Lu Ruoyan remarked, "All right, let us wrap up for today. It's your first session training your core. Don't overdo it or your body won't cope." Handing him a towel, she continued, "You did well." "Got it," Qin Zhao replied breathlessly, feeling utterly drained. He likened himself to a deflated balloon. Every cell in his body felt parched and weak. This is exhausting. He had never felt this fatigue before. It was as if his entire being was on the verge of dehydration. The thought of giving up flickered in his mind. Could he withstand such intensity daily? Brother Qin, Lu Ruoyan teased, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Training your core and building muscular endurance is indeed tiring, but I believe you can persist. With that, she playfully stretched and jumped a few times, causing a captivating spectacle that momentarily entranced Qin Zhao. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart. The allure of the female lead from a Korean comic was indeed undeniable. The inclination to abandon his earlier thoughts vanished instantly. Without a robust physique, core strength, and competitive experience, how could he possibly engage in a harmonious friendship with Lu Ruoyan? "Lu, this training feels like a mere tickle. Let us extend it for another 2 hours. I can handle it easily," he asserted, maintaining a composed demeanor, though his trembling leg muscles betrayed him. Lu Ruoyan stifled a laugh internally, masking it from her face. She was not inclined to expose his bravado. After all, men are often prideful, particularly in such matters. Approaching the nearby couch, she retrieved a meticulously prepared fat-reducing meal and offered it to Qin Zhao. "Here, your meal. I woke up early today and put in some effort. Get a try." "Thank you, Ruoyan. Having you around is truly wonderful." Qin Zhao accepted the meal box, genuinely appreciative of the thoughtful gesture from the beautiful and alluring personal trainer. Setting aside his personal feelings, he acknowledged that Lu Ruoyan was an exceptionally competent trainer. Such attentiveness was rare among her peers. Naturally, he considered that being her benefactor afforded him certain privileges. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's unguarded expression of gratitude, Lu Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. She had developed a considerable fondness for Qin Zhao. His gentle demeanor, youthful affluence, and striking stature had captivated her. Even his previously round face had transformed into a handsome visage, making him quite appealing in her eyes. Brother Qin, I do like to say the same. Having you as a friend is delightful, she replied, her smile radiating sincerity. She genuinely felt gratitude towards Qin Zhao for helping her during her most challenging times. Oh, just friends? Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation. I thought we were what? Lu Rian leaned in, intrigued, her eyes fixated on his lips, eagerly anticipating his response. A good friendship, he teased, observing her reaction to gauge her feelings. Oh yes. The light in Lu Rian's eyes dimmed, disappointment washing over her. Does Brother Qin only see me as a good friend? She pondered, recognizing that he was aware of her family circumstances, which might not meet his standards. As sadness enveloped her, her eyes glistened, a hint of tears threatening to spill. Despite their brief interaction, her affection for Qin Zhao had blossomed. What she had hoped would be mutual feelings now felt like unrequited emotions, leading to a slight fracture in her heart. Qin Zhao, having noticed Lu Rian's sudden shift in mood, felt remorseful. He had intended to tease the captivating personal trainer, unaware that she harbored genuine feelings for him. In his heart, he had long considered her a prize, but he had not anticipated such a revelation occurring so soon. Clearing his throat, he stepped closer and gently embraced Lu Ruyan. I was just teasing you. With a stunning trainer like you, who could possibly remain indifferent? He whispered playfully in her ear, as she felt the warmth of his proximity and the tingle of his breath against her skin. A blush crept onto Lu Rian's cheeks. Her voice trembled slightly. So, does Brother Qin count among those men? What do you think? Qin Zhao maintained a smirk, his gaze penetrating hers. I don't know. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, until Qin Zhao cupped her face gently, urging her to look up and meet his eyes. If I didn't tea like you, why would I only train here with you? There are many female trainers in this gym, some of whom are quite attractive. If I do not harbor any fondness for you, why would I willingly assist you without seeking anything in return? The two rhetorical questions posed by Qin Zhao left Lu Ruyan in a state of bewilderment. Her delicate face paled, as she momentarily believed that Qin Zhao truly held no affection for her. It was only upon contemplating his words that she discerned he seemed to be confessing his feelings. Could it be that Brother Qin also harbors feelings for me? As this realization dawned upon her, Lu Ruyan's enchanting eyes sparkled, and a joyful expression graced her face. Qin, Brother Qin, I also like you, Lu Ruyan stammered. Qin Zhao did not respond with words. Instead, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her full, rosy ones. In that instant, the serene VIP room was enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy. Chapter 45, Deepening Affection. After a passionate kiss in the spacious gym, Lu Ruyan nestled in Qin Zhao's embrace for 5 minutes, occasionally letting out soft giggles. How silly she is. Qin Zhao found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Lu Ruyan was pressed closely against him, her body resting against his chest. Her ample bosom, constrained only by a thin sport garment that was entirely soaked from their recent exertions, felt as if he were without a shirt altogether. The immense pressure compelled him to rise abruptly. Yet, he hesitated to maintain his proximity to her, making an effort to pull in his abdomen and subtly shift his hips back to avoid contact. After all, they had only just confessed their feelings for one another. It seemed rather inappropriate to act otherwise at this juncture. As a man, Qin Zhao's desires were instinctual, yet he prided himself on his relatively innocent nature. Oh no, an innocent Casanova. Lu Ruyan noticed Qin Zhao's slight movements and felt a pang of confusion. Why was he pushing his hips back? Did he find her unappealing? She thought to herself, with this exquisite figure, how could he possibly be dissatisfied? A wave of resentment surged within her. As a novice in such matters, Lu Ruyan lacked the experience of more seasoned women. In certain respects, she was still quite naive, with a mischievous glint in her eye. She wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Zhao's waist, pressing her curvaceous form clad in deep brown yoga pants against him, closing the gap between them entirely. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, spreading warmth down her neck and behind her ears as she finally grasped the meaning behind his earlier peculiar behavior. Ah! Lu Ruyan exclaimed in a flurry, pushing Qin Zhao away. You big pervert. Her beautiful eyes shot a fierce glare at him, the blush on her face deepening. Although they had tentatively established their relationship, Lu Ruyin remained relatively conservative. She was not like those women who embraced a more liberated view of intimacy. To her, relationships should develop naturally, with physical closeness only emerging once emotional bonds had been solidified. She harbored genuine affection for Qin Zhao and did not reject the kiss. Yet this felt a bit beyond her comfort zone. Ruyin, your figure is simply too alluring. It's merely a physiological reaction. Qin Zhao stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. He genuinely feared he might frighten this seemingly exuberant yet inwardly traditional woman. Lu Ruyin had already forgiven him. She was not entirely resistant, but had merely been taken aback. In that brief moment of closeness, she felt as though there was something concealed in his pocket. I understand, she murmured, lowering her gaze, her cheeks still flushed. Ruyin, can we embrace once more? Qin Zhao asked gently, opening his arms towards her. With their relationship newly confirmed, why not seize the moment and allow her to gradually acclimate to their physical intimacy? He was not keen on a relationship that would take years to reach a more intimate level. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyin bit her lip, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. She wished to deepen her bond with Qin Zhao, but was apprehensive about a repeat of the earlier incident. Sensing her internal struggle, Qin Zhao smiled reassuringly. Ruyin, I promise, this time I'll only hold you. Nothing more. Well, all right then. Lu Ruyin nodded, parting her lips slightly. Qingge, you mustn't deceive me. With that, she hesitated no longer and leaped into his embrace. She truly adored the scent that enveloped him. Sunshine, steadiness, and the weight of a mature man's allure. The two pressed closely against one another, inhaling each other's essence and feeling the warmth of their mutual affection. This connection transcended mere desire. It was rooted in genuine emotion. A subtle affection wove itself between them, and gradually their lips, like magnets, drew together. A soft, sweet kiss was bestowed upon Qin Zhao by Lu Ruyin's luscious lips, and he was immediately enveloped by her delicate fragrance. He held her tightly, reveling in the kiss shared with this enchanting woman who resembled a character from a Korean comic. Lost in the moment, both Qin Zhao and Lu Ruyin succumbed to the intoxicating allure of this French kiss. To her, Qin Zhao embodied the tender care of an older brother, providing solace amidst the turmoil of her fractured family. In her heart, he radiated warmth and light, shielding her from the bitter chill of winter. As Qin Zhao's warm lips met her soft petals, she paused, then slowly closed her eyes, reciprocating this romantic French kiss with deep affection. Strictly speaking, this was her first kiss. During her university years, she found little time for romance, burdened by part-time jobs and witnessing the fickleness of human relationships. Her classmates seemed far too immature, and she could not find a man who stirred her heart. Her emotions had long laid dormant, untouched, until she encountered Qin Zhao, whose presence reignited a spark within her. For the first time, she understood the thrill of attraction. Her heart fluttered for him, and thoughts of him appeared unbidden throughout her day. Though she had not yet reached a point of obsession, he had opened a crack in the door of her heart, and it was merely a matter of time before it would be filled. Lu Ruyin felt that this affection was perhaps a divine blessing, a recompense for her arduous life. She vowed to cherish this relationship and never betray his trust. She wished to be with him forever and always. Chapter 46 features the talented Hu Zongyi. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyin, Qin Zhao exited the gym, preparing to head home. Suddenly, the sound of his phone rang from his pocket. It was Hu Zongyi. Qin Zhao surmised that it concerned the task assigned to him regarding the selection of staff and professional managers. He promptly answered the call. Hello, is this Chairman Qin? This is Hu Zongyi. Yes, go ahead, Qin Zhao replied nonchalantly. The matter you entrusted to me has been taken care of. I have prepared all their information. Would you like me to send it to you now? Qin Zhao contemplated his response. He had yet to interview these candidates. Receiving their details now would mean he would have to notify each of them individually for the interviews, which seemed like an overwhelming task. After careful consideration, he replied, Please contact everyone on the list and inform them to gather at our company tomorrow morning at 9:30 for interviews. I will conduct the interviews personally. Understood, Chairman Qin. I assure you I will complete the task, Hu Zongyi responded confidently, making a promise. Thank you for your hard work, General Manager Hu. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Hu Zongyi felt a surge of joy. He had diligently worked for Qin Zhao over the past few days, eager to make a good impression. Now it all seemed worthwhile. As long as the chairman viewed him favorably, he would be secure in his position within the company. It's no trouble at all. I'm more than happy to assist Chairman Qin. Please feel free to assign me any future tasks, and I will ensure they are handled well. Qin Zhao silently admired Hu Zongyi's adeptness. He was indeed a talent worthy of his managerial role, possessing a remarkable ability to flatter. It was evident that one must possess both capability and insight to be a general manager in a company valued at 5 billion. Very well, let us proceed as discussed. Qin Zhao then ended the call. He began to ponder his plans. Since the interviews were set for 9:30, he decided to take a day off from the gym tomorrow. He had exerted himself rather intensely during this morning's workout, leaving his waist and abdominal muscles sore. He likely wouldn't be able to exercise tomorrow morning either. This arrangement would save him time and prove advantageous. Checking the time, he found it was still early. With no pressing matters at hand, Qin Zhao resolved to return home. Taking the elevator directly to the B2 underground parking, he drove his black BMW 330 towards Haixing Tianqing. Unfortunately, the Porsche he had longed to test drive, valued at over 2 million, had yet to arrive. After spending the afternoon resting at home, Qin Zhao awoke at 5:30 p.m. He opened his phone to discover several unread messages, all from the campus bell. Tong Jiang, Qin Zhao, would you like to have dinner together this evening? 1:30 p.m. Tong Jiang, why are you ignoring me? 2:30 p.m. Tong Jiang, you're in for it, Qin Zhao. How dare you not reply? 4:48 p.m. Oh no. The campus bell's delicate temper must be flaring. Qin Zhao hastily initiated a video call. Knock, knock, knock. The call rang for a full minute before being answered. The screen revealed Shun Mo Tong, her sweet, adorable face shaped like an egg, with a finely crafted countenance, her nose delicately turned up and her lips slightly parted. She exuded a distinct two-dimensional charm. At that moment, Shun Mo Tong wore a frown, her lips pursed in discontent, clearly conveying her displeasure. What's the matter? Shun Mo Tong spoke first, her expression suggesting she preferred solitude. Tong, I didn't mean to ignore your messages. I took a nap this afternoon and just woke up. Qin Zhao sincerely explained. Please forgive me. It was unintentional. How about I treat you to dinner tonight to express my apologies? Qin Zhao's earnest apology brightened Shun Mo Tong's heart, though she was a proud person. She feigned contemplation before responding. In that case, I will forgive you. However, I expect a feast. Of course, order whatever you desire. Tonight's expenses are on me. Qin Zhao assured playfully. Her laughter erupted, a melodious sound that filled the air. Soon, her giggles were uncontrollable, echoing through the device. Qin Zhao, too, found himself laughing along, enchanted by the joyful atmosphere that always accompanied his time with her. Prepare yourself. I'll come and pick you up now. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 6 p.m. It was time to depart. Given that it was rush hour, traffic would be heavy, and reaching Lujingyuan would take some time. All right, the campus belle replied sweetly, her face blooming with a radiant smile. After concluding the call, Qin Zhao rushed out the door, eager to avoid the traffic that had previously caused him frustration. He had been stuck in traffic for 10 minutes just days before and wished to avoid a repeat of that ordeal. Arriving at the underground parking, he drove his soon-to-be-retired BMW out of Haixing Tianqing. The journey was bumpy, and after 20 minutes, he finally reached Lujingyuan. A trip that normally required only 10 minutes had taken over twice that time. Qin Zhao silently resolved that in the future, he would ensure to make prior arrangements when dining out with a girl. He had no desire to endure such traffic delays again. Qin Zhao, over here. Shun Mo Tong had been waiting by the roadside and waved enthusiastically upon spotting his black BMW, calling out to him. As he pulled up, she pouted. You were so slow. I've been waiting for ages. Apologies, Mo Tong. I was caught in traffic, Qin Zhao said, lowering his head in sincere contrition. He felt genuinely remorseful for keeping her waiting, wanting to smooth over her irritation. It's all right. I don't blame you, Shun Mo Tong replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, signaling her forgiveness. She was, in fact, shy upon hearing him address her affectionately as Mo Tong. Let us get in the car. It's time to go. Shen Mo Tong opened the passenger door and slid into her seat. Where shall we dine? Choose any place you fancy. Do not hold back on the budget. Qin Zhao asked with a grin. Let us have Japanese cuisine. A new restaurant has opened at Mingzhu Plaza, and it has garnered excellent reviews, though it is a bit pricey, she suggested. Not a problem. Why should we be modest? Let's set off, Qin Zhao declared, revving the engine. Shen Mo Tong clenched her small fist and cheered. Let us go. I've been craving this for ages. Chapter 47. The touching moment of the school bell girlfriend. 20 minutes later, Qin Zhao arrived at Mingzhu Square, parking his car in the underground garage. The two took the elevator to the third floor of the mall, which was bustling with activity, filled with restaurants, as it was mealtime. Shen Xiaohua was adorned in a pristine white dress, resembling a delicate white flower, exuding pure charm and grace. As they stepped out of the elevator, the gaze of passers-by was immediately drawn to them. Standing at 182 centimeters, Qin Zhao towered over the petite 160-centimeter Shen Modong, creating an endearing height difference. Particularly captivating was Shen Modong's sweet and innocent visage, complemented by her curvaceous yet petite figure, capturing the attention of numerous men around them. Some even turned back for a second glance. Whispers floated through the air, remarks such as, "Wow, she is stunning, just like my high school crush. And what luck for that guy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I envy him," could be heard. Qin Zhao, with keen ears, caught snippets of these conversations. He proudly wrapped his arm around the shoulders of his school belle wife, beaming with pride. Truly, she was a source of honor for him. Shen Modong, aware of the murmurs around her, felt her cheeks flush. She nestled closer into Qin Zhao's embrace, allowing him to guide her forward. Soon, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant Shen Modong had mentioned, Suiichi Japanese cuisine, which, as its name suggested, embodied a classic island aesthetic. Upon entering, Qin Zhao surveyed the modern and minimalist decor, finding the ambience quite pleasing. As a handsome couple walked in, a nearby server swiftly approached them. "Good day, sir and madam. Welcome to Suiichi Japanese cuisine. How many in your party?" "2," Qin Zhao replied. "Please follow me." The server gestured and led them to a table by the window. "Sir, we offer set menus. Would you like to choose a package? We have 3 tiers priced at $980, $1480, and $1980. The server handed them the menu. Qin Zhao took it and passed it to his school belle wife. It was Shen Modong's first visit, and, as she perused the menu, the exquisite images of the dishes left her somewhat dazzled. How expensive! The cheapest is still 1,000 yuan, she thought to herself, mentally lamenting that her boyfriend's money did not come easily. After a moment's consideration, she softly suggested to Qin Zhao, "It's quite pricey. Maybe we should go elsewhere." Hearing this, Qin Zhao smiled and gently caressed her cheek. He signaled to the server, who promptly approached. "I'll go with the 1980 package. Please place the order." Shen Modong's thoughtfulness warmed Qin Zhao's heart, but it also pained him that she hesitated over a mere 1,000 yuan set. As her boyfriend, he vowed not to let her suffer even the slightest discomfort. After confirming the order, he took her delicate hand in his, whispering, "Darling, I have the means. There is no need for you to worry about saving money. To me, you are invaluable and deserve only the finest." These heartfelt words struck Shen Modong like an arrow from Cupid, resonating deeply within her heart. Her heartbeat quickened, and she found herself momentarily speechless. In her 24 years, she had never heard such tender words from a man, and she felt as if her heart might melt. In moments of intimacy between couples, emotions can shift in an instant. Although she had recently agreed to be his girlfriend, their relationship was still in its infancy. However, after this day, she sensed a burgeoning affection for Qin Zhao. "Honey, she began, feeling the weight of embarrassment in addressing him so intimately, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. "Dear, it's nothing to fret about. Just focus on being beautiful. I will take care of everything else," Qin Zhao reassured her. Understanding her emotions, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, offering solace. Shen Modong nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Qin Zhao was indeed her ideal partner, thoughtful and generous, always considering her feelings. With a sudden burst of courage, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his, albeit briefly, as the public setting made her shy. Qin Chao's heart swelled with joy, sensing a deepening of their bond, especially as she had just called him husband, marking a significant milestone in their relationship. As the server announced, "Your meal is served. Please enjoy," their tender moment was interrupted. "Thank you." Qin Chao smiled politely, then placed a piece of tuna belly in Shun Modong's bowl. "Try this, dear. Let me know if it's tasty." She nodded, opening her mouth to savor the dish. "Delicious. You should try it too." However, as Qin Chao lifted a piece to his lips, he hesitated, grappling with his aversion to raw fish. Observing his reluctance, Shun Modong curiously picked up a piece of sashimi and fed it to him. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and chewed, gradually discovering that it was indeed quite palatable. With each subsequent taste, his culinary world expanded, revealing flavors he had long dismissed. "I always thought raw fish would be off-putting, but today I found it quite delightful," he explained to Shun Modong. Her laughter rang out softly as she realized he had never eaten sashimi before, yet had chosen to accompany her for Japanese cuisine. This thought filled her with emotion, and her eyes glistened with gratitude. Being a sentimental woman, she was easily moved by such gestures. Without uttering another word, she continued to enjoy her meal, savoring each bite. Chapter 48. Call me husband. Having finished their meal at the Japanese restaurant, they emerged into the night, the clock striking 8. To be honest, this hour felt rather awkward. It was too late for a movie, yet too early to retire for the night. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhao decided to take the campus belle for a stroll at the nearby People's Park. It was a chance to deepen their connection, considering they had only shared a kiss thus far. "Did you have enough to eat, Tong Tong?" Qin Zhao inquired. "I'm so full. I almost can't move." Shun, the campus belle, gently caressed her stomach, a look of satisfaction on her face. Today had certainly indulged her culinary cravings. "This place serves the best Japanese cuisine I've ever tasted. Truly, there's a reason for its price," she exclaimed. Qin Zhao gazed at her fondly and ruffled her hair affectionately, saying, "Next time you crave something, just tell your husband, and I will take you anytime." He then suggested, "There's a People's Park nearby. Let us go for a walk and digest our meal." "Sounds great." The campus belle replied with a giggle. "I'm feeling a bit too full. It'll all be nice to let my stomach settle. Hee hee. Let us go." With a shake of his head, Qin Zhao took her hand and led her outside the mall. As they stepped out, they walked along a narrow path beside the road. It was early June, and the gentle summer breeze enveloped them, refreshing and delightful, instantly lifting their spirits. The People's Park was a short 7 or 8-minute walk from Mingzhu Square. Upon entering the park, lively music filled their ears. "The vast horizon is my love." A group of middle-aged women danced in synchrony, exuberant and radiant. To Qin Zhao, it seemed that these women thrived in their dancing, much like fish in water. Beside him, Shun, the campus belle, watched them with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before long, her slender waist and graceful hips began to sway in rhythm, unable to resist the infectious energy. Qin Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Heaven knows how adorable you look imitating the Andes," he thought, utterly charmed. Despite her modest height of around 160 centimeters, her figure was exquisitely proportioned, her waist and hips moving in a captivating dance that exuded a unique allure. "You dare to mock me?" Shun pouted, her delicate lips forming a sulky expression. "No, I'm genuinely enchanted by your cuteness," Qin Zhao quickly clarified, his desire to appease her evident. "I command you to dance with me. Hurry up, or I shall be angry." Shun's eyes sparkled mischievously as she threatened him. "All right, I shall dance." Qin Zhao complied, moving his limbs in an exaggerated manner, mimicking the women's movements. At 182 centimeters tall, his robust physique made the sight rather comical. "Ha ha ha!" Shun erupted into laughter, her voice bright and melodious. "Oh no, I can't take it. My stomach hurts from laughing." Their laughter echoed, drawing the attention of the nearby dancers. "Hey, this young man dances quite well, doesn't he? He has some talent." A few of the ladies whispered amongst themselves, admiring his unexpected skill. Realizing the attention he had garnered, Qin Zhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly grasped Shun's hand and led her deeper into the park. Ha ha! Shun's laughter continued to resonate through the quiet park. She found Qin Zhao to be utterly amusing and delightful, reveling in the joy he brought her. Before long, they found themselves alone, the clock nearing 9. They strolled along a secluded, tree-lined path, the dim streetlights casting a soft glow in the silence. Qin Zhao pulled Shun to a stone table and sat down. Was it amusing? He asked, feigning seriousness as he fixed his gaze on her. Not really. Shun struggled to contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I'll make you laugh. Qin Zhao suddenly pulled her into his embrace, positioning her to sit on his lap, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Shun felt a rush of surprise. The darkness enveloped them, leaving only the two of them in the park. What do you want? She stammered, her words trailing off. Before she could finish, he captured her soft lips in a kiss. As he kissed her, he inhaled her fresh, delicate fragrance. His hands began to explore her form, roaming over her supple body. You! A sharp sound echoed in the stillness, like thunder striking. Qin Zhao playfully smacked her pert backside. Call me husband, he declared, his gaze intense and predatory, akin to a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. In the dim light, Shun felt her strength wane, her body softening in surrender. Husband, she murmured, her hands wrapping around his neck, responding to his kiss and his gentle explorations. Very good, like a well-behaved little lamb. I adore obedient little Mo Tong. Qin Zhao relished her presence, his tone commanding, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Truth be told, Qin Zhao was indeed a figure of authority, possessing 50 of the equity in a prestigious company. He was on the verge of launching his own venture. He sensed he was beginning to understand his campus belle as preferences. Those who indulged in the second dimension often enjoyed being playfully dominated. Could she be a submissive? He mused. He had heard from his college roommate that enthusiasts of this realm often had such inclinations, though the validity of this notion remained uncertain. I will obey you, husband. Shin replied sweetly, her demeanor shifting after his playful smack, as if a switch had been flipped within her, rendering her utterly compliant. Qin Zhao found it hard to believe. Could it be true? Was his campus belle truly submissive? The thought exhilarated him. The prospect of having a partner he could whimsically dominate filled him with anticipation. He could scarcely fathom the excitement it would bring. Chapter 49. A surprise awaits at our next meeting. 10 minutes later, their lips parted, both panting heavily. I can hardly breathe. You rascal, Qin Zhao, Shin Modong playfully chided, her innocence returning, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Your lips are simply too tempting. Qin Zhao replied with a mischievous grin. He felt immense satisfaction. The charming personality of the campus belle in everyday life was something he cherished deeply. Yet, during the friendly competitions, she revealed a different side, the contrast of which left him utterly captivated. He felt as though he had struck gold, and the sensation of having such a girlfriend was indescribable. Oof. Of course, I am Shimado, the school beauty declared proudly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Renowned during her university days, she was a campus figure, the president of the cosplay club, and one of the top 3 beauties on the school forum. Back then, Qin Zhao was merely an average student with decent grades, lacking a strong presence and sporting an unremarkable appearance. Though they were classmates, he did not participate in activities or clubs, and thus, Shin Modong had never noticed him. However, after graduating, she found herself drifting through life in a second-tier city like Haicheng, occasionally taking on costume gigs due to her reluctance to seek employment. It's hard to believe that the campus goddess, the dream of countless boys, is now my girlfriend. Qin Zhao mused in amazement. You're quite lucky. You must cherish the campus beauty. Shin Modong giggled. At the next class reunion, you'll have a story to tell. Just imagine the envy of those boys when I show up with you. Indeed, I look forward to it. Qin Zhao chuckled, his thoughts swirling. Given his current status, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention at the reunion. Logically, he had no need to attend such gatherings, but with the campus beauty as his girlfriend, he felt an urge to present her to his former classmates. It would symbolize a farewell to his past self. At the entrance of lush view garden, Qin Zhao parked the car. They sat in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Shin Modong's eyes shimmered with reluctance. She did not want to part ways with Qin Zhao. Yet, she hesitated to fully surrender herself, as their relationship was still in its infancy. In essence, she longed for romance, yet feared the implications of intimacy. Qin Zhao, too, felt a stirring within him. Moments earlier in the park, he had felt the allure of her figure beneath her dress. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, Madong, may I come over for a cup of tea? The suggestion stirred something within Shen Madong, yet she hesitated, aware of the underlying implications of such a visit. Her brow furrowed, her expression conflicted. Recognizing her turmoil, Qin Zhao reconsidered. After all, they had only recently defined their relationship. He realized he had been too forward, like a car speeding down the highway without caution. Never mind. Let us save it for next time. I have things to attend to, he said, not wanting to place her in a difficult position. While he could continue to press the matter, he preferred that she willingly embrace him rather than feel coerced. Okay, she breathed a sigh of relief at his words, gratitude flickering in her gaze. Remembering how he had accompanied her to a restaurant serving food he did not enjoy, she felt a pang of guilt. Qin Zhao is truly wonderful to me, yet After a moment's pause, she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. Qin Zhao, welcoming her advances, responded eagerly. Their lips met, a dance of affection. Minutes later, Shen Madong pulled away slightly, whispering in his ear, I'm feeling a bit conflicted right now. We've only been dating for a few days, but when I'm ready, I'll give you all of me. This was a rare moment of seriousness for her, as she typically exuded sweetness and carefree charm. Qin Zhao gently caressed her lovely face and kissed her again, reassuring her. There is no need to feel pressured. You are invaluable to me, and I respect your feelings. Understood. I should head back now. Shen Madong reverted to her playful tone, opening the car door and hopping out. As she walked towards her apartment, she reminded Qin Zhao to drive safely and text her upon his arrival home. Okay, he replied as he drove into the night. At the entrance of her apartment, Shen Madong stepped inside, changed her shoes, and set her handbag down before collapsing onto the living room sofa. Her one-bedroom apartment was reasonably priced at 1,500 yuan a month, a good deal in Haicheng. Reflecting on Qin Zhao's lonely departure, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why hadn't she tried to keep him from leaving? He treated her so well. She should have entrusted herself to him. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted by the sound of a WeChat notification. Quickly, she picked up her phone to read the message. Qin, I'm home. Don't overthink things. I'll come to see you in a couple of days. A smile crept onto her face upon reading his message. His concern for her well-being captivated her, and she felt utterly enchanted by his constant attentiveness. Determined, she resolved that at their next meeting, she would wholeheartedly give herself to him. With that decision, she felt an immediate sense of relief, her spirit lightening. Grabbing her phone, she quickly typed a response. Got it, darling. I'm off to take a shower now. I'll surprise you next time. A smile graced her lips as she turned off her phone, shedding her clothes as she made her way to the bathroom. Chapter 50. Mu Shiueching as a candidate for the managerial position the following day. The shrill sound of the alarm clock pierced the tranquility of the bedroom. Qin Zhao furrowed his brow, groggily reaching for his phone after a prolonged search on the bedside, finally silencing the cacophony. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 8:30. Since he had a crucial matter to attend to today and would forego his usual trip to the gym, he had informed Lu Rian the night before. Typically, his alarm was set for 6:50, but today he had indulged himself by setting it for 8:25, only to sleep through until 8:30. Realizing he had an interview scheduled with Hu Zhongyi at 9:30, he sprang out of bed like a fish leaping from water. After hastily attending to his morning routine, using the restroom, washing up, and shaving, he quickly prepared a simple breakfast and dashed out the door. Today marked the first official day of talent selection for his new company, and Qin Zhao was determined not to be tardy. Punctuality was a trait he valued deeply. During his tenure at Tianyi Trading, he had never once arrived late, consistently earning his full attendance bonus each month. By 9:15, Qin Zhao arrived at the Fujin building. After parking in the underground lot, he made his way to the 12th floor, where the Bosai Ingrue Company was located. Good morning, Chairman Qin, exclaimed the charming receptionist, Zhu Yu, as she hurriedly stood to greet him with a respectful nod. Good morning, Xiao Zhu, Qin Zhao replied with a warm smile. casting her a glance as he proceeded inside. He held a favorable impression of a young receptionist. She was not only attractive but also possessed a quirky personality, often seen indulging in mobile games during work hours, exuding a timid charm that made her quite endearing. "Good morning, Chairman Chen. You are quite early today." General Manager Hu Zongyi approached him, bowing slightly with an ingratiating smile. It was already 9:20, and Qin Zhao couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the flattery. Hu Zongyi would surely have thrived in ancient times as a high-ranking official, given his adeptness at sycophancy. Though he had a multitude of grievances to air, Qin Zhao maintained a calm demeanor. "Good morning, Manager Hu. Have the candidates for the interview arrived?" he inquired. "They're all here, Chairman Qin, waiting in the conference room." Hu Zongyi replied eagerly. "Excellent. I shall proceed there now." Qin Zhao gestured an okay and headed towards the meeting room. His intent for conducting interviews was not solely based on assessing competency. Hu Zongyi, being the head of a human resources firm, would undoubtedly have vetted the candidates' resumes and qualifications. Qin Zhao merely wished to ensure that the employees and managerial candidates at his new company would be obedient, capable, and possess commendable character. He had no interest in hiring talented troublemakers, having witnessed the cutthroat nature of workplace dynamics during his time at Tianyi Trading. Such rivalries often led to detrimental outcomes for company projects. He was determined to foster a collaborative environment where everyone worked in unison. Thus, he needed to gauge the personalities and temperaments of the candidates. Upon arriving at the conference room, he noticed 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, engaged in hushed discussions. The men were speculating about their prospective employer, while the lone woman, poised and aloof, sat at the front, exuding an air of confidence. As he took his seat at the head of the table, Hu Zongyi settled beside him. "Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Zhao, the one conducting your interview," he stated directly. "Hello, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Qin." The candidates expressed their surprise at his youthful appearance, estimating him to be merely in his mid-20s, perhaps a privileged heir. Mu Xueqing, the proud woman, briefly displayed astonishment in her striking eyes before regaining her composure. A close acquaintance of Hu Zongyi, she recognized Qin Zhao as the major shareholder of Bosai Ingrue, but she was taken aback by his youth, suspecting he had relied on familial connections for his position. She held a strong disdain for those who lacked merit, believing them to be undeserving of their status. Qin Zhao noticed the flicker of disdain in Mu Xueqing's gaze, leaving him perplexed. Clearing his throat, he continued, "You have all been meticulously selected by Manager Hu, and I have no doubts regarding your capabilities. Therefore, today's interview will differ from those you have previously encountered. Let us begin with introductions. Ladies first." With that, all eyes turned to Mu Xueqing. Her expression remained unchanged, confident and composed. She stood and spoke clearly. "Hello everyone, Mr. Qin. My name is Mu Xueqing. I am 28 years old, and I graduated from Capital University of Technology. I previously held the position of operations manager in the e-commerce department of a mid-sized internet company. Due to a dispute with the company, I resigned. Upon hearing that Mr. Qin is seeking managerial candidates from e-commerce backgrounds, I decided to apply. I am confident in my ability to excel in this role and to swiftly guide the new company toward profitability. Thank you." Her words radiated with self-assurance, her voice resonant and magnetic, commanding respect from the male candidates. Qin Zhao found himself taken aback. A graduate from a prestigious institution, coupled with experience in a leading internet company, she was undoubtedly a remarkable candidate. Her pride seemed well-founded. Qin Zhao silently marveled at his fortune. Since acquiring the system, he had been experiencing remarkable luck, seemingly stumbling upon a significant opportunity. "System, have you bestowed upon me a stroke of good fortune? Or is it possible that I am the chosen one?" He mused internally. "Not all. Please refrain from such fantasies. Perhaps it is simply your destiny." The system retorted with its characteristic sarcasm, leaving Qin Zhao at a loss for words. Chapter 51. The stirring of Mu Xueqing's heart after Mu Xueqing took her seat. The other 4 male employees introduced themselves in turn. However, in the presence of Mu Xueqing's impressive credentials, their backgrounds appeared rather mediocre. Being mere junior staff was hardly remarkable. Qin Zhao listened attentively to their introductions, forming a general understanding of their situations and personalities. Mu Xueqing, a paragon of confidence and capability, inspired immense trust in Qin Zhao to entrust the company to her. Wang Kun, the accountant, was meticulous, earnest, and prudent, making him the most competent among the four. Qin Zhao felt reassured in entrusting financial matters to his care. The remaining three were unremarkable, yet diligent, and Qin Zhao decided to retain all of them. Clearing his throat, Qin Zhao stood and genuinely smiled, proclaiming, "I am quite satisfied with all of you. Congratulations, you are all hired. As for the remuneration, I will let General Manager who discussed the details with you. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, I can guarantee that your future salaries will be considerably higher than before, potentially even significantly so." Bravo, President Qin. That's fantastic. You're truly wonderful. As soon as Qin Zhao finished speaking, the employees erupted in cheers, elated not only by their acceptance, but also by the enticing prospects he painted. Qin Zhao understood that incentivizing employees required financial investment, which proved far more effective than any other approach. It seemed that Hu Zongyi was quite reliable. Qin Zhao felt inclined to revise his initial impression of him. Completing the first task so splendidly warranted commendation. Turning to Hu Zongyi, Qin Zhao gave a thumbs up and nodded, signaling his approval. Hu Zongyi beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight. Despite being the general manager, receiving praise from his superior, who happened to be his boss, filled him with a sense of validation for his efforts. At that moment, Mu Xueqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. From Qin Zhao's demeanor and the tone of his speech, she sensed he was unlike the wealthy heir she had previously encountered, who were typically arrogant and dismissive. In stark contrast, Qin Zhao, as the company's owner and a major shareholder of Bokai Rue, exhibited no semblance of superiority. His tone was warm, friendly, and polite, personally interviewing the staff, embodying a gracious leader's image. Coupled with his youthful, robust appearance, he exuded an undeniable charm. Deep within, Mu Xueqing felt a burgeoning fondness for her new employer. Perhaps I have been too hasty in my judgments. President Qin must not be the kind of privileged heir who relies solely on familial connections without merit, she mused. Very well, let us proceed with the day. Mu Xueqing, please accompany me, Qin Zhao said with a smile, nodding at her. He intended to delegate the company registration and related paperwork to this proud, aloof beauty, primarily to spare himself the drudgery that such tasks entailed, as they would consume considerable time. Upon hearing her name called, Mu Xueqing rose gracefully. Dressed in a tailored black suit, her tall figure and long, straight legs, combined with her composed and striking demeanor, exuded an aura of allure. Qin Zhao led the way out of the conference room toward Hu Zongyi's office, having no choice but to commandeer it, as Bokai Rue lacked a designated boardroom. Thank you for your hard work, Hu, Qin Zhao thought to himself. Entering the general manager's office, he settled into the chair, with Mu Xueqing following suit. Please take a seat, Xueqing. Is it acceptable for me to address you as such? Qin Zhao spoke warmly, his voice imbued with a hint of magnetism. Mu Xueqing furrowed her brow, momentarily torn, but ultimately acquiesced. She found it slightly awkward to be addressed in such a manner, given that he was clearly a few years her junior. However, he was her boss, and a name was simply that. She could accommodate it. Of course, President Qin. Now, Xueqing, our company has yet to be registered. May I entrust you with the task of handling the necessary paperwork? Today marks your first day, and I would prefer to expedite the process as much as possible, ideally completing it within a few days. Qin Zhao assigned this initial task to the alluring beauty. Certainly, however, President Qin, the fastest completion for company registration typically requires at least a month. What? Is it truly that lengthy? Qin Zhao was taken aback. He had assumed the process would be resolved in a matter of days, unaware of the complexities involved. If one were to engage a third party for assistance, the timeline could be significantly shortened, yet it would still take around 10 days. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's furrowed brow relaxed. A month was simply too long to wait. Oh, I see. Then let us aim for 10 days. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Thank you for your efforts. He handed Mu Xueqing a bank card, stating casually, this card contains 1 million, with the password being 6/8. It represents our company's registered capital, with further contributions to follow. You may withdraw funds for the registration expenses from this account. Understood. I will ensure it is done well, President Chen. As Mu Shiueqing accepted the card, her expression flickered with emotion. Her hands, slender and delicate, bore a striking resemblance to an illustration of beauty. The profound trust Qin Zhao placed in her, entrusting such a substantial amount from their first meeting, touched her deeply. She refrained from uttering any words of gratitude or promises of reciprocity, as such sentiments were not her nature. However, she silently vowed to execute every task he assigned with utmost excellence in return for his trust. Let us proceed in this manner. Once the company is registered, we can finalize the contract. I assure you, your annual salary will not be less than what you received at your previous company, and I will also provide equity rewards. Qin Zhao gazed into Mu Shiueqing's striking, elongated eyes, speaking earnestly. He was not one to withhold financial incentives from such talent. Granting her equity was a means of binding her to the company. As a shareholder herself, she would undoubtedly invest her heart and soul into her work. Thank you, President Qin. Mu Shiueqing felt an even deeper sense of appreciation. Her previous discontent stemmed from a similar situation. The company had awarded her deserved equity to the nephew of the vice president, prompting her indignation and subsequent departure after a tumultuous scene. Having experienced the sordid realities of the workplace, Qin Zhao's generous offers and unreserved trust enveloped her in warmth and gratitude. He truly was a boss unlike any other. Mu Shiueqing reflected. There's no need for concern. Please attend to your tasks. Understood. Chapter 52. Chairman Qin invites for a seafood buffet. Mu Shiueqing departed. Qin Zhao reclined comfortably in his executive chair, stretching his arms lazily. 10 days, he murmured absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he recalled the entrepreneurial project feasibility plan rewarded by the system, Chapter 11. With this document in hand, the objectives and overall direction for his new company would be clearly outlined. After all, he was quite inexperienced in the realm of business. As the owner, it was essential to have a comprehensive understanding of the company's strategic plan and decision-making processes. He couldn't afford to be oblivious to everything. Since he had little pressing matters at hand these days, he decided to conduct some research and compile this feasibility plan. With a newfound sense of pride and satisfaction, Qin Zhao resolved to learn diligently despite his lack of knowledge. While he was indeed a novice in entrepreneurship, every journey begins with a single step, and one must take it one bite at a time. He would explore gradually. If all else failed, he had the highly educated professional manager Mu Shiueqing and the systems plan to ensure he would not falter. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11:15. As the proud owner of Bokai Ing Rue, he had yet to treat his employees to a meal, and he realized he did not know them well. They were, after all, his employees. It was only fitting to reward them occasionally as a part of his responsibilities as their employer. He opened the office door and stepped into the workspace. At that moment, Hu Zhongyi, occupying the office chair, was idly engrossed in his mobile phone. Upon seeing Qin Zhao emerge, he quickly stood and approached, saying, Chairman Qin, I've completed the tasks. It's nearly lunchtime. May I invite you to dine with me? Qin Zhao smiled gently, patting him on the shoulder. In fact, it should be I who treats you to a meal. You've been a tremendous help, and I must express my gratitude. Oh, no. It is your wisdom and keen insight that have brought us here. I merely fulfilled my duties, Hu Zhongyi quickly protested, waving his hands in modesty. No wonder he was appointed as the general manager. His interpersonal skills were indeed commendable. Qin Zhao felt a sense of delight at the flattery, aware that Hu was being insincere, yet unable to suppress a slight smile. He regarded Hu with amusement and said nothing further. He took a few steps toward the center of the office area, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, Everyone, please pause your work. Today, I will treat you to a seafood buffet for lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, the office erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wow, Chairman Qin is so generous. Chairman Qin is amazing. Seafood buffet? I usually hesitate to indulge. Today is my lucky day. Chairman Qin is simply the best. Such a wonderful employer made them feel fortunate, and they vowed to stick with him in the future, ready to follow his lead. Everyone was enveloped in joy. exchanging smiles and excited chatter. Even Zhu Yu, the petite beauty at the front desk engrossed in the game Honor of Kings, was drawn in by the commotion. Not fully understanding the situation, she quickly pulled a close colleague aside to inquire. Upon learning that Chairman Chen was treating everyone to a seafood buffet, her sweet, charming face lit up with happiness. She usually refrained from indulging in seafood, as her modest salary barely covered her rent and basic expenses. With cosmetics and clothing, she often found herself living paycheck to paycheck, sometimes relying on her good friend, Zhou Jiajia, for support. Thankfully, she hadn't eaten breakfast. Zhu Yu felt proud of her cleverness. "All right, everyone, let us head out. There's a nearby Amazon seafood buffet. Let us go together." Qin Zhao smiled warmly at his employees and was the first to step outside. In fact, he had already selected the restaurant on a review platform while still in the office. The Amazon seafood buffet was only a few hundred meters away from the Fuyuan building, easily reachable by foot in just a few minutes. With more than 30 employees, Qin Zhao calculated that if the restaurant were far away, it would complicate matters, so he deliberately chose a nearby one. As the group of over 30 made their way to the restaurant, they attracted the attention of passers-by, who wondered what this cheerful gathering was up to. Chatting and laughing, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Even General Manager Hu Zongyi shared a few risky jokes, causing the female employees to blush and giggle. "I never expected you to be this charming," Hu Zongyi. Qin Zhao mused inwardly. He found Hu to be quite charismatic. As a superior and friend, he enjoyed his company, as their interactions were always filled with a pleasant ambience. Soon, they arrived at the Amazon seafood buffet. Priced at $299 per person, it was considered quite a premium buffet in High City, which was merely a second-tier city. The employees rushed into the restaurant, prompting the reception manager to beam with delight. With a grand gesture, he decided to treat everyone to an extra serving of baked lobster with cheese, originally limited to one per person. The prospect of an additional serving made the staff even happier. Delightful. Following Chairman Chen is indeed a pleasure. Today, I must eat to my heart's content. I'm determined to make it worth his while. The employees eagerly discussed their eating strategies, deciding to focus on seafood while avoiding drinks and staples to maximize their experience. They settled into a private room, the restaurant boasting an exquisite ambience and modern decor that enhanced the dining experience. Qin Zhao and Hu Zongyi sat together, with other employees keeping a respectful distance. After all, they were the company's owner and general manager, and a certain reverence lingered in the air, a natural pressure that high-ranking officials exert on ordinary employees. Hu Zongyi occupied the seat to Qin Zhao's left, while the right side remained vacant until a female employee sat down. A fresh, delicate fragrance wafted into Qin Zhao's nostrils, and upon glancing up, he saw Zhu Yu, the sweet and charming front desk girl. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she feigned composure, waving to greet him. "Hello, Chairman Chen." Hu Zongyi, witnessing the scene, wore an amused smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Hello, Xiao Zhu. It's not working hours anymore. You don't need to call me Chairman Chen. Given your age, just call me Qin Ge, Brother Chen." "Chen, Qin Yi." The young lady, feeling a mixture of nervousness and shyness, stumbled over her words. Unable to meet Qin Zhao's gaze, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, and her palms grew clammy. Noticing her anxiety, Qin Zhao offered a reassuring smile and gently patted her head, comforting her. "Don't be nervous. Just think of me as your older brother. After lunch, let us duo Q in honor of kings. I am not very skilled, so you'll have to carry me." Feeling the warmth of Qin Zhao's affection and hearing his invitation to play games, her tension began to dissipate. With a sweet smile, she replied, "Sure, Qin Ge. My skills with Baili show you are exceptional. I will definitely carry you to victory." I eagerly anticipated. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled slightly, sensing that this young lady possessed a certain innocence. Nevertheless, she was quite beautiful, with an appealing figure. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was served: foie gras, lobster, Arctic shellfish, grilled durian, abalone, crab, and lobster. The employees' eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the feast. Some female staff members took out their phones, adjusting angles as they snapped pictures. It was a customary practice to showcase their dining experiences on social media first. Accompanying the photos was a caption. The company's generous owner is treating us to a buffet at $299 per person. I shall not be modest. Before long, the post attracted numerous comments. What kind of company is this? What kind of boss? Why have I never encountered such a thing? Wow, sister, I'm utterly envious. I've long wanted to visit this restaurant, and you're dining for free. What is this? I suppose I'll stick to my steamed buns and pickles. In my eyes, they're the most delightful delicacies in the world. Observing the lively atmosphere around him, Chen Fan, who had merely nibbled on a bite during breakfast, decided to join in the revelry, indulging himself in the feast. Chapter 53. 20 Equity of Tianyi Trade after a delightful meal. Chen Fan approached the front desk to settle the bill. Hu Zhongyi prudently stepped back, refraining from rushing to pay. He understood well that when the boss treats, the employees appreciate it, and there was no need for him to interfere. Good day, sir. Your total is 900 yuan. The cashier girl beamed at him with a sweet smile. Let us use WeChat. Chen Fan promptly scanned the QR code to make the payment. Ding. The host generously treats the company staff to a lavish meal, successfully earning a wave of goodwill and sincerity from them, thereby enhancing their sense of belonging to the company. Indulgent successful. This indulgence scores 7 points, rewarding 20 equity in Tianyi Trade Company, Limited. Note: the system has integrated with reality and all formalities have been completed. Please contact lawyer Wang Tian. Wow. Chen Fan felt a jolt of surprise. It was indeed Tianyi Trade, the very company where he had previously worked. As realization dawned, an overwhelming joy surged within him. He recalled the cunningly Kong, who had once outmaneuvered him. Previously at a disadvantage, he now found himself as a shareholder, ready to exact his revenge. Chen Fan could already envision the dismay on Li Kang's face when he attended the board meeting as a shareholder. Just wait and see how we'll deal with you. He mused inwardly. Returning to his senses, Chen Fan made his way outside the restaurant. At that moment, his colleagues gathered in small clusters, chatting and joking, primarily waiting for him. With the company owner still present, who would dare to leave first? Don't worry about me. Feel free to go about your own business. Just be punctual for the afternoon shift. Chen Fan set upon seeing them wait, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, goodbye, Chairman Chen. They replied cheerfully. To be honest, he was still young, and his mindset had yet to fully adapt. If it had been Hu Zhongyi in his place, he would have simply nodded calmly without any further reaction. As a boss, one must possess an air of dignity and authority. After all, it is you who provides for them, and such privileges are inherently yours. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan gradually understood this principle. A boss can be amiable, but must also exude an aura of mystery and command, which is essential for effective company management. I will strive to become a good boss. I still have a long way to go, he silently encouraged himself. By now, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, creating a sweltering atmosphere that made one feel drowsy. Chen Fan did not intend to return directly to Buotsai Ingrue, as he had already completed his morning interview. He planned to contact lawyer Wang Tian and make a grand appearance at Tianyi Trade. He was eager to confront Li Kang. However, he first needed to walk back to Fujin Building and drive to the Rongtai Building, where Tianyi Trade was located. The distance between the two buildings was not short, nearly 2 kilometers, making it impractical to walk. With this in mind, Chen Fan quickened his pace towards Fujin Building. "Go wait for me." A melodious voice called out from behind. Turning around, Chen Fan saw Zhu Yu, the charming young lady, running breathlessly towards him, her cheeks flushed with exertion. Her delicate features, oval face, enchanting eyes, and slightly pouting, rosy lips were indeed captivating. Moreover, her fair skin glistened under the sun, the sweat reflecting a rainbow-like shimmer, adding an unusual allure to her beauty. Chen Fan found himself momentarily entranced by her lovely visage. "Chinga?" After chatting with him during lunch, Zhu Yu had grown bolder and now addressed him with ease. "Ah, it's you, Zhu." Chen Fan snapped back to reality, feeling slightly awkward. How embarrassing it was to be so captivated by her beauty. "What is up?" he inquired further. Zhu Yu hesitated, her face showing signs of bashfulness, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Since their first meeting, when he had suggested gaming together and exchanged WeChat contacts, she had eagerly anticipated this joyful collaboration. However, without any updates, she had refrained from bothering him. Seeing him now, she couldn't help but run up, wanting to remind him, yet unsure how to initiate the conversation. Noticing her conflicted expression, Qin Zhao remembered his earlier promise to play games together. He felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked it. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about our gaming promise. However, I have some matters to attend to now. How about this? I have your WeChat. So, let us connect later this evening to play together, all right? Qin Zhao spoke with sincerity, a hint of remorse in his tone. It's fine, Qin Ge. You go ahead with your tasks. I'll wait for you this evening. Zhu Yu's face brightened with a smile upon hearing his words. She understood that the company's boss had many responsibilities, and just the prospect of playing together later was more than enough for her. All right, let us keep in touch on WeChat tonight. Seeing her radiant smile, Qin Zhao felt uplifted, his lips curving into a bright, sunny grin. Chapter 54. Li Jiankong's face turned ashen. 5 minutes later, Qin Zhao sat in his sleek black BMW. He first placed a call to lawyer Wang Tian, requesting his presence to finalize the share transfer at Tianyi Trade. Subsequently, he dialed his long-legged wife, Tian Jing. The call connected swiftly. Hello, my love. Xiao Jing. Are you at the office? Yes, I'm at my desk taking a break. What is up? That's great. Nothing important, but I have a surprise for you later. Qin Zhao said with a playful smile, teasing her with a hint of mystery. What kind of surprise? You're being all secretive. I can't wait to see it. Tian Jing's curiosity piqued, though she refrained from pressing for details, trusting Qin Zhao and feeling a flutter of anticipation. You'll find out soon enough. Bye for now, my dear. Bye, darling. After hanging up, Qin Zhao started the engine, steering towards the Rongtai building. 10 minutes later, he parked in the building's underground lot and walked toward the main entrance. As he approached, he spotted Wang Tian, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, waiting for him. Upon seeing Qin Zhao arrive, Wang Tian hurried over, his tone respectful. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Good afternoon, Lawyer Wang. Qin Zhao appraised him briefly, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Tian maintained the same polished appearance as last time, clad in a black suit with brown glasses, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of competence and efficiency. Let us proceed, Qin Zhao stated, stepping into the building with Wang Tian closely following. As the elevator reached the 20th floor, they exited. Immediately, the prominent logo of Tianyi Trade greeted them. The surroundings felt familiar, yet Qin Zhao's heart remained unmoved. His expression was stoic, a facade of aloofness. Today, he was no longer the naive underdog. Soon, he would confront Li Jiankong head-on. Yuli had been working the front desk at Tianyi Trade for 6 months. Although her salary was modest, just over 4,000 yuan each month, the work was pleasant, and she found satisfaction in her role. At this moment, she was idly scrolling through Douyin while seated at her desk. As the elevator doors opened, 2 figures entered the lobby. The one in front looked familiar, yet Yuli could hardly believe her eyes. Qin Zhao, is that really you? Hello, Xiaoli. Qin Zhao replied with a warm smile. You've changed so much, she exclaimed in astonishment. How did you become so handsome in such a short time? Yuli was genuinely impressed. She had previously enjoyed a friendly rapport with Qin Zhao, often sharing lighthearted banter. She recalled when he had been slightly overweight and rather unkempt, but now he appeared transformed, his features sharp and striking, his jawline defined, and his overall attractiveness significantly enhanced. Dressed in a light blue suit of exquisite fabric and craftsmanship, he radiated sophistication and confidence, embodying the essence of an elite gentleman. Have you been working out? The results are certainly impressive, Qin Zhao teased, a hint of humor in his voice. Absolutely remarkable. I can hardly believe this is you. Yuli remained in awe, unable to contain her admiration. What brings you to the office today? I thought you had resigned? She inquired, curiosity getting the better of her. Before Qin Zhao could respond, Wang Tian interjected. Mr. Qin has acquired 20 of your company's shares. He is here to finalize the share transfer, so please inform your president. Wang Tian spoke clearly and concisely, and Yuli quickly grasped the implications. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You've acquired shares in the company? She asked, walking deeper into the office while glancing back at Qin Zhao in shock. Soon, a throng of former colleagues gathered around, with Jiang Tian, the president of Tianyi Trade, at the forefront. Tian Jing was also among them, and upon seeing Qin Zhao impeccably attired in his light blue suit, she momentarily froze, her face lighting up with joy. Qin Zhao noticed his long-legged wife and exchanged a playful wink with her, causing the nearby female colleagues to blush, mistakenly believing the gesture was directed at them. Jiang Tian approached Qin Zhao, recognition dawning upon him. This former newcomer had suddenly transformed into one of the major shareholders, possessing 20 of the company and a seat on the board. Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, Jiang Tian extended his hand with a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Qin. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder and board member of Tianyi Trade." Beside Jiang Tian stood Li Jiankong, who instantly recognized Qin Zhao, his face flushing with a mixture of red and white. Trembling, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the new major shareholder was the very employee he had once marginalized. This is the end. Everything is over. Li Jiankong's eyes became vacant, his spirit crushed. He understood that his future at the company was now bleak. Offending a company boss, especially one who harbored a deep-seated grudge, left him uncertain of how to navigate his position. "Hello, President Jiang. I am equally delighted to become a shareholder of Tianyi Trade. Having developed a deep affection for this place during my time here," Qin Zhao said, offering a brief handshake with Jiang Tian before proceeding to greet the other department heads, pointedly ignoring Li Jiankong. Li Jiankong's complexion drained of color, fear creeping into his demeanor. He understood Qin Zhao's intent. The threat was unmistakable. Jiang Tian observed the exchange, though his expression remained unyielding. He would not dare offend a significant shareholder and board member. He had heard of the animosity between Qin Zhao and Li Jiankong, but had dismissed it then, as Qin Zhao had been merely a junior employee. Now, he chose to remain detached, leaving Li Jiankong to face the consequences of his own actions. As Jiang Tian introduced Qin Zhao, the surrounding employees were left speechless, whispering among themselves, "Wow, this handsome man is Qin Zhao. I must be seeing things. The new hire who just got confirmed? He has one of our new bosses now and a board member. My heavens, could he be the illegitimate son of a billionaire sent here to gain experience? He used to be a bit chubby, but now he looks so dashing. He has truly transformed." Tian Jing overheard the whispers and felt a surge of pride and joy. "This handsome gentleman is my husband. Who would have thought? The new owner of the company is my husband. What a fantastical turn of events." With that thought, Tian Jing gazed at Qin Zhao, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. "Xiao Jing, I recall that you had a rather amicable relationship with Qin Zhao. He has now become quite handsome and affluent. You must seize this opportunity, for it presents a chance for you to transcend social classes." Xiao Jia, standing nearby, whispered her counsel to Tian Jing. As the elder sister of the company, she held dominion over all the gossip circulating within. Previously, Qin Zhao had been quite close to Tian Jing at work, and with her astute perception, she could discern that he harbored feelings for her, albeit concealed by his insecurities. Now, having made an impressive ascent to become the company's owner, Qin Zhao's success could be a fortuitous match for the lovely Tian Jing. Xiao Jia thought she might play matchmaker, for surely Qin Zhao would remember her fondly, granting her a protective influence within the company, rendering her untouchable by others. If Qin Zhao were to discover her intentions, he might genuinely commend her, saying, "You possess quite a good heart." Tian Jing felt a blush creep upon her cheeks as she softly replied, uncertain of how to engage with Xiao Jia, and could only offer a vague dismissal. The office buzzed with speculation, until at last, President Jiang Tian spoke up. "Could Director Qin and Lawyer Wang please join me in my office? We need to finalize the relevant paperwork." With that, he turned and proceeded toward his office. Qin Zhao and Wang Tian followed closely behind. As they passed by Li Jiankong, Qin Zhao shot him a fierce glare and whispered menacingly, "Just you wait." With that, he resumed his composed demeanor, gazing ahead as he walked on, leaving Li Jiankong pale and trembling beside him. Chapter 55. Purchasing an LV bag. Having completed the necessary equity formalities, Qin Zhao leisurely emerged from the president's office, with Wang Tian respectfully trailing behind him. He turned to survey his surroundings. The company's environment remained unchanged, a steadfast reflection of its previous state. The only transformation was within himself. Once a diligent employee, he had now ascended to become one of the company's owners. Qin Xiao's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The department director who had previously monopolized his achievements had now been reduced to a mere pawn in his game, the hunter and the hunted, with Qin Xiao wielding the knife while Li Jiankong became the meat upon it. Qin Xiao had no intention of summarily dismissing him. As a department director, Li Jiankong occupied a mid-level position, and Qin Xiao lacked the authority to simply remove him. Instead, he sought to find an opportunity to reassign Li Jiankong to a less prominent department, thereby demoting him to an ordinary employee, while subsequently issuing orders to his superior to make his life difficult, disrupting his mental state as retribution for his previous arrogance. For someone like Li Jiankong, who had long held a leadership role, this fate would be more torturous than death itself. Qin Xiao planned to torment him until he could no longer endure it and voluntarily resigned, thus alleviating the resentment that had built within him. As Qin Xiao strolled, he soon approached Tianjing's workstation. At that moment, she was engrossed in her work, diligently focused on her computer. Tapping lightly on her desk, he caught her attention. Tianjing looked up, confusion quickly giving way to delight in her beautiful eyes. "Husband," she exclaimed sweetly. Sitting adjacent to Tianjing was Qiu Jie, whose amiable personality matched Tianjing's well. The two often engaged in light-hearted banter, fostering a warm camaraderie. As Qin Xiao approached, Tianjing discreetly observed him from the corner of her eye. Once a mere invisible presence in the office, Qin Xiao had transformed remarkably. Tall, handsome, and affluent, he had become the epitome of desirability in the eyes of many women. Tianjing couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing change he had undergone in just a matter of days. When she called him husband, Qiu Jie was left momentarily speechless, her expression one of shock. "So, you've been together with Qin Xiao all along? I can't believe I was so considerate," Qiu Jie thought to herself, feeling somewhat miffed for having offered advice when Tianjing had already moved on. "How do you like this surprise, my dear? Are you pleased?" Qin Xiao reached out to gently caress Tianjing's smooth cheek, smiling warmly. "Yes, husband, I truly did not expect you to become a shareholder in the company. I am incredibly happy. This means I can see you more often," she replied enthusiastically. "You should get back to work now. Let us have dinner together after you finish." "All right," he responded before departing. In an instant, Qiu Jie and several other female colleagues gathered around Tianjing, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Meanwhile, the male employees were left dejected, shaking their heads in despair, needing a moment to collect themselves. Tianjing was the goddess of their company, admired for her beauty and figure, and with Qin Xiao's newfound status, their hopes seemed dashed. "When did you and Qin Xiao get together? You didn't even tell me. How could you be so inconsiderate?" Qiu Jie asked, feigning a pout. "We've only been together for a short while," Tianjing hurriedly explained. "I didn't know how to bring it up." "Fine, I'll let it slide this time. You've struck gold with a wealthy husband. Just don't forget about your sister," Qiu Jie teased, prompting laughter from the other women. "I'm truly envious of you, Tianjing. You have such an eye for talent, spotting a diamond in the rough." One colleague chimed in. "Have you noticed how handsome Qin Xiao has become? Tall, charming, and exuding sophistication. You're so fortunate." As laughter and banter filled the air, no one noticed the expression of the woman at the edge of the group, Wang Shui, whose face darkened with resentment. She recalled the evening at Zhu Xianglu, joking with a colleague about Qin Xiao and questioning whether he had a girlfriend. At that time, they had both looked down on him, viewing him as an unremarkable figure. Now, he had ascended to a level they could only dream of. Regret consumed Wang Shui as she wished she had pursued Qin Xiao back then. Perhaps he would have chosen her instead of Tianjing. After parting ways with lawyer Wang, Qin Xiao drove back to his home in Haixing Tianjing, securely locking the relevant equity documents in a safe, recognizing their value. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early, with dinner plans scheduled with his long-legged wife. He recalled that Tian Trading's workday concluded at 6 o'clock, leaving him with an hour to spare. "What should I do?" he mused aloud. Suddenly realizing he had yet to give Tianjing anything since they started dating, he chastised himself. He pondered what to buy, concluding that women generally adore handbags. Having previously delighted his college sweetheart with a bag, he decided to repeat the gesture. With that thought, Qin Xiao changed into a smart casual outfit and left his home. He drove directly to the Wanxiang Center, a luxurious shopping destination in Haicheng filled with upscale boutiques. Heading straight to the LV store, he ultimately purchased a speedy 35 bag for 14,000 yuan, a versatile and practical choice suitable for work, travel, or fitness, ideal for someone of Tianjing stature. After securing the bag, he stopped at a nearby florist to buy a bouquet of 99 roses. Once everything was prepared, he made his way to the Rongtai building, arriving just as Tianjing was about to finish her workday. It was precisely 6 o'clock when he parked and approached the entrance, holding the flowers in one hand and the orange LV-branded box in the other. Chapter 56. Too expensive, I cannot accept. Qin Xiao did not enter the Rongtai building. Instead, he stood outside the revolving glass doors, in a conspicuous position that ensured Tianjing would see him the moment she emerged. It was the peak hour for leaving work, and the entrance of the building was bustling with a constant flow of people. Numerous urban elites strolled in small groups, engaging in lively conversations and laughter. Qin Xiao stood there, tall and imposing, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, dressed in a luxurious LV casual outfit, instantly attracting the attention of many women. Wow, that man is so handsome, and his physique is remarkable. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, just my type. Then why don't you hurry up and ask for his WeChat? Be a little bolder. Two passing girls whispered among themselves as they walked by. He is holding flowers and an LV gift box, clearly waiting for a girlfriend. Never mind. One girl sighed upon noticing what Qin Xiao was holding, her disappointment evident. What are you afraid of? There's still a chance, even if he's not married. Go for it. I believe in you, her friend encouraged, wearing an expression of support. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go. The two hurriedly quickened their pace to leave. Such scenes occurred 3 times in quick succession. Qin Xiao noticed them, but remained indifferent. The women's appearances and physiques were rather ordinary, failing to pique his interest. Having been accustomed to the exquisite beauty of Tianjing, Shun Xiaohua, and Lu Rian, his standards had undeniably risen. To be a fish in his pond, one must meet certain criteria, at least an overall attractiveness score of 8. 5. Anything below 8 was hardly worth his attention. Ding! The first floor has arrived. Tianjing, linking arms with Sister Chiu, exited the elevator, accompanied by several female staff members from Tianyi Trading, among whom was Wang Shui. Xiaojing, weren't you supposed to have dinner with Director Qin? Didn't he call you? Shouldn't you check on him? Sister Chiu asked curiously. She was cautious about directly addressing Qin Xiao by name, aware of the significant change in his status. She was too astute to make such a rookie mistake. No, never mind. He must be busy with something. I can wait a while, Tianjing replied. Though she found it a bit peculiar, she chose to bide her time. Her nature was gentle, delicate, and understanding, making her a pleasant companion for anyone. Your character is truly wonderful, and you are beautiful with a stunning figure. No wonder Director Qin pursued you so early on. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't let someone like you slip away. Sister Chiu teased with a mischievous smile. Sister Chiu, please stop joking around. Tianjing playfully retorted, quickening her pace as she linked arms with Sister Chiu. As they stepped outside, a familiar face emerged vividly before her, tall, elegant, and striking. Not only Tianjing, but also Sister Chiu and the other female staff members instantly recognized Qin Xiao. Some individuals simply stand as a picturesque sight, making them impossible to overlook, especially with Qin Xiao holding a large bouquet of roses and a sizable LV gift box. Tianjing released Sister Chiu's arm and hurried towards Qin Xiao. Darling, why are you waiting for me downstairs? Her eyes sparkled with joy and a hint of excitement. Seeing his graceful and long-legged wife, Qin Xiao smiled broadly. I came to pick you up. He presented the vibrant bouquet to Tianjing. For you, my Jingjing. In my heart, you are as radiant and beautiful as these roses. Tianjing accepted the flowers, her lovely eyes glistening with emotion. She felt touched. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer and placed a kiss on his lips. Thank you, darling. I love you. Wow, a kiss. The The crowd erupted in cheers, with Sister Chiu being the loudest. The attention of those around them immediately shifted. Witnessing a tall, curvaceous beauty kiss the handsome man in front of her, many men felt a pang of envy, lamenting, "Why isn't that man me?" As her colleagues cheered, with countless eyes watching, Tianjing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly raised her handbag to shield her face. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should feel awkward, she reassured herself silently. Qin Xiao, unfazed, gently took her delicate hand and greeted the female staff. "Hello, everyone." Instantly, the female colleagues approached to greet him. "Hello, Director Qin. How fortunate you are to have captured our company's goddess. Congratulations on winning the beauty." Though they joked, the disparity in status was evident. Before Qin Xiao, they dared not speak carelessly, only managing a light tease. At the back of the group, Wang Shui watched this scene unfold, her heart bleeding. Her fists clenched tightly, and her body trembled slightly, prompting a concerned colleague to ask, "Are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" "I'm fine." Wang Shui took a deep breath, calming herself before slowly responding. She was acutely aware of what she had missed in life, something she would never be able to attain, no matter how hard she tried. Qin Xiao noticed Wang Shui at the back and nodded slightly in her direction, then waved goodbye to the female staff. "Well then, we'll take our leave now. Bye-bye." "Goodbye. Bye-bye, Director Qin. Bye-bye, Xiaojing." After bidding farewell to his female colleagues, Qin Xiao took Tianjing's hand and led her towards the parking lot. They walked hand in hand, fingers interlaced without letting go. Tianjing even hummed a little tune, her mood exceptionally light. Upon reaching the parking lot, Qin Xiao unlocked the vehicle, and they both got in. He handed the LV gift box to Tianjing. "Wife, here is a little gift for you. Open it and see if you like it." Tianjing nodded eagerly, slowly opening it, her heart filled with anticipation. She recognized the logo on the box, LV, a luxury brand from abroad. Such high-end luxury items were beyond her means. She could never afford something that cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Though she couldn't afford it, no woman could resist the allure of high-end luxury, and Tianjing was no exception. It was akin to how men struggle to resist the allure of seductive beauties, unless they are eunuchs. Tianjing carefully opened the box, revealing a classic monogrammed handbag. She gently caressed the bag, almost as if she were handling a delicate child, fearful of causing any damage. She was very familiar with this bag. Her college roommate, Lin Shui, owned an identical one. However, Lin Shui's was a knockoff, purchased for a few hundred yuan, which she cherished like a treasure, rarely using it. Now, receiving a genuine one from Qin Xiao left Tianjing with mixed emotions. "Thank you, darling, but it's too expensive. I cannot accept it." Despite her deep fondness for it, Tianjing declined, not wanting Qin Xiao to think she was with him for his wealth and status. Qin Xiao gazed intently at his elegant wife, his eyes filled with compassion. In this day and age, it is rare to encounter a woman as naive as her. Blessed with such beauty and an exquisite physique, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. He gently caressed her smooth, fair face, and, with tenderness and sincerity, said, "My dear, you are my wife. I am willing to share everything with you. How could you bear to reject your husband's heartfelt devotion?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's heartfelt words, Tianjing was momentarily taken aback, her mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts before reaching a resolution. "Then, I shall accept it." "Thank you, my husband. That's more like it, darling. Remember, you must accept everything I give you, regardless of its worth." Qin Zhao replied with a smile, continuing, "You belong entirely to me, and I to you. Would you truly wish to part from me?" "No, I wish to be with you forever. I love you, my husband." Tianjing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of emotion as she leaned into Qin Zhao's embrace, tilting her head for a kiss. Qin Zhao cradled her charming face, pressing his lips against her full, luscious ones. The car was filled with the fervent sounds of their passionate kiss, warm and lingering. Chapter 57. A romantic date with Tianjing. After a tender interlude, Qin Xiao drove Tianjing to Mingzhu Square, a premier destination in Haicheng for dining and entertainment. Favored by the youth, it was the same place where he had previously dined with the enchanting Shan. "What would you like to eat tonight? Sichuan or Cantonese cuisine?" Qin Chao inquired, glancing at his long-legged wife while steering the car. Tianjing's fair visage still bore a hint of blush, as if she hadn't fully recovered from their lingering French kiss moments earlier. "Oh, I'm open to anything. How about some street food? It's been ages since I last had it, and I miss it," she replied with a radiant smile, exuding a lively spirit that contrasted with her usual demeanor. "Sound good. I'm a bit hungry too. Let us indulge this evening," he agreed. As they approached 7 p.m., the roads were relatively clear. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Mingzhu Square, parking in the B2 lot and making their way towards the elevators. Qin Chao took Tianjing's soft hand, leading her to the B1 level where the bustling street food market awaited them. The underground food court was a vibrant tapestry of local delicacies: spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, grilled squid skewers, frozen lemon tea, and crispy pork belly, all freshly made, emphasizing a commitment to quality over prepackaged fare. Prices were significantly more affordable than restaurants, allowing patrons to enjoy hearty meals for just a few dozen yuan, all while savoring delightful flavors. Qin Chao had visited this place several times before, typically alone after work, opting for a simple bowl of fried rice, some stinky tofu, and a couple of duck heads, comfort food at a modest cost, which he found quite satisfying. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out, greeted by the familiar sights and enticing aromas of the food stalls. "Wow, I want this, darling," Tianjing exclaimed, pointing at a vendor selling candied hawthorn, her laughter illuminating the atmosphere. Her joy was infectious, and Qin Chao found himself compelled to indulge her desires. He approached the vendor and purchased a variety of candied fruits, much to the delight of the vendor, who was amused by the quantity. As they received the packaged treats, Tianjing eagerly pulled out a strawberry skewer, taking a bite and savoring the sweetness. "It's so delicious, tangy and sweet. You must try one too," she urged, offering the skewer to Qin Chao, who playfully bit off 2 strawberries at once. "Hey, that's not fair," she pouted, glancing at the remaining 2 skewers with mock dismay before turning away to enjoy her treat, leaving Qin Chao chuckling at her playful antics. After exploring the food court and accumulating a plethora of snacks, they found a cozy spot against the wall to relish their feast. The vibrant grilled squid, crispy pork belly, and glistening spicy chicken were devoured with palpable pleasure. "I'm full now, darling. The rest is up to you," she said, retrieving a wet napkin from her bag to wipe her lips, a satisfied smile gracing her features. In truth, she had sampled only a bite of each dish, her appetite sated by the experience rather than the quantity. Qin Chao observed the untouched food on the table, a bemused expression crossing his face. It seemed all the delicacies were left for him, as if she had taken him for a glutton. "I'll do my best," he replied, somewhat defeated. Ultimately, after a few more bites, he could eat no more, and they decided to pack the leftovers to avoid waste, a notion he held in high regard. As they drove back to Haisheng Tiancheng, Qin Chao felt a surge of anticipation. With Tianjing's alluring figure before him, his desires stirred. Once inside, after changing into more comfortable attire, he embraced his wife from behind, planting soft kisses on her neck and letting his hands explore her form, reveling in her softness. Tianjing, clearly affected, closed her eyes, swaying gently to his warmth. The surprises Qin Chao had orchestrated throughout the day, the partnership in Tianyi trading, the luxurious gifts, and the delightful street food adventure had filled her heart with joy and affection. In that moment, she longed to melt into his embrace, to express her deep feelings until exhaustion claimed her. "I love you so much," she whispered sweetly, her voice laced with a teasing undertone. "Just you wait," he replied, a hint of mischief in his tone, his breath growing heavier. "Let us start with a romantic bath." Having returned from the food market, both were enveloped in an unpleasant aroma, somewhat marring the evening's ambience. Tianjing shot him a playful glare before nodding in agreement, her long legs gracefully leading her to the master bedroom to retrieve some clothes. Chapter 58. A sweet duo-Q journey with Zhuyu an hour later, the long-legged wife. Tianjing succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Qin Chao, however, remained wide awake, glancing at his phone to check the time. 2100 hours. Suddenly, He recalled his promise to the charming receptionist, Zhu Yu, to engage in a game of Honor of Kings upon returning home. As the employer, he felt it imperative not to disappoint his subordinate. Quickly, Qin Xiao opened WeChat, located Zhu Yu, and sent her message. Qin, Lil Zhu, are you there? Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Her reply came almost instantaneously. Bali Shou Yu. Yes, Chairman Qin. The WeChat ID, Bali Shou Yu, was indeed a fitting moniker for her, causing Qin Xiao to chuckle inwardly. He was aware of her passion for the game, and it was no surprise her ID reflected that. She was likely a gaming enthusiast. He continued to message her. Qin, I'm home now. Come on, let us log in and pull me into your game. The address read, Pingu Community, Building 2, Room 203. At that moment, Zhu Yu was seated on the living room sofa, her eyes glued to her phone screen. The WeChat notification chimed, and she eagerly opened the message. After reading it, she squealed in excitement, her face lighting up with joy. Her friend, Zhou Jiajia, looked on in confusion, scratching her head and asking curiously, what is going on? You're making such a fuss. Zhu Yu quickly shared her delight. Our company's chairman Qin, the handsome young man I mentioned, invited me to play games with him. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. He had flaked on me twice before. I thought he would do it again tonight, but here he is, a wealthy and young bachelor. You must seize this opportunity. If you win him over, you'll rise in status. Zhou Jiajia's beautiful face bore an expression of surprise mixed with a hint of envy. Why can't I encounter such a rich and handsome guy? She lamented. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, you have his WeChat, right? Let me see how handsome your boss really is. Zhu Yu swiftly navigated to Qin Xiao's moments and handed her phone over. Hurry, I need a game with him. I can't keep the boss waiting. All right, I'll just take a quick look, Zhou Jiajia replied. She took the phone, briefly scanned the profile picture, her gaze inadvertently landing on the WeChat ID. It felt somewhat familiar, but she couldn't place it. Returning the phone to Zhu Yu, she pulled out her own device and opened WeChat, scrolling back through past messages until she stumbled upon an identical profile picture from a few weeks prior. Her eyes widened, and her heart raced as she realized the shocking truth. Chairman Qin, the one who had previously sought her assistance in purchasing a car, was none other than the Chairman Qin of UUS Company. The young man she had thought was merely a wealthy second generation. She was astounded. He was a major shareholder of a company valued at 50 million. Zhou Jiajia felt a mix of shock and delight, recalling how Qin Xiao had discreetly appraised her during their prior encounter. If she could capture his heart, it would be a turning point in her life. Determined, she resolved to pursue Qin Xiao with fervor. Casting another glance at her engrossed friend, she silently apologized. Yu, if you can't hold on to him, I shall assist you in this endeavor. We are best friends, after all. Zhu Yu logged into the game, promptly inviting Qin Xiao, who entered their virtual room without delay. They queued for a minute before commencing their match. Zhu Yu played mid lane while Qin Xiao took the jungle role, their voices resonating with excitement through the game's chat. Bali Shou Yu, hurry and help me. The opposing Liu Bei is encroaching on my territory. I'm on my way. Hold on for 3 seconds. Ha! You came too quickly. I'm already dead, and the monsters are gone. Let us end this. Observing the dismal score of 0-3 on the screen, Qin Xiao couldn't help but wince, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. It wasn't Zhu Yu's fault. He simply underperformed against Liu Bei. Yet, in the spirit of gaming, it was customary to shift blame. Chairman, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Next time, I'll 1T rush over to assist you. Zhu Yu's sweet voice conveyed a hint of remorse, tinged with a quiver. Qin Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. Here was a delicate and charming girl, and he had unjustly placed blame upon her, leaving her in tears. He quickly reassured her, it's not your fault, little Zhu. I didn't play well either. Don't be disheartened. Let us surrender this match and start anew. Okay, let us go for it. They surrendered and began another match, where Qin Xiao finally shone. Zhu Yu consistently supported him, allowing him to achieve a remarkable victory. His face beamed with joy. Little Zhu, you played exceptionally well this round. You don't need to give me kills on purpose. As he claimed a kill from her, feigning regret, he remarked, my apologies, little Zhu. I feared he might survive. Next time, I promise to let you have the kill. Zhu Yu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She had never anticipated Chairman Qin to be so playful in the game. Time in the gaming world passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly 11 p.m. After concluding their match, Qin Chao took the lead in conversation. "Let us call it a night, little Zhu. We'll continue tomorrow evening." Although he wished to keep playing, he had an early workout scheduled, prioritizing fitness over gaming. "All right, Chairman Qin, I had a wonderful time today. You don't need to call me Chairman. Just call me Qin Ge." He corrected her, feeling that Chairman sounded rather formal. Qin Ge, how delightful it sounds." She replied playfully. "Understood, Qin Ge. Rest well. Good night." "Good night, little Zhu." After saying this, Qin Chao exited the game. Upon hearing his final words, Zhu Yu's fair face flushed with a rosy hue, her heart fluttering with a blend of shyness and joy. To have a man of Qin Chao's caliber, wealthy and dashing, her boss no less, was a thrilling prospect. To claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous, yet she remained self-aware, cautious not to reveal her feelings. The affectionate term little Zhu made her feel their relationship had shifted, evolving beyond mere employer and employee to something akin to friends who could engage in playful banter. With a smile tugging at her lips, Zhu Yu resolved to take her time. One day, she would advance their relationship further. She silently encouraged herself. Chapter 59. Zhou Jiejia's proactive approach. Observing Zhu Yu and Qin Chao conclude their delightful gaming session for the evening, Zhou Jiejia felt a subtle stir of emotion within her. "Well, yeah, it's getting late. I'm heading back to my room to sleep. Good night." She hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to her room, preparing for her initial advance towards Qin Chao. "All right, good night, Jiejia." The innocent Zhu Yu, wearing a sweet smile reminiscent of a naive little rabbit, remained blissfully unaware of the impending betrayal from her close friend. Oblivious to the fact that her friend was acquainted with Qin Chao, she continued to exude her carefree demeanor. Once in her room, Zhou Jiejia swiftly removed her shoes and nestled herself under the covers, enveloped in the alluring scent of a mature woman. Covering her head with the blanket, she cautiously retrieved her phone and opened the chat history with Qin Chao. The messages still contained the friend verification from when they had just connected. "I have accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now." Since adding him, they had not exchanged a single word, leading Zhou Jiejia to question her own allure. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take the initiative, testing whether Qin Chao still remembered her. She began to type slowly, crafting a message, only to shake her head and delete it. After much deliberation, she finally sent her first message. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Are you there?" Upon sending it, a wave of nervousness washed over her, causing her tightly clasped phone to tremble slightly. Dressed in a minimalistic white camisole nightgown, she lay on her bed, her ample figure compressed into an oval shape. Buzz. A WeChat notification chimed. She eagerly opened the message. "I'm here, Miss Zhou." Upon seeing the words Miss Zhou, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. At least he remembered her. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly replied, "Mr. Qin, due to your recent purchase of a new car from our dealership, we would like to offer you some complimentary decorations and accessories. I forgot to provide them last time. Would you have time to come by our store to collect them?" Admittedly, this excuse was somewhat flimsy, but it was the best Zhou Jiejia could conjure. In truth, she had already given him all the complimentary items when he picked up his car. Her intention was to purchase car air fresheners and other small items to give to him herself. She needed a plausible reason to meet Qin Chao, with the hope of inviting him for a meal or coffee afterward. Ultimately, she wanted him to perceive this encounter as a casual meeting, devoid of any unusual undertones. Before long, Qin Chao responded, "Sure, I'll come by after my workout tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. "Wonderful. I'll be waiting for you at the store. Let us not miss each other. Good night." "All right, good night." As the conversation concluded, Qin Chao scratched his head, puzzled. He recalled that he had already received some small gifts during his last visit. Logically, he shouldn't be receiving more. Nevertheless, a visit wouldn't hurt. He found himself reminiscing about the alluring saleswoman Zhou Jiejia, her black silk uniform and curvaceous figure vividly etched in his memory. Having completely forgotten about her since adding her as a friend, he had been too engrossed in his interactions with Tianjing and the campus beauty to think of any other women. With so many beautiful women around him, It was no surprise he felt overwhelmed at times. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly midnight. He nestled under the covers, embracing the alluring form of his long-legged wife, and gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, at 7 a.m., Qin Chao sprang out of bed, dressed quickly, and, glancing at his still sleeping wife, leaned down to plant a kiss on her smooth, fair cheek. "Darling, sleep a bit longer before heading to work. I'm off to the gym." Receiving a sleepy nod from Tianjing, he left the house with a smile. Strolling through the tree-lined paths of Haisheng Tiancheng, he inhaled the fresh morning air, feeling quite content. He ambled leisurely, stretching and warming up his limbs, recalling the vigorous exertion he had undergone the previous night. Despite feeling at ease, he recognized the need for physical enhancement, especially as his circle of female friends expanded, increasing the opportunities for emotional connection. After all, even tempered steel can fear the delicate touch. How much more so for these enchanting women, each more beautiful and alluring than the last? He would need to forge himself into a man of remarkable strength to navigate their charms. Soon, Qin Chao arrived at the parking lot. Unlocking the car, he slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, driving his sleek black BMW towards Jinli Gym. 15 minutes later, he reached Jinli Gym. Although it had only been a day since he last saw Lu Ruyan, he felt a twinge of longing for the captivating and alluring coach, reminiscent of a heroine from a Korean comic. As the ancient said, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It had been 3 years since he last saw Coach Lu, which explained his yearning. After exchanging pleasantries with the receptionist, Li Jiaojiao, Qin Chao made his way to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, his eyes widened in surprise. Dressed in a white, form-fitting gym outfit, Lu Ruyan sat quietly on a piece of exercise equipment, lost in thought. Her gaze seemed distant, and she exuded a softer aura, contrasting her usual strict demeanor during training. Her seated position accentuated her alluring curves, a full and perky bosom, a delicate waist, and sensuous legs that created an intoxicating allure. It seemed she was deeply immersed in her thoughts, as she did not notice Qin Chao's entrance. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Chao's face as he tiptoed closer, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Ruyan, good morning." Startled, Lu Ruyan gasped and quickly turned to face him, her eyes meeting Qin Chao's warm, bright gaze. In that moment, the reflections of each other danced in their pupils, and Lu Ruyan's expression brightened, revealing a radiant smile. "Qin, you're here." Chapter 60. Do you like it? "It's me." Qin Zhao smiled gently, reaching out to caress the smooth face of his girlfriend, Han Man. If one were to evaluate her beauty and figure separately, he would grant Lu Ruyan an impressive score of 85 for her appearance, and a perfect score for her physique, leading to an overall rating of 92.5. This score is indeed quite high. After all, women with a composite score of 80 are generally regarded as beauties in the eyes of most. "Have you missed me?" Qin Zhao continued, his gaze containing a blend of genuine inquiry and playful teasing. Lu Ruyan's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Although they had defined their relationship 2 days prior, she had never encountered such straightforward flirtation in her over 20 years of life. Furthermore, Qin Zhao's hand was tenderly stroking her exquisite, smooth face, leaving her momentarily breathless. "Why, yes," she stammered in response. Observing Lu's shy demeanor, Qin Zhao felt a wave of delight wash over him. To his surprise, Lu Ruyan was still a naive girl at heart. In terms of emotional experience, she was akin to a blank canvas. Qin Zhao yearned to imprint his essence upon this canvas and fill it with vibrant colors. He glanced once more at Lu Ruyan's striking figure, inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart, and considered the stark contrast before him. This was the second girlfriend of such contrasting qualities he had encountered, following Shun, the campus beauty. It was difficult to fathom the psychological stimulation that such a strikingly different partner would evoke during their emotional exchanges. Qin Zhao feared he might not be able to withstand it. At this rate, am I destined to create a series of contrasting girlfriends? He mused internally. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Zhao explained the reason for his absence the previous day. Although he had sent her a simple message the night before, stating he was preoccupied, he had not elaborated on the specifics. Ahem, I was interviewing employees yesterday, so I couldn't make it, he stated. Interviewing employees? What does that mean? Lu Ruyin inquired, puzzled. I opened a new company in the internet fashion industry and interviewed a batch of employees yesterday. How'd it go? Did you find any good hires? A glimmer of excitement danced in Lu Ruyin's eyes. Aside from knowing he was wealthy, she realized she knew little about Qin Zhao. This was the first time he had actively shared details about his life, and she felt a surge of joy, eager to learn more about him. It went splendidly. I managed to recruit an exceptionally talented graduate from a prestigious university. As Qin Zhao observed the intense curiosity in Lu Ruyin's eyes, he became animated, eagerly sharing details about his work and life. She previously worked as a department manager in a major internet company, and she possesses ample experience and remarkable skills. I consider myself fortunate. She left her previous job due to conflicts. Otherwise, a new company like mine would never afford to hire such an exceptional talent. His excitement was palpable as he spoke rapidly. For some reason, discussing work-related topics with his personal trainer girlfriend felt invigorating, although she might not fully grasp the details. The admiration in her eyes, sparkling like stars, filled him with an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Wow, that's incredible. Chinga, it's fantastic that you found such a great employee. Lu Ruyin beamed, genuinely happy for him. As long as he thrived, her heart rejoiced. After uttering this, she seemed to recall something and asked, "Is this employee male or female?" Female, and extremely beautiful, with a rather aloof demeanor. Qin Zhao continued to expound on his praises for Mu Xueqing, oblivious to the rising tension around them. "So, do you like her?" The voice bore an undercurrent of veiled threat and discontent, yet Qin Zhao, engrossed in sharing, remained oblivious. "Of course I like her. Who would appreciate such an outstanding employee?" The moment those words slipped from his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the space, and Qin Zhao inwardly cursed himself. Turning to Lu Ruyin, he was taken aback by the icy glare she cast upon him, cold, piercing, and somewhat fierce. "Wow, she can get jealous too." Qin Zhao hastily clarified, Ruyin, I meant in a professional sense. You shouldn't read too much into it. Girls could be quite troublesome, he thought, lamenting his innocence regarding any romantic notions towards Mu Xueqing. "All right, that's for the best. If I find out," Lu Ruyin's expression softened slightly, signaling her tentative trust, yet she still felt the need to caution him. "Rest assured, I have no intentions toward her. I promise." Qin Zhao's gaze turned serious, his handsome features imbued with sincerity. He had not anticipated that his girlfriend, Han Man, would possess such a jealous streak. He would need to tread carefully in her presence. Should she discover his other girlfriends, a chaotic scene would undoubtedly ensue, and he was unwilling to lose this captivating girl, who, despite her alluring figure, retained an innocent essence. "All right, let us commence today as strength training." Lu Ruyin's delicate brows curved into a playful smile, knowing that young, affluent men like Qin Zhao were immensely popular among women. Although she held a deep trust in him, she understood the need for vigilance. Thus, she chose to preemptively remind him to avoid any inappropriate thoughts, for she was not one to be trifled with. While she might not be able to fend off all the alluring women drawn to him, she was determined to guard her man. Moreover, with a girlfriend of her caliber, there was little chance Qin Zhao would be interested in others. After all, she was acutely aware of her own physique. Each time she stepped out of the shower and caught her reflection, she found it hard to resist admiring herself, let alone a man. Lu Ruyin could easily envision the expression on Qin Zhao's face when she stood before him, bare and vulnerable. "Wait, I still have something to do." Qin Zhao's voice broke through Lu Ruyin's thoughts, leaving her momentarily puzzled. "What is it?" No sooner had she spoken than her lovely face was cradled in his hands, and a fiery kiss was pressed against her lips. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the handsome face so close to her own, her mind momentarily blank. All she could see were his closed eyes and elegantly arched brows. After a minute of stunned silence, she slowly shut her eyes and parted her moist lips, welcoming his exploration. In the tranquil confines of the gym, the sound of swallowed breaths echoed softly. Chapter 61. The Hunter and the Prey. An hour later, under the attentive guidance of his personal trainer girlfriend, Qin Zhao had undergone an intense session of strength training. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his body, and he unceremoniously plopped down onto the yoga mat. "I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted," he gasped, waving his hand dismissively. "Is this all you can manage? Weren't you aiming to build your core endurance?" Lu Ruyan shot him a teasing glance, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Qin Zhao's face flushed slightly, a hint of warmth creeping in. After all, he had only said that a few days prior, and now he found himself in a moment of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Well, let's take it slow. If we train gradually, my endurance will surely improve." Hee. Lu, the coach, rolled her eyes dramatically, throwing him an exaggerated look of disdain. This eye roll, combined with her alluring figure, exuded a unique charm that momentarily distracted Qin Zhao. He envisioned a scenario where they shared a deep, emotional connection, her voluptuous form intertwined with his as she playfully exclaimed, "I can't take this anymore." How beautiful that scene would be. A smile crept onto his lips at the thought. "What are you thinking about? You look rather lewd." Lu Ruyan's melodious voice interrupted his daydreams, bringing him back to reality. Damn, what has been happening to me lately? Ever since his emotional exchange with his long-legged wife, he found himself unable to resist such thoughts. He was acutely aware that his relationship with Lu Ruyan was still in its infancy, with ample room for development, far from a stage of being inseparable. Hastily, he fabricated an excuse. "Oh, just recalling something amusing." "Quite hilarious, really." Lu Ruyan shot him a quick glare, but chose not to pry further. She understood that every man harbored his own secrets, and she did not wish to be bothersome. Moving aside, she opened her gym bag and pulled out a transparent glass container, handing it to Qin Zhao. "Here, this is a carefully prepared, fat-reducing meal from this morning. You must finish it all." As he opened the container, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. "Wow, corn, mixed grain rice, boiled eggs, shrimp, nuts, everything is here. Nutritionally balanced and healthy." With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Thank you, dear. I want to hold back. I'll make sure to clean the plate." "Who are you calling dear?" Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly at his endearment, and she retorted softly. Such a term felt a tad too direct for her. Her face radiated a mix of embarrassment and sweetness. "Of course, I'm referring to this angelic beauty with a devilish figure standing before me," Qin Zhao replied, his mouth full of food, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. "Just eat. No amount of food can silence your tongue," Lu Ruyan teased, though the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her amusement, as women often delight in such compliments, especially when they come from someone they care for. After their vigorous workout and a passionate kiss goodbye, Qin Zhao exited the gym. Checking the time, he recalled his appointment with the striking saleswoman from the previous night was set for 10 o'clock, prompting him to send her a quick message. "Qin, Ms. Zhou, I'm heading to your store now. I should arrive in about 10 minutes. A swift reply came. "Tianhe District BMW 4S store, Zhou Jiajia." "All right, Mr. Qin. Please drive safely. I'll be waiting for you at the store." Putting his phone away, Qin Zhao made his way to the parking lot. 15 minutes later, a sleek black BMW 330 arrived at the Tianhe District BMW 4S store. Parking the car along the roadside, Qin Zhao alighted and strode towards the entrance. Just as he reached the door, a stunningly attractive woman approached with a welcoming smile, none other than Zhou Jiajia. Her features were exquisite. Her glossy black hair was tied back into a high ponytail, exuding elegance and competence. She wore a fitted gray blazer, the white blouse beneath straining slightly, drawing the eye. Below, a matching gray pencil skirt clung to her curves, accentuating her shapely legs, clad in black stockings. And she completed the look with a pair of pointed high heels that emphasized her alluring figure, despite having witnessed her allure during his last visit. Today, Zhou Jiajia's appearance offered Qin Zhao an even greater surprise. "Mr. Qin, welcome," she greeted, her demeanor poised yet warm. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jiajia felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Was this truly the same Qin Zhao from 2 weeks ago? She recalled his initial visit, when he appeared somewhat pudgy, with dull eyes and a slight belly, dressed rather plainly. He seemed like someone who could easily be lost in a crowd. The man before her now was tall and commanding, with a chiseled jawline and vibrant eyes, impeccably dressed, exuding an undeniable charisma. He was undoubtedly a handsome gentleman. "Hello, Ms. Zhou," Qin Zhao replied with a gentle smile, though his gaze involuntarily fell upon her chest, the white fabric of her blouse stretching enticingly. Despite having shared an intimate moment with his long-legged wife just the night before, at the age of 24, he was still in his prime, prone to distractions. Women are often keenly aware of a man's gaze, and Zhou Jia readily sensed where Qin Zhao's attention lay. However, instead of feeling offended, she subtly adjusted her posture, accentuating her figure even more, making the white blouse appear even more enticing. Setting aside her looks, she knew he was the wealthy owner of her best friend's company. Young and affluent. Even if he were unattractive, he would have no shortage of admirers. Given his current striking appearance, he was akin to a golden nugget, making it difficult for any woman to resist his charm. Zhou Jia understood, well, that a man like Qin Zhao was someone one should seize upon quickly before another swooped in. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure as she fixed her gaze on him. "Say, Mr. Qin, please hold on for a moment. I forgot to retrieve a little something I promised you last night. I'll go grab it now." "Certainly," he replied, watching as the beautiful saleswoman turned to enter the store. His gaze lingered on her captivating silhouette, her rhythmic movements accentuated by the tight black stockings and short skirt, leaving him momentarily breathless. "Damn, this is intoxicating," he muttered under his breath. In no time, Zhou Jia returned, holding a bottle of perfume and 2 small stands. "This is a complimentary diptyque fragrance from our store. Its base note is musk, soft, light, gentle, and soothing. I believe it would suit you perfectly," she explained as she handed the perfume to Qin Zhao. In truth, she had purchased this for herself at the counter for over 1,500 yuan, but felt no regret in giving it to him, as she believed that securing his affection would unlock a world of treasures for her in the future. In truth, it cannot be considered mere materialism on her part. At the age of 28, after years of grappling with the harsh realities of life, she has been battered by the world and understands all too well the cruelty of existence. Society is inherently unjust to the impoverished. Wealth grants one undeniable power. Her beauty and physique serve as her confidence, attracting numerous suitors, yet they are predominantly older men, those in their 40s, 50s, or even 60s, all with protruding bellies and receding hairlines. The thought of such men makes her feel somewhat repulsed, and she has resolutely rejected their advances. Despite a touch of materialism and the desire to align herself with a wealthy partner, Zhou Jia has steadfastly maintained her integrity, remaining untainted by men throughout these years. Now that a man of exceptional quality like Qin Zhao has entered her sphere, she is determined not to let this opportunity for rapid elevation slip away. "Isn't this perfume rather expensive? Does your store give away such exquisite fragrances?" Qin Zhao inquired as he accepted the perfume, promptly checking its brand on his phone. Discovering that this particular fragrance retails for a staggering 1,500, categorizing it as luxury. A sense of puzzlement crossed his mind, prompting him to voice his curiosity. Zhou Jia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse. The expression on the beautiful saleswoman's face led Qin Zhao to speculate. Could it be a gift from her? Why would she present him with such an extravagant perfume? Was it because she found him wealthy and handsome? He surmised that he was now indeed a true embodiment of the affluent and attractive, possessing a magnetic allure for women, as evidenced by the several beautiful girlfriends he had. However, the last time she had sent him a message, she had not yet met him. Her impression of him was likely still based on his appearance from half a month prior, when he had still been somewhat overweight and arguably less appealing. Qin Zhao stroked his chin, contemplating this incongruity. He could never have anticipated that Zhou Jia was a close friend of Zhu Yu. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts, adopting an attitude of readiness for whatever may come. Zhou Jia embodied a type he found alluring, not in terms of character, but in her physique. Compared to his other girlfriends, Tian Jing, Shen Xiaohua, and Lu Ruyan, who all seemed rather youthful and undeveloped, Zhou Jia radiated a mature femininity, epitomizing the essence of an urban sophisticate, a flavor he had yet to experience and was curious to explore. "Ah, it was simply a surplus from my boss's previous orders, and I thought it suited you," so I brought it over. Zhou Jia exhaled deeply, finally formulating a suitable rationale, feeling quite pleased with her cleverness. Thank you ever so much. Please extend my gratitude to your boss, and of course, to you as well. Now that I have received it, I shall take my leave. Qin Xiao feigned a desire to depart, intending to gauge the beautiful saleswoman's reaction. A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of prey. A sentiment Qin Xiao was beginning to comprehend. If her sole intention was to deliver the perfume, he might have been overthinking. However, if she harbored ulterior motives, she would likely not let him slip away so easily. After speaking, Qin Xiao turned to leave, though his steps were deliberately slow, as though waiting for her response. He silently counted down in his mind 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Finally, as he reached 1, a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Mr. Qin, wait." Hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes brightened, and a smile crept upon his face. His quarry had taken the bait. Adjusting his expression, he slowly turned around, feigning confusion. "What is it, Miss Zhou? I would like to invite you to lunch. I hope you would do me the honor," Zhou Jia said, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to maintain her composure. She had never anticipated Qin Xiao would simply take his leave without hesitation, with no further pretext to maintain their connection. Now that he had taken the car and the gift, she felt compelled to be forthright. Her heart was a whirl of anticipation and trepidation. If he declined, she truly did not know how she would cope, for she was loath to relinquish the opportunity to pursue a man of Qin Xiao's caliber and affluence. This marked her first instance of proactively inviting a man to dine. Previously, it had always been men who sought her company. "Very well, I too am quite hungry," Qin Xiao replied, his gaze fixed intently on the enchanting saleswoman, a smile gracing his lips. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. He was accustomed to being the hunter in romantic pursuits, yet now he found himself the object of a woman's interest. Strangely enough, he enjoyed this role. Despite recognizing that Zhou Jia might be drawn to his looks and wealth, he welcomed the attention. In this era, where superficiality reigns and financial status is paramount, he was acutely aware that such considerations were commonplace. Of course, he too was a hunter at heart, intrigued by Zhou Jia's beauty, eager to engage with this alluring saleswoman and explore the depth of her character and knowledge. "Very well. Please wait for me a moment while I request leave from my manager," Zhou Jia exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "He truly accepted my invitation," she thought to herself, laughter bubbling within her. At this moment, all her previous anxieties vanished, replaced solely by joy and exhilaration. "I'll be quick," she said, her eyes sparkling as she dashed toward the manager's office. Chapter 62. Qin Dynasty's younger brother. 3 minutes later, the stunning saleswoman emerged from the manager's office. "Come on, Mr. Qin, I just requested a day off from the manager, so we don't have to work today." She gracefully approached Qin Dynasty, her black stiletto heels clicking softly on the floor, a sweet and enchanting smile adorning her face. "All right, you don't have to keep calling me Mr. Qin. It feels rather distant. Just call me Qin Dynasty," he replied. At this, Zhou Jia gently pressed her lips together, concealing her inner excitement. Clearly, this was a promising beginning. As their relationship was gradually deepening, she lifted a hand to tuck a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear and, feeling somewhat shy, inquired, would it be inappropriate to call you by your name? I'm a few years older than you. Can I call you Brother Qin Dynasty?" Zhou Jia's question was laced with her own little schemes. Being older, directly addressing Qin Dynasty by his name felt rather impolite. Moreover, their relationship had not yet reached such familiarity. Calling him Brother Qin Dynasty was both affectionate and courteous, allowing her to gauge his feelings through his response. This was a clever strategy, and she couldn't help but commend herself inwardly. "Of course, I've always wanted a beautiful sister like you," Qin Dynasty replied with a smile, his gaze sparkling with a hint of meaning. The prey was unable to resist and had begun to make her move. Naturally, he would play along with her performance. Qin Dynasty chuckled to himself, feeling like a cunning fox who had set a trap, allowing a colorful pheasant to step right into his grasp. Soon, he intended to savor this tempting delicacy. "Really? I've always wanted a handsome younger brother like you. I'm so thrilled." Zhou Jia's expression was animated. her exquisite features seemingly dancing with joy at the thought of having such a brother. Of course, my dear sister. Qin Dynasty deliberately softened his voice, infusing it with warmth and magnetism. Zhou Jiejia's eyes curved with delight, her beauty radiating as she smiled foolishly. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Dynasty would be so easygoing, addressing her as sister so quickly. The pace surpassed her expectations, and her happiness was entirely genuine. All right, brother Qin Dynasty, let us set off. I know a fantastic place nearby. Let us have lunch there, Zhou Jiedia enthusiastically suggested, taking the initiative as she was familiar with the area. Sure. I look forward to discovering how wonderful it is. Qin Dynasty replied with a smile, then added, Is it far? If it is, I can drive. It's not far. We'll reach it in just a few minutes on foot. Come on, brother, let us go. The alluring saleswoman took the lead, striding ahead. Her legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, moved rhythmically, and her delicate hands swayed slightly, her captivating silhouette exuding the charm of a mature woman. Qin Dynasty silently marveled at her allure. With arms crossed, he leisurely followed her, his gaze lingering on her figure. His attention was particularly drawn to her curvaceous form as she walked. The fitted skirt accentuated her curves, creating a captivating sight. He had often fantasized about what lay beneath that skirt, pondering how enticing it would be. Today, he resolved to turn that fantasy into reality. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a small restaurant. Qin Dynasty looked up at the sign. Sister Wang's Stir Fry, a rather ordinary eatery with a mundane name and somewhat shabby appearance. Disappointment flickered in his heart. He doubted that such a small establishment could serve anything remarkable. Nevertheless, he maintained a neutral expression, understanding the nuances of social decorum. Hello, Sister Wang. I'm here for a meal for two. Zhou Jiejia called out as soon as they entered, her voice bright and clear. Her familiarity with the place was evident. She found a table and gestured for Qin Dynasty to sit. The owner, busy washing dishes in the back, was startled by her voice and hurried over, pen and notepad in hand. Oh, Miss Zhou, it's you. Welcome. The owner greeted her with a warm smile, clearly pleased to see Zhou Jiejia, who frequently dined there. Her beauty and charm attracted many men to the restaurant, boosting business and making her something of a regular. Who is this handsome guy with you? The owner asked, puzzled by the presence of a man accompanying Zhou Jiejia, as she usually dined alone. Hello, I'm her brother. My surname is Qin. Qin Dynasty interjected before Zhou Jiejia could respond. She asked Zhou, and you're Qin? The owner scratched her head, somewhat confused. Zhou Jiejia's eyes sparkled with joy at Qin Dynasty's introduction. With a mischievous smile, she remarked, well, he is my boyfriend, but he is younger, so I like to call him brother. Oh, I see. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. You two make a lovely pair. The owner exclaimed, suddenly understanding, realizing that they were not siblings, but a couple. Hearing Zhou Jiejia's bold teasing left Qin Dynasty wide-eyed in surprise. He expected her to be so audacious. Today, he would show her the consequences of such playful antics. He vowed to keep her in bed tomorrow. What would you like to eat? The owner inquired, eager to avoid lingering as a third wheel. The young couple's flirtation was a bit much for her, as she reminisced about a time when courtship was more reserved and shy. Let us have stir-fried kidney, scrambled eggs with chives, spicy oil-soaked fish, and a clear stew of giant turtle. Zhou Jiejia efficiently placed the order with a wave of her fair hand. Got it, wait a moment. The owner cheerfully jotted down the 4 dishes and trotted back to the kitchen. Chapter 63, The Unexpected Kiss. Once the proprietress departed, the gazes of the two individuals instantly collided. Oh dear, I truly apologize, brother. I merely mentioned you as my boyfriend in jest. It was not my intention. You're not upset, are you? Zhou Jiejia expressed her contrition, yet her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief, hinting at a subtle provocation. It is often said that a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a thin veil. Zhou Jiejia wholeheartedly believed this. With her alluring appearance and captivating femininity, she was confident that her advances towards the younger Qin Zhao would surely succeed. Not at all, I do not mind. Qin Zhao replied with an untroubled expression, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly oblivious to the teasing glimmer in her gaze. In truth, however, His heart was tumultuously raging within. A medley of rich dishes filled his mind: stir-fried kidney, scrambled eggs with chives, turtle soup, each a hearty delight, making him feel a sense of indignation. Just wait and see, he thought. You shall soon know my worth. Well, that is a relief. Zhou Zhejia's exquisite visage fell momentarily, her tone losing its previous vivacity, now tinged with a hint of despondency. She had anticipated that their playful exchange of titles would hint at a burgeoning intimacy. Yet she sensed a lack of enthusiasm from Qin Zhao, whose demeanor remained remarkably placid. Even her intentional selection of hearty dishes seemed to go unnoticed, leaving her somewhat disheartened and dispirited. As silence enveloped them, both became lost in their own thoughts. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the proprietress cheerfully announced, "Here are your meals. Please enjoy." She swiftly departed, keen to avoid being a third wheel to their budding romance. "Come eat. Wang Jie's cooking is truly delightful. You must try it." The beautiful saleswoman broke the silence with a smile. Internally, Zhou Zhejia motivated herself, convinced that such trivial challenges would not defeat her spirit. "All right," Qin Zhao replied, picking up his chopsticks and sampling a piece of kidney. It was tender, springy, and unexpectedly delectable. He then tried a piece of oil-soaked fish, which was soft, flavorful, and equally enjoyable. "This is quite good, genuinely delicious," he exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment. He had presumed that such a humble establishment would lack flavor. Yet he learned that not all things can be judged by their exterior. True merit lies within. "Isn't it delightful? Isn't my taste impeccable?" Zhou Zhejia felt a surge of pride upon witnessing his satisfied expression and hearing his praises. Leaning forward, she adopted a playful demeanor, akin to a lively young girl, a stark contrast to her earlier composure. "Indeed," Qin Zhao replied indifferently, continuing to eat heartily, embodying the essence of a true food enthusiast. Zhou Zhejia's excitement waned once more, as she mused to herself, "What a dense brother! How can he not perceive such evident flirtation? Could it be he lacks the capacity?" Should Qin Zhao be privy to her thoughts at that moment, he would likely be incensed, determined to teach her the allure of flowers in bloom. Soon, they finished their meal. Zhou Zhejia went to settle the bill, while Qin Zhao refrained from insisting on paying, recognizing that the modest sum of a little over 100 yuan was hardly worth the effort. After all, he was the quarry, not the hunter. "Brother, let us return to the shop," Zhou Zhejia said, her head lowered, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Her attempts at subtlety had been overlooked, leaving her a bit unsettled. Yet she resolved to maintain contact through WeChat, planning to invite him out frequently, convinced that she would eventually succeed in her pursuit. "All right, let us go." Qin Zhao smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He sensed her despondency, and his appetite had been sufficiently satisfied. Soon, she would witness the retribution he had in store for her, a revenge born from a high-status hunter, one that would leave her unable to rise from her bed. 10 minutes later, they returned to the 4S dealership. After exchanging goodbyes, Zhou Zhejia slowly walked into the store, her head bowed. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, opened the door to his sleek black BMW and settled into the driver's seat, observing the disheartened figure of his quarry. With a sly smile, he retrieved his phone and sent a message. "Qin, would you like to come over to my place? I have a cat that could do backflips. Interested? I'll be waiting in the car." Inside the store, Zhou Zhejia sat in a chair, her hands clasped, her head resting against them, her eyes vacant and her expression dulled. She could not fathom why her flirtations had elicited no response from him. Was she not beautiful enough? Was her figure lacking? Was she not alluring? Suddenly, the notification sound of WeChat broke the silence. She blinked, momentarily disoriented, before realizing someone had messaged her. Slowly, she picked up her phone and unlocked the screen. It was from Qin. Her eyes widened with surprise, and she quickly opened the message. As the text materialized before her, disbelief washed over her as she rubbed her eyes, confirming the message remained unchanged. Her heart raced with exhilaration, dispelling the negativity that had clouded her earlier mood. She leapt from her chair, exuberantly pumping her fists in the air. Hastily, she slipped off her high heels and ran towards the black BMW, clad only in a layer of black stockings. Upon reaching the driver's seat, She beamed at the handsome young man behind the wheel, her face radiating with joy. At that moment, Qin Zhao regarded her with a playful smirk, feeling a swell of triumph. He was the ultimate hunter, with his prey now firmly within his grasp, awaiting the enjoyment of the chase. With a soft click, the passenger door swung open, and Zhou Jiejie slid into the seat. As Qin Zhao turned to speak, their lips met in an unexpected kiss, wild, passionate, greedy, imbued with an intoxicating desire. And thus, the thought that lingered in Qin Zhao's mind was simply, I have been kissed. Chapter 64. The main quest of the system, 20 minutes later, at Haitian City Community, Building 2, Room 2001. Inside the luxurious flat of Qin Zhao, the black, solemn double doors slowly swung open as Qin Zhao and Zhou Jiejie entered, one after the other. Without uttering many words, their gazes met, igniting a spark between them. The enchanting saleswoman's eyes were not focused on the opulence of the flat, but rather, they were fixed on Qin Zhao, seemingly beckoning him with an allure that whispered, "Come to me, my lord." From the moment he entered, Qin Zhao had been captivated by this enticing prey, and with Zhou Jiejie's encouragement, he felt a surge of boldness. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." He stepped closer, cupping the delicate face of the alluring saleswoman in his hands, and passionately pressed his lips against hers, driven by exhilaration and audacity. Zhou Jiejie, too, was swept away by the fervor of their French kiss, her eyes shimmering with a deep infatuation as their lips danced in a harmonious exchange. Her heart brimmed with joy, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping iced tea on a scorching summer day, enveloping her in an indescribable bliss. As their kiss deepened, a growing restlessness stirred within them. Qin Zhao's hands gradually ventured to the saleswoman's silky black-clad legs, savoring their smoothness and softness. His touch roamed across Zhou Jiejie's body, akin to a brush gliding across a blank canvas, creating strokes of passion and artistry. Throughout their embrace, Qin Zhao's eyes remained keenly attuned to Zhou Jiejie's expressions. Should any hint of displeasure or resistance arise, he would halt immediately. After all, he prided himself on being a gentleman of high moral standing, unwilling to disregard a woman's wishes. However, as Qin Zhao sensed no reluctance from the enchanting saleswoman, but rather a willingness to reciprocate, a flush of excitement spread across his face, revealing his exhilaration. Without hesitation, he swept Zhou Jiejie into his arms, cradling her like a princess, and made his way towards the spacious master bedroom of the flat. Soon, the air was filled with the melodious strains of music. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully conquered a high-quality woman outside of his established relationship, regarded as indulgent success. This indulgence scores an 8, rewarding a potent kidney tonic, 1 bottle of Shun Bao, and unexpectedly triggering the main quest of the indulgent system. Shun Bao, a miraculous tonic for vitality. 1 bottle invigorates, 2 bottles ward off fatigue, 3 bottles grant longevity. Effects are cumulative. Main quest. For each high-quality woman, the host conquers and develops into a confidant, girlfriend, lover. A standard blind box will be awarded. Simply think to open it. Blind box. Upon opening, a random item will be obtained, including but not limited to money, equity, medicines, residences, vehicles, etc. Current boxes obtained. 4 boxes available for opening. 4 boxes can be synthesized. 3 standard boxes can be combined into a superior box. An hour and a half later, on the plush, soft mattress, the alluring saleswoman Zhou Jiejie radiated a unique flush, her breath slightly labored. Her eyes were half closed, a look of satisfaction gracing her features, as if she were savoring the aftertaste of their encounter. Having had boyfriends during her school days, she was no innocent flower, naive to the ways of the world. Working as a saleswoman in a luxury car dealership, she often engaged in playful banter with her colleagues about such matters. Thus, she was well aware of Qin Zhao's prowess. In comparison, her previous boyfriends were utterly lackluster, falling short in every aspect. While Zhou Jiejie's mind wandered, Qin Zhao's focus was solely on the system's main quest. Earlier, during their intimate moment, he had heard the system's notification in his mind, but had no time to investigate further engrossed in the moment. The main quest revolved around cultivating confidants, essentially girlfriends or lovers. How splendid. Yet, he wondered what treasures the blind boxes might hold. Could they be akin to the system's rewards? Contemplation was futile. Action was required. Qin Chao quickly concentrated and mentally commanded the opening of a blind box. In no time, the system's cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations. You have opened a standard blind box and received 1 million yuan in cash. 1 million? Qin Chao was taken aback. That was no trivial sum, especially from a mere standard box. What wonders might a superior box contain? An eager itch stirred within him. He possessed 4 boxes, which, from the perspective of confidants, corresponded to 4 women connected to him, his 3 girlfriends, and the saleswoman Zhou Jia. Thus, any woman with whom he established a relationship or had profound interactions could be deemed a confidant. What if he sought different masseuses outside? Would that count? Qin Chao mused, envisioning the possibilities of exploiting the system. No, host, please refrain from such delusions. Mutual emotional foundations are requisite for a confidant. The system's cold voice abruptly shattered Qin Chao's thoughts. All right, just a thought. No need to overreact. System, he chuckled sheepishly, feeling slightly embarrassed. Damn, this system knows everything. Suddenly, Qin Chao sensed something amiss. Feelings? Surely, he and Zhou Jia did not share any emotional connection. So why did she qualify? Puzzled, he scratched his head. Given the host's unique advantages in certain aspects, Zhou Jia has developed a considerable attachment to you, thus qualifying as a confidant. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Chao's eyes widened in realization. Aha, so I possess exceptional talents in particular domains. He mused inwardly. Suddenly, his phone beside the bed vibrated. Qin Chao hastily picked it up and unlocked the screen, revealing a notification of funds deposited into his bank account. Seeing the 7-digit balance beginning with a 3, a radiant smile illuminated his face. 3 million now, quite impressive. With that thought, Qin Chao swiftly combined his 3 standard boxes into 1 superior box. He was eager to discover the treasures this advanced box might bestow upon him. Mentally commanding it to open, he closed his eyes tightly. The system's voice echoed in his mind, its cold, mechanical tone resonating clearly. Congratulations, host. You have opened a superior box and received a 700-square-meter villa in Imperial View Bay. Note, the system has confirmed that all paperwork for the villa has been completed. The host can directly proceed to the Imperial View Bay Property Management Office for collection. The property fees have been paid for 10 years. Chapter 65. What do you take me for? The villa, a staggering 700 square meters. The Imperial Bay. Qin Chao was momentarily rendered speechless. This exquisite treasure was beyond astonishing. He had certainly heard of the Imperial Bay, renowned as the most prestigious villa district in High City. With its unparalleled environment and exorbitant prices, it undoubtedly claimed the title of number 1. The price per square meter soared to an astonishing 50,000. What does that signify? The real estate prices of second-tier city exceeding 50,000 per square meter had surpassed those of most first-tier cities. The residents of the Imperial Bay were typically influential figures from High City's business realm, making it exceedingly difficult for the average person, regardless of wealth, to acquire property there. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chao gradually regained his composure. The disparity was simply unfathomable. A mere 3 ordinary treasure chests could be synthesized into a high-level treasure chest, igniting a fervor within him. He needed to expedite the completion of the main quest. After all, it was a request from the system, and he couldn't be blamed. Could he? He had no desire for such an abundance of beautiful companions. As Qin Chao remained lost in thought, the stunning saleswoman, having rested for a while, slowly sat up from the bed. She was no novice, although she had been single for quite some time. Her experience in self-care had endowed her with remarkable resilience and vitality. Your room is so spacious, and the walk-in closet is enormous. It's absolutely beautiful, Zhou Jia exclaimed, her eyes wide as she took in the luxurious surroundings of the master bedroom. She had been so engrossed in her emotional exchange with Qin Chao that she had hardly noticed the opulence of the room until now. The master bedroom, spanning 50 to 60 square meters, dwarfed the modest apartment she shared with Zhu Yu, which was barely over 40 square meters. It was simply extravagant. Zhou Jiejia's heart raced at the sight of the lavish decor and high-end furnishings, a sight she had never encountered in her 28 years of life. Do you like it? Let me carry you in for a closer look. Qin Chao stood up, extending his hands towards her with a smile. He found himself quite fond of this enchanting saleswoman. Her soft, fair skin felt like water, capable of easily enveloping him, creating a harmonious connection between them. If he had to describe her in one word, it would be alluring. Of course, I love it. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful room in person, let alone a grand walk-in closet. I've only seen such things on television, Zhou Jieji said, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly climbed beside Qin Chao, snuggling into his embrace. Following their intimate exchange, the captivating saleswoman clearly regarded Qin Chao as her beloved, her actions and demeanor showcasing a level of intimacy that disregarded any modesty. Qin Chao embraced her, feeling her soft curves against him. Lowering his gaze to the alluring legs entwined around his waist, he smiled gently, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on her lips before guiding her toward the walk-in closet. Their tender interaction elicited a sweet sensation within Zhou Jieji. Her face illuminated with a radiant smile as she wrapped her arms around Qin Chao's neck, offering her lips once more. Their lips met again, resembling a couple deeply in love, reluctant to part even for a moment. It was only upon entering the walk-in closet that they slowly separated. Qin Chao wandered around the closet, allowing her to marvel at the U-shaped design, the open space, and the warm lighting, all of which were beyond Zhou Jieji's imagination. At that moment, she felt like Cinderella in a fairy tale, savoring the grandeur of her prince's castle. It's so beautiful. I absolutely adore this place. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed intently into Qin Chao's eyes, as if to express her desire to reside there forever. While Qin Chao appreciated the alluring saleswoman, he could not entertain the idea of her living with him. With several girlfriends already in his life, Zhou Jieji was merely a companion for emotional exchange. Should his other girlfriends discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos he was ill-equipped to handle. I'll often bring you here in the future, he said, evading her penetrating gaze as he turned away, trying to quell her aspirations while considering compensating her in other ways. Zhou Jieji understood his subtle rejection, her expression dimming with disappointment. However, she quickly reassured herself that their relationship was still in its infancy. Despite their physical connection, their emotional bond was not particularly strong, making his refusal somewhat reasonable. She silently vowed to capture Qin Chao's heart, convinced that he embodied her ideal partner in every sense, and she felt herself falling deeper for him. I understand, darling, Zhou Jieji said, tightening her embrace around Qin Chao, affectionately referring to him as such in her heart, believing he was destined to be her husband and that she would never find another man to compare. Observing her perceptiveness, Qin Chao felt a pang of guilt. What do you desire? I'll gift you something as a token of my affection today, he whispered softly in her ear, wishing to make it up to her. I don't want your gifts. Having you is enough. You are the greatest gift from heaven, Zhou Jieji replied, her eyes fixed on Qin Chao with an intensity of genuine warmth. It was evident that her intentions were sincere. Though she did not quite fit the mold of a high-level seductress, she was certainly no novice in the art of allure. Taken aback by her words, Qin Chao sensed the authenticity in her gaze. Remembering the system's classification of her as a cherished companion, he felt a stir of emotion within him. It was hard for any warm-blooded man to remain unaffected by such flattery from a stunningly beautiful and sensuous woman. I'll transfer you 50,000 by whatever you wish. I quite like you and will seek you out often, Qin Chao said, taking out his phone to initiate the transfer, his tone casual. To be honest, he and T had decided how to approach Zhou Jieji. Considering her as a girlfriend felt premature. His feelings for her hadn't reached that level, especially with 3 other girlfriends in the picture. To regard her merely as an emotional companion would be irresponsible and akin to being a cad. Thus, he resolved to take things one step at a time, perhaps indulging her with financial support, assuming she had an affinity for money. Is this how you view me? What do you take me for? A prostitute? Zhou Zhejia's eyes brimmed with tears as they reddened. Her head bowed as she wept profusely. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Perhaps her initial attraction was indeed driven by his wealth, but she had genuinely begun to care for him. Hearing his blunt offer of money struck her with a profound sense of injustice and sorrow, prompting an emotional outburst. "I don't want your money. I'll leave," Zhou Zhejia declared, swiftly disentangling herself from Qin Chao, and, with tears streaming down her face, she moved to the bedside, hastily gathering her clothes from the floor. Silken stockings, short skirts, and layered attire, each piece meticulously arranged. As she donned a gray blazer, a figure emerged from behind, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "I apologize. That was not my intention. It's just that I already have a girlfriend." The guilt within Qin Chao deepened significantly, for Zhou Zhejia's tears left him somewhat at a loss. Thus, he decided to be forthright with her. "I do not care. I only wish to be with you." Zhou Zhejia's response took Qin Chao by surprise. He paused for a moment, then suddenly tightened his hold on her graceful form, gently whispering in her ear, "Take the money. Isn't it a husband's duty to buy things for his wife?" After speaking, he softly kissed her neck from behind. His hands, which were wrapped around her waist, gradually moved towards her heart. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, the enchanting saleswoman's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a beautiful rainbow after a rainstorm. She turned to face him, slowly rising on her toes, and offered her luscious red lips once more, her gaze captivating, her brows exuding allure. Soon, the room was once again filled with enchanting sighs. Chapter 66, The Triad commences. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhejia exited Haisheng Tiancheng. Despite suffering another one-sided defeat at the hands of Qin Chao during the second round, she remained diligently cooperative with him. Every glance and movement of Qin Chao's was perfectly interpreted by her, achieving an extraordinary level of synergy. Even Qin Chao could not help but exclaim that this was, thus far, the most exquisite and exhilarating emotional exchange of his life. After the battle, having received Qin Chao's acknowledgement of her as his girlfriend, Zhou Zhejia's mood was visibly elevated, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she departed. At 4:15 in the afternoon, a tranquil figure stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the apartment, gazing out at the splendid scenery. The golden sun still hung high in the sky, radiating light and warmth upon the earth. Qin Chao's consciousness was currently immersed in the system. Kidney treasure? He silently mused. If his memory served him right, there was a humorous scene in iPartment featuring such a concept. The system's kidney treasure seemed to echo the dialogue from the show, leaving Qin Chao somewhat speechless. Could this be a parody? A desire to consume it surged within him, yet apprehension clouded his expression. "Host, please refrain from harboring doubts about me. If you cannot trust me, we shall part ways." The cold electronic voice in his mind instantly clarified Qin Chao's thoughts. Indeed, he possessed a system. What could be more extravagant than this? A product of the system must be of exceptional quality. With this realization, Qin Chao hesitated no longer and silently invoked the kidney treasure. Soon, a refreshing sensation emanated from his lower back. It was icy, comfortable, and invigorating. Qin Chao felt his condition remarkably revitalized, more than sufficient to engage in further emotional exchanges with the alluring saleswoman. After all, having endured 2 intense battles, he had initially felt a palpable fatigue. Yet now, he had fully restored his vitality, surpassing even his pre-battle state. The system's intervention was indeed extraordinary. System, I was wrong. I should not have viewed you with skepticism. I kneel before you. Please accept my reverence. From now on, I shall only express my boundless admiration and respect for you, harboring no other thoughts. With that, Qin Chao knelt before the window. The system was akin to his rebirth. Without it, he would be nothing. Bowing to his system father was only fitting, devoid of any embarrassment. Let us move on. Simply complete more tasks in the future. Observing his sincere attitude, the system softened its tone, appearing more humane. Even the still cold electronic voice seemed to carry a hint of warmth. Indeed, the world was not merely a battleground. It was a tapestry of human connections. Zhang Dashuai's words remained profoundly relevant to this day. Rest assured, I will diligently pursue the main quest and swiftly cultivate new romantic connections, Qin Chao vowed earnestly. Even without the system's urging, he was determined to pursue the primary objectives. After all, the allure of an advanced treasure chest, revealing a 700-square-meter villa in Daijing Bay, was irresistible. Who could resist such immense wealth? Perhaps only Jack Ma, whose declaration that he never cared for money, viewing it merely as a string of digits, continues to be a topic of fascination for many. As evening approached, the timing to claim the villa in Daijing Bay was clearly not opportune. Qin Chao suppressed his excitement, contemplating instead to act the following morning. A single night mattered little. Standing on the 20th floor, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the city's resplendent beauty under the setting sun, Qin Chao felt a dizzying sense of wonder. Who would have thought he would possess such once unattainable treasures, a scene he had never even envisioned in dreams? Grateful to his system father, he resolved to complete the main quest promptly, hoping for additional rewards. Currently, the several romantic interests related to him were incapable of yielding treasure chests. Thus, he needed to explore new prospects. Based on his present circumstances, the women in his orbit included the Porsche saleswoman Chia, the receptionist Zhu Yu, and Li Fong, the daughter-in-law of Qin Yuandao, all viable targets. Completing these connections would yield another advanced treasure chest. Advanced treasure chests, how enticing. With clarity in his eyes, Qin Chao undertook a meticulous self-analysis. Engaging each of these three women individually would be time-consuming. He decided on a triad approach. First, he would initiate casual conversations via his mobile phone to deepen their emotional bonds, employing varied strategies tailored to each person's personality. For instance, he recalled Chia's previous comment that she was available at any time within 24 hours, an unmistakable signal that emotional exchanges were possible. However, mere emotional exchanges would not suffice. He needed to cultivate her affection for him, thereby qualifying as the system's designated romantic partner. This thought left Qin Chao somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, the main quest was no simple endeavor. If only one could simply buy affection with money. Resolving to act rather than ponder, Qin Chao retrieved his phone and messaged Chia. Qin, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner and perhaps catch a movie. This message was somewhat inappropriate for their relationship, even a bit abrupt, yet there was no alternative but to tentatively inquire. He could not directly propose an evening rendezvous in a specific room, as that would be utterly foolish. Before long, a response arrived. Chia, I'm available, Mr. Qin. I will be delighted. Reading her reply, Qin Chao's brows lifted, and a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Well played. He decided to act swiftly, aiming to win Chia over that very night. It was evident that she was a quintessential gold digger, a type of woman with an undeniable susceptibility to wealth. Although she currently harbored no feelings for him, he could transform monetary gifts into affection. Luxury items, cosmetics, and top-tier services could all elicit joy, thereby fostering her fondness for him. To his surprise, Chia could indeed be won over with money, but not directly. A more nuanced approach would suffice. Qin Chao felt a swell of pride in his cleverness. Chapter 67. Slow Apricot Western Restaurant. Upon this thought, he hastily responded to Chia's message. Qin, slow apricot. Map. Qin, shall I pick you up for dinner at this restaurant tonight? Chia, no need. I could take a taxi there. See you tonight, Mr. Qin. Qin, there is no need to be so formal. Mr. Qin feels too distant. Just call me Qin Chao. Chia, all right, Qin Chao. Little brother. Chia, you're younger than me. Is it all right to call you that? Cute. JPG, Qin, of course, no problem. Having concluded their flirtatious exchange, Qin Chao exhaled deeply, pondering his next steps. He was determined to win her over that evening, thus requiring meticulous preparations. Dinner, a movie, luxury gifts, cosmetics, and a reservation at the finest hotel. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 4:30 p.m. Without hesitation, he briskly returned to the master bedroom's dressing room and donned a tailored deep blue suit. Dinner was set at Slow Apricot, and a suit was the most fitting attire. Slow Apricot is the most renowned Western restaurant in Haicheng, celebrated for its beautiful ambience, exquisite service, and decor that embodies a quintessential European aristocratic style, making it a favorite among the elite. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, averaging over $1,500 per person, a pinnacle for Western dining in Haicheng. Choosing this venue, Qin Chao certainly had ulterior motives. He intended to play the role of an elegant gentleman, a devoted suitor showering her with gifts, and a warm-hearted companion. Ultimately, everything was orchestrated to enhance her fondness towards him, paving the way for a delightful evening together and fulfilling the system's primary task. Once attired, ready for the evening ahead, Qin Chao opened the imposing black armored door and stepped outside. He purchased a carry-all small handbag worth $27,000 at the LV boutique in Wanxiang Plaza, alongside a set of high-end cosmetics priced at $10,000 from the nearby La Mer counter. He hurriedly drove to Slow Apricot, arriving precisely at 6 p.m. Parking in the restaurant's designated lot, he exited the car and leisurely strolled to the entrance, where through the bright glass doors, he glimpsed the restaurant's exquisite interior. The spacious area, lavishly decorated, exuded a unique charm. As Chia had yet to arrive, Qin Chao checked his phone for messages but found none, prompting him to wait quietly at the entrance. Meanwhile, Chia sat in the back seat of a taxi, still clad in her black office attire from earlier. Her posture was upright, her curves elegantly accentuated, and her long legs encased in sheer stockings, radiating both sensuality and poise. Her delicate eyes blinked slowly as she gazed out at the passing scenery, a blend of joy and anxiety swirling within her. Qin Chao's initiative to invite her brought her great surprise. She held a profound impression of this handsome young man, tall and striking, with an extraordinary presence. He was undeniably her type. Not to mention, he had directly ordered it too. Vermilion Porsche Panamera from headquarters. Wealthy, handsome, and charismatic, Chia found it hard to fathom any reason to decline his invitation. Since their first meeting during the car pickup, she had been drawn to him. Yet, doubts clouded her self-assurance. With someone as exceptional as Qin Chao, he must have attracted numerous beautiful admirers, certainly including affluent women. Compared to such glamorous figures, she felt utterly inadequate. With this thought in mind, Chia let out a long sigh. The taxi eased to a stop at the curb. After paying, she lowered her head and gracefully alighted from the vehicle. Stepping carefully in her gray pointed heels, she approached Slow Apricot. As she neared within 20 meters, a tall figure clad in a light blue suit entered her line of sight. Indeed, it was him. Upon spotting Qin Chao, a spark ignited in her eyes, and her pace quickened. "Hello, Miss Chia. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence," Qin Chao greeted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Why you? Hello, Qin." "Mr. Qin," Chia stammered, her delicate cheeks flushed as she finally addressed him. She felt too embarrassed to call him little brother in person. It seemed too shameful. "Is it so awkward? Did you not just call me little brother?" Qin Chao teased, a playful smirk appearing. "Oh, well." Chia found herself blushing even more under his light-hearted banter, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Although she possessed a calm and composed demeanor, she inexplicably felt shy and flustered around him. "How about this? I'll call you Sister Chia, and you call me Brother Qin. It sounds much friendlier, don't you think?" Qin Chao suggested, lightening the mood and easing her embarrassment. "Okay, all right. Then, Sister Chia, shall we head inside?" "Ladies first," he said, gesturing invitingly with a radiant smile. Chia nodded absent-mindedly, her mind a blank, utterly captivated by his charm. As they entered the restaurant, a nearby attendant warmly welcomed them with a smile. "Welcome, sir, madam. How many for dinner?" "2. "Very well, please follow me." The attendant, with one hand behind his back and the other gesturing forward, led them with an air of respect and humility, clearly well-trained. "The service here is indeed impressive. No wonder it's so expensive," Qin Chao thought to himself. Following the attendant to their dining table, Chia discreetly surveyed the luxurious surroundings, her hands half-clenched, feeling somewhat tense. Although she had heard of Slow Apricot, she had never set foot inside before. The average expenditure of $1,500 was beyond her usual means. As a Porsche sales representative, her income consisted of a modest base salary, plus commissions from sales. With a basic salary of only 2,000 and the high price of the cars making them difficult to sell, her monthly earnings were not substantial. Though she appreciated the finer things in life, she was not like those saleswomen online who resorted to disgraceful means for profit. To her, such actions were utterly shameful. She had agreed to meet Qin Chao solely because he genuinely intrigued her. He was undeniably her type, and she wouldn't mind exploring a deeper relationship. Over here, Sister Chia. Qin Chao noticed her unease and reached out, gently taking her hand with a warm smile. Chia nodded, her heart swelling with affection for him. Chapter 68. Dining on Western cuisine and discussing snacks. Chia's delicate, fair hands were remarkably soft, akin to a piece of mutton fat jade, providing a delightful tactile experience. Feeling the silky sensation at his fingertips, Qin Zhao could not help but gently hook his pinky finger in her palm. He slowly turned his head to glance at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the alluring Porsche saleswoman, with her curvaceous figure and slender silhouette, blushed slightly, lowering her gaze as she found it difficult to meet his intense stare. The two settled into a window-side table. "Sir, here is the menu," the attendant said, presenting a large, exquisite booklet while bowing slightly. Qin Zhao took the menu, skimmed through it, and then handed it to Chia. "Sister Qi, please order whatever you desire. Do not hesitate on my account." His radiant smile resembled the warm sun of winter, melting any resistance Chia had towards him. Since entering the restaurant, her heart had been racing uncontrollably. Chia reached for the menu, opening it slowly. The illustrations and prices made her eyes widen. The lowest price for an appetizer was 98, and not a single steak on the main course was below 2,000. Taking a deep breath, she raised her exquisite eyes slightly and said, "I haven't had much experience with Western cuisine. Perhaps you should order, little brother." "All right, let me take a look." In truth, it was Qin Zhao's first visit to such a formal and upscale Western restaurant, and he too was uncertain about what to order. After pondering for a moment, he beckoned the nearby waiter to approach. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The waiter inquired, hastily coming over. "What dishes do you recommend?" Qin Zhao asked plainly, as he had no idea what to choose and decided to rely on the waiter's suggestions. "Sir, our most popular item is the exquisite premium couples set meal, which includes several signature Western dishes from our restaurant, such as French foie gras with red wine sauce, black truffle cream pasta, and Wellington steak. It also comes at a discounted price, offering excellent value." "Very well, we shall have the premium couples set meal," Qin Zhao concluded with a nod. His understanding of Western cuisine was limited to steak, cream soup, and cutlery. Given his family's background, he had never dined in a formal Western restaurant before. Without the system, he might never have had such an experience in his lifetime. It wasn't a matter of affordability, but rather a lack of necessity. To him, Chinese cuisine stood unrivaled in the world. Nothing could compare to the culinary treasures of the Middle Kingdom, which boasted a culture spanning 5,000 years, including its rich gastronomic heritage. "Thank you, sir. I will place your order now." The waiter smiled politely before departing. "I must admit, I don't often indulge in Western cuisine. Our Chinese snacks are far superior," Qin Zhao remarked with a smile directed at Chia. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Our country's food is truly delightful." They began conversing about domestic cuisine, creating a vibrant atmosphere, and their rapport blossomed further. Discussing Chinese delicacies in a Western restaurant seemed somewhat odd, yet they paid it no mind, becoming increasingly engrossed in their conversation. Meanwhile, the waiter, who had been preparing to serve their meals, rolled his eyes at their dialogue, feeling rather speechless. "You come to a Western restaurant to discuss snacks? Stinky tofu? Lamb skewers? Barbecue? Hot pot? Why not just indulge in those snacks instead?" Despite his inner monologue, the waiter's professionalism kept a polite smile on his face as he announced, "Sir, madam, here is your appetizer, French foie gras with red wine sauce. This dish is also a signature of our establishment, rich in flavor and with distinct layers. Please enjoy." Upon hearing the waiter's introduction, the two ceased their conversation and picked up their cutlery, each taking a small piece of foie gras to savor. It was tender, smooth, and possessed a rich, full-bodied flavor, accompanied by a hint of red wine's fragrance. "The taste is exquisite, but it's just a single bite," Qin Zhao mused internally. The portion size left him somewhat speechless. While delicious, it was gone in an instant, leaving him feeling as though he had merely tasted solitude. It might as well have been left uneaten. Delicious, Chia exclaimed after her taste, her beautiful eyes visibly brightening as she couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. The flavor is acceptable, but it vanishes after a single bite. Qin Zhao eventually could not hold back, voicing his thoughts. Haha, I was thinking the same. The portion is indeed minuscule. Their earlier engaging chat had clearly relaxed the enchanting, graceful woman, making her demeanor markedly more lively. Let us hope the main course is more satisfying. I'm aiming for at least 8/10 full. That shouldn't be an issue. We still have pasta to come. As they waited for their dishes, their conversation deepened, further solidifying their connection. Soon, a series of exquisite dishes arrived, though the portions remained modest. Even the main course featured a steak that merely appeared slightly larger than the appetizers. After enduring 2 high-quality battles that afternoon, Qin Zhao was ravenous, and upon seeing the dishes before him, he eagerly began to feast. Half an hour later, the two exited the restaurant. By now, the sky had darkened, and the flickering neon lights illuminated the vibrant urban night. Standing at the restaurant entrance, Qin Zhao glanced at the time on his phone, 1900 hours. It's still early. Let us go catch a movie. There's a newly released film that has received great reviews, he suggested with a smile. Determined not to let Chia slip away after their earlier conversation had given him insight into her character and her evident fondness for him. The likelihood of success that evening felt promising. Everything was in pursuit of the system's main mission. Despite having faced 2 battles that afternoon, the presence of the system's bug allowed him to engage in further encounters without issue. Sounds great. I haven't been to the cinema in ages, Chia replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She was genuinely eager to engage further with this tall, handsome, and youthful man. Had Qin Zhao known her current thoughts, he would have forsaken the movie entirely, unhesitatingly leading her to a hotel for a deeper emotional exchange, as all his actions were aimed at cultivating her affection before taking the final step. At this moment, it seemed their mutual fondness was nearing fruition. All right, let us depart, Qin Zhao said, taking her hand in his as they walked toward the parking lot of the establishment. Chia glanced down at their intertwined hands, nodding slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 69. I have fallen for you. With a soft click, the vehicle was unlocked. Qin Zhao opened the driver's side door and settled into the seat. Moments later, the passenger door swung open, revealing a graceful and enchanting figure. Qin Zhao leaned back to retrieve 2 gift boxes from the rear seat, which contained an LV handbag and lament cosmetics. Purchased earlier that afternoon at the Wanxiang Center, 2 thoughtful gifts for Chia. As he presented the boxes to her, a gentle smile adorned his face. This is... Chia's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the 2 gift boxes before her. Working as a saleswoman for Porsche, she was well acquainted with luxury brands. And despite her modest salary, she often kept an eye on fashion trends. LV and La Mer, luxuries that no woman could easily resist. These are for you, my beautiful sister Qi, as a token of gratitude for your delightful company today. Qin Zhao's smile radiated warmth. Open them and see if you like them, he encouraged, his lips curving upward. With great care, Chia accepted the gift boxes and slowly unwrapped the golden packaging. Her curiosity piqued. As the lid lifted, a glimmer of black caught her eye. The LV carry-all cargo vibe small handbag, crafted from soft lambskin with a stylish crinkled finish. Its polished metal accents and relaxed silhouette, making it a perfect choice for any occasion. The moment she laid eyes on the bag, Chia's expression transformed into one of disbelief and joy. This was her dream handbag, one she had longed to own but had always been deterred by its steep price tag of 27,000 yuan. Now, it appeared before her. A gift from a charming young man she held in high regard. Her heart swelled with elation and excitement. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Qin Zhao's cheek. Thank you, little brother. I adore this handbag. I love you, she exclaimed, showering his cheek with several more kisses, her joy palpable. I'm glad you like it. There's still one more. Aren't you curious to see? Qin Zhao's smile widened as he noticed the lipstick marks adorning his face. Let me see. Chia eagerly opened the second gift box, revealing an entire set of La Mer cosmetics, including essence, lotion, serum, cream, and eye cream, a collection worth over 10,000 yuan. The total value of her gifts exceeded 40,000 yuan, causing her heart to race and her gaze toward Qin Xiao to burn with newfound fervor. Her admiration for Qin Xiao surged. Who would have thought he would be so generous, presenting such lavish gifts? Such kindness was a rarity among men, and Chia was acutely aware of this. She recalled a colleague, Xiao Rou, who had boasted of her affluent partner, a middle-aged man who had lavished her with gifts. Yet all were of modest value. Chia couldn't help but contrast that with the remarkable young man before her. What extraordinary fortune have I encountered? To meet such an exceptional man? She mused, almost convinced that fate had smiled upon her. Do you like it? Qin Xiao's warm, magnetic voice pulled her back from her reverie. I absolutely love it, dear brother. You are truly wonderful. I feel as though I am falling for you, Chia replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if she were gazing upon a stack of 100 yuan bills. Then let us proceed, Qin Xiao replied with a mischievous grin. What do you mean by that? Chia asked, confusion dancing in her eyes. After a moment, realization dawned upon her, and she did not blush. Instead, her gaze shimmered with allure. Without hesitation, she lunged at Qin Xiao, capturing his lips with her own. As their mouths met, her eyes sparkled even more, lost in the intoxicating scent of his refined cologne. Finding the initial position uncomfortable, she straddled his lap, kissing him passionately. In the face of her ardent advances, Qin Xiao felt a transformation within himself, as if he had become a mere lamb, and Chia, the ravenous wolf. His masculine pride stirred, prompting him to respond. How could such a dainty creature in her alluring stockings dominate him? He let his hands wander over her figure, and soon she melted into him, as if she were a soft spring stream. Shall we forego the movie and indulge in each other's company instead? Qin Xiao whispered breathlessly into her ear. Without a word, she tightened her embrace around his neck and pressed her lips against his once more, her actions conveying her unequivocal answer. Chapter 70. The Presidential Suite at the Hilton Hotel. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng. As the most renowned and expensive five-star chain hotel in the city, the Hilton certainly lives up to its reputation. The hotel stands tall at over 50 stories. Its exterior opulent and striking, designed in a minimalist style with large glass panels and metal composites that lend a light, modern appearance. Under the cloak of night, the enormous Hilton logo atop the building glimmers with white neon lights, undoubtedly the most famous landmark in Haicheng after dark. We've arrived, Qin Zhao announced, turning to Chia. Yes. The elegant lady beside him adjusted her slightly wrinkled attire, nodding enthusiastically, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of crimson. The excitement from earlier in the car left her feeling dazed, still savoring the remnants of exhilaration. The two opened their car doors and stepped out, greeted warmly by the hotel doorman. Good evening, sir and madam. I am Yi Xiu, the doorman at the Hilton. How may I assist you? Qin Zhao loosened the collar of his suit, retrieved his wallet, and handed the doorman 300 yuan bills. Please take care of the car for me. Thank you for your help. Certainly, sir. It will be my pleasure. The doorman's eyes sparkled at the sight of the crisp bills, and he bowed slightly in gratitude. Although he had encountered countless luxury vehicles as a five-star hotel doorman, few guests offered generous tips, typically giving only 50 to 100 yuan. Qin Zhao's willingness to part with 300 was certainly unexpected. His gaze toward Qin Zhao grew more fervent. Sir, if you require anything else, please feel free to contact me. I will ensure your needs are met. Understood. Now, please park the car, Qin Zhao replied with a faint smile, exuding a confident demeanor, an undeniable charm radiating from him. He took the hand of the stunning woman beside him and strode towards the hotel. The saleswoman from Porsche, with delicate features, gazed intently at Qin Zhao's handsome face, her eyes sparkling with an unspoken allure. The click of her stiletto heels echoed on the polished marble floor as they approached the front desk. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you today? The receptionist greeted them with a radiant smile. I would like to book a presidential suite, Qin Zhao requested. Of course, sir. How long will you be staying? The receptionist's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the presidential suite, her surprise evident. Typically, guests who occupied such lavish accommodations were either elite professionals or high-ranking executives, most of whom were middle-aged men over 40. The sight of such a young man seeking a presidential suite was indeed unusual. Just for one night, Qin Zhao replied gently, interrupting the receptionist's thoughts. Oh, very well. She glanced at the alluring Chia behind him, and an understanding dawned upon her. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her. What luck this woman had, accompanying such a handsome and wealthy man to a presidential suite. Was this a real-life embodiment of a domineering CEO romance? Sir, if you check in tonight, you may check out before midnight tomorrow. The total is 108,000 yuan. Do you have a membership card or any promotions available? Membership card? Qin Zhao reflected. This was his first visit to a five-star hotel at the age of 24. His choice to book a presidential suite stemmed from a desire to surprise Chia and experience a lifestyle he had never encountered before. For an ordinary person, a nightly rate of 100,000 yuan was a distant dream. No, I will pay directly with my card. Very well. The receptionist took the card he presented and swiftly processed the payment, her smile brightening as she handed him a black card with golden edging. Please keep the room card safe. Shortly, a professional concierge will contact you to ensure all your needs are met. We hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you. But there's no need for assistance tonight. I will call if I require anything. Qin Zhao accepted the card, politely declining further help. He was well aware that the evening ahead promised to be an exhilarating escapade, and he preferred to avoid any interruptions. He intended to savor a delightful evening with the captivating saleswoman, indulging in their intimate connection. Having just taken a supplement earlier, he was eager to test its effects. Chia, overhearing his words, felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. His candor was striking, as if he wished the world to know what awaited them. Though she was eager at heart, she felt a tinge of shyness in front of the receptionist. Gripping Qin Zhao's arm tightly, she quickened her pace, yearning to escape the lobby. Ding! Qin Zhao swiped the black card at the exclusive elevator for the presidential suite, and the doors opened smoothly. They stepped inside. The presidential suite, located on the 53rd floor, commanded breathtaking views from one of the highest points in Haicheng. Brother, isn't the presidential suite a bit extravagant? Perhaps we should consider another hotel, Chia whispered, her body pressing closely against him, her voice sultry and enticing. The soft warmth of her touch, coupled with her alluring whispers, ignited a fire within Qin Zhao. He could hardly restrain himself. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist, he gently caressed her, savoring the intoxicating sensations she evoked. It's all right. I want you to experience the finest things and enjoy the most exquisite moments, he stated, his gaze fixed on her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Though desire surged within him, Qin Zhao was not one to rush. He was mindful of the surveillance in the elevator. He did not wish to become an unwitting star in a spectacle for all to see after tonight. You're so wonderful, brother. I promise I won't let you down tonight. Chia's eyes sparkled with gratitude, resolved to please him with her every skill. As a naturally gifted yoga practitioner, her flexibility was exceptional, and she was determined to provide Qin Zhao with an unforgettable experience this evening. Chapter 71. Acquiring knowledge and sharing emotions. The elevator came to a smooth halt on the 53rd floor. As they stepped out, Qin Zhao produced a black card and tapped it against the door of the presidential suite. The door swung open, revealing a lavishly opulent interior that left Xi momentarily speechless. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes roamed around the expansive room. It was astonishingly vast and extravagantly decorated. The sheer magnitude of her astonishment was evident in her repeated exclamations. Even Qin Zhao, accustomed to his own expansive 388-square-meter residence, found himself taken aback by the suite's grandeur. In comparison, his own apartment suddenly seemed less appealing. It was indeed luxurious, but perhaps it would be prudent to defer exploration for the moment. As there were pressing matters to attend to, he exchanged a playful glance with Chia, a mischievous smile gracing his features. This smile, while slightly suggestive, combined with his handsome visage and extraordinary aura, conveyed an electrifying allure rather than anything lascivious. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his smile, Chia blushed and lowered her gaze, murmuring, I think I'll take a shower first. I feel a bit uncomfortable after being out all day. Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself lifted off the ground. Qin Xiao had effortlessly swept her up, striding towards the bathroom with agility. Let us shower together. I haven't tea washed either. Can I ask you, Sister Qi, to help scrub my back? He said, his playful tone reminiscent of a pampered puppy. The moment she heard her younger counterpart's playful request, Qi was engulfed by goosebumps. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Blood surged through her veins, igniting a burning desire within her. A yearning for an exhilarating encounter. Her eyes shimmered with seductive allure as she gazed at Qin Xiao, and without hesitation, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, pressing her passionate lips against his. They became entangled in a fervent embrace, savoring the warmth of each other's mouths, their minds consumed by primal instincts. Chiya's figure was graceful and well-proportioned, embodying the quintessential feminine allure. One of Qin Xiao's hands supported her delicate form, while the other roamed over her exquisite curves, expressing the fervor within him. Soon, they entered the bathroom, neither mentioning the need to fill the tub with water. They remained absorbed in their intense kiss. Gradually, their garments began to vanish, piece by piece. After sharing a knowing glance, Qin Xiao gently lowered the alluring Porsche saleswoman to the floor. Chiya's eyes glistened with desire as she cast him a sultry look. In the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng, Qin Xiao and Chiya reveled in their pursuit of knowledge and the sharing of emotions. One was diligent and industrious, while the other was eager to learn. Their shared moments left traces of their intellectual exploration throughout the bathroom, windowsill, sofa, and carpet. Truly, Qi was a natural in yoga, and her compatibility with Qin Xiao was remarkable, he mused. If he were to assess her ability to acquire knowledge, he would bestow an impressive score of 82, reserving the remaining 18 points for future endeavors. How enlightening it was! He had never realized that knowledge could be absorbed in such a manner, broadening his horizons significantly. He resolved to enroll his several girlfriends in yoga classes, ensuring they all became adept practitioners. A little over 2 hours later, they lay quietly on the soft, sumptuous mattress. Chiya, feeling utterly spent, draped one arm around Qin Xiao's neck while the other rested on his waist, nestling her face against his chest. She listened intently to the rhythmic pounding of his robust heart. Thump, thump. Her eyes fluttered shut, fatigue enveloping her, rendering her speechless. Despite her commendable stamina from daily yoga practice, she was no match for Qin Xiao, a veritable phenomenon. Observing the progress of his main quest shift from 4 to 5, and a new ordinary blind box materializing, Qin Xiao felt elated, pleased with the success of his efforts. After 2 hours of vigorous engagement, he felt only a slight weariness. He believed he could easily endure another 2. The system is magnificent. I consider myself fortunate. From now on, if you guide me east, I shall never stray west. He silently vowed to the system. Just be obedient host. Complete more main quests for unexpected rewards. The cool, electronic voice responded, maintaining its aloof demeanor. Returning to the present, Qin Xiao gently caressed Chiya's delicate face. She appeared to embody the legendary cold, white skin. Having just emerged from her shower, her natural beauty shone through without makeup, her complexion radiant like exquisite jade, glowing with vitality. Without the embellishments of cosmetics, her features remained strikingly beautiful. Unlike those influencers who appeared ghostly after removing their makeup, her skin was supple and smooth, her features unchanged from their daytime allure, a quintessential embodiment of natural beauty. You are truly remarkable, Brother Qin, Chiya exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Do you like it? Qin Xiao asked, his eyes brimming with pride and mischief as a smirk danced on his lips. I like it, and yet I don't, she replied. I adore you, and you are indeed impressive. However, I feel utterly exhausted, as if my body might fall apart. As she spoke, Qin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He tightened his embrace around her slender waist and whispered gently in her ear, Sister Qi, do you have any energy left? Are you hungry? Should we order something to replenish our strength? Yes, I'm a bit hungry. The Western food we had earlier barely filled me up, Chiya admitted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hesitated to continue her thought. Just wait. I will order us something to eat. Rising from the bed, Qin Xiao dialed the front desk. Soon, the call connected. Esteemed Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? Doesn't your hotel provide a butler service? Have him arrange some meals for me. High in protein, beef, lobster, and king crab. I want it all. Chen Chao instructed casually. Of course, Mr. Chen. I will arrange that for you right away. Please hold on. After hanging up, the receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. Since his check-in, nearly 3 hours had elapsed, excluding the time spent bathing. That meant he had devoted at least an hour to. What? Was he even human? Chapter 72. Savoring the culinary delights at the entrance of the presidential suite on the 53rd floor of the Hilton Hotel in Haicheng stood a middle-aged foreign man clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, topped with a chef's hat. Behind him was a large entourage of waitstaff, each carrying beautifully crafted and visually tantalizing dishes. Mind your posture and etiquette, Mr. Chen is our hotel's most esteemed guest. We must ensure he feels completely at home, instructed a young gentleman in a black tailcoat with a bow tie, exuding a gentlemanly charm. Understood, the waitstaff replied in unison. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, the young man took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of the knocking, Chen Zhao was playfully tussling with the alluring Qi sister. Their playful banter was filled with laughter and joy. Upon hearing the knocks, Chen Zhao speculated it was the arrival of their meal. He paused the frolic and whispered to Chia, "That must be our food. I'll go answer the door. You get dressed and prepare to feast. I've ordered quite a spread." Chia nodded with a beaming smile, her face radiating eager anticipation. After a light evening meal and a 2-hour playful skirmish, she was indeed famished. Chen Zhao swiftly donned his attire and exited the main bedroom of the presidential suite. Approaching the door, he hesitated to open it immediately and inquired from behind, "Who is it?" Safety precautions must always be observed when away from home. A respectful voice responded from outside, "Good evening, Mr. Chen. I am your personal butler, Li Han. The food you ordered is all prepared and ready." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao relaxed and slowly opened the door. "Good evening, esteemed Mr. Chen." The assembled staff greeted in unison, standing tall with poise and dignity. Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What in the world? This is quite the spectacle at night. "Hello," he greeted calmly, nodding as he stepped into the room. As the door swung open, the team entered, with the young butler Li Han leading, followed closely by the middle-aged foreign chef and a line of waitstaff behind them. Each server, except Li Han, carried a meticulously arranged and visually appealing dish. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted tomahawk steak, vibrant steamed lobster, king crab served 3 ways, and steamed coral trout, all exquisite and lavish ingredients that most could only dream of affording. "Place it here." Chen Zhao gestured toward the table in front of the plush sofa as he sauntered into the living room. The waitstaff obediently arranged the dishes in an orderly fashion before exiting the room, leaving only the young butler and the distinguished foreign chef with high cheekbones and deep blue eyes. Li Han, with his meticulously styled hair and slender gold-rimmed glasses, embodied the essence of a refined gentleman, reminiscent of a young butler from a high-society television drama. He stepped forward, bowed slightly, and respectfully introduced himself. "Good evening, Mr. Chen. My name is Li Han, your dedicated personal butler. I am at your service 24/7, and I can assist you with any reasonable requests you may have." Chen Zhao smiled and nodded, indicating his understanding. After the introduction, Li Han took a step back and stood quietly to the side. As the personal butler of the presidential suite, he possessed exceptional professionalism and an acute ability to read the room, clearly understanding the nuances of client behavior and expectations. Following Li Han's retreat, the foreign chef stepped forward to introduce himself. "Esteemed Mr. Chen, good evening. I am your personal chef, David. It is a pleasure to serve you tonight, and I hope you enjoy the dishes prepared for you." After his introduction, he approached the table to describe the evening's offerings. This steak is A5 Wagyu from Kobe, Japan, renowned for its rich marbling and tender texture, truly a pinnacle of culinary delight. This lobster comes from, and the king crab. He meticulously explained the sourcing, preparation, and flavors of each dish, demonstrating thorough attention to detail. "Is this the indulgence of the wealthy?" Chen Zhao mused inwardly. It certainly was a delightful experience. This is what life should be. Wealth and poverty indeed belong to 2 distinct worlds. Clearing his throat, Qin Zhao composed himself and spoke steadily. Li Han and David, thank you both for your diligent service. I appreciate your efforts. Understanding the implication of his words, both men bowed respectfully and exited the presidential suite. They were undoubtedly astute individuals, and Qin Zhao silently commended them. After their departure, Qia, wrapped in a bathrobe, sauntered over to Qin Zhao, playfully twirling to showcase herself. Do I look beautiful? She asked with a flirtatious smile. Beautiful, Qin Zhao exclaimed as he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and kissing her softly. After a sweet, lingering kiss, they settled onto the expansive, plush sofa. Wow, the spread is absolutely sumptuous. Qia marveled at the delectable tomahawk steak and lobster laid before them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dig in. Aren't you starving? I specifically ordered all this protein, Qin Zhao urged. Qia wasted no time, seizing a fragrant, roasted tomahawk steak and taking a hearty bite. The texture was divine, smooth, tender, and bursting with juice. Her eyes narrowed in bliss as she reveled in the exquisite flavors. Sometimes culinary delights can genuinely uplift one's spirit. This is incredibly delicious. I'm so satisfied. Have a bite, brother. Qia offered the piece she had just bitten into toward Qin Zhao's mouth. Qin Zhao opened wide, devouring a generous portion, his cheeks filled as he savored the taste. One must admit, dining in a five-star hotel is unparalleled. I've had steak before, but it was a mere budget meal paired with a fried egg and a small serving of pasta. At the time, I thought it was delightful, but it pales in comparison to what I am experiencing now. The flavors are indeed exquisite. I must have another bite. Not so fast. Don't run off. Leave some for me. They laughed and teased as they enjoyed their sweet, blissful moments together. Chapter 73. You are all I have left. The following day, at 7 a.m., Qin Zhao awoke from the luxurious presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He reached out to find his elder sister peacefully slumbering beside him, her body entwined around him like an octopus. After a sumptuous meal last night, they had indulged in a moment of intimacy, the battlefield shifting to the soft, expansive mattress. The naturally flexible figure of his elder sister, endowed with a striking physique and a wealth of knowledge, provided Qin Zhao with both psychological and physical satisfaction. Indeed, his elder sister was truly enchanting. As Qin Zhao slowly attempted to extricate himself from her embrace without disturbing her, he labored for 10 minutes before finally feeling a sense of relief, his body liberated. It was surprising how much strength she possessed. He mused to himself. Gradually, he descended from the bed, his feet finding solid ground. But as he took a couple of steps, his legs unexpectedly gave way, and he collapsed onto the plush carpet. Oh dear, it seems I may have overindulged last night. He gently rubbed his lower back, feeling a slight sting. After all, he had consumed the system's reward, the kidney tonic, which enhanced his combat abilities. He resolved to exercise caution in the future. Moderation was key. Reflecting on the wildness and cooperation of last night, Qin Zhao felt a flush of warmth in his cheeks, reminding himself softly that despite the tonic's effects, he was ultimately a carbon-based life form with finite energy. It was time to work out. Slowly, he rose from the floor, slipped on his slippers, and made his way to the bathroom. He needed to cleanse himself thoroughly, washing away any trace of his elder sister's scent. Otherwise, his personal trainer girlfriend would surely notice, and that would spell disaster. Their relationship was still in its infancy, and he had yet to fully possess her. Thus, he needed to exercise caution and discretion to avoid revealing any signs. After his shower, Qin Zhao chose not to wake his elder sister, but left a note on her phone. Dear sister, I've left. I've sent the butler's number to you on WeChat. If you wake up hungry, just call him to arrange something. We'll connect on WeChat. Until next time. Butler's number. Arriving at the Jinli gym, the clock struck 7:30 a.m. He greeted the charming receptionist, Li Jiao, with a smile before making his way swiftly to the VIP room on the third floor. As he gently pushed open the door, his gaze was immediately captivated by the figure of his personal trainer girlfriend. With a full bust, a slender waist, and alluring curves, she epitomized elegance and grace, perfectly embodying the description of Coach Liu. Even though this was not his first encounter with such a scene, He had even dared to appreciate Lu Rian's voluptuous figure in secret. He found himself awestruck once again. Qin Zhao recalled a time in college when he would sneakily read exaggerated Korean comics in bed late at night. Two titles remained etched in his memory: Brave New World and Fitness Trainer. Lu Rian's physique bore an uncanny resemblance to the female protagonist of the latter, their faces strikingly similar aside from their hairstyles. My girlfriend is a comic book heroine? Qin Zhao mused. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the alluring personal trainer, who was jogging on the treadmill. She turned swiftly, her face instantly lighting up upon recognizing him. "Qinga, you've come," Lu Rian exclaimed, operating the treadmill to bring it to a halt before gracefully jumping off and approaching him with quick steps. Her delicate, sparkling eyes were locked onto Qin Zhao, filled with joy and excitement. "Yes, I was a bit late today due to traffic," he replied, gently caressing her soft cheek with a smile. Lu Rian, with her typical oval face and harmonious features, was the epitome of Eastern beauty. Were she to star in a television drama, she would undoubtedly be the perfect leading lady. Qin Zhao adored her looks, figure, and personality, which granted her a significant place in his heart. "No worries at all. What's important is that you are here." She waved her hand dismissively, clearly unperturbed. The timing of workouts was inconsequential to her. Qin Zhao's presence was what truly mattered. "By the way, how's your father doing?" Suddenly recalling her previous conversation about her father, Qin Zhao felt a twinge of concern for her gambling-prone father. "Don't even mention him. Just the thought makes me furious." Lu Rian's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. "I gave him some money, and a few days later, he asked for another 10,000 yuan. I refused him. He called me dozens of times in a single day, driving me insane, so I blocked him. I might as well pretend he doesn't exist." As she spoke, her voice grew heavy with emotion, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She tilted her head back, fighting to keep the tears at bay. Qin Zhao felt a pang of guilt. He realized he had not been attentive enough to her feelings, only now remembering to ask about her family issues. With a sharp slap to his own face, he chastised himself for his negligence, leaving a clear imprint on his cheek. "I'm so sorry, Rian. I should have asked you sooner. It's entirely my fault. What are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself?" Tears streamed down Lu Rian's cheeks as she stepped closer, grasping his hands tightly before collapsing into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "This has nothing to do with you. It's just my misfortune to have such a father." Qin Zhao wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his heart aching for her. The softness and elasticity of her figure stirred feelings within him. Yet he found no desire in this moment. He gently moved his hands to her shoulders, offering comfort as he spoke softly. "It's all right, Ruyan. You have me. I will love and cherish you forever." After a while, her sobs began to subside, and she pulled her head back to gaze into his eyes, her voice trembling. "You're all I have left in this world. If you were to abandon me, I wouldn't want to live anymore." Her sincerity was palpable, leaving no room for doubt. A chill ran down Qin Zhao's spine. He understood that she could indeed act on such despair. Quickly, he cupped her delicate face, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes with his thumbs, his expression earnest as he declared, "I swear, we will be together for a lifetime. I will love and care for you, providing you with the best life possible, making you the happiest woman in the world. Aside from marriage, I can offer you everything. Even if you wish for the moon, I will strive to bring it to you," he silently vowed to himself. Chapter 74. Solutions for Gamblers. The affectionate gaze of Qin Zhao, coupled with his tender words, ignited a flicker of warmth within Lu Ruyan's heart. "How wonderful it is to have you." Unbeknownst to her, Qin Zhao had already secured a significant place in her heart. She could hardly fathom how to navigate life without him, especially considering her father's situation. "Thank you, my dear husband." Lu Ruyan lifted her head, gazing intently into Qin Zhao's eyes, instinctively voicing a term of endearment that had previously escaped her lips due to shyness. Perhaps the recent tears had rendered her eyes bright and spirited, devoid of any semblance of a fragile damsel in distress, replaced instead by a resilient and courageous demeanor. "Fool! Why speak of gratitude? You are entirely mine," Qin Zhao chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, he is still your father." Are you truly willing to disregard him? How can I manage him? Gambling is an insatiable abyss that has led countless individuals to ruin and despair. Lu Ruyan's emotions surged, her exquisite features reflecting a blend of helplessness and distress. After all, he was her father, blood ties that could not be severed easily, a man who had raised her since childhood. Yet, how could a mere woman like her confront a gambler? Let us do this. I will accompany you to see your father. As for his gambling, I have a plan. A slight smile graced Qin Zhao's lips, his mind already formulating a strategy. Persuasion alone would be futile with a gambler, as it might provoke a rebellious spirit. The human psyche often reacts in such a manner. If you tell me not to gamble, I shall do so defiantly. It is far more effective to allow him to witness the true nature of gambling firsthand, for only then will he be inclined to repent. Being her future father-in-law, Qin Zhao wished to spare him undue humiliation. Really? Do you truly have a solution? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her delicate brows arched in both excitement and curiosity. Of course, your husband is capable of anything, Qin Zhao replied, his face alight with pride, reminiscent of a merchant extolling the virtues of his wares. And what do you intend to do, my dear husband? Lu Ruyan inquired eagerly, her expression urging him to reveal his thoughts. Qin Zhao smiled gently, pausing for a moment before articulating his plan. When one gambles, the brain releases dopamine, inducing pleasure. Prolonged gambling heightens the brain's dependence on dopamine, creating an intense psychological craving. This is the crux of addiction. Why do people gamble? Ultimately, it is to win money. Therefore, the first step is to make your father understand that gambling can be controlled. Winning is not merely a matter of luck. I intend to invite a master of sleight of hand to accompany us, to teach him a lesson that winning or losing is entirely within my purview. Once he comprehends the essence of gambling, the second step involves environmental isolation, removing him from his gambling companions. When he no longer sees them, the temptation will naturally fade. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's plan, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. While she felt lost, Qin Zhao had conceived such a brilliant strategy. In a moment of impulse, she leaned forward and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Darling, you are amazing. I believe your proposal is highly feasible. Her eyes crinkled with delight, as if she could already envision her father's transformation. However, a pressing concern arose in her thoughts. Where could they possibly isolate him? Qin Zhao promptly interrupted her reverie, presenting a dilemma. Lu Ruyan's expression soured as she internally chided Qin Zhao for his lack of clarity. She contemplated potential accommodations for her father, realizing that her hometown held no relatives since her mother's passing, and any remaining kin would likely not be agreeable to housing him. How about we bring your father to Haicheng? I can arrange housing and employment for him, Qin Zhao suggested, noting the troubled expression on Lu Ruyan's face. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Lu Ruyan hesitated, concern etched on her features. Although Qin Zhao was her boyfriend, she wished to avoid burdening him unnecessarily. With a swift motion, Qin Zhao playfully slapped her on the backside. Ah, why did you hit me? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, startled by the sudden gesture. If you utter such distant words again, I might not stop at just one slap. Qin Zhao glowered at her, his expression stern, clearly displeased by her reluctance. I just didn't want to trouble you, Lu Ruyan protested softly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearing another playful reprimand. Since you have called me your husband, we are one entity. Your father is also my responsibility. How can it be a burden? I'm sorry, I was wrong, dear husband. I shouldn't have said that. Lu Ruyan, recognizing her misstep, transformed into an apologetic figure, sincerely admitting her fault. It is good that you understand. Do be mindful next time. Yes. Did I hurt you earlier? Let me make it up to you. Qin Zhao expressed concern, his eyes filled with genuine worry, yet his inner thoughts were vastly different, captivated by the delightful sensation of their earlier encounter. No, that's not necessary. Lu Ruyan's voice faltered, her demeanor tentative. Displeased by her refusal, Qin Zhao shot her a stern glance, as though to coax her compliance. All right, fine. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Ruyan relented. She closed her eyes, trembling slightly as she spoke. Go ahead. Her anxious demeanor seemed to have an infectious quality, affecting Qin Zhao as well. His hands trembled slightly as they moved closer. Chapter 75. Your Father's My Father. In the VIP room on the third floor of the Jinli gym, intermittent sounds echoed from within. Are you ready? Coach Lu asked softly, her eyes still tightly shut, unwilling to open them. She feared encountering the teasing gaze of her boyfriend and chose to give in to the moment. As for the issue regarding her Korean comic boyfriend, Qin Xiao treated it as mere background noise, allowing it to drift in one ear and out the other. After a considerable time, his long fingers finally came to a halt. Does it hurt anymore? Qin Xiao inquired with a slight smirk, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Not anymore. It feels much better, she replied. Both shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding the earlier incident. Coach Lu was somewhat bashful and found it difficult to discuss matters that made her blush, while Qin Xiao, being considerate of his personal trainer girlfriend's feelings, did not press the issue. Darling, I need to use the restroom, she said, her head bowing slightly, a hint of a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. Go ahead, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, refraining from teasing her. Coach Lu's shyness often made it challenging for her to voice certain sentiments. Upon hearing his words, Lu Rian sighed in relief and hurried towards the restroom. Sitting on the pristine white toilet seat, Lu Rian replayed the earlier scene in her mind frame by frame. Qin Xiao's hands seemed to possess a magical touch. His massage brought her immense comfort, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. In truth, she did not mind the intimacy shared with Qin Xiao. In fact, she relished it. Having matured quickly due to early exposure to the workforce, she understood men well. They were typically creatures of instinct, often taking for granted what came easily. Although she had already recognized Qin Xiao as her lifelong companion, she remained cautious, hesitant to fully surrender herself to him too soon. In her perspective on romance, a couple should progress naturally from acquaintance to understanding, from love to passionate infatuation, an organic evolution of their relationship. When the time was right, they would naturally unite as one. For now, she felt they were not yet at that stage, so she chose to wait until she could wholeheartedly embrace Qin Xiao as her other half. If only he knew she was still a pure and innocent maiden, he would surely be pleased, she mused. In this tumultuous and emotionally charged society, girls like her were becoming increasingly rare. As noted in comments on social media, one might as well seek such a girl in elementary school. 10 minutes later, Lu Rian returned to the VIP room. At that moment, Qin Xiao was idly scrolling through his phone, captivated by a seductive dance performed by a woman in yoga pants on screen. Is it appealing? Lu Rian's crystalline voice cut through the air, her tone betraying a hint of irritation. Not all. I just stumbled upon this. My girlfriend is far more beautiful, not even in the same league. Qin Xiao maintained his composure, offering a sincere explanation, all the while showering her with compliments. You're quite perceptive. Coach Lu's lips curled into a smile, clearly appreciating the flattery. I am indeed more beautiful than her, with a better figure. Plus, the filters on social media can be deceiving. This may not even reflect reality. She reiterated, emphasizing that women, particularly beautiful ones, value their appearance far more than men can comprehend. They often fear their partner's attention straying towards other women, which would be deeply hurtful. My girlfriend is the most beautiful and alluring woman in Haicheng, no, in the world. I swear I speak the truth. Anyone who lies deserves misfortune, Qin Xiao declared earnestly, even raising a finger to underscore his loyalty. Moreover, Lu Rian indeed surpassed the yoga instructor in beauty and physique, and his words were nothing but truth. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Rian playfully seized Qin Xiao's hand, prying his fingers apart with a frown. I never claimed I didn't believe you. Was it necessary to make such a malicious oath? Qin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. By the way, darling, when are we visiting my hometown? Lu Rian casually inquired. She wished to resolve her issues with her father, as it had caused her sleepless nights, tossing and turning in bed. I'm available. I have free time these days. How about this? I'll have someone find an expert in card tricks, and once he arrives, we'll set off. Qin Xiao responded with a smile. Sounds good. Lu Rian nodded, her eyes lighting up. With Qin Xiao as her support, the weight on her chest lifted. Although she had blocked her father, he was still the man who raised her and deep down, she worried for his well-being, fearing something might happen to him. After all, he was her only blood relative in this world. Regarding the search for a card trick expert, Qin Xiao opened his contacts and scrolled through until he found Hu Zhongyi's number, dialing it promptly. In Haicheng, he had no one but old Hu to turn to. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, Chairman Qin, good morning." Hu Zhongyi greeted him with his customary politeness. "Good morning, old Hu. I have a personal matter I need your assistance with." "Please, speak freely. I will do my utmost," Hu Zhongyi replied. Qin Xiao cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. "I need an expert in card tricks, someone with exceptional skills. Can you help me find one?" Hu Zhongyi's jovial laughter resonated from the other end. "No problem, Chairman Qin. You've come to the right person. I know quite a few talents in that regard." "That's wonderful. Once you find someone, just call me. I will await your news. Next time we meet, dinner is on me. Please don't refuse." Qin Xiao added enthusiastically. "It would be my honor to dine with you, Chairman Qin." "All right then. Goodbye for now." "Goodbye, Chairman Qin." After hanging up, Qin Xiao looked at his alluring personal trainer girlfriend and gave her an okay gesture. "All set. I've asked someone to look into it. We should have news soon. I estimate we can head to your hometown by tomorrow." "Yay, that's fantastic," Lu Rian exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "By the way, where's your hometown? Is it far?" Qin Xiao inquired, genuinely unaware of her origins. "Not far. My hometown is also a prefecture-level city in Jiang Province, similar to Haicheng, though it is far less developed, barely even qualifies as a third-tier city, more like a small town." "That's fine. I'll drive to pick you up, and we can return to see your father." "That's my dad. Don't call him that." Lu Rian blushed, her cheeks tinged with both embarrassment and irritation. "It's all the same. You are my wife, so your father is also mine," Qin Xiao teased, a sly grin tugging at his lips. I want to talk to you anymore." Chapter 76. Li Jiaqian, let us commence today's workout. Resuming her professional demeanor, Lu Ruyan exuded an air of strictness and meticulousness. "All right, dear," Qin Zhao replied, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, deliberately provocative. This immediately displeased Lu Ruyan, her beautifully sculpted brows furrowed as she admonished. "During work hours, please refer to me as Coach Lu." Without waiting for Qin Zhao's response, she commenced her warm-up, energetically waving her arms and legs. "Follow me for 10 minutes of aerobic exercise to engage all your muscles. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Observing his personal trainer girlfriend, shouting commands, and engaging earnestly in her routine, Qin Zhao reluctantly set aside his playful demeanor and joined her in the movements. 2 hours later, Qin Zhao emerged from Jinli Gym, utterly exhausted. While the workout was momentarily gratifying, the experience had entirely transformed his image and demeanor. Despite the fatigue, he felt it was worthwhile. Arriving at the parking lot, he swung open the driver's door and plopped down into the seat. It seemed there were no pressing matters today. The Porsche Panamera hasn't arrived, nor has the company registration been completed, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he felt rather aimless, with little to occupy his time. The main quest of the system. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up as he recalled the three-pronged strategy he had devised, nearly forgotten in the bustle of life. He had successfully courted Chia, as well as the young receptionist Zhu Yu and the mature beauty Li Fong. However, given that Li Fong was still married, he hesitated to proceed, considering that Qin Han was from his village. Should word slip out, he would undoubtedly face the ire of his parents and community. After careful consideration, Qin Zhao resolved to pursue the young receptionist first. He believed she would be more amenable to his advances. The sleek black BMW roared to life and exited the parking lot, en route to Fuchin Tower, home of the Buetsai Ingrue Company. 15 minutes later, the BMW 330 arrived at its destination. Skillfully maneuvering into a parking spot adjacent to the building, Qin Zhao swung open the car door and leaped out. He half-squatted beside the vehicle, adjusting his appearance in the rearview mirror. Quite dashing indeed, he mused, reveling in the delightful prospect of another splendid day. After admiring himself for a while, he straightened up and strolled confidently toward the building. "Qin Zhao, is that you?" Suddenly, a melodious voice called from behind him. The sound was crisp and gentle, unmistakably belonging to a young woman. Curious, Qin Zhao turned to see a striking figure clad in a tailored black office uniform standing nearby. With lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, delicate features, and a statuesque figure, she stood at least 175 centimeters tall, accentuated by her Valentino stilettos, exuding an aura of urban sophistication. Qin Zhao scrutinized her exquisite visage for some time, firmly convinced he did not recognize this stunning beauty. How could she call him by name? Intrigued, he ventured, "Excuse me, miss, but who might you be? Don't you remember me? I'm your middle school classmate, Li Jiaqian. We were desk mates for 2 years." The urban beauty rolled her eyes at his bemusement, her expression one of disbelief. Li Jiaqian? Qin Zhao scratched his head, memories flooding back. He recalled that his desk mate had short hair, a sprinkle of freckles, and a somewhat plump figure, lacking a significant presence in their class, with few friends among the girls. Nevertheless, they had shared a good rapport. As classmates, she often sought his help with her studies, and he had always been earnest in providing assistance. After their middle school exams, they lost contact, and he vaguely recalled someone mentioning she attended a less prestigious high school. Could this tall, glamorous urbanite truly be Li Jiaqian? Qin Zhao's mind raced, incredulous at the transformation. The difference was staggering. It was as if they were entirely different individuals. Upon closer examination, he noticed her eyes and brows bore a resemblance to his memories of her, confirming her identity. "Li Jiaqian, is it really you?" Qin Zhao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You've truly undergone a remarkable transformation. I scarcely recognized you." Li Jiaqian's eyes sparkled with delight at his compliment. "You've changed significantly, too. You're so handsome now," she remarked genuinely, a hint of surprise flickering in her gaze. She had harbored a crush on this boy from middle school, and now he stood before her, tall, handsome, and exuding poise, not to mention the luxury of driving a BMW, an indication of his financial stability. "Ah, it's mutual," Qin Zhao replied with a humble wave of his hand, clearly in high spirits at the serendipitous reunion with an old acquaintance, especially one as lovely as her. I'm about to be late for work. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts and perhaps dine together after work to catch up?" Li Jiaqian suggested, glancing at her phone hurriedly. "Of course, please scan my code." Qin Zhao offered, presenting his phone. Beep. The two exchanged WeChat information. "I must dash now, goodbye." With that, the elegant beauty turned on her heels and gracefully strode away. "Goodbye," Qin Zhao called after her, watching as her alluring silhouette faded from view. He opened WeChat, accepting her friend request. Noting her ID was the desk mate you once knew. He found it peculiar but brushed it off, closing his phone and humming a tune as he approached the entrance of the building. Chapter 77. A 5 equity reward for Hu Zhongyi on the 12th floor of the Fuyun building at the office of Boetzai Ingrue Company, Limited. The sweet receptionist Zhu Yu was intently focused on her phone screen, her fingers deftly maneuvering across it. "Control him. He's out of skills. Control him. I can't believe how foolish this is," she exclaimed, her face a mask of frustration as she stared at the red defeat flashing on the screen. Her luck had been dismal in the morning's ranked matches, plagued by incompetent teammates, leading to an unfortunate 3 consecutive losses as soon as she logged in. Ever since Qin Zhao had enlisted her to play games, Hu Zhongyi had been quite indulgent, allowing her to play during work hours. Who had even justified it, saying, "You need to hone your skills to better assist Director Qin." She accepted this reasoning without a second thought, having played a few rounds with Qin Zhao and knowing full well his persona in the game. Thus, she resolved to improve her skills, ensuring she could better support Qin Zhao in the future. "Xiaozhu, what are you up to?" The sudden voice of Qin Zhao startled her. She turned to find him standing at the door, his demeanor poised and a smile gracing his lips. "Good morning, Director Qin," she stammered, quickly standing up to greet him. As she recalled his earlier question, she hesitated before replying, I'm playing Honor of Kings. Don't be afraid. I want to do anything to you." Qin Zhao chuckled at her nervousness. "Go on and play. I'll need you in a bit." With that, he strode into the office, where employees greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, Director Qin." Zhu Yu stood there, puzzled, scratching her head as she wondered what Qin Zhao could possibly want with her. Could it be about gaming? Surely not, given that it was working hours. Deciding to cast her worries aside, she immersed herself back into the game. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao approached the general manager's office, pushing the door open. Hu Zongyi sat rigidly at his desk, focused intently on his screen, typing furiously, a clear indication he was hard at work. When he heard the door open, he prepared to admonish the intruder, but his gaze fell upon Qin Zhao, causing his stern expression to dissolve into a bright and respectful smile. "Good morning, Director Qin. Welcome," he exclaimed, quickly rising from his chair to offer it to Qin Zhao. "No need for that. Lao Hu, carry on with your work," Qin Zhao said, gently pressing him back into his seat. "I merely stopped by to check on the matter we discussed this morning." "I've already found it, Director Qin," Hu Zongyi replied eagerly, handing over a small piece of paper with a phone number scrawled on it. "I was just about to call you when you arrived." "What a coincidence." "Excellent. Lao Hu, I trust you completely. Next time I'm in the office, lunch is on me, but I must attend to other matters today." In truth, the matters Qin Zhao referred to involved charming the sweet receptionist as he sought to complete his main quest, which still required 2 more interactions. The allure of the high-level treasure chests was simply too tempting, prompting him to hasten his pace. He pondered the nature of his relationships with his 3 girlfriends. Only Tianjing truly belonged to him, while Lu Ruyin and Shen Xiaohua had yet to engage in any emotional exchanges. He wondered if such interactions would count as completing a task, and whether they would yield treasure chests as rewards. Given that the other 2 girlfriends are both pure, engaging in emotional exchanges will trigger double task rewards. The system's cold electronic voice clarified his thoughts, causing Qin Zhao's eyes to light up. "Oh, that's splendid. Double rewards mean 4 ordinary treasure chests. I already have 1, and with the receptionists, that totals 6. 2 high-level treasure chests, 1 enticing prospect." As he fantasized about the rewards, he reminded himself to remain calm. Although his relationships were close, he couldn't afford to rush things. After all, he couldn't simply approach his girlfriends and declare, "Let us discuss our feelings." That would be far too crass. "I'm delighted to assist you, Director Qin. Please, continue with your work. I'll be fine," Hu Zongyi said humbly, embodying the spirit of a modest hero, content to remain in the shadows. Qin Zhao felt a swell of appreciation for him. Indeed, having someone like Hu Zongyi was a true blessing. It was essential to nurture such talent, and, thus, he resolved to reward him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhao finally addressed Hu Zongyi, promising, "Lao Hu, if you continue to work diligently, I will grant you a personal 5 equity reward by the end of the year as a token of my gratitude. I can't allow you to toil without acknowledgement." The decision to offer 5 equity was one Qin Zhao had pondered deeply. As the general manager of Beauties Rue, Hu Zongyi earned a substantial salary, and merely providing him money felt too mundane. Granting him equity would not only strengthen his commitment to the company, but also ensure he would be more enthusiastic in assisting Qin Zhao, knowing he was genuinely valued. The 5 stake was worth approximately 2.5 million, a sum that hardly concerned Qin Zhao. The value Hu Zongyi brought far exceeded that amount. This was a deal where Qin Zhao gained far more than he invested. "Thank you, Director Qin. I truly appreciate it. You can count on me to handle your requests with utmost care." Hu Zongyi's eyes glistened with gratitude, a sense of loyalty washing over him. He had never expected such recognition from Qin Zhao, who was willing to offer him 5 equity personally. Though Hu Zongyi was currently a general manager, he felt like just another employee, albeit a senior one. With equity, he would elevate his status to that of a co-owner, transforming his position entirely. "Oh, Lao Hu, there's no need for thanks. I simply admire your capabilities," Qin Zhao replied with a smile, patting Hu Zongyi on the shoulder. "Trust me, follow my lead, and your future will be boundless." "I understand, Director Qin. From now on, wherever you point, I will follow," Hu Zongyi responded earnestly. "Ha! Let us go." Qin Zhao laughed heartily, his heart lightened, as he hummed a tune while leisurely exiting the general manager's office. Chapter 78. The enchantment of gaze at 10:30 in the morning. As he emerged from the general manager's office, Qin Zhao's spirits soared. A radiant smile adorned his face, and as he passed through the office area and the tea room, he amiably greeted the employees, exuding an amiable charm that was far removed from the typical demeanor of a corporate magnate. The ordinary employees were taken aback, responding with deference, "Good day, Mr. Qin." You look quite dashing today. Perhaps you should consider a career in stardom. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere within the company. The playful jibe came from Chen Fan, a department manager with a roguish yet handsome appearance reminiscent of a popular actor. His humor and easygoing nature made him quite popular among his colleagues, with several female employees harboring secret crushes on him. You, my friend, are not too shabby yourself. Let us form a duo and debut as a strikingly handsome pair. Qin Zhao retorted with a grin. In that case, I shall be the charming one, and you could be the striking one. His words elicited hearty laughter from the male and female staff alike, some clutching their foreheads in mirth, others clutching their bellies in amusement. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that their formidable boss possessed such a delightful sense of humor. All right, Mr. Qin, you are indeed charming, and I shall be the striking one, Shen Tung replied, joining in the laughter. As the jovial banter subsided, Qin Zhao waved farewell and made his way toward the entrance of the company. Having completed his tasks, he was eager to invite the petite receptionist for a meal and a heartfelt conversation, as he still had the main storyline of the system's mission to fulfill. Take care, Mr. Qin. Safe travels, the employees called out as he approached the exit. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Zhao slowed his pace and ambled over to Zhu Yu, who was engrossed in her game, her eyes glued to the screen as she skillfully maneuvered her character. He glanced at the statistics displayed on her screen. 803. Impressive. Truly exceptional. He complimented, noticing that she was deeply immersed in a pivotal moment of the game, coordinating with her teammates in preparation for a decisive move. As the sound of victory resonated from her phone, Zhu Yu emerged triumphant. Startled, she turned to find Qin Zhao standing beside her, having quietly observed her for some time without interruption. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? She stammered, her surprise evident. Is it so surprising that I can visit? Qin Zhao feigned indignation. No, it's just that. You can come here, she replied, her innocence shining through. Sensing her nervousness, Qin Zhao dropped the pretense and revealed his intentions. I haven't played in days. Would you accompany me for a double queue, and then we could grab a bite to eat together? This approach was particularly suitable for someone like Zhu Yu, who was somewhat addicted to gaming. By initially suggesting gaming, he could seamlessly transition to a dinner invitation without raising any suspicions about his true intentions. Okay, Zhu Yu replied, a rosy blush creeping across her cheeks. Her heart raced at the thought of sharing a meal with someone as young, handsome, and affluent as Qin Zhao. Then let us proceed to my car for some gaming, and when the time comes, we shall dine, he suggested. He was mindful that, as a boss, he should set a good example. Playing games openly during work hours could disrupt the company's atmosphere, which would be counterproductive in the long run. After making the suggestion, Qin Zhao headed toward the elevator. Zhu Yu agreed, quickly tidying her desk, slinging her small bag over her shoulder, and trailing after him. In the quiet of the elevator, they stood in a line, Zhu Yu in front and Qin Zhao behind. Now was his moment to appreciate her attire. A snug white cotton t-shirt that accentuated her graceful curves, complemented by a knee-length denim skirt that highlighted her youthful figure. Her delicate neck, slender waist, and shapely hips exuded an enchanting allure. Quite splendid, he mused silently. Zhu Yu's style was reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl, and he found her refreshingly appealing. As the elevator descended, Zhu Yu stood with her back to Qin Zhao, her body quivering slightly with nervousness. She stole glances at him through the reflection in the elevator mirrors, realizing that his gaze was appraising her form from head to toe. His scrutiny felt almost magical, sending shivers through her, leaving her breathless and unsteady on her feet. Her heart raced, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Zhu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing as she stepped out. Qin Zhao followed closely, noticing the flush on her cheeks and the sweat glistening on her brow. Zhu, are you all right? You seem a bit flushed, he inquired with genuine concern. No, I'm fine, she stuttered, her embarrassment deepening at his attention. Are you sure? You look a bit overheated, Qin Zhao pressed gently. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit warm in here, she responded, feeling flustered. All right then, let us take our time. My car is just over there, Qin Zhao said, gesturing in the direction of his BMW as he led her onward. Chapter 79. The the charming Zhu Yu soon. The two arrived beside the BMW. Qin Zhao took out the key, pressed it gently, and the vehicle unlocked with a beep. He opened the driver's door and settled into the driver's seat. "Get in. Hurry up. Let's start the game. I'll play as the jungler," Qin Zhao said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It had been 2 days since he last played, and he was eager to dive back in. Zhu Yu slowly opened the passenger door and sat down. As the door closed, the confined space felt intimate, with just a mere 30 centimeters separating the two. Suddenly, a fresh and subtle, yet somewhat alluring fragrance wafted into Qin Zhao's nostrils. He took a moment to inhale deeply, trying to articulate the scent. It was pleasant yet slightly provocative, reminiscent of the aroma that often accompanies romantic encounters, which heightens a man's senses. The perfume Zhu Yu wore. But why did it have such an effect? Qin Zhao pondered, perplexed. "I'm logging in now. Add me." Zhu Yu's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to drag her into the game. Clicking play, they entered the matchmaking phase. 10 seconds later, they were in the hero selection room. "I'll play Liu Bei," Qin Zhao declared, swiftly locking in his choice, haunted by the painful memories of being countered in their previous match. His gaming philosophy was simple. If one cannot defeat, one should join. Seeing Qin Zhao select Liu Bei, Zhu Yu's lips curled into a playful smile. "All right, I'll play mid. That way, we can coordinate." "Okay, remember to support me," he replied eagerly. The duo launched into a sweet cooperative match. Perhaps their opponents were inexperienced, as only 8 minutes into the game, Qin Zhao achieved a godlike status. Of course, this was also thanks to the lovely front desk girl who assisted him, dealing damage and feeding him kills, embodying the role of a devoted supporter. A marksman named Bailey Shoyue was reduced to playing as a mere assistant. "Let's keep going. Next game," Qin Zhao exclaimed, his face beaming with triumph after their victory. Playing with Zhu Yu had proven fruitful. He was eager to enjoy several more rounds, especially since achieving such success on his own was rare. "All right, let's go. Go. An hour later, they concluded their matches, having won them all, and with Qin Zhao reveling in the peak of gaming satisfaction. Though they played in a gold tier match, he had previously struggled even at that level, often facing defeat. "That's enough gaming for now. It's time for lunch," Qin Zhao said, pocketing his phone. He smiled at Zhu Yu, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Anything is fine, Mr. Qin," she replied casually. Qin Zhao frowned slightly, his expression showing dissatisfaction. "Don't call me Mr. Qin. What did you call me that night?" This question immediately transported Zhu Yu back to the night they played together. As they bid each other goodnight, she had affectionately referred to him as Qin Ge, while he had called her Xiao Zhu Mei, stirring a flutter in her heart. Recalling this, Zhu Yu's cheeks flushed, and she softly said, "Qin Ge, that's better. From now on, aside from addressing me by my title at work, you can call me Qin Ge at other times," he replied. She nodded shyly, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Deep down, Zhu Yu harbored many fond feelings for Qin Zhao, but had hesitated to express them due to their status difference. After all, he was a wealthy and handsome director, while she was merely a humble front desk staff member. His proactive friendliness and intimate concern filled her with satisfaction and delight. "Can you handle spicy food?" Qin Zhao asked. "Absolutely. I'm from Hunan province, renowned for its chilies," she responded. "Spicy girl. Then we are indeed fellow countrymen." "I'm from Jiangxi province," Qin Zhao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise. The bond between Jiangxi and Hunan is often celebrated, with many from outside the regions affectionately referring to them as old pals. "Is that so? What a coincidence." Zhu Yu's face brightened with a smile, pleasantly surprised to find that Qin Ge was her fellow townsman. "Since you enjoy spicy food, how about we go for some Jiangxi cuisine? I know a genuine restaurant in Haicheng that serves authentic and delectably spicy dishes." "Sure. Hearing you describe, it makes me crave it already," Zhu Yu said, her lips pursing as a glimmer of desire for the food flashed in her eyes. The Jiangxi cuisine Qin Zhao mentioned awakened her appetite. Living in Haicheng, with a culinary preference leans towards sweetness, she had gradually adapted to milder flavors. However, as a true Hunan girl, the innate craving for spice lingered in her. Today, Qin Zhao had sparked her long-buried desire for heat, and after so long of bland eating, she yearned for the rich, oily, and explosively spicy flavors of her homeland. All right, let us head out. With that, Qin Zhao stepped forward, leaned over Zhu Yu, and fastened her seatbelt for her. Zhu Yu remained momentarily stunned in her seat, her mind blank. As Qin Zhao leaned in close, their faces nearly touched, and his warm breath brushed against her cheeks. When his fingers inadvertently grazed her neck, an electric shiver ran through her, causing her long legs beneath her denim skirt to rub together unconsciously and goosebumps to rise on her arms. Thank you, Chinga. Coming back to her senses, the sweet front desk girl blushed and lowered her head, expressing her gratitude. In Qin Zhao's presence, she often found herself blushing and shy. She couldn't quite understand her own feelings. Perhaps she was truly smitten with her young and handsome boss. Don't mention it, Xiao Zhu Mei. Qin Zhao replied with a smile, turning to glance at the lovely girl beside him. At that moment, he was taken aback. Her long, lustrous black hair framed her adorable features, and the snug cotton t-shirt she wore accentuated her graceful curves. The seatbelt crossed over her chest, creating a pronounced indentation that exuded an enticing aura. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao focused on the road ahead, forcing himself not to look back at her. He couldn't help but marvel at how this seemingly innocent girl could possess such undeniable allure when she exuded a sultry charm. Chapter 80. The Three Delicacies of Gan Cuisine. 15 minutes later, the BMW arrived at its destination, parking the vehicle in an available space. The two emerged and stood at the entrance, casting a cursory glance at the restaurant. This establishment exuded a quintessential nostalgic charm, with the words "The Three Delicacies" prominently displayed on the sign. As a renowned chain, the Three Delicacies hold a unique place in the hearts of the people of Jiangxi Province, with a preference leans towards bold, spicy, and salty flavors, characteristic of Gan cuisine. The restaurant's signature dishes are emblematic of this culinary tradition. It is fair to say that the presence of such a venue has significantly elevated the national profile of Gan cuisine, with even distant cities boasting branches. Shall we go in? It has been a while since my last visit, suggested Qin Zhao. The familiar ambience greeted him, and he observed that little had changed since his previous visit. Zhu Yu nodded earnestly, following Qin Zhao's lead toward the restaurant's entrance. They pushed open the transparent glass doors, and a young waitress promptly approached, greeting them with polite enthusiasm. Welcome. How many will be dining with us today? 2. Please find us a table by the window, Qin Zhao replied with a smile. The rationale for choosing a window seat lay in the oily nature and robust flavors of Gan cuisine. An open window would allow for better air circulation, mitigating the lingering sense of the meal. Certainly, please follow me, the waitress said with a gentle smile, fully understanding the guest's intent. She led them to a clean, tidy table near the window. Please have a seat. We do not have physical menus. You can order directly by scanning the QR code on the table, she informed them. Thank you very much, Qin Zhao replied, flashing a radiant smile. His handsome features and bright smile exuded an effortless charm. The waitress, a young woman in her 20s, was captivated, momentarily transfixed by his striking appearance. When she regained her composure, her heart raced, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. You're welcome. If you need anything, just call for me, she said, stealing a glance at Qin Zhao before retreating to a respectful distance, patiently awaiting their request. Once seated, Qin Zhao scanned the QR code on the table with his phone, accessing the ordering app. He then handed the device to Zhu Yu. Take a look and order what you'd like. All right, she replied sweetly, taking the phone to browse the electronic menu. Her beautiful eyes were glued to the screen as she scrolled delicately, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. I'm so torn. Everything looks so appetizing, Zhu Yu mused, gently stroking her smooth chin before finally resolving. I'll have the crab claw noodles and braised chicken feet. Just these two. A smile graced her face, her vibrant lips slightly pouting, rendering her irresistibly cute. She returned the phone to Qin Zhao. As he accepted the device, his gaze inadvertently strayed from her luscious red lips. Lost in thought, if only that mouth could be used for. He shook his head, dismissing the errant thought, and focused intently on the electronic menu. Unlike Zhu Yu's indecision, Qin Zhao, as a seasoned patron, knew precisely what he wanted. He swiftly ordered a braised fish medley and a stir-fried vegetable dish. Within 10 seconds, he had completed his order, They sat at the table, exchanging smiles from time to time. Fortunately, it was midday, and the restaurant was not crowded. The service was remarkably swift. In just over 10 minutes, 4 vibrant dishes, brimming with color and spice, arrived at their table. Red peppers dominated the presentation, emblematic of Gan cuisine. In contrast to other culinary traditions, where peppers serve merely as a garnish, here they take center stage, often overshadowing the meat. Let's dig in. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on the flavors. Qin Zhao encouraged, picking up a chicken foot with his chopsticks and placing it in Zhu Yu's bowl with a smile. The young woman nodded eagerly, lifting the chicken foot to her rosy lips. The initial sensation was an explosion of heat, spicy, very spicy indeed. However, as a native of Hunan, she found this level of spice within her comfort zone. She savored the rich flavor, carefully gnawing at the tender meat. This is delicious. The chicken feet are so tender. They practically fall off the bone. Zhu Yu exclaimed, her lips glistening with delight, clearly enjoying the meal and feeling her appetite awaken. Have some rice to balance the spice. Gan cuisine pairs wonderfully with rice, Qin Zhao suggested. At his words, she quickly scooped up some rice, then reached for another chicken foot, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She felt that Gan cuisine was incredibly delightful. Just this one dish could easily accompany 3 bowls of rice. Observing Zhu Yu relish her meal, Qin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle and joined her in the culinary feast. It had been too long since he had savored authentic Gan cuisine, and nostalgia swept over him. After their meal, the two strolled out of the restaurant, both pleasantly stuffed. Zhu Yu, with her well-proportioned figure, had managed 2 bowls of rice, while Qin Zhao had consumed 3 without hesitation. The allure of Gan cuisine often led one to overindulgence. I can't move, Qinga. I'm so full. Zhu Yu lamented, gently pressing her hand against her soft belly beneath her white cotton t-shirt, her brow furrowing slightly. The realization of having overeaten struck her. After all, she was mindful of her figure. It's all right. Let us take a moment to rest before we stroll to aid digestion, Qin Zhao proposed. Several empty tables and chairs outside the 3 delicacies appear to be set aside for patrons waiting for their meals. He grabbed 2 stools, handing one to Zhu Yu before sitting himself. Thank you, Qinga. You're so kind. Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled with warmth as she flashed a sweet smile. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her to feel a bit off. Wait, was that a bit too flirtatious? She pondered, her cheeks subtly reddening as she covertly observed Qin Zhao's reaction. Yet, Qin Zhao's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to her internal turmoil. Zhu Yu's expression gradually shifted to disappointment, her eyes glinting with a hint of sorrow. Perhaps I was being overly self-important. Men like him, so wealthy and handsome, surely have no interest in someone like me. What was I thinking? Despite this self-awareness, a twinge of sadness lingered in her heart. She genuinely admired Qin Zhao, young, affluent, handsome, gentle, and kind to his subordinates. From every angle, he was her ideal. Alas, he was not meant for her. As these thoughts consumed her, her eyes misted slightly, and she lowered her head, wishing to conceal her vulnerability from Qin Zhao. Is everything all right, little Zhu? A warm, magnetic voice broke through her thoughts, illuminating her downcast eyes once more. Chapter 81. May I call you darling? At this moment, Qin Zhao remained oblivious to the myriad of images conjured in the mind of the charming young girl before him. He found it peculiar that ever since she uttered that remark, she had been silently averting her gaze, her demeanor suggesting something amiss. The young girl's disquiet was, in fact, a propitious moment for him to seize. A glimmer of hope surged within him. Conquering Zhu Yu would fulfill his system task and reward him with a treasure chest. Was this not an opportune moment? He had been at a loss for a pretext to make his move. With this thought in mind, he cleared his throat and modulated his voice, striving to infuse it with a magnetic quality. What troubles you, little Zhu? He inquired with a feigned concern, gently brushing his hand against her head. Given that Zhu Yu was bowing her head, his fingers grazed the nape where her neck met her ear, inadvertently brushing against her delicate, sensitive skin. As she felt his tender caress, her fair cheeks flushed faintly, yet her body offered no resistance. She reveled in Qin Zhao's affectionate gesture, the flicker of disappointment in her eyes dissipating entirely. In its stead was a burgeoning excitement and joy. Perhaps she had been overthinking. Surely, Qin Zhao did not harbor disdain towards her. If he disliked her, would he have afforded her special treatment at the office? Would he spend evenings playing games with her? Would he take her out for meals? These gestures, at the very least, indicated that she held some significance in his heart. Otherwise, why would he treat her differently from other female employees? As her thoughts spiraled into clarity, it felt as though a light of understanding had illuminated her mind. She remained silent, not responding to Qin Zhao's inquiry, instead savoring the sensation of his large hand upon her head. Even her chin lifted slightly, instinctively accommodating his touch. However, Qin Zhao began to sense a shift in the atmosphere. She remained unresponsive, merely raising her head in sync with his caresses. What was this behavior? Was he being tested? Which man could withstand such scrutiny? A sly smile crept upon his lips. Regardless, he was determined to pursue her. He would simply escalate his advances. His hand gradually descended from her head, resting upon her slender, alabaster neck, while his pinky and ring fingers delicately lingered on her tender ear. At last, the young girl reacted. Her ears blushed a deep crimson, the hue spreading to her neck, clearly indicating her shyness. Yet, she still did not resist, nor did she dare to meet Qin Zhao's gaze. Typically, the ears and neck are considered intimate areas for a woman, reserved for family or lovers. It was unusual for ordinary men to have such liberties. Thus, what was she implying? A spark of realization ignited in Qin Zhao's eyes. So that was it. Just as he pondered how to approach her, she had unwittingly laid the groundwork for him. Was this not a classic case of mutual attraction? With this epiphany, his eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. The young girl was bashful, struggling to face him. Very well, they would engage in silent yet profound actions. Given that it was still daylight and they were seated outside the restaurant, Qin Zhao harbored no wicked intentions. He merely caressed her earlobe, and neck with his long, slender fingers, lingering in a playful manner, devoid of any lewd undertones, only teasing and flirtation. Zhu Yu's countenance was flushed, yet her lips could not contain a bright smile. Overwhelmed by shyness, she hesitated to openly declare her feelings to Qin Zhao, instead opting to convey her sentiments through subtle actions. Qin Zhao's reciprocation confirmed her hopes, and she felt fortunate to have placed her bet correctly. Her heart brimmed with affection and excitement as she gradually lifted her head, her eyes meeting Qin Zhao's. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped them, a conversation unspoken, captivated by the delicate beauty of the front desk girl. Qin Zhao could not resist the temptation to pinch her cheek, finding her skin delightfully smooth and springy. He broke the silence first, inquiring, "Have you rested well?" "Yes, I'm fine," she replied, her voice sweet yet tinged with a slight tremor. "Then let us proceed to the car," Qin Zhao said, stepping forward naturally, taking her small hand in his as they walked toward the vehicle. With mutual consent established, it seemed only fitting to exercise a modicum of authority. Holding hands, kissing, and caressing were surely permissible. The young girl appeared somewhat dazed, but quickly regained her composure. She glanced down at their intertwined hands, a smile blossoming on her face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she lengthened her stride to match Qin Zhao's. Before long, they arrived at the car. After unlocking the vehicle, Qin Zhao swung open the driver's door and settled into the seat. Zhu Yu followed suit, taking her place in the passenger seat beside him. Her cheeks retained a rosy hue, her head bowed slightly, exhibiting a touch of nervousness as she dared not meet Qin Zhao's gaze. Her bashful demeanor piqued Qin Zhao's interest, stirring a playful urge within him. "Little Zhu," at the sound of her name, she turned her head in confusion to face him. "Why are you so adorable?" His next words caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned, akin to a startled lamb. Her mouth opened, yet no words emerged. She was at a loss for how to respond to such flirtatious sentiments. "May I call you darling?" he inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. To him, teasing this innocent girl was simply delightful. She had likely never encountered such forthright declarations of affection, and he felt compelled to enlighten her on such matters. His bold proclamation sent ripples of emotion through Zhu Yu's heart, her face flushing a deep crimson as her mind momentarily blanked. She had not anticipated that Qin Zhao would be so unabashedly forward. Though they had tacitly acknowledged their feelings, she believed that relationships should progress gradually. Why was Qin Zhao so unorthodox, launching straight into boldness? Her brow furrowed, her thoughts tangled. Qin Zhao's pace was overwhelming, yet she found herself reluctant to reject him. After much internal deliberation, she finally nodded in acquiescence. All right, well, if Qin Gu is pleased, then so be it. After all, it was only a matter of time. Zhu Yu silently reassured herself. Darling, I would kiss you now, Qin Zhao declared, his words tumbling out swiftly, almost indistinctly. Without further ado, he leaned in and pressed his lips against her rosy ones, executing the act with remarkable swiftness. In that instant, as she beheld his handsome visage, Zhu Yu's mind went blank, her thoughts momentarily derailed. Qin Gu, hey, just kiss me. Chapter 82. The Man's Capricious Nature. Within the sleek and stylish black BMW, Qin Zhao gently cradled the delicate face of the young girl, tenderly kissing her vibrant red lips. As he pressed his lips against Zhu Yu's, his eyes meticulously observed her facial expressions. Should any sign of resistance or distaste manifest upon her countenance, Qin Zhao would promptly cease his advances. As a gentleman, he would never stoop to bullying a young girl. Fortunately, Zhu Yu displayed no signs of rejection or aversion. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face slightly trembling, and her hands awkwardly flailing in the air, revealing her evident nervousness. It was apparent to Qin Zhao that this might very well be her first kiss. His heart swelled with exhilaration. Could this be the allure of the protagonist's aura? In a society so steeped in materialism, it was astonishing that all his girlfriends were still innocent. The odds seemed even slimmer than winning a lottery of 5 million. If they had been unattractive, one could understand their innocence. Yet in reality, each of them boasted an impressive beauty score exceeding 90. For an ordinary person to possess even one would be akin to striking gold. With such stunning companions, one would undoubtedly garner respect during festive gatherings, taking center stage in social interactions. Remarkably, he had 4 such girlfriends and 2 older sisters with whom he had shared emotional connections. Such thoughts filled Qin Zhao with immense pride and satisfaction. This, indeed, was what life was meant to be. As he reined in his wandering thoughts, the kiss deepened, and he found himself becoming slightly intoxicated by the moment. No longer content with merely kissing her lips, he tentatively sought to engage her in a more profound exchange, attempting to gently nudge her teeth apart for an intimate dance of tongues. Zhu Yu, however, kept her teeth tightly clenched, her hands forming gentle fists, her expression reflecting a hint of discontent. In truth, she did not harbor any aversion to Qin Zhao's affectionate gestures. She simply felt that things were progressing too rapidly. How had they moved to such an intense embrace so quickly? Years of good upbringing had shaped her into a simple yet lively girl, steeped in tradition. Having never had a boyfriend or tasted the sweetness of love, she found it bewildering that their first encounter would escalate so swiftly. Noticing Zhu Yu's tightly shut mouth and her reluctant demeanor, Qin Zhao's gaze grew clearer. "I apologize," he exclaimed, lightly tapping his forehead in remorse. In his eagerness to fulfill the main quest, he had momentarily lost sight of her innocence. This girl, so pure and naive, deserved a more gradual approach. Unlike Zhu Yu, who was a fresh flower just entering society, he realized he must tread carefully with her. Yet, this meant progress on the main quest would inevitably slow down, compelling him to invest effort into his other 2 girlfriends instead. He recalled the system's indication that engaging emotionally with them could yield 2 treasure chests. "Qin, brother Qin, please don't do this. It's my fault. I simply feel that this is moving too fast," Zhu Yu murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with guilt and a touch of grievance. "I am at fault. Little Zhu, I should have considered your feelings. You can hit me. I won't retaliate." Qin Zhao slightly turned his head to present his handsome face to her, indicating she could indeed strike him. Alas, his attempt at a self-deprecating tactic fell flat. Zhu Yu had barely comprehended his words. her focus entirely on the shift from baby to little Zhu. Was he perhaps unwilling to acknowledge her? Her mind spiraled into turmoil, and the tears she had fought so hard to contain began to fall. What is wrong? Why are you crying? It's all my fault. You can hit or scold me. Just please stop crying, he pleaded, flustered by her tears. He had always found it difficult to witness a girl cry. Memories of relinquishing toys to a neighbor girl flooded back to him. Zhu Yu, reassured by Qin Chao's demeanor, began to calm. Perhaps he had not meant it the way she had interpreted. She ceased her tears, sniffled, and pouted her lips, softly muttering, "You just called me baby, and now it's little Zhu." At her words, Qin Chao's expression froze in astonishment. Indeed, a woman's thought process diverged significantly from man's. After all that, her tears were due to this triviality. He found himself both amused and bemused. Adjusting his tone, he extended his hand to gently caress her smooth cheek. "I was careless. My dear, from now on, may I call you baby?" Zhu Yu's face, still glistening with remnants of her tears, appeared even more enchanting. Unable to resist, Qin Chao leaned in, planting a soft kiss upon her flawless skin. "Mm." Zhu Yu responded softly, her smile brightening like the sun emerging after a storm. Her heart felt as sweet as honey, as if she had finally grasped the emotions of the heroines in romantic novels. Observing her blissful expression, Qin Chao smiled, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Engaging with such a naive girl was indeed exhausting, as it required constant guessing and understanding of her feelings. He mused that perhaps older women were preferable. They possessed knowledge and intuition, responding to unspoken cues effortlessly. Yet, recognizing Zhu Yu's innocence, he realized that fostering their emotional connection might also yield two treasure chests. With this newfound perspective, Qin Chao decided to indulge the young girl, embracing the enchanting experience of love. After all, those destined for greatness often bore the burden of labor, be it on the ground or in the realm of romance. He silently lamented. Chapter 83. The third appointment at the Hongyan Grand Hotel, darling. Shall we go? I'll take you back to the office, Qin Zhao murmured softly. The hour was growing late, and the young lady still had work to attend to in the afternoon. Since Zhu Yu was a relatively simple and traditional girl, the progression of their relationship would undoubtedly be gradual. He resolved to take things one step at a time. Sound great? Zhu Yu's face radiated with joy and delight as she chirped in response. She felt utterly satisfied today, having gained Qin Zhao's affection and solidified their relationship. Although there had been a few minor clouds along the way, they were primarily of her own making. She secretly vowed not to refuse his passionate kisses again in the future, for she understood that such rejection would surely wound her boyfriend's heart. 15 minutes later, the BMW arrived at the Fuin building. The young lady stamped a kiss on Qin Zhao's cheek before happily bounding into the building. Qin Zhao did not follow her inside. He had completed his errands and had no need to go to the office. With nothing further to occupy his time, he decided to return home for a nap. He started the car and drove towards Haixing Tiancheng. As for the master of trickery, there was no rush. He could contact him in the evening. After all, he was his benefactor and could summon him at any time. Upon returning home, Qin Zhao washed his face briefly, then collapsed onto the sofa, quickly succumbing to sleep. When he awoke again, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Habitually, he reached for his phone to scroll through Douyin and admire some beauties. Just as he opened the screen, several unread WeChat messages caught his attention. "Classmate, Qin Zhao, are you there? Classmate, I'm off work now. Are you free? Let's go out for dinner and chat. Classmate, why aren't you replying? You're not purposely ignoring me, are you?" The messages were sent at different times, with approximately 10 minutes between each. The first message had been sent at 5 o'clock. Ah, yes. She had mentioned going out for dinner before leaving that morning. It finally dawned on Qin Zhao. He was quite pleased to reconnect with his tall, alluring, and dramatically transformed middle school classmate, Li Jiaqian, and reminisce about their youthful days. He picked up his phone and typed a response. "Qin, sorry. I just woke up from my nap." "Qin, sure. Where shall we eat? It's on me. You choose the place." The reply came back almost instantly. "Classmate, great. I'll send you the restaurant address shortly." Concise and straightforward, with no unnecessary pleasantries, Qin Zhao mused silently about her generous character. After so many years apart, he didn't know much about the personality of his former classmate, and he could only gradually discern it through their upcoming interactions. He was genuinely curious about how the short-haired, freckled girl from middle school had blossomed into such a statuesque urban beauty. Although it was said that girls change dramatically as they grow, her transformation seemed almost surreal, and even the freckles on her face had vanished, possibly concealed by makeup. He hadn't observed her closely that morning, but he intended to take a good look during dinner. Men, after all, remain youthful at heart, and they have an insatiable curiosity for matters that pique their interest. Chen, sounds good. After sending that message, Chen Zhao set his phone down and hummed a tune as he strolled into the bathroom. He relieved himself on the luxurious toilet, then, feeling refreshed, began to undress. Although it was still early summer, the weather in Haicheng was already sweltering, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, making one prone to sweating. Given that he was dining with a sultry urban beauty that evening, he felt it imperative to tidy himself up. Regardless of other conditions, a clean and well-groomed appearance would undoubtedly earn him favor in the eyes of women. No girl would find an unkempt and slovenly man appealing. If such a woman existed, she would either be blind or the man would possess some exceptional charm. After a quick, refreshing shower, Chen Zhao emerged from the bathroom draped in a soft bath towel. After more than half a month of training, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had developed a tall, robust frame, an athletic build, broad shoulders and narrow waist, and long legs. He had fully acquired the basic attributes of a handsome man. His chest muscles were slightly pronounced, and although his abs had yet to fully emerge, their outline was beginning to show, while the previous slight paunch had completely vanished. Gazing at his reflection in the full-length mirror, a smile crept across Chen Zhao's face. Unable to contain his joy, in just over half a month, if he persisted for a few more months, allowing his chest and abs to fully develop, coupled with his tall and striking figure, he could hardly fathom the extent of his allure. Even if he were to find himself impoverished with his looks and physique, it would be a cinch to become a kept man, living off the generosity of wealthy women. As he reveled in these thoughts, a sudden WeChat notification interrupted his reverie. He stepped closer, picked up his phone from the table, and opened the message. Classmate, Hongyan Grand Hotel. Map. It was the restaurant address sent by Li Jiaqian. Once again, it was the Hongyan Grand Hotel, and Chen Zhao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. This was the third time he had arranged to dine there. What a peculiar twist of fate. His first visit was for a university reunion in Haicheng, where he had encountered his campus belle, Shen Fan. The second was with the family of his former neighbor, Qin Yuandao, where he had met his childhood crush, the inspiring teacher, Li Fang. And now, he was meeting his middle school classmate here again. Indeed, this restaurant seemed to be his lucky star. Chen Zhao found himself lost in delightful musings. Each time he dined there, a beautiful woman had crossed his path. Chen, okay. After responding, Chen Zhao stepped into his bedroom's dressing area to select his outfit for the evening. As his looks and physique had improved, so too had his taste in clothing. As the saying goes, Buddhism relies on gold adornments, while people rely on clothing. A good outfit significantly enhances a man's appeal. However, glancing at his closet, which was nearly empty except for a few pieces of clothing, Chen Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had shopped with Shin Madong at the Wanshan Center last time, they had only acquired a few casual outfits and 2 suits. Given his current status, those clothes were woefully inadequate and did not match his taste. Clearly, he needed to seize an opportunity to indulge in some serious shopping. Chen Zhao stroked his chin, musing aloud. Who should I take along? Tianjing? Shin Madong? I've got it. His eyes sparkled as a brilliant idea took shape in his mind. He nearly forgot about his close confidants, Zhou Jia and Qia. They could accompany him. Both were mature women, whose mindset would surely be more relaxed than that of younger girls, free from jealousy. As long as he spent wisely, they would likely be more than happy to join him. With this thought, Chen Zhao's gaze brightened even further, giving himself a mental thumbs up for this splendid idea. Chapter 84. The cool and distant beauty takes the initiative to approach before the expansive floor-to-ceiling mirror in the cloakroom. Chen Zhao contemplated his appearance for a while before ultimately opting for a combination of a white t-shirt and loose light blue jeans. having swiftly changed into his attire. He stood before the mirror, offering a subtle smile that revealed his immaculate white teeth. The handsome figure reflected back at him, returned the gesture with an equally polite smile. Clad in luxurious LV casual wear, with a tall and robust physique, strikingly handsome features, and a captivating smile, he exuded the aura of a dashing and well-bred young gentleman. A slight smirk graced Qin Zhao's lips, reflecting his satisfaction. He was no longer the inconspicuous individual he once was. After a mere fortnight apart, he had transformed entirely. Money, indeed, cultivates a person, he mused. Without the system, he could never have attained this present state. He might still be toiling away as an ordinary employee, saving to return home and secure a loan for a house, becoming yet another mortgage slave. Perhaps he would have been searching for a partner, raising children, and leading a mundane life just like the majority. He silently expressed gratitude to the system for his fortunes, bowing in a gesture of sincerity. Remember to diligently complete the main quest. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, yet there was a subtle shift in tone. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Was it possible that the system truly wished to assume a paternal role? Regardless, he shrugged off the notion. After all, the system was proving to be more benevolent than his biological father, so having an additional figure to care for him was hardly a disadvantage. Upon arriving at the Hongyan Grand Hotel, the clock had just struck 6:15 p.m. This was the peak hour for evening commutes, the roads congested and bustling with people, and it took him over 20 minutes to traverse a mere 3 kilometers to the hotel. He deftly parked his car in the hotel's designated parking area and made his way towards the entrance. Prior to leaving, he had arranged to meet Li Jieqi in the hotel lobby to discuss their plans for the evening. The early summer evening in Haicheng was long and bright, and even at this hour, the sky remained illuminated. The distance from the parking lot to the hotel entrance was not far, approximately 300 to 400 meters. As he walked, he noticed the gaze of passers-by, occasionally lingering on him, filled with admiration. "Wow, Shaoan, did you see that handsome guy? He is so good-looking and has a great physique. He is definitely my type," a sweet-faced young lady exclaimed to her tall and cool companion, her face beaming with excitement. She hadn't anticipated encountering such an attractive young man while out dining with her friend, and truthfully, she felt a flutter of attraction. "He is indeed quite handsome. What are you waiting for? Just go ask for his WeChat," the cool beauty encouraged. I'm a bit shy," the young lady admitted, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, feeling bashful. "Don't be such a coward. Just wait here, I'll go ask for it," her friend chided, striding confidently towards Qin Zhao, her long legs carrying her with purpose. Wu approached him, tapping him gently on the shoulder. "Excuse me, handsome, could I have your WeChat?" she asked with casual boldness. She gestured towards her friend, standing a short distance away, explaining, "My friend would like to add you, but she's too shy to come over, so I'm helping her out." Surprised by the tap on his shoulder, Qin Zhao turned slowly, his eyes meeting the striking visage of a beautiful woman. She had sharp features, was tall, and wore a black suit complemented by a pure white t-shirt, exuding an air of aloof elegance that seemed somewhat intimidating. She was indeed attractive, but he realized he did not recognize her. As he processed her words, the realization dawned on him. She was there to request his WeChat on behalf of her friend. "Well, look at that. Even I have a day where beautiful women ask for my WeChat." Qin Zhao felt a surge of inexplicable pride. Such scenarios typically belonged in novels. Yet here he was, experiencing it firsthand. Regaining his composure, he followed her finger to glimpse her friend nearby. Dressed in a uniform-like short skirt reminiscent of an elite academy, she had a sweet countenance, was petite, around 164 centimeters, and her figure was notably slender, accentuated by her generous bust. Qin Zhao found himself slightly concerned for her well-being. "All right, I'll add you," he replied with a courteous smile, accepting the situation. Both women were indeed striking, and it was a rare opportunity not to be missed. After all, he had a main quest to fulfill, and this felt like a serendipitous gift. "Let me add you," he affirmed, and upon receiving his consent, Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with delight, the chill in her demeanor thawing somewhat. She had feared a rejection that would have been embarrassing in front of her friend, subjecting her to ridicule. "Great," she exclaimed, successfully adding him as a friend. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." "Goodbye." "Goodbye," he replied, hastening towards the entrance of the hotel, where he had already spotted the alluring figure of Li Jieqi. Wu sauntered back to her friend, opening the newly added WeChat conversation with a triumphant smirk. "Look, I got him added, you useless thing," she teased. Hearing her friend's words, Chun-Li's face lit up with joy as she enveloped Wu in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "You're the best. I'm so lucky to have you. Now that you know, you owe me dinner tonight. Of course, you can order anything you want." "Really? Then I'll go wild with my choices." Wu grinned mischievously, fully aware of Chun-Li's financial situation, teasing her friend. My funds are a bit tight. Please be mindful," Chun-Li replied shyly, a hint of crimson coloring her cheeks. "Don't worry, I know exactly how much you have. Let us just enjoy some spicy hot pot tonight. It's been ages since we had it," Wu said, casting a fond glance at her friend, her eyes softening with affection. Chun-Li's innocent and cheerful nature reminded Wu of a child who had yet to grow up. "You're the best. Having you as a friend makes me so happy." Chun-Li stepped forward, planting a heartfelt kiss on Wu's cheek, genuinely grateful for her friendship. "Just remember to cherish me." The two shared playful banter, their camaraderie radiating warmth and joy, and the cool, distant Fa Wu and typically war vanished in the presence of her dear friend. Chapter 85: The Power of Wealth. Upon catching sight of the elegant silhouette at the hotel entrance, Qin Zhao hastened to her side. Li Jiaqian was attired in the same outfit he had observed earlier in the parking lot of Fuyin Building, a sleek black silk OL uniform, embodying the quintessential urban beauty. It was evident that she had come directly from work and had not returned home to change. "Hello, middle school classmate. I apologize for my tardiness," Qin Zhao greeted simply. "No worries, handsome. Good looks come with privileges," Li Jiaqian replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mirth as she jested. Qin Zhao's attire was notably different from what she had seen earlier. It took her by surprise and made her heart race, silently exclaiming how handsome he looked. He donned a simple white t-shirt and jeans, perfectly accentuating his broad shoulders, slim waist, and long legs, complemented by his strikingly handsome face. Li Jiaqian felt her heart flutter further. During the first 2 years of middle school, she had been short and plump, with freckles dotting her face, rendering her presence rather insignificant among her peers, and few girls wanted to befriend her. Only this academically gifted deskmate had never looked down on her. He frequently chatted and played with her during breaks and patiently tutored her in studies, leading to her remarkable academic improvement and eventual acceptance into her desired high school. Li Jiaqian had realized back then that the seeds of affection had already taken root in her heart, planted firmly by him. Although they had been separated in high school, she had never forgotten her feelings for him. This sentiment remained unchanged to this day. Her diligent studies and efforts to enhance her appearance were all in pursuit of the moment she could stand before him proudly and confess her feelings. "Thank heavens for this reunion," she thought. "Haha, you're quite the beauty yourself." Qin Zhao chuckled at her playful remark, engaging in a light-hearted exchange. To be fair, it wasn't mere flattery. They were indeed a pair of strikingly attractive individuals. "Let us not linger at the entrance any longer. Shall we dine and converse inside?" Li Jiaqian suggested, noticing the admiring glances from passers-by. It was unavoidable. 2 individuals, both rated above 90 in attractiveness, conversing at the entrance of Hongyan Grand Hotel was a sight to behold. "Very well, let us proceed," he agreed as they walked side by side into the restaurant. A striking contrast was evident. He, dapper and sharp, and she, tall and graceful, perfectly matched in appearance. As they approached the entrance, a female server in a black uniform greeted them with a polite smile. "Good evening, sir and madam. How many are dining, and do you have a reservation?" "Just the 2 of us." "No reservation," Li Jiaqian replied with composure. She had chosen not to reserve a private room, as it was merely the 2 of them dining. And Qin Zhao had insisted on treating her. She genuinely wished to save him money, even though he likely had ample resources. "Very well, please follow me. We have seating available in the main hall," the server said, slightly bowing her head as she led the way. They quickly followed her. The dining area was bustling with patrons, laughter mingling with clinking glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing the crowded surroundings and the cacophony of voices, Qin Zhao furrowed his brow and turned to Li Jiaqian, asking, "Is it too noisy? Would you prefer to dine in a private room?" Hearing the words of her middle school crush, the poised urban beauty nodded with a smile. "Whatever you say." She had no desire to oppose anything he suggested, wanting to comply unconditionally. Moreover, the hall was indeed rather loud, and the unwanted glances from certain onlookers made her feel quite uncomfortable. She silently regretted not having made a reservation for a private room earlier. "Excuse me," Qin Zhao called out to the server ahead, raising his voice above the din, fearful she might not hear him. "Yes. How can I assist you?" The server turned, curious. "Are there any private rooms available? We would like a switch," he inquired. "I apologize, sir, but all our private rooms are fully booked for the evening," the server replied, her demeanor slightly awkward. "Then please summon your manager. I need to speak with him." Qin Zhao maintained his composure, speaking coolly. He found changing restaurants at this point too cumbersome. He couldn't fathom that his financial prowess wouldn't secure a private room. "Of course, please hold on," the server said before hurrying to the back of the restaurant. Shortly after, she returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a black suit. This man sported black-rimmed glasses, with a slightly plump visage and meticulously combed hair. His eyes glinting with shrewdness, clearly a person of finesse in handling matters. He approached Qin Zhao with a courteous smile. "Good evening, sir. I am a manager of Hongyan Grand Hotel. How may I assist you?" "I wish to reserve a private room, but the server informed me there are none available." "I sincerely apologize, sir, but all our private rooms are indeed booked for the evening," the manager replied. Qin Zhao rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Is there truly no room that could be made available? I am willing to pay double the price." He recalled a video he had seen on Douyin, wherein a food blogger mentioned that such establishments often reserve a few private rooms for unforeseen circumstances. Though he wasn't entirely sure of the specifics, he wished to test this theory. The sight of Qin Zhao appearing affluent and unconcerned about money brightened the manager's eyes. "We do have 2 private rooms reserved for the owner, typically used for special guests, and are not open to the public. However," he added, "I can make a call to consult with the owner if you would like." "Go ahead," Qin Zhao gestured, permitting him to seek approval. The manager swiftly stepped to a quiet corner, dialing a number. From Qin Zhao's viewpoint, he could only see the man's lips moving, presumably describing the situation to the owner. Before long, the manager returned, a smile of delight gracing his face. "Sir, our owner has agreed. Please come with me." "Excellent," Qin Zhao replied, turning to Li Jiaqian with a smile of triumph, as if to say, "Behold the might of wealth." Understanding the intent behind Qin Zhao's expression, the tall urban beauty rolled her eyes playfully, throwing him a teasing glance. Together, they followed the slightly portly manager towards the private room. Chapter 86. Thank you for remembering me. Following the manager, they entered the private room, where they sat facing each other. Qin Zhao turned his head, surveying the opulent surroundings. The splendid chandelier illuminated the space, the smooth, textured marble floor gleamed, and a high-end solid with dining table and chairs exuded an air of sophistication. All of these elements spoke to the luxury and prestige of this room, clearly designed for the elite. It was evident that this was a private space reserved for influential guests, Qin Zhao mused. The manager, with a polite smile, addressed him, "Mr. Qin, I shall take my leave now. Please feel free to call upon me if you require anything." His smile was sincere, even tinged with a hint of respect. "Thank you for your assistance, Manager Jiang," Qin Zhao replied with a slight smile, expressing his gratitude. "Not at all, Mr. Qin, you're too kind. It's my duty," Manager Jiang said, nodding slightly before exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, he instructed the waiting waitress, "Please attend to Mr. Qin well. He is a distinguished guest of our establishment." "Yes, Manager," the waitress replied, standing up straight and nodding seriously. The waitress respectfully presented 2 menus, and after a brief discussion, they each selected 2 signature dishes from the restaurant. Since there were only 2 of them, Qin Zhao refrained from ordering an excessive amount of food, understanding the disgrace of waste, especially when it came to food. After collecting their menus, the waitress hurriedly exited to place their order. In a luxurious private room, only the 2 of them remained, gazing at one another. "Handsome, I'm truly enjoying this luxury with you today. It's my first time in such an extravagant room," Li Jiaqian remarked, her finely arched eyebrows raising slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. Haha, to be honest, it's my first time as well. I only learned about the unspoken rules of such establishments through TikTok, Chen Fan replied, a radiant smile adorning his face. Although he had dined at the Hongyan Grand Restaurant twice before, it had always been in the standard halls, which were far from the grandeur of this reserved space. My old classmate, it's been so long since we last met. You've done quite well for yourself, haven't you? Is there a fortune in your family? Li Jiaqian teased, her expression mischievous. Upon hearing the question from his former middle school deskmate, who had blossomed into a city beauty, Chen Fan felt an urge to retort, "What fortune? I have a system." However, that thought remained a mere fantasy in his mind. Instead, he stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, "Not really, just fortunate enough to earn some money." Chen Fan felt it unnecessary to boast in front of Li Jiaqian, considering how long it had been since they last met. Encountering each other in Haicheng was already a stroke of fate. Truly a scholar, you were the standout in class back then, and you continue to shine, Li Jiaqian remarked. Her gaze fixed on Chen Fan's handsome features, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief pause, she added, "Did you know that since the first year of middle school, there was a girl in our class who liked you? She still does." "Really? Who?" Chen Fan's mouth fell open in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. To be honest, he struggled to remember the names of many of his middle school classmates. If a name were mentioned, he might not recall her face. "Guess," Li Jiaqian teased, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mischief. "How can I guess? I barely remember those classmates," Chen Fan replied, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Here's a hint. She is not tall, has a few freckles, and is a bit plump," Li Jiaqian said with a smile, her dynamic eyes fixed on Chen Fan. Filled with anticipation, her heart raced with a mix of excitement and anxiety. She feared that Chen Fan might have forgotten her middle school appearance entirely. Upon hearing Li Jiaqian's description, Chen Fan instantly understood who she was referring to. "Isn't it you?" he queried, astonished. "You like me since the first year?" His internal surprise grew. He had never been aware of such feelings. Back in school, he thought she was a pleasant deskmate with whom he enjoyed conversing. She struggled academically and would seek his help, and he assisted her out of camaraderie. Little did he know that this simple act of kindness had left such a profound impact on her, leading her to harbor feelings for him since the first year. To have a girl like you for over a decade without changing her feelings is a testament to a fervent affection. Chen Fan took a deep breath, feeling touched. He didn't answer immediately, pretending to ponder. "I think I know who it is." "Who?" Li Jiaqian's eyes brightened, eager for his response. "It's..." Chen Fan's brow furrowed, his expression uncertain. His hesitation dimmed Li Jiaqian's hopeful gaze, leaving her feeling disappointed and somewhat heartbroken. Had it all been one-sided? The thought that he might not even remember her middle school self made her heart ache. It's a tall, beautiful woman in a professional outfit. Chen Fan's warm and magnetic voice reached Li Jiaqian's ears, causing her eyes to widen in sudden joy, her excitement palpable. Without hesitation, she stood up, pulled out her wooden chair, and in a few swift steps approached Chen Fan. Overwhelmed, she leaped into his arms, exclaiming, thank you for remembering me. I'm so happy. You have no idea how much I like you." Li Jiaqian buried her face in Chen Fan's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, tears of joy spilling forth. "I was so insecure back then that I couldn't confess to you. I could only bury myself in my studies. After getting into college, I committed to skincare and fitness. I've worked so hard to transform myself, all to present a beautiful and confident version of myself to you. I didn't want to feel inferior anymore." Her tone was sincere as she recounted her experiences and feelings for him over the years. Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Chen Fan felt a warmth in his eyes and a stirring in his heart. He wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her hair. A sense of tenderness welled up within him for this foolishly devoted girl. Was it worth it all these years? Chen Fan asked. "Absolutely, it was worth every moment. There were times when I almost gave up, but thinking of your face gave me strength," Li Jiaqian responded, her smile brightening as she felt the gentle caress on her hair, her heart swelling with sweetness, akin to sipping honey. Having finally expressed her long-hidden feelings to the one who mattered, she wondered how he would respond, feeling a mix of uncertainty and hope. However, it seemed that things were moving in a positive direction. Chapter 87. Thank you, Jiaqian. After expressing her fervent emotions, Li Jiaqian gazed at the tear-stained shoulder of Qin Chao, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had soaked his clothes with her tears. In the throes of emotion, she felt no embarrassment, but as she regained her composure, a wave of shyness washed over her, making it difficult to face Qin Chao. After all, they had just reunited after a long separation, and to pour out her heart so openly felt quite shameful. Li Jiaqian thought to herself. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but found herself unable to utter a complete sentence. Although her feelings for Qin Chao were profound, he remained relatively unfamiliar to her. They needed to communicate and deepen their connection before pursuing a more intimate relationship. Fortunately, it seemed that Qin Chao did not harbor any dislike for her and even held some affection. That was enough. After offering her comfort, Qin Chao found himself at a loss for words. It would be inappropriate to suggest a hotel room for such a first meeting with a middle school classmate. That would be utterly disgraceful. The weight of her feelings after all these years was significant. In this restless society, to encounter such genuine and fervent emotions was something Qin Chao did not wish to take lightly. Despite her beauty and admirable figure, the years apart had created a slight sense of estrangement between them. Thus, Qin Chao resolved to allow both her and himself some time to gradually get to know each other, waiting until they felt the right moment to deepen their relationship. In a lavish private room, an unexpected silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their breathing. "Sir, the dishes have arrived." The voice of the female waiter shattered the tranquility as she briskly entered the room, followed by 3 other waitstaff, each carrying a beautifully presented dish. "The dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal." After placing the dishes on the table, the female waiter bowed slightly to Qin Chao, followed by her colleagues, who also inclined their heads in respect before exiting the room in an orderly manner. "All right, let us take our seats and enjoy the meal." Qin Chao smiled gently at Li Jiaqian. Li Jiaqian nodded bashfully, returning to her seat in her high heels. Once seated, she lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Qin Chao's eyes. After wrestling with her thoughts for some time, she finally mustered the courage to steal a glance at Qin Chao. She found his bright, profound eyes quietly fixed on her, a hint of teasing reflected in his gaze, causing her to quickly avert her eyes, akin to a startled rabbit. Seeing Li Jiaqian's timid demeanor, Qin Chao couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You know, my former middle school desk mate is quite adorable, a stark contrast to her usual dressing style. Let us eat before the dishes cool down," Qin Chao said gently, deciding to refrain from teasing the urban beauty any further. He reached for the exquisitely arranged dishes before him, savoring each bite. The tender, springy texture was delightful, and the flavors exceeded his expectations. No wonder this restaurant was so popular. Qin Chao understood the reason. "Here, try this. It's delicious." Qin Chao rotated the glass turntable, bringing the dish to Li Jiaqian's side. She picked up her chopsticks and carefully selected a small piece, savoring the flavors as she chewed slowly. "It truly is delicious." After finishing, her eyes lit up, and she took another piece. The two quietly relished their meal, exchanging a few words now and then, the atmosphere shifting from the earlier stillness to a warm and cheerful ambience. An hour later, having enjoyed their meal, the two walked side by side along the street outside the restaurant. The gentle evening breeze of early summer caressed their cheeks, bringing a sense of comfort. "Jiaqian, do you work near the Fuyin building?" Qin Chao recalled seeing her in the parking lot that morning and asked with curiosity. "Yes, I work on the 15th floor at Jingxiu Design as a designer," Li Jiaqian replied, her brow slightly raised with a hint of pride. "A designer? How impressive!" Qin Chao exclaimed, a look of surprise in his eyes. He was somewhat familiar with the design industry, knowing it required experience and talent. Typically, fresh graduates spent years honing their skills before qualifying for such a position. For someone like Li Jiaqian to become a designer shortly after graduation was rare, indicating she either possessed extraordinary talent or had received some international accolades, allowing her to bypass the usual process. Either way, it was evident that this tall, urban beauty had put in exceptional effort. After all, she was likely the same age as Qin Xiao, only 24. And you? What do you do now? Li Jiaqian asked in return, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She wished to learn everything about him, his job, his whereabouts, his family background. I started an internet fashion company and am my own boss, but the company is still in the preparatory stages, Qin Xiao replied with a calm demeanor. Wow, that's amazing. A true scholar among us ordinary people. Li Jiaqian's eyes widened, a sparkle of admiration flashing within them. Although she knew Qin Xiao drove a BMW and likely didn't lack financial resources, she was astonished to learn he had started his own company, far surpassing his peers. Initially, she felt a sense of pride in being a designer at such a young age, only to realize there was someone even more impressive. However, Li Jiaqian believed this was only natural. In her eyes, Qin Xiao had always been the most outstanding, whether in middle school, now, or in the future. It's just luck. Qin Xiao waved his hand modestly. Without the system, he would merely be an average individual, far from Li Jiaqian's current position. Thankfully, he had encountered her only after acquiring the system. Had he met her in his previous state, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Qin Xiao thought quietly. Luck is a form of strength as well. In my heart, you will always be the most exceptional. Stars sparkled in Li Jiaqian's eyes. She had always viewed Qin Xiao as the academic prodigy from middle school, intelligent, patient, and remarkable. Her face radiated blind trust in him. Thank you, Jiaqian. Qin Xiao paused, reaching out to gently touch Li Jiaqian's smooth cheek. A wave of warmth surged within him. Having someone who unconditionally supports and cares for you is truly a beautiful thing. Chapter 88. The enchanting Zhou Lan, no need to thank me. The gentle caress from Qin Xiao left Li Jiaqian somewhat overwhelmed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The Qin Xiao before her was markedly different from the one she remembered from middle school, not only in appearance but also in his tone of voice and mannerisms. It seemed not only women undergo transformations as they mature, but men do as well. Now, he stood tall and handsome, exuding a warm charm that was somewhat flamboyant. Li Jiaqian found herself increasingly captivated by him. Well, it's getting late. Let us call it a night. Qin Xiao withdrew his hand from her face and smiled warmly at her. Though reluctant, Li Jiaqian nodded absent-mindedly. After all, it was their first reunion, and it would be appropriate to linger too long. They could take their time. She could invite him out for meals and outings more often in the future. If all else fails, there's always WeChat. She could pester him daily, and surely she would win him over. The urban beauty mused silently. Did you drive here? Would you like me to give you a ride home? She longed to say she hadn't driven, but instead, Li Jiaqian nodded, indicating that she had indeed come by car. Then goodbye. Let us arrange to meet again. We can chat on WeChat. Qin Xiao waved goodbye and turned toward the parking lot of the restaurant. Goodbye. See you next time. Watching Qin Xiao's tall and upright figure recede into the distance, Li Jiaqian's lips pressed together, her eyes filled with a poignant sense of longing. It wasn't until he vanished from view that she began to walk towards her own car. She had parked in the hotel's lot, but had chosen a nearby roadside space. Regret washed over her. If only she had parked in the lot. She could have spent more time with Qin Xiao. How foolish of me, she chided herself inwardly. 15 minutes later, a sleek black BMW 330 glided into the underground garage of Haisheng Tiancheng. After parking in his designated spot, Qin Xiao stepped out of the vehicle. He took the B1 elevator to the ground level and leisurely strolled through the community. At this moment, early summer graced the air with its coolness, a gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks, making him feel utterly at ease. The interior of Haisheng Tiancheng boasted picturesque scenery, abundant greenery, and excellent air quality. Furthermore, there was a sprawling outdoor swimming pool freely available for the residents' enjoyment. As he passed by, the cheerful sounds of children playing in the pool reached his ears. Turning to glance, he saw several little ones frolicking in the water, their innocent laughter ringing like the sweet chimes of wind bells. Qin Xiao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. If only he could swim, he would have jumped in to join their carefree antics. The blissful days of youth, devoid of worries, were undoubtedly the simplest and happiest times of life. As one grows older, the weight of unhappiness seems to increase. Chen Chao reflected silently. He continued on his way, turning left at the upcoming intersection towards Building 2. Home was just ahead. At that moment, a figure brushed past him, colliding into him with some force, causing him to stumble slightly. A surge of anger flared within Chen Chao, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. However, before he could utter a word, a sultry and mature voice reached his ears. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you hurt?" Turning to face the source of the voice, he found a stunningly attractive woman clad in a sensual bikini, draped with a white towel over her shoulders, her eyes expressing concern. Her exquisite features and curvaceous figure, embellished with just a hint of softness around her midsection, exuded an air of respectability and allure, reminiscent of characters from films of a certain island. The moment he laid eyes on this captivating woman, Chen Chao's anger dissipated entirely. Clearing his throat, he replied, "It's all right. I'm fine. Just be careful when walking. Rushing can lead to accidents." Hearing his words, the woman visibly relaxed, gazing into Chen Chao's eyes. Her smile brightened. "You're such a nice guy. Thank you for your understanding." With that, she extended her hand towards him. "I'm Zhou Lan. I live on the 19th floor of Building 2. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Lan felt an inexplicable fondness for this young man. His tall, handsome stature and remarkable presence made her eager to know him better. Chen Chao took her hand, smiling slightly. "Hello, I'm Chen Chao. Coincidentally, I live right above you." "Oh, really? What a coincidence." Zhou Lan's eyes widened in surprise, astonished to discover that the charming young man she had bumped into was her neighbor. Such fate. Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Perhaps this is destiny. Chen Chao replied with a gentle smile, exuding a refined demeanor. "In that case, shall we exchange WeChat? As neighbors, it's nice to connect and help each other out." "Sure, you can scan my code." Chen Chao retrieved his phone, opening the QR code. In an instant, they became WeChat friends. "Considering your youth, may I call you Little Chen?" Zhou Lan asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course. Then I shall call you Sister Zhou." At that moment, Chen Chao's thoughts were crystal clear. Calling her sister Zhou seemed too mature. Addressing her as sister would be more flattering, given her alluring presence. "Oh, Little Chen, you're quite the charmer. I'm over 30. How can I still be called sister?" Although she said this, Zhou Lan's radiant smile betrayed her delight. "Ah, Sister Zhou, you're 30? You look barely in your 20s, even younger than I am." Chen Chao feigned astonishment, thoroughly enjoying the banter. To be honest, while he had many female acquaintances, he had never engaged with a mature beauty like Zhou Lan, and his interest was piqued. Not to mention, she was undeniably beautiful, with an appealing figure that would easily score above 85 in attractiveness. The only slight imperfection was a modest softness around her midriff, which was entirely acceptable for a woman of her maturity. "Oh, Little Chen, you flatter me. I'm far from as youthful as you claim." Zhou Lan playfully tapped his shoulder with her delicate hand, a slight blush tinting her cheeks. As she did so, she felt the firmness of Chen Chao's arm, deepening her blush. Clearly, the physique beneath that white t-shirt was quite impressive. "It's true, Sister Zhou, when we walk together, no one would be able to distinguish who is older." Chen Chao raised an eyebrow, a cheeky smile gracing his lips. Mature women possess an undeniable charm. Every gesture and smile exudes an alluring magnetism. He felt optimistic about the potential for a connection with Zhou Lan, though he wondered about her personal circumstances. If she were married, he would certainly refrain from intruding. Living in the same upscale community, she was undoubtedly someone of distinction. It was best to tread carefully. Chapter 89. Would you like to come down to my house and taste it? Just as Chen Chao and Zhou Lan were engrossed in their conversation, a shout echoed from the pool. Mom, a 7 or 8-year-old girl, adorned with a swimming ring, was sitting at the edge of the pool, gazing in their direction. Both of them heard the call simultaneously. Chen Chao's expression remained unchanged, as it was within his expectations. It was quite normal for Zhou Lan, at her age, to have a child. The absence of one would have been more peculiar. Zhou Lan smiled apologetically at Chen Chao and turned to respond. "Chen, Mommy will be right there, just wait for me." After addressing her daughter, she hastily said to Chen Chao, "Little Chen, My daughter is calling for me. I must go now. Let us chat on WeChat later." With that, she gracefully strode towards her daughter, her voluptuous legs moving in a rhythm that was both captivating and enchanting. "All right, Sister Zhou," Qin Chao said, not looking back as he made his way home. He felt a twinge of hesitation. If Zhou Lan indeed had a husband, he decided it was best to retreat. Although he was quite fond of this alluring woman, he considered himself a person of moral integrity and could not engage in such morally reprehensible behavior. He understood the principle of preserving the sanctity of marriage. Before long, Qin Chao arrived at the 20th floor via the elevator. He pushed open the sleek, black armored door and entered his spacious apartment, having changed into slippers at the entrance. He moved to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Gulping it down, he finally quenched his thirst. Perhaps the restaurant used too much seasoning today. "My tongue feels a bit numb," Qin Chao murmured to himself. At that moment, the notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Buzzing, Qin Chao picked up his phone and opened WeChat. To his surprise, it was not a message from a friend, but rather a friend request. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced it was likely one of the two girls who had asked for his WeChat earlier that afternoon near the Hongyan Grand Restaurant. He recalled that the one who asked was somewhat aloof and elegant, so this must be the other girl in a JK uniform style. After a brief pause, Qin Chao accepted the friend request. Soon, a message popped up in the chat window. A little bowly. "Hello, I'm sorry to disturb you. May I get to know you?" From her message, it was evident that this girl was somewhat introverted and shy. Without hesitation, Qin Chao replied, "Of course. I'm delighted to meet you." The reply came back almost instantly. "A little bowly. My name is Chun-Li. I'm 21 years old, a Gemini." Upon reading her self-introduction, Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback, sensing a jolt of awkwardness. This girl must be attempting to flirt for the first time. Her formulaic approach to conversation was undeniably uncomfortable. If this were in person, the awkwardness would be palpable enough to fill an entire apartment. Despite his inner turmoil, Qin Chao refrained from discouraging the young lady. He understood that her shy disposition likely meant her self-esteem was fragile, and a direct rejection would wound her tender spirit. After some reflection, he decided to tease her gently. "Qin, I'm Qin Chao. I have a penchant for beautiful women." If he were to engage in such stilted banter, their conversation would likely come to a swift end. Before long, Chun-Li responded, "A little bowly, so am I considered beautiful?" See? The conversation was starting to flow. In dialogues between men and women, it is crucial for one party to initiate a topic, which can then be expanded upon. This is the essence of proper communication. Qin Chao smirked and typed back, "Qin, I didn't take a good look this evening. Perhaps we could meet in person sometime, so I can truly see you." He could easily envision the blush that would grace her cheeks upon receiving that message. The silence that followed was prolonged, and Qin Chao glanced at the time, contemplating a shower. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again. He opened WeChat to find that it was not the young girl messaging him, but Zhou Lan, who had just added him in the community. His heart leapt with excitement. Lan, little Qin, are you home?" Qin Chao quickly typed in response, as if fearing a delayed reply. "Qin, Sister Zhou, I'm home. Lan, I just returned as well. I bought fresh blueberries and strawberries. Would you like to come down and taste them?" Qin Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such bold words. Was there no one else at her home? What about her husband? He cautiously probed. "All right, Sister Zhou, is her husband not at home?" In Building 2, Apartment 1901, Zhou Lan sat on her luxurious imported sofa, clad in slightly snug loungewear that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She appeared radiant and irresistibly alluring in her seated posture. Glancing at Qin Chao's reply, a smile crept across her face as she murmured, "Coward." A man with desires, yet lacking the courage. Her thoughts drifted to her husband, and her expression dimmed. A few years prior, her spouse had perished in a tragic car accident, leaving her and their daughter, Zhu Qian, to rely on one another. Fortunately, her late husband had left behind a substantial fortune, allowing her and her daughter to lead a life free from financial worries. "Dear husband, are you well over there?" Zhou Lan whispered to herself. "I miss you dearly, and I feel so lonely. I'm struggling to manage on my own. Do you think it's all right for me to seek companionship?" Meanwhile, Qin Chao, with his head bowed and chin resting on his hands, was fixated on his phone screen. not allowing a moment to pass without checking. It had been 10 minutes since his last message, yet his phone remained silent. Perhaps his words had been too direct. The shy girl might have decided not to reply, but Qin Chao was unperturbed. His concern lay solely with Zhou Lan's response. Truth be told, he had been captivated by her from the moment they met. It was a case of infatuation at first sight. Zhou Lan's curvaceous figure and the allure of a mature woman ensnared him in a web of desire. None of his previous girlfriends, including the two saleswomen, possessed the enchanting charm that only a sophisticated woman like Zhou Lan could exude. A sense of restlessness coursed through him, akin to ants crawling beneath his skin. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Qin Chao swiftly grasped it and opened WeChat. Lan, my husband passed away several years ago. It's just me and my daughter at home. This message detonated in Qin Chao's heart like a depth charge, sending tumultuous waves surging through his emotions. Bingo! His eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and a grin of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He snapped his fingers and dashed out of his apartment, racing downstairs. Chapter 90. There's another beauty. A gentle knock resonated from the door of room 1901. Hearing the sound, Zhou Lan rose gracefully from the sofa, her long, curvaceous legs carrying her to the entrance, where she opened the door. Before her stood Qin Chao, clad in a pure white t-shirt, his lower half adorned with loose-fitting beach shorts. The muscular definition of his calves exuded a sense of masculine strength. "Zhou Jia, I've come. Sorry for the intrusion," Qin Chao greeted with a warm smile. "Not at all. Xiao Qin, do come in." The beautiful Zhou Lan's face was illuminated by a tender smile. She bent down to retrieve a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Qin Chao's feet. Clad in slightly loose loungewear, her voluptuous figure and long legs were accentuated by the soft fabric, revealing an alluring curve that momentarily captivated Qin Chao's gaze. "This was my husband's, but he hardly wore it, so please don't mind," she said cautiously, a hint of shyness coloring her expression, as if worried Qin Chao might disapprove. "Not at all. Zhou Jia, I'll see if it fits." With that, Qin Chao set aside his own slippers and slipped into the men's pair. He took a few steps, finding them perfectly sized. "See, it fits just right," he said, smiling at Zhou Lan. "That's wonderful. Come in quickly." She beckoned him further inside, her steps graceful as she made her way to the kitchen. As Qin Chao entered the house, he took a moment to admire the decor and design of Zhou Lan's spacious apartment. The open layout, bright white marble floors, and tastefully arranged high-end furnishings imbued the space with a luxurious yet inviting ambience. A magnificent chandelier hung from the living room's ceiling, casting a warm, soft light that enveloped the room in a cozy atmosphere. He strolled into the living room and glanced around, spotting a sweet-faced little girl lazily reclining on a gray sofa, her eyes fixed on the enormous LCD television that played a children's program. The screen echoed with a youthful voice. Balala energy, magical transformation. The girl, utterly engrossed, was oblivious to Qin Chao's arrival. Just as he prepared to greet her, Zhou Lan approached with a glass of water, presenting it to him while her gaze affectionately lingered on the little girl. "Qian, don't you think this brother is handsome?" she called out, her voice infused with warmth. At the sound of her mother's words, the little girl, Zhu Qian, reluctantly shifted her attention from the television and turned to face Qin Chao. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up with delight, and she beamed, "Brother, you are so handsome." It seemed that the allure of a handsome man transcended age, and Qin Chao felt an inexplicable swell of pride. He approached the sofa, taking a seat beside her. "Hello, little one. You are quite adorable yourself. What is your name, and how old are you?" "I am Zhu Qian, and I'm 8 years old," she chirped, her youthful voice bright and clear. "Wow, 8 already. I bet you were in 2nd grade," he guessed. "Yes. How did you know?" Zhu Qian's face showed a hint of confusion, clearly intrigued. "Just a hunch." Qin Chao chatted with the little girl, and soon they became quite familiar. Perhaps due to the absence of male companionship at home, Zhu Qian seemed particularly fond of her charming older brother, chattering away with enthusiasm. Zhou Lan sat on the other side of Zhu Qian, her eyes sparkling with gentle affection as she watched them play. This scene warmed her heart, filling her with a sense of contentment and joy. Her admiration for Qin Chao deepened, and her gaze began to take on a more alluring quality. Her husband had been gone for several years, leaving her to raise their daughter alone. The two of them relied on each other in the midst of a tumultuous world. In the quiet of midnight, as she lay in bed alone, Zhoulan often felt the pangs of loneliness and emptiness. Despite her beauty, figure, and financial stability, she had turned away countless suitors over the years, prioritizing her daughter's well-being. She had remained chaste, even resorting to solitary comforts in moments of solitude. Yet now, with Qin Chao before her, her heart, usually tranquil, began to stir with emotion. "All right, it's getting late. Qian, you should head to bed. You have school tomorrow," Zhoulan said lightly, a hint of sternness gracing her features. As the sole parent, she played both the nurturing mother and the firm father. "Okay, mommy." Zhu Qian complied obediently, not contesting her mother's authority. She stood and leaned closer to Qin Chao, whispering, "Brother Qin Chao, I really like you. Will you come to my house to play often?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course, I like Qian too. I'll come often to play with you," Qin Chao replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, his smile genuine. "What were you two whispering about?" Zhoulan inquired, curiosity evident in her expression. "Nothing much. I'm just heading to bed," Zhu Qian said, her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly dashed into her bedroom, closing the door with a soft thud, leaving Qin Chao and Zhoulan alone in the living room. "What did she say to you?" Zhoulan asked, her gaze lingering on Qin Chao's striking features and deep, luminous eyes, her own cheeks warming with a blush. "She just asked me to come over often to play with her," Qin Chao explained, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "I must say, I have every reason to visit, for not only is there a little beauty here, but also a stunning one." Zhoulan felt her face flush a deeper shade of crimson at Qin Chao's bold flirtation, the warmth spreading to her neck. Her breath quickened as her heart raced. Chapter 91. Do you fancy beautiful women? At this moment, the living room of Suite 1901 in Building 2 of Haitian City is enveloped in a profound silence. A playful remark from Qin Zhao has ignited an intense passion within the beautiful woman, Zhoulan. This evening, she had invited Qin Zhao over, harboring a flicker of fantasy and anticipation, yearning for something to unfold between them. In her 30s, after enduring over 1,000 lonely nights, Zhoulan finds herself in an exceedingly unstable state, akin to a ticking time bomb. Qin Zhao's teasing remark serves as the detonator, instantly igniting her desires. She lifts her gaze, fixating intently on Qin Zhao, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion, her pearly white teeth gently nibbling her lower lip, exuding an astonishing allure. Her voice trembles slightly as she feigns composure, asking, "Do you fancy beautiful women?" Before her words can settle, a lithe figure lunges towards her. "Very much so." Qin Zhao steps forward, cradling her exquisite face in his hands, fiercely pressing his lips against her vibrant red ones. His breath quickens, his expression slightly feral, his handsome visage radiating a wild charm. Their lips entwine, and the air thickens with a tantalizing blend of intimacy and excitement that fills the spacious living room. Zhoulan's eyes glisten with longing, her demeanor sultry, her heart ablaze. She clings tightly to Qin Zhao's neck, reciprocating his passionate kiss. After a fervent exchange, they gradually pull apart, both breathless, gazing into each other's eyes, filled with yearning. Zhoulan, her gaze dreamy, reaches out to caress Qin Zhao's face, her lips parting softly. "Carry me inside." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao's eyes light up. He steps closer, one arm enveloping her neck while the other cradles her legs. Lifting her in a princess carry towards the master bedroom, she indicated. As they enter the spacious bedroom, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, the atmosphere brims with unspoken anticipation. Ding! The host has shattered the record for the quickest emotional connection since acquiring the system, successfully conquering a widow, marking a triumphant indulgence. The indulgence rating stands at 7 points. Reward: a Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6104G001 mechanical watch. Note: the system has integrated with reality, and all procedures for the watch have been completed. The host is to collect it from the Patek Philippe Center in Huangpu District, Magic City. Nearly 2 hours later, in the master bedroom, Qin Zhao leans against the headboard, his expression resolute, seemingly lost in contemplation. Beside him, the beautiful Zhou Lan lies quietly, recuperating. The bed is a chaotic array of clothing, shirts, pants, and socks strewn about, the air infused with a distinct fragrance reminiscent of heath flowers. At this moment, Qin Zhao immerses himself in the system. Following the conclusion of their passionate encounter, the count of ordinary blind box treasure chests in the system's warehouse has reached 2. Recalling the faint announcement from the system regarding a reward, he picks up his phone from the bedside table. He opens Baidu and searches for the Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6104G001 mechanical watch. Quickly, he discovers the price and details of the timepiece. 5 million. Qin Zhao's eyes widen, a radiant smile gracing his face. He had intended to purchase a watch to celebrate his new company's opening, and the system has graciously delivered a 5 million Patek Philippe just in time. Grateful for his benefactor, he silently vows for future endeavors. Outstanding completion of the task will naturally yield unexpected rewards. The system responds with its usual aloofness. Indeed, I shall ensure an outstanding performance, Qin Zhao declares with confidence, his demeanor exuding self-assurance. With his current standing, be it looks, physique, wealth, or status, he feels that conquering women will only become increasingly effortless. As his thoughts soar mature, sultry voice interrupts his reverie. Aren't you tired, Xiao Qin? It is Zhou Lan, a mature beauty who, after a brief rest, has begun to recover her strength. I'm fine. Sister Zhou, this is just the beginning. Qin Zhao replies with a mischievous grin, a hint of pride in his tone. His words evoke memories in Zhou Lan of their recent encounters, recalling the fierce expression on his face and the playful banter that accompanied their fervor, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. In a light-hearted gesture, she playfully swats at Qin Zhao, her touch gentle yet imbued with a sense of release. You're as stubborn as a mule. My body is about to fall apart. Do you not enjoy it? A smirk plays on Qin Zhao's lips as he leans closer. Doesn't it please you? Zhou Lan hesitates, her voice faltering as she finally admits, I like it. Her gaze drifts, lost in thought. I never imagined it could be so wonderful. As long as you're satisfied, Sister Zhou, your little brother is always eager to serve you, Qin Zhao responds, his smile warm and inviting. Not only is Zhou Lan content, but he too is immensely pleased. The allure of the 30-something Zhou Lan is undeniable. Her voluptuous figure and generous heart perfectly embrace him. It can only be said that they are well-matched, a harmonious pair. You little rascal, you just love to tease me. Zhou Lan rolls her eyes playfully, giving him a seductive glance. Men are only appealing when they possess a hint of mischief. No sooner has he spoken than a series of knocks resound on the master bedroom door. They exchange startled glances, a flicker of alarm passing between them. Zhou Lan takes a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Clearing her throat, she calls out, Qian Qian, is that you? Soon, a voice replies from the other side, Mommy, it's me. I can't sleep and want to sleep with you. With that, the doorknob begins to turn audibly. The little girl clearly intends to enter. However, the door remains closed. In their earlier haste, Qin Zhao had promptly locked it after carrying the beautiful woman inside. Thank goodness for my cleverness. Qin Zhao thinks to himself, why is the door locked, Mommy? Please open up. The little girl's voice grows anxious, tinged with urgency. Hearing this, Zhou Lan gently places a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She casts a glance at Qin Zhao, urging him to dress quickly. Qin Zhao nods slightly, indicating his understanding. He swiftly rises, donning his clothes with agility, moving quietly around the room on tiptoes. Chapter 92. Next time, Sister will accompany you on a date. In the spacious master bedroom, Zhou Lan rose from the bed, hastily gathering the scattered garments from the floor and slipping them on. A lingering flush of passion adorned her cheeks, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with allure, presenting her as irresistibly captivating. An experienced man would immediately infer the nature of her recent activities upon beholding her. With a flicker of her beautiful eyes, she signaled Qin Zhao to retreat into the bathroom. He nodded and quietly stepped inside, mindful of the young girl, Zhu Qian, who had just turned 8 and was beginning to grasp certain realities. The thought of her witnessing him exiting her mother's room could potentially leave an adverse impression on her innocent mind. He couldn't help but feel like a thief sneaking out after merely indulging in fruits at the charming woman's home. Zhou inhaled deeply, adjusted her attire, and, upon ensuring everything was in order, opened the door. "Mom," the little girl exclaimed, rushing into Zhou Lan's embrace, a hint of grievance on her cherubic face. "I'm sorry. Qian. It's my fault. I was changing and accidentally locked the door," Zhou Lan gently replied, stroking her daughter's hair, a touch of regret evident on her face. After all, lying to a child could lead to unforeseen consequences. "It's okay, Mommy. Can I sleep with you tonight?" The little girl looked up hopefully. Zhou Lan glanced at the disheveled state of the large bed and cleared her throat. "Of course, my dear, but the sheets are dirty. So why don't you return to your room for now? After I tidy up, I'll come and carry you over. Is that all right?" "Understood, Mommy. I'll head back to my room. But you must come cuddle me later," Zhu Qian replied, leaning in to plant a kiss on her mother's cheek before dashing off to her own room. Once her daughter was sent away, Zhou Lan closed the door tightly, her expression relaxing as she exhaled deeply. "You can come out now. Qian has left," she called toward the bathroom. Hearing her voice, Qin Chao sauntered out leisurely, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Still smiling, you little rascal." Zhou Lan blushed upon seeing his grin, casting him a playful glare, her demeanor a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "It's all your fault." In her 30s, Zhou Lan embodied the peak of feminine allure, her figure voluptuous and graceful, with exquisite features that radiated charm with every smile. Yet, at that moment, she resembled a youthful maiden, playfully teasing her beloved, her voice sweet and her gaze brimming with affection. Qin Chao, captivated by her gaze, felt a surge of desire. His eyes reddened as he pulled Zhou Lan close, kissing her fervently. Their kiss was passionate and wild, his hands exploring her figure with unrestrained enthusiasm. Zhou Lan found herself lost in the embrace, intoxicated by the romantic fervor of their kiss, feeling a refreshing coolness amidst the summer heat. As her senses began to regain clarity, she gently pushed Qin Chao away, her voice soft yet firm. "Let us not continue. Qian is waiting for me." Not wanting to upset him, she caressed his face tenderly, apologizing, "Little rascal. Let us leave it at this for today. Next time, sister will take you out on a date, all right?" Though reluctant, Qin Chao felt no anger, a smile playing on his lips. "Sister Zhou, I understand. Next time, let us spend the whole day together." "A day?" Zhou Lan turned, contemplating, her face suddenly flushed. The idea of a full-day date with a younger man was indeed quite appealing. She stepped forward and pecked him on the cheek. "All right, you little troublemaker." Qin Chao chuckled, giving her a playful squeeze on her hip. "I'll be on my way then. We'll keep in touch on WeChat." With that, he strode confidently out of the room. "Okay, goodbye," she called after him. "Goodbye," he responded. Back at his own home, Qin Chao poured himself a large glass of water, gulping it down eagerly. The past 2 hours had left him drenched in sweat, depleting his body of vital fluids. He felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with joy. Tonight had been remarkably fruitful. Not only had he deepened his connection with the enchanting Zhou Lan, but he had also received a reward from the system, including a mystery box. Thinking of the system's reward, a Patek Philippe worth 3.5 million, his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Throughout his life, he had scarcely worn a watch, if one could even count the cheap electronic ones from his childhood. Before the system, he had never dared to consider such luxuries, relying solely on his phone to check the time. As a burgeoning company owner, he felt the need for a watch to reflect his status and sophistication. After all, one could not appear empty-handed at social gatherings. He glanced at his phone. It was already 10 o'clock. With plans to visit Coach Lu's hometown the next morning, he decided it was time to wash up and rest. However, he still needed to contact that master sleight of hand. It was better to arrange things now than to rush in the morning. With this in mind, he took out the note from Hu Zhongyi and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Chapter 93, A Wife Like This, What More Could a Husband Desire? The phone was swiftly connected, and a youthful yet deep voice resonated from the receiver into Qin Chao's ears. Hello, this is Tang Qian. What can I do for you? Qin Chao cleared his throat before replying, Greetings, I am Qin Chao. I was referred to you by Hu Zongyi. Upon hearing Qin Chao's words, the person on the other end fell silent, instantly recognizing his identity. His demeanor shifted dramatically, his tone now laced with a hint of respect. Mr. Qin, good morning. Do you have time tomorrow morning? Yes, I am available whenever you need me. Tang Qian responded promptly. All right, I will contact you tomorrow morning, and we shall head to Jiangcheng together. Certainly, Mr. Qin. I await your instructions. After hanging up, a smirk of irony graced Qin Chao's lips. How true it is that money can make the world go round. Tang Qian's tone had transformed completely upon realizing his status. Initially somewhat aloof, he immediately donned a mask of flattery, truly a master of change. In essence, it all boiled down to the power of wealth. In this restless society, money paves the way for success. With the final task of the evening completed, Qin Chao proceeded to the master bedroom's cloakroom, selected an outfit, and stepped into the bathroom. The following day, at 7 a.m., the cheerful ringtone of his phone alarm chimed, prompting Qin Chao to open his eyes. After an invigorating 8 hours of sleep, he felt refreshed, a glimmer of clarity in his gaze. Time to rise, he murmured, sitting up and stretching luxuriously. He rolled off the bed and, clad in slippers, made his way into the bathroom. After relieving himself of the night's accumulation, he quickly washed up and grabbed his phone to dial Lu Ruyan. The call connected almost immediately. Hello, Ruyan. Have you risen yet? Qin Chao initiated, fully aware this was likely a redundant question. Given Lu's typical routine of waking at 5 or 6 a.m., the chances of her still being asleep at this hour were slim. I'm up. Unlike some certain pig-headed individuals, Lu Ruyan's melodious voice came through, accompanied by a hint of laughter. Who are you calling a pig? I was referring to you, she retorted, only to realize her slip, hastily clarifying. I take back that statement. Let me rephrase. Qin Chao erupted in hearty laughter. You mustn't laugh. I was merely speaking in haste. You're not permitted to laugh at me. Hearing this, Qin Chao could easily picture the blush creeping onto his personal trainer's cheeks. He stifled his laughter, wearing a mischievous grin. I am the pig, and you're my wife. Enough of the pig conversation, Lu Ruyan said, conceding defeat. She seized a moment to inquire. Have you had breakfast? Not yet, Qin Chao replied candidly. Would you like to come over for breakfast? I made enough for two, she suggested, her tone tinged with anticipation. Sure, send me your address. I'll head over now. All right, I'll send it via WeChat. Before long, Qin Chao received Lu Ruyan's message. He opened the map, glanced at the community address, and dialed Tang Qian's number. The call connected within 2 seconds. Hello, Mr. Qin, good morning. Good morning. Please wait for me by the Xiandu community. I will reach out in about an hour. Understood, Mr. Qin. With that, he ended the call and entered his cloakroom. After some deliberation, he opted for a more composed outfit, mindful that he was to meet Lu Ruyan's father, a figure of elder status. Despite her father's notorious reputation as a gambler, respect for one's elders is a virtue ingrained in the cultural fabric of thousands of years. After changing, he picked up the car keys from the entryway and stepped out the door. Following the navigation on Gouda Maps, 10 minutes later, Qin Chao arrived at Xiandu community. He parked on the roadside outside the community and leisurely walked in. From the outside, it appeared to be an old community, with low-rise buildings and dilapidated decor reminiscent of homes from 2 decades prior. Qin Chao frowned slightly, feeling discontent with the environment. How could he reconcile living in a spacious apartment while his girlfriend resided in such a rundown place? Upon returning from her hometown, he resolved to find her a better living arrangement. Unaware of the circumstances, he felt compelled to improve her living conditions upon witnessing her less-than-ideal surroundings. As a financially stable boyfriend, he bore the duty to ensure her comfort. Spending money on Lu Ruyan was a pleasure for Qin Chao, who genuinely cherished his girlfriend with a figure reminiscent of a character from a Korean comic. Strolling through the community, he followed Lu Ruyan's message to locate her residence, Building 2, Unit 2, Apartment 203. Before long, he found Building 2, entering through the second entrance. He ascended a flight of stairs and arrived at the door of 203. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped gently on the door. which opened promptly to reveal Lu Ruyan's stunning visage. "Wife, I have arrived. I missed you dearly." A radiant smile illuminated Qin Chao's face as he stepped forward to embrace his personal trainer. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. The embrace left Lu Ruyan momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in surprise. "Didn't we just see each other yesterday morning? You missed me after this one day?" After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure, dismissing any doubts. Her boyfriend's affection was all that mattered. Gazing at her tall and handsome partner, she smiled gently and sweetly called out, "Hubby." She then turned her head slightly, concealing the blush that colored her cheeks. The term hubby felt somewhat foreign to her, but for Qin Chao, she was willing to embrace this new form of address. "Come in and change your shoes. I bought new slippers yesterday." Wriggling free from Qin Chao's embrace, Lu Ruyan slightly bent down to retrieve a pair of pristine men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. "I washed and dried them yesterday. You can wear them directly," she continued, embodying the image of a devoted wife. "You are truly wonderful, my wife." Qin Chao stepped closer and planted a kiss on her cheek, his eyes shimmering with emotion. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Wait, with a girlfriend like this, what more could a boyfriend desire? He corrected himself, nearly making a blunder. Qin Chao realized he might not be able to offer her a formal commitment, but he could provide her with affection and financial support. Yet, such thoughts were premature. After a brief contemplation, he cast them aside. Why burden oneself with unnecessary worries? One step at a time, there will always be a solution. Chapter 94. The essence of a man donning the heart-shaped slippers his girlfriend had specially purchased for him. Qin Chao slowly stepped into the room, casting a cursory glance around. The apartment comprised a single room, a living area, and a bathroom, with a modest area of just over 40 square meters. Its design reflected a typical old-fashioned style from 2 decades ago, characterized by outdated aesthetics and ordinary decor. From the perspective of contemporary design, such an antiquated structure seemed utterly unappealing, bordering on obsolescence. However, the arrangement of furniture and belongings within was remarkably tidy and suitable, with the floor spotless, evoking a quaint and cozy atmosphere. Indeed, as the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all its vital organs. Qin Chao settled onto the vintage red leather sofa in the living room, where a small table displayed an assortment of delightful breakfast items: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, a porcelain plate holding egg pancakes, and a large cup of soybean milk. It was evident that this table served as the dining space for Lu Ruyan on a regular basis. The absence of a dining table in the apartment prompted a furrowed brow from Qin Chao, casting a shadow over his expression. Clearing his throat, he hesitantly inquired, "So, Ruyan, have you ever considered relocating?" "Not at all." "Why? I find this place quite satisfactory." Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes blinked in confusion, her expression betraying her uncertainty regarding Qin Chao's question. "Isn't this neighborhood too old-fashioned? Doesn't the small size make it uncomfortable?" "Not really. Although it is indeed a bit outdated, I think it's fine. My family's house is even worse." Lu Ruyan's offhand comment slightly flushed Qin Chao's cheeks, and he nodded vacantly, choosing not to respond further. Since acquiring the system, he had indeed become somewhat aloof, living in a spacious flat, driving luxury cars, and becoming a shareholder in a company. These accomplishments had led him to perceive himself as standing on a different plane from ordinary individuals. Little did he realize that before the system, he was just another worker among countless others in Haicheng, much like Lu Ruyan. He reminded himself not to forget his humble beginnings just because he had achieved wealth and success. With a deep sigh, he resolved not to dwell on the idea of finding her a new place to live. Perhaps, in due course, he could buy her a house as a gift. Renting was but a temporary arrangement. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to purchase a home outright for his beloved personal trainer? His intention was to surprise her profoundly. "Let's eat. The steamed buns and fried dough sticks were my purchases from downstairs, and I just cooked the egg pancakes. Do taste them." Lu Ruyan's melodious voice disrupted Qin Chao's reverie. He nodded with a slight smile, responding, "Then I shall savor my wife's culinary skills." With that, he picked up his chopsticks and took a generous bite of the egg pancake, chewing eagerly. The texture was soft and delicate, the flavor unexpectedly delightful, as the fragrance of egg and flour melded into a remarkable combination on his palate. Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Delicious. This is the best egg pancake I have ever tasted. My dear wife, you are simply phenomenal. I adore you. Is it truly that good? Look at your exaggerated reaction. Upon hearing his praise, a sweet, radiant smile blossomed on Lu Rian's face. Indeed, you must try it yourself. Qin Zhao playfully lifted a small piece with his chopsticks and offered it to Lu Ruyan's charmingly delicate lips. Accepting the bite from her boyfriend, she chewed gracefully for a moment, her face lighting up with satisfaction. It is indeed quite tasty. I must remember the steps I took to make this pancake today. Otherwise, I may not replicate this delightful flavor next time. Observing Lu Rian's gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a devoted housewife, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile, his lips curving upward. A playful thought crossed his mind, and he teased, "Whose girlfriend is this? She excels in both the parlor and the kitchen. Truly a rare gem." Lu Rian's cheeks flushed at his teasing, and she shot him an alluring glance. "She belongs to a pig, an extraordinarily foolish pig." With that, she burst into uncontrollable laughter, having playfully returned the jest after being caught off guard earlier. After breakfast, as Lu Rian prepared to do her makeup, Qin Zhao remained seated on the vintage sofa, patiently awaiting his personal trainer girlfriend. Fortunately, Lu Rian was not one of those stereotypical fairies who took 2 hours to get ready. Within a mere 10 minutes, she emerged from the bedroom. The moment he beheld her visage, Qin Zhao's eyes widened in admiration. With elegantly arched brows, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and full, rosy lips, her features culminated in a beautifully sculpted face. Lu Rian wore no heavy makeup. Her beauty embodied a classic Chinese aesthetic, radiant and graceful, enhanced only by a light touch of cosmetics that perfectly complemented her essence. She approached Qin Zhao, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she asked, "Do I look beautiful, darling?" Qin Zhao, entranced by her beauty, remained silent, allowing his actions to convey his feelings. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing his lips against her luscious red ones. Warm, soft, and tender, Lu Rian's fiery kiss seemed to possess an irresistible allure, leaving Qin Zhao enamored. Lu Rian did not resist. Her gaze transitioned from clarity to a gentle haze, ultimately becoming one of enchantment. Their passionate French kiss was utterly sublime, as if they were magnetically drawn to one another. Gradually, Qin Zhao's desires intensified, his hands exploring Lu Ruyan's alluring figure, caressing her as if handling a precious gem. Initially, Lu Ruyan did not object. She relished her boyfriend's admiration of her body, feeling proud and joyful. Yet, as his hands ventured downward toward more perilous territories, a flicker of alarm crossed her eyes, prompting her to push him away. What do you intend to do?" Lu Ruyan shyly adjusted her clothing, smoothing out the wrinkles caused by Qin Zhao's embrace. "I want." "Huh?" Lu Ruyan's expression was one of confusion, her gaze fixed on Qin Zhao as if questioning his seemingly disjointed response. After a moment's reflection, she grasped his meaning. "You naughty boy, Qin Zhao. Always thinking about inappropriate things." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded him playfully. "The essence of a man is, after all, a natural inclination," Qin Zhao replied, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. He was a man, and if he were not intrigued by such matters, it could only signify two possibilities. Either he was incapable or he favored the company of men, a notion often whispered in jest. Chapter 95. Is there really a ghost in this world? The two emerged slowly from the old residential complex. It was just approaching 8 in the morning, and the sun hung warmly in the sky, nurturing all living things. The golden sunlight enveloped Qin Zhao and Lu Ruyan, adorning them with a golden aura, enhancing their already striking beauty with an extraordinary charm. Many elderly residents, engaged in their morning exercise, couldn't help but glance at them, whispering amongst themselves, "These young people are truly handsome, akin to stars. Indeed, I dare say they are far more attractive than any celebrity on television." Qin Zhao, oblivious to the discussions of the elderly, held his personal trainer girlfriend's delicate hand as they exited the complex. A short distance from the entrance, they reached the main road where his car was parked. He turned to survey the surroundings when his gaze fell upon a figure of a stranger not far away. Unsure if it was Tang Qian, having never met him in person, only communicating over the phone, Qin Zhao decided to confirm by dialing his number. As the call connected, Qin Zhao fixed his eyes on the man, scrutinizing his actions. The stranger, appearing flustered, retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, respectfully placed it to his ear. A spark of realization lit up Qin Zhao's eyes. He understood immediately. Calmly, he spoke in the phone, "Look behind you." Upon hearing the voice through the phone, the unfamiliar man swiftly turned around, only to find himself face to face with a strikingly handsome couple. He hurriedly approached Qin Zhao. After assessing Qin Zhao's appearance and attire, he hesitantly asked, "Are you Mr. Qin?" Tang Qian found it hard to believe that the person before him was indeed Mr. Qin. Huzongi had informed him that their company's owner was seeking him for a matter, and ever since, he had been anticipating this encounter. In his mind, the owner of such a large company must surely be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, or perhaps even a senior in his 60s. Although he had detected a youthful tone in Qin Zhao's voice over the phone, it was difficult to gauge age solely by sound. In Tang Qian's estimation, Qin Zhao must be at least in his 30s. Even at that age, being the owner of a major company would be an extraordinary achievement, a true success story. "That's me," Qin Zhao replied, his demeanor calm and composed. It truly was him. The voice matched perfectly with what he had heard over the phone. Despite his inner astonishment, Tang Qian maintained a composed exterior. He slightly bowed, a radiant and respectful smile gracing his face. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Tang Qian. It is an honor to serve you." Upon hearing the man refer to her boyfriend as Mr. Qin, Lu Ruyan's exquisite face momentarily displayed surprise. She had never known what Qin Zhao did for a living. All she was aware of was that he seemed financially comfortable. However, hearing the man address him as the chairman made her realize her boyfriend was a big boss. Stealing a glance at Qin Zhao's remarkably handsome yet youthful visage, Lu Ruyan felt a mix of happiness and pride. Regardless, he was still her boyfriend, and as long as they loved each other, that was what mattered. Of course, it would be even better if he were more accomplished, she mused silently. "Hello, Tang Qian. This is my girlfriend. You can simply call her Miss Lu." Qin Zhao smiled back, introducing Lu Ruyan to him. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Tang Qian turned to Lu Ruyan, offering her a courteous smile. "Hello, Miss Lu." "Hello, Tang Qian." Lu Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us get in the car. We can discuss the specifics of our meeting on the way." Qin Zhao commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Mr. Qin," Tang Qian replied, and the three of them orderly entered Qin Zhao's BMW. Tang Qian took the front passenger seat, while Lu Ruyan settled into the back. After confirming their destination with Lu Ruyan, Qin Zhao started the car and set off towards Jiang City. Being in the same province, Jiang City was not too far from Hai City, roughly over 200 kilometers apart, which would take about 3 hours of driving. As dynamic music played from the car speakers, Qin Zhao explained the purpose of their trip to Tang Qian. 3.5 hours later, they arrived in Jiang City. After another half-hour drive, they finally reached Lu Ruyan's home in Lu Family Village, Lingxi Town. Parking in the vacant space in front of the house, the three stepped out of the car, taking in the dilapidated brick house before him. Qin Zhao felt a twinge of emotion. This was where his wife had lived as a child. It pained him to think of her hardships. Although he himself hailed from a rural background in Gan Province, his family at least owned a 3-story house, unlike this worn-down dwelling that appeared utterly decrepit. Standing before the home where she had lived for over a decade, Lu Ruyan was engulfed in mixed emotions. Having not returned in more than 2 years, the house still felt cold and dilapidated. Since her mother's passing, this place had ceased to feel like home. A gambling-addicted father, a deceased mother, and a lonely self. "Let's go inside." Seeing his girlfriend standing silently nearby, her eyes slightly reddened with sorrow, Qin Zhao gently took Lu Ruyan's hand, intertwining his fingers with hers, and spoke softly. "Okay." The encouragement from her boyfriend warmed Lu Ruyan's heart, prompting her to gather her scattered emotions and nod in response. Tang Qian remained silent, quietly following Qin Zhao's lead. The three of them entered the crumbling house slowly. At that moment, Lu Jianguo was in the kitchen, cursing as he cooked. Damn it, my luck is terrible. I lost over 3,000 last night. What a bummer. After dinner, I'll go back for more. I refuse to believe I can lose every day. Last night, he had played mahjong with several gambling acquaintances from the village. Initially winning a few hundred, he ultimately ended up losing more than 3,000. This was not his first loss. This month alone, he had lost over 20,000. Each time it was the same. Win first, then lose, and it was becoming a psychological burden. Yet the more he lost, the more he refused to accept defeat. Did he really believe there were ghosts in this world? Chapter 96. This is the Qin dynasty, my boyfriend. As they stepped through the front door, the interior of the rural bungalow gradually unveiled itself before Qin Shao's eyes. Filthy, chaotic, and shabby. These were Qin Shao's immediate impressions. He sniffed the air and was assailed by the pungent odor of manure, a scent so overpowering that it made his brow furrow slightly, betraying a sense of discomfort. Beside him, Lu Ruyin also caught a whiff of the smell. She glanced furtively at Qin Shao and, noticing the expression on his face, felt a pang of worry. Soon, the trio reached the innermost part of the house. Before them stood a low door frame, the wooden door ajar, allowing a stream of light from the outside. Clearly, it led to an open courtyard. This was a quintessential example of traditional rural architecture, with a master bedroom and living room standing prominently at the front, while the kitchen and lavatory were situated in the back courtyard, typically connected by a narrow corridor. Lu Ruyin took Qin Shao's hand and stepped through the small door frame, prompting him to bend slightly to follow her. As the frame stood at a mere height of 1.8 meters, shorter than his own stature. Dad! Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Ruyin peered through the window and saw a figure in the kitchen, calling out. Lu Jianguo had just finished stir-frying and was preparing to wash his hands for dinner. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, he momentarily froze in disbelief. It had been over 2 years since Lu Ruyin had last returned home. Even during the new year, he had celebrated alone. Could it be that he misheard? Only when another call of Dad echoed from outside did he realize he was not mistaken. His daughter had truly come back. He hastily exited the kitchen, only to find 3 individuals standing before him. 2 men and a woman, the beautiful girl in front being none other than his daughter, whom he had not seen for over 2 years. A flicker of joy illuminated Lu Jianguo's eyes, a smile breaking across his face. Ruyin, what brings you back? Although deep down, he felt indifferent about her return as long as she continued to send money. The sincerity of his reaction was genuine, devoid of any pretense. I came back to see you. Lu Ruyin, gazing at her father's weathered face, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Before her mother's passing, her father had not indulged in gambling. He had worked hard in his youth, free from vices, though his earnings were modest. He had toiled to provide for her, ensuring she was well-fed and clothed. This was why she had always sent him money, for he had once been the father she revered and admired. The loss of her mother had dealt a devastating blow to him, leading him down a path of self-destruction, turning to alcohol and gambling, neglecting his daughter, who had begun working part-time to support the household during her senior year of high school. For this, Lu Ruyin had harbored deep resentment toward her father, especially when witnessing the affectionate relationships others had with their fathers. Her animosity had grown so intense that she had refrained from returning home for the past 2 years, preferring the solitude of her cold, rented room to the company of her despised father. Yet now, standing before him, she was struck by the profound aging etched into his face, and her heart softened, her grievances diminishing considerably. After all, he was her only family left in the world. Should he pass, she would truly be left alone and desolate. Oh, what is there to see about that old man? Don't you have work? Lu Jianguo feigned annoyance, though a hint of emotion lingered in his eyes. I have a day off today, no work. That's good, as long as it doesn't interfere with your job. Rest assured, it won't. Lu Ruyin replied before continuing, by the way, Dad, let me introduce someone. She gestured towards Qin Shao, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. This is Qin Shao, my boyfriend. Qin Shao stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lu Jianguo. Hello, Uncle. My name is Qin Shao. I'm 24 years old. Upon hearing his daughter's introduction, Lu Jianguo scrutinized Qin Shao from head to toe, nodding appreciatively. The young man was handsome, exuding an air of distinction and composure, clearly not an ordinary individual. While Lu Jianguo was unaware of Qin Chao's financial status, his demeanor suggested he was certainly not impoverished. Realizing this, Lu Jianguo's eyes brightened. He shook Qin Chao's hand, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Hello, Xiao Qin. You're quite handsome, a perfect match for my Ru Yin." "Thank you, uncle. I truly care for Ru Yin," Qin Chao replied, a slight smile gracing his lips at Lu Jiangui's compliment. Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed deeper, and she cast a shy glance at him. The sight of Lu Ruyin's bashful demeanor stirred something within Qin Chao, igniting a warmth in his heart. Such a side of her was rare and utterly enticing. Xiao Qin, what do you do for a living?" Lu Jiangui's tone shifted, probing delicately. "I run a company. I'm currently an entrepreneur." Qin Chao answered with a calm demeanor. "Oh, you own a company? That means you're your own boss. Quite impressive." Lu Jiangui's enthusiasm grew, his smile radiating even more brightly at the prospect of having a wealthy son-in-law. After glancing at Tang Qian, who stood behind Qin Chao, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "Oh, uncle, he is my subordinate," Qin Chao casually introduced, offering no further elaboration, as the matter was personal to him and Lu Ruyin. "Ah, I see. That's fine." Lu Jianguo was satisfied with this explanation. Overall, he felt very pleased with this prospective son-in-law and had no objections to his daughter marrying him. If he was wealthy, Lu Jianguo could enjoy a comfortable life in his old age. "Have you eaten yet?" It was mealtime, and Lu Jianguo had just finished cooking, ready to eat when his daughter's return interrupted him. "Not yet, Dad," Lu Ruyin replied sweetly, adding, "We drove for 4 hours to get here. When do we have had time to eat?" "Well then, let me fry a few more dishes. You two can sit outside for now." With that, Lu Jianguo returned to the kitchen, busying himself once more. Qin Chao exchanged a glance with Lu Ruyin, their eyes conveying unspoken emotions. Lu Ruyin took Qin Chao's larger hand with her delicate, fair fingers and led him towards the old wooden 8 Immortals table at the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 97. The show begins. The two arrived at the 8 Immortals table in the front hall and took a seat on a long bench. Qin Zhao glanced back at Tang Qian, remaining silent. Tang Qian understood immediately and quietly stepped outside, wandering alone. Indeed, he possessed a keen sense of awareness. Qin Zhao silently affirmed. He found Tang Qian quite commendable. He navigated situations skillfully and was obedient, making him a valuable subordinate. After this matter concluded, it would be entirely acceptable to take him under his wing, and he could simply arrange a position for him with old Hu later, once the price was right. Everything would be negotiable. "What's on your mind, dear?" Lu Riyin's voice interrupted Qin Zhao's thoughts. He reached out, playfully pinching the exquisite face of his private instructor, and flashed a mischievous smile, saying, "I was thinking about my wife. My wife is beautiful, well-endowed, and has an alluring figure. I'm truly fortunate." Lu Riyin blushed deeply at Qin Zhao's words, gently swatting his chest. "You lecher, always thinking about such things." Ignoring him, she pouted slightly, turning her head to signal her displeasure. Observing his shy girlfriend, a hint of indulgence crossed Qin Zhao's face. He found her as a private instructor to be exceptionally endearing, akin to a naive young girl. Ahem, he feigned a cough, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I was wrong, my dear. Please forgive me." Lu Riyin slowly turned back, her expression softening at his playful antics, unable to suppress a smile. In truth, she was not so easily angered. She merely wished to engage in some light-hearted banter to strengthen their bond as a couple. Having already introduced him to her father, and noting her father's expression of satisfaction, her heart was entirely filled with affection for him. If he wished to express his feelings, she would not reject him. The smile at the corner of Lu Riyin's mouth betrayed her. Qin Zhao recognized that she had given him an opportunity to change the subject. He refrained from continuing the risque conversation, understanding that they were in her home, and such matters were best reserved for private moments together. Qin Zhao composed himself, adopting a more serious demeanor. "My dear, I am curious about something." "What is it?" "From my conversation with your father, he does not appear to be a gambling addict." A look of bewilderment crossed Qin Zhao's face, his eyes filled with confusion. Their dialogue had seemed perfectly normal, merely the interaction between a father and his daughter as suitor. It was utterly inconceivable that he could be a compulsive gambler. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes. Rather than providing a direct answer, she tantalizingly replied, "You'll find out soon enough after dinner." Before long, Lu Jiangwo brought several dishes to the 8 immortals' table, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Xiao Qin, would you like a drink?" "No, thank you, uncle. I still need to drive." Qin Zhao politely declined, his expression tinged with regret. "Perhaps next time." "Of course. You're right. Let's eat quickly then. Where's your subordinate? Invite him to join us." Qin Zhao smiled slightly. "I'll give him a call." He promptly dialed Tang Qian's number, and soon Tang Qian returned, joining the 4 of them around the table. Observing the 4 green vegetables on the table, Qin Zhao's gaze briefly faltered before he quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, he was not one to be overly concerned with the absence of meat. Otherwise, this meal would surely have left him famished. He picked up his chopsticks and began to savor the greens. After the meal, the group relaxed in the hall. Lu Jiangwo appeared somewhat restless, glancing outside with an air of urgency. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. Rising, he hesitated before addressing Qin Zhao. "Xiao Qin, I have something to attend to. Please stay here for a while." "Oh, I understand, uncle. Please go ahead." With that, Qin Zhao exchanged a subtle glance with Tang Qian, signaling him to follow Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo hurried out, his pace brisk as though he were on an urgent errand. Once he had departed, Qin Zhao turned to his girlfriend with a playful grin. "The show is about to begin. Let us go take a look." Qin Zhao was beginning to suspect that Lu Jiangwo might indeed be a gambling addict. His demeanor was entirely different from their earlier conversation. He resembled an addict, appearing normal at first, yet transforming into a frenzied person once the urge struck. "You'll see for yourself." Lu Ruyan sighed deeply, her heart heavy as she was all too familiar with the impending events. Shortly after her mother's passing, her father had succumbed to gambling addiction, spending his days in gambling halls, whether it be mahjong or cards. He seemed compelled to involve himself in anything related to gambling. When Lu Ruyan returned home from school during her senior year, she often found him absent. Inquiring around the village revealed he was perpetually at the gambling hall, gambling day and night. Lu Ruyan had tried on multiple occasions to bring him back, even kneeling before him in front of others, yet he remained unmoved. This was fundamentally why she harbored such disdain for him. Having a father like that, a family background such as hers, was truly a tragedy. Qin Zhao took his girlfriend's delicate hand, strolling outside at a leisurely pace. Lu Ruyan was acutely aware of the gambling hall's location. It was a memory etched deeply within her, impossible to forget. With her guidance, they walked for about 10 minutes until they arrived at an unremarkable room that appeared ordinary from the outside. The structure was typical of rural areas, constructed of cement with a coat of white paint, lacking even tiles. A curtain hung at the entrance, reminiscent of the covering seen on doors in northern rural homes during winter. Qin Zhao pushed aside the curtain and led his girlfriend inside. Upon entering, the scene within the room exceeded his expectations. Chapter 98. Tang Qian, please take a seat and play with them. From the outside, the room appeared modest. Yet within, it was a cacophony of voices, a whirlwind of chaos. Qin Zhao briefly surveyed the surroundings and estimated that there were over a dozen mahjong tables and an equal number of square poker tables, including 2 resembling those found in Macau casinos. Goodness, had he stumbled into a den of gambling? Qin Zhao was astonished. A gambling establishment in a village of this magnitude was audacious. Surely, there must be some underhanded dealings at play here, possibly involving collusion and disregard for the law. However, this was of little concern to him. Given that Lu Jiangwo was entrenched in this village, his gambling habits were unlikely to change, and Qin Zhao needed to devise a plan to bring him to Haicheng. After all, his girlfriend was his only close family, and he could not remain an indifferent observer. As Qin Zhao scanned the crowd, he soon spotted Tang Qian. She stood beside a mahjong table where 4 individuals were engaged in a game, one of whom was Lu Jiangwo. "This is your urgent matter." Qin Zhao internally scoffed. He grasped his girlfriend's delicate hand, enveloping her in his embrace as they navigated through the throng to join Tang Qian. Upon their arrival, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. A smirk of derision crept across her lips as she confronted her father. Dad, is this what you call an urgent matter? It's truly urgent, isn't it? After all these years, you remain a hopeless gambler. When will you ever change? Her face was etched with exasperation, disappointment in her father reaching a boiling point. The resentment she had begun to temper in the morning resurfaced in full force. Hearing Lu Rian's scathing remarks and noticing Qin Zhao at her side, Lu Jiangwo's complexion turned ashen. He longed to chastise her as he had in the past, telling her to mind her own business. Yet, the stern expression on Qin Zhao's face and his incisive gaze made him falter. This son-in-law was no ordinary man. While he could assert his authority over his daughter, he lacked the courage to do so in front of Qin Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jiangwo managed a wry smile while Rian, "There is not much to do at home, and this is just a little hobby of mine." Hobby? Lu Rian's lips curled into a cold smile. "You've already borrowed 30,000 yuan from me this month. Is this what you call a hobby?" She steeled herself, adding, "If you continue to gamble, I will sever all ties with you. I will consider you dead, and your fate will be of no concern to me. I will not give you another penny." Observing his girlfriend's resolute tone and the panic etched on Lu Jiangwo's face, Qin Zhao realized that Lu Rian had delivered her final act, and now it was his turn. He stepped closer, gently touching his girlfriend's flushed cheek, offering comfort. "There is no need for such drastic measures, Ruyan. After all, your father is still your blood relative. How can such kinship be easily discarded?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's defense, Lu Jiangwo eagerly nodded, his gaze pleading for further justification. However, Qin Zhao's tone shifted, his demeanor cold. "If your gambling addiction leads to the detriment of your family, then such familial bonds hold little significance. Besides, you still have me. My parents are also your parents. You are not without family in this world." Qin Zhao's words struck with far greater impact than Lu Ruyan's. While Lu Jiangwo could dismiss her sentiments, he dared not disregard Qin Zhao's. The thought of his daughter truly abandoning him sent a wave of panic through Lu Jiangwo, his face alternating between red and pale. Trembling, he stood up, his gaze vacant, addressing the three other players. "I won't play anymore. You all continue." The three players were immediately alarmed by his declaration. All three were holding strong hands, eagerly anticipating their chance to win his money, and his withdrawal was unacceptable. "Hey, don't leave, Lao Lu, keep playing," one urged. "Lao Lu, is this how you listen to your daughter and son-in-law? Where's your manhood?" As the taunts echoed in his ears, Lu Jiangwo's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt humiliated before his peers. Just as he was about to retort, his gaze inadvertently met Qin Zhao's knowing smile, causing the words to catch in his throat. This son-in-law exuded an aura that compelled him to yield. "Does anyone have a problem if he doesn't want to play?" Qin Zhao's expression remained stoic, his penetrating gaze fixed on the trio. Under his icy scrutiny, the three local gamblers felt a surge of trepidation, observing Qin Zhao's attire and demeanor. It was clear he was not a man of humble origins. They were well aware of Lao Lu's daughter's standing in Haicheng, and it was evident that her husband was likely from a wealthy background. They dared not provoke someone of his stature. Realizing this, the three exchanged glances, silently communicating their understanding. In unison, they replied, "It's all right. If he doesn't want to play, then he doesn't have to. We can find someone else. No need to look for others." "Tang Qian, please sit down and play with them." Qin Zhao spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, the trio's faces lit up with delight. They were a team, often colluding during games to maximize their winnings, and they had anticipated a losing afternoon. Yet unexpectedly, a new player had presented himself. They could hardly contain their glee. "Excellent. Come on, brother. Take a seat. The game hasn't finished yet." One of the more unsavory players urged, implying that the current round should count. The trio was eager to seize the opportunity, as they were holding strong hands and hoped to win big. However, as a master of the game, Tang Qian had already discerned their little tricks. Such antics were mere childish play, effective only on the uninitiated. In the eyes of a true expert, they were nothing more than minnows. Tang Qian took Lu Jiangwo's place, swiftly overturning the tiles. "This round doesn't count. Let us start anew." With that, he began to shuffle the tiles, preparing for the game. Given his demeanor, the three players had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in reluctant agreement. As the mahjong machine whirred to life, the four began their game. Lu Jiangwo observed the unfolding scene, scratching his head in confusion. What does this mean? He wants to play. It sends you to take his place? Can he even play? Lu Jiangwo's mind raced with questions, but he held his tongue. In the presence of his formidable son-in-law, it was wise to adopt a more submissive posture. With this thought, he silently positioned himself behind Tang Qian, watching intently. Chapter 99. 10 bets, 10 losses. Winning by not betting at the mahjong table. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as three friends, drenched in sweat, found themselves ensnared in a relentless slaughter. Since Tang Qian had taken a seat, none of them had managed to win a single round, each one losing a staggering 2,000 yuan. Despite their fervent attempts to coordinate their strategies, their efforts were in vain, as Tang Qian consistently claimed substantial victories. After an hour, the trio had grown numb, their spirits plummeting. Doubt crept into their minds, suspecting Tang Qian of cheating. Their eyes fixed on him, they searched for any hint of wrongdoing, yet no evidence emerged. Frustration mounted within them, akin to a mute person swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice their distress. Behind Tang Qian stood Lu Jiangwo, whose mind was in disarray. He came to the realization that Tang Qian was indeed a formidable player. As an observer, he had noticed the subtle exchanges and gestures among the three friends, suggesting collusion. It finally dawned on him why he had consistently lost in past games with them. They were a united front, conspiring to swindle him. Enraged by this revelation, Lu Jiangwo seethed. "You three conniving cheats, I see your signals clearly." His face flushed with indignation. "Who is cheating?" "I suspect it's this person," a lecherous player stammered. Panic etched on his face upon being exposed. "Oh, you accuse me of cheating? Do you have any evidence?" Tang Qian retorted, his demeanor calm and dismissive, a slight smile gracing his lips. "The evidence? It's in your clothes." The lecherous player faltered, realizing his baseless accusation was a mere conjecture. "What if there is none?" Qin Zhao interjected coldly. Tang Qian, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wisely chose to remain silent. "If there is not, then so be it," the lecherous player declared defiantly. Qin Zhao scoffed, his voice rising an octave. "You claim someone is a cheat without evidence? This world doesn't operate on such whimsy. If you cannot substantiate your claims, you'll return all the winnings you collectively took from Lu Jiangwo. Are you willing to wager on that? You three are clearly in cahoots, signaling to one another. It's evident you've come to deceive," Lu reiterated, her expression reflecting the anger she felt for her father's plight. The lecherous player's face contorted with anxiety as he grappled with the prospect of a wager. He had no real grounds to stand on, yet admitting fear would be a blow to his pride. "Let us just not gamble," he muttered, as two of his companions hastily supported him, offering an escape. "This brother isn't cheating. He is just exceptionally skilled at mahjong. We accept our losses with grace." Realizing they had no leverage, the trio began to concede. "Fine, since you're too cowardly to gamble, let us settle this matter." Qin Zhao's eyes were icy, his tone commanding. "What matter?" They stammered. "You three conspired to cheat Lu Jiangwo out of a considerable sum. How will this be resolved?" "And no, we didn't cheat him. Do you have evidence?" The lecherous player's mind raced, a triumphant smile creeping onto his face as he considered a counter. "Let us see how you handle your own tactics against you," Qin Zhao replied, unfazed. He stepped forward, gently ruffling his girlfriend's hair, exchanging a knowing glance. Lu nodded, retrieving her phone to display the recorded footage. The high-resolution images captured every subtle movement and exchange between the players, irrefutable evidence laid bare before them. "What more can you say now?" Qin Zhao stated, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was merely about aiding Lu Jiangwo. These country bumpkins, steeped in deceit, didn't merit his engagement. "I." The lecherous player floundered, words failing him as the evidence loomed large. "Return the money. Now," Lu Rian demanded fiercely, her eyes blazing. "We will." The trio, cornered, had no choice but to acquiesce. Being from the same village, They could not afford to lose face. We have old Lou S. we chat. We can transfer it directly to him, one of them suggested. And after a series of swift transactions, they departed in disgrace. Once they left, Lu Jiangwo stared at the transfer notification on his phone, momentarily stunned. He had been duped by these local charlatans, and it took 3 of them to swindle him. His face flushed with shame as he pondered the extent of his previous ignorance. "Thank you, Qin. If it weren't for you," Lu Jiangwo said, his gratitude mingled with embarrassment. "Uncle, it's no trouble. What matters is that the issue is resolved," Qin Zhao replied with a gentle smile. "Such is the nature of gambling. 10 bets lead to 10 losses. Abstaining is the true victory. The reason Tang Qian consistently wins is that he is a master of his craft. For ordinary individuals, avoiding gambling entirely is already a triumph." Qin Zhao's words carried a sincere tone, markedly different from his earlier sharpness. Lu Jiangwo was taken aback by the warmth of Qin Zhao's counsel, his heart swelling with appreciation. "I understand now. I will never gamble again," he affirmed, nodding gravely. Lu Ruyan watched her father, transformed and remorseful, tears welling up in her eyes. Since her mother's passing, her father had been ensnared by his gambling habits, unchanged for years. Now at last, he had turned over a new leaf. "Mother, can you see this from above?" Chapter 100. A soldier dies for his beloved ones after resolving matters concerning Lu Jiangwo. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The drive back to Haicheng would take nearly 4 hours, so the 3 of them appropriately bid farewell to Lu Jiangwo. "Uncle, let us leave it at that for today. We shall head back now. You might want to consider the suggestion I mentioned. If you come to Haicheng, you will be able to see Ruoyan often," Qin Zhao said with a smile. He had subtly expressed his desire for Lu Jiangwo to relocate to Haicheng, assuring him that he would take care of everything, including finding a comfortable job and suitable accommodation. Despite Lu Jiangwo's seemingly reformed demeanor, Qin Zhao was cautious. One cannot easily abandon an addiction. It was better to distance oneself from the source of temptation. "Yes, Dad, you could stay with me in Haicheng. This way, we can look out for each other," Lu Ruoyan added, gazing at her father with hopeful eyes. "All right, I'll think it over for a few days and let Ruoyan know once I've made a decision," Lu Jiangwo replied, a flicker of indecision crossing his face. Deep down, he was inclined to accept Qin Zhao's proposal. Living in Haicheng would allow him to see his daughter frequently, and with a wealthy son-in-law to care for them, life would undoubtedly be more comfortable. Yet, having spent his entire life in the countryside, the idea of moving to an unfamiliar city was daunting. "Take your time to consider it. We respect your choice. We'll be on our way now. Goodbye, Uncle." Qin Zhao waved as he walked toward the car. He understood Lu Jiangwo's internal struggle, as many from the older generation were bound by traditional ways. They had grown accustomed to their simple, unchanging lives, filled with friends, neighbors, and relatives. Leaving such a familiar environment could easily lead to discomfort. "Goodbye, Shaoqin, Ruoyan, and Tang Qian. Drive safely," Lu Jiangwo called out repeatedly as Qin Zhao started the car and drove onto the road. For hours later, they returned to Haicheng. Tang Qian, a perceptive young man, recognized that his presence was no longer necessary and discreetly found a spot to exit the vehicle. Impressed by Tang Qian's awareness, Qin Zhao, without hesitation, transferred 50,000 through WeChat. This young man possessed talent. Although he was not immediately needed, it was wise to secure him in advance, for he might become useful in the future. As the completion of tasks increased, so too would the rewards, and Qin Zhao would need capable individuals at his side. He merely needed to take a step back and direct them. "Mr. Qin, what is this?" Tang Qian exclaimed, his eyes widening at the unexpected amount received. As a skilled practitioner of gambling techniques, he was bound by his family's rules prohibiting the use of such skills for profit, leaving him to struggle financially. He had considered the assistance he provided Qin Zhao a minor task, expecting only a few thousand as compensation. The sudden transfer of 50,000 left him in disbelief. This is too much, Mr. Qin," Tang Qian gasped, his voice trembling slightly. "Not at all. In my eyes, you are worth every bit of it. Join me, and I assure you that your earnings will never fall below this amount," Qin Zhao replied with a wave of his hand, his expression calm. Investing in talent was essential, and monetary reward was the simplest and most practical method. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you need anything, even if it means going through fire and water, I will comply without hesitation. Tang Qian gazed at Qin Zhao with fervor, exhilarated by the prospect of serving such a generous and successful employer. In this legal society, such dramatic expressions were unnecessary. What do you mean by going through fire and water? What do you intend to do? Qin Zhao shot him a disapproving glance. Yes, I understand, boss, Tang Qian said, his face flushing as he lowered his head, suddenly feeling embarrassed by his previous bravado. All right, you may go. I will call upon you if needed, Qin Zhao instructed. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, boss. Tang Qian exited the car, offering a slight bow, reminiscent of a loyal subordinate. Qin Zhao found this dynamic quite enjoyable. Being addressed as boss felt far more gratifying than Mr. Chen. He had inadvertently acquired a talented apprentice in gambling techniques, and the feeling of being a leader was quite satisfying. As he drove towards the new apartment complex rented by Lu Ruoyan, he reflected on Tang Qian's impressive skills, realizing he was indeed a remarkable talent. With no outsiders present, Lu Jiaojiao returned to her lively self, smiling brightly. The resolution of her father's matters had eased a long-standing burden from her heart, filling her with immense joy. Had it not been for the confines of the car, she would have eagerly bestowed a romantic French kiss upon her boyfriend, wishing to express her gratitude and affection. He is indeed talented. That is why I intended to recruit him, Qin Zhao thought, pleased by the joyful expression on Lu Jiaojiao's face. He mused that now, she would likely be more receptive to him, as they had begun to cultivate their relationship. Lu Ruoyan possessed 2 task chests. Upon completion, he would acquire 4 ordinary chests, allowing him to unlock a high-level chest. The rewards from that high-level chest were something he longed for. He had yet to inspect the luxurious 700-square-meter villa he had won previously, having been too preoccupied with dating and nurturing their relationship. Perhaps tomorrow, Qin Zhao silently resolved.